The atmosphere at Awakening School number 7 heats up as the class awakening ceremony officially begins, and everyone eagerly waits for their turn. One by one, the students step up to the testing stone to measure their hidden potential. Anyone who passes the test receives beginner gear and moves straight into the live combat exam. Amid the anxious crowd, Ningfeng stays calm, standing quietly after failing to awaken for 3 straight years. The moment his name is called, the entire area erupts with open laughter and mockery. Mocked as the guy chasing the goddess and still unawakened at 18, Ningfeng ignores everyone and walks to the test. Today's examiner is Qi Wei, a young teacher who is both strict and kind. She gives him extra time to calm himself before the test begins. Once everything is ready, Ningfeng places his hand on the crystal stone. He pushes aside all the pressure weighing on his mind. In that instant, a wave of shock and dizziness suddenly sweeps through his body. Unlike before, the stone finally reacts this time. A burst of green light confirms that he belongs to the magic class. When the process ends, a beginner's spell is automatically unlocked in Ningfeng's mind. The next step is checking his star rating, and Qi Wei watches the result with bated breath. But his final rating is only 1 star, far below geniuses like Wang Yue. Qi Wei cannot hide her disappointment and quietly sighs for her student's future. The crowd immediately bursts into laughter, believing Ningfeng has no chance left to turn things around. Qi Wei frowns at the student's harsh attitude and walks over to ask what skill he awakened. But after seeing the empty look in Ningfeng's eyes, she decides not to ask. It seems the shock has left him completely numb. She gently hands him the beginner equipment and encourages him to prepare for the next round. Ningfeng accepts the gear absent-mindedly because the awakening result is not what leaves him frozen. Right after awakening, a mysterious voice appears in his mind and confirms the system activation requirements have been met. Before he can process it, a virtual interface appears with a notice about Dark Origin power and a special reward. It even grants him the unique ability to cast 1 new forbidden spell every week without any cost. Ningfeng is instantly overwhelmed, because darkness and forbidden spells are both extremely dangerous powers. Possessing both at once feels as unbelievable as an ancient legend. But the system is not finished and announces that his starter skill is being upgraded. In moments, it transforms into a devastating dark forbidden technique. Ningfeng's mind is spinning, but the live combat exam is about to begin, so he decides to test it. The combat exam divides everyone into groups of around 50 and sends them into a secret realm to hunt monsters and improve their skills. The rules are strict, with no outside help or cheating allowed, and drones monitor everything. Qi Wei reminds everyone to check their skills one last time, while Ningfeng opens his status panel. His current skill is a dark forbidden spell that summons shadow energy into a shield that crushes anything approaching it. Even so, Ningfeng worries that being exposed for using dark magic would bring severe consequences. He still has no idea where the strange system came from, but there is no time to think about it now. At that moment, Qi Wei gives the signal, and every candidate is instantly transported into the prepared secret realm. Swept along with the crowd, Ningfeng steps into the new space as the surroundings completely change. The students immediately scatter in every direction to hunt monsters for points. The first enemies they encounter are a pack of forest goblins. Ningfeng quickly looks up and notices countless surveillance drones flying overhead. That keeps him from casually using his forbidden spell, even though it is his only real weapon. Left with no choice, Ningfeng hides in a corner to observe, while every moment is broadcast live to the control room. His decision to stay hidden immediately angers a senior examiner, who calls it unacceptable cowardice. Qi Wei quickly explains that Ningfeng has a weak body and a defensive fighting style, making a direct attack too risky. However, Supervisor Captain Zhou is extremely rigid and immediately demands Ningfeng's removal from the exam, insisting that an OnStar Awakener has no place in this environment. While Qi Wei is still arguing, a panicked staff member reports that a surveillance drone has been destroyed, and the signals across the area begin to fail. The energy detection system also sounds alarms after detecting a rapidly rising abnormal power inside the secret realm, forcing an emergency inspection. Captain Zhou immediately orders maximum security, and the control room turns tense. Inside the realm, the candidates fall into chaos as an overwhelming mutated creature suddenly appears. It looks like a goblin, but its body is massive and fierce, like a seasoned warrior. The monster quickly gathers the nearby goblins into a coordinated counterattack. It lets out a roar like a command, marking every intruder for death. the once weak goblins become an extremely dangerous force under their leader. A drone flies past, but the mutant leaps up and smashes it out of the sky. The drone explodes, scattering debris across the ground. One piece of wreckage lands right where Ningfeng is hiding. The small impact makes a noise, instantly drawing the goblins' attention. Among them is a goblin chief, and it immediately spots Ningfeng's hiding place. Ningfeng still does not know what is happening outside, but after seeing the monsters acting with unusual coordination and noticing every surveillance drone is gone, he realizes his chance has arrived. With no one watching, this is the perfect moment to test his forbidden spell. Ningfeng raises his hand toward the sky and activates his dark forbidden technique. The elite goblin instantly senses the danger, and its expression changes. In an instant, countless decayed bones rise from the ground, carrying an overwhelming aura of death. Outside, the control room erupts into chaos as every surveillance feed is lost, and the dark energy spike is so intense that they suspect a king-class monster has appeared, forcing an immediate rescue operation. Qi Wei is horrified because a king-class creature could wipe out an entire city, and she cannot understand how one could appear during the exam. Inside the realm, the goblin chief and its followers lose all confidence as they witness the terrifying phenomenon. They originally thought Ningfeng would be an easy target. Instead, he unleashes a force so overwhelming that it defies belief. Ningfeng gradually adapts to controlling the forbidden spell for the first time, and despite the discomfort, its power far exceeds his expectations. The system keeps flooding him with non-stop notifications until they almost consume his attention. Every goblin that falls grants more experience, and at this pace the entire horde is being wiped out. Across the battlefield, the goblin chief stands frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. Ningfeng's aura terrifies it so much that it begins to question whether he is even human. But no amount of thinking can change the outcome. The battle is already decided as the goblin chief and all its followers are completely annihilated. After the cleanup, Ningfeng gains a huge amount of experience, reaching nearly 6,000 points. He opens his status panel and discovers that he has jumped straight to level 10. In previous years, even the top student only gained 1 or 2 levels during this exam. Most of his experience comes from the goblin horde, but even Ningfeng cannot understand why such monsters appeared in the exam area. He finally turns his attention to the loot dropped by the goblin chief, and every item is rare. The most valuable is a special seal that permanently increases the user's speed by 10 points. There is also a glowing weapon that is clearly an extremely rare item. Once equipped, it greatly boosts strength, speed, and critical damage. Unfortunately, it requires level 20, so Ningfeng stores everything away for later use or sale. Only now does he truly realize how incredible the system is, with a growth rate that seems impossible. Just then, an announcement orders every candidate to evacuate the secret realm immediately. Ningfeng looks around to survey the area. He is stunned to find the entire battlefield devastated, with the trees and ground completely destroyed. Massive craters left by the forbidden spell are still releasing black mist, proving its destructive power is beyond imagination. Realizing the situation is getting dangerous, Ningfeng immediately decides to leave before getting caught in the trouble. He quickly blends into the crowd, evacuating the danger zone. Outside, Captain Zhou is under enormous pressure, drenched in sweat. Facing a king-class monster is an extremely serious situation, and reinforcements are nowhere in sight. At the height of the chaos, he suddenly notices that the sinister energy has completely disappeared. That only makes him fear the dangerous creature may have escaped. Without hesitation, he immediately sends an emergency report to his superiors. A full lockdown is ordered, leaving only a single route open for evacuation. After leaving the secret realm, Ningfeng notices the unusually tense atmosphere as panic spreads among everyone. Qi Wei rushes over to check on him the moment she sees him. She repeatedly asks if Ningfeng is hurt, while he looks perfectly fine, despite being the true cause of everything. After confirming he is safe, Qi Wei quickly guides the candidates away and announces that the exam has been suspended. Everyone not involved is ordered to leave immediately, while Ningfeng returns with Wang Yue, confused by the tense atmosphere. Even though the abnormal energy came from him, Ningfeng still innocently believes the mutated goblin caused it all. Wang Yue mistakenly thinks the interrupted exam has dealt him a heavy emotional blow. She invites Ningfeng to join her team because his defensive abilities are not suited for fighting alone. However, Ningfeng firmly refuses, even though part of him regrets turning down the girl he likes. Ning Feng knows every power he possesses is a dark, forbidden spell, and exposing it would be no different from signing his own death warrant. If Wang Yue discovers his secret, she would most likely eliminate him without hesitation. You do not have a choice. 8 tomorrow morning. West Gate. I'll be waiting. Ning Feng freezes, shocked that Wang Yue leaves him absolutely no room to refuse. It no longer sounds like an invitation but a direct order. After saying that, she adjusts her hair and walks away without looking back. Ning Feng can only stand there helplessly, as she completely ignores his opinion. His mind races through countless escape plans, but none of them seem possible. He knows that once Wang Yue has set her sights on him, there is no escaping. After thinking it through, Ning Feng decides he must find another way to hide his true power. He heads to Yuan City Trading Market, a place known for selling equipment with built-in skills. His plan is to buy a few items to fake his strength and avoid raising Wang Yu's suspicions. At the same time, he plans to sell the loot he collected from the secret realm. A beautiful saleswoman greets him, but Ning Feng has no interest in noticing her. He asks for equipment that can activate a skill compatible with his spell, regardless of the type. The saleswoman immediately realizes he is a newcomer and enthusiastically introduces expensive equipment and store promotions. Despite her non-stop sales pitch, Ning Feng sticks to his original goal and only wants something convincing enough to fool others. When she realizes he has no intention of buying expensive gear, her attitude instantly turns cold. She passes him off to a new employee, so she does not have to waste more time. The young employee is much friendlier and continues helping Ning Feng. Together they browse the display area and test several suitable pieces of equipment. In the end, Ning Feng chooses a ring with a skill stabilization effect. Next comes the appraisal and sale of his loot. The employee leads him to the appraisal section to begin the process. The appraiser is a middle-aged man known as Master Wang. Ning Feng places the weapon on the table, and Master Wang immediately begins a detailed inspection. He confirms it is a rare orange-grade weapon that boosts speed and offers customization through gem sockets, making it perfect for beginners. He praises it as a valuable item and asks Ning Feng what price he has in mind. Master Wang quickly contacts a potential buyer, while Xiao Yang continues assisting Ning Feng. The first person he contacts is the school principal, who has been searching for quality equipment for a family member. The weapon is quickly sold because it perfectly matches the buyer's needs. The deal is finally completed for 50,000 star coins. After the brokerage fee, Ning Feng receives 46,000 star coins. The amount leaves both Ning Feng and Xiao Yang completely stunned. He never expected a single sale to earn him such a huge fortune. Back in the lounge, the saleswoman who looked down on him is still chatting with her coworkers, bragging about treating rich and poor customers differently, completely unaware that she just lost a major client. She keeps mocking Ning Feng, claiming that someone as poor as him is not even worth a glance. Just then, Ning Feng and Master Wang walk out from the consignment area, drawing everyone's attention. News spreads through the store in no time. Everyone learns that Ning Feng just sold an item for 50,000 star coins and is planning to keep shopping. To the staff, the commission alone is enough to completely change their attitude. The woman is left speechless, as if someone dumped a bucket of cold water over her. Regret immediately sets in. If she had treated him properly earlier, that huge commission would have been hers. Before Ning Feng leaves, Xiao Yang politely stops him for a moment. She introduces herself and hopes he will contact her directly for any future deals. The next day, Ning Feng leaves home in much better spirits. He spent the previous night carefully checking his equipment and confirmed there was nothing that could expose him to the system or anyone else. That gives him some peace of mind, knowing Wang Yue is less likely to become suspicious. Right on time, Ning Feng arrives at the meeting place. As soon as he gets there, he sees Wang Yue surrounded by a group of people. The team includes mages, shield warriors, and several support classes. They all belong to the same guild as Wang Yue. Ning Feng greets them politely, but several members clearly do not welcome him. Two of them, in particular, glare at him as if they already have a personal grudge. Their eyes are filled with hostility, even though they have only just met. One mage acts especially close to Wang Yue, constantly talking to her and mentioning that she is about to reach her second-class advancement. Hearing that, Ning Feng immediately pays attention. Reaching a second-class advancement at her age makes Wang Yue a true young genius. The mage then takes out an orange potion and proudly claims it is a rare attribute-boosting item. Everyone around him is amazed by how valuable and uncommon it is. Even though Ning Feng owns a permanent speed item, the potion is still impressive to everyone else. The mage keeps boasting that obtaining it required countless connections and favors. He clearly hopes the gift will win Wang Yu's favor, but she remains completely unmoved. Wang Yue coldly refuses the gift and turns to leave with the group. The mage immediately loses his temper, accusing her of wasting an opportunity and insulting him. Wang Yue calmly warns him to stop. Instead, he continues insulting Ningfeng, claiming he is completely worthless. Ningfeng grows irritated, wondering what gives this man the right to judge him. The others try to pull the mage away, but he stubbornly refuses to back down. He keeps mocking Ningfeng until the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense, pushing Ningfeng's patience to its limit. Ningfeng decides he has had enough and prepares to answer the arrogant provocation. Zhao Cheng completely loses control and sneers that Ningfeng is nothing more than an ant daring to challenge him. One of Zhao Cheng's followers joins in, daring Ningfeng to show off some real treasure for everyone's entertainment. Zhao Cheng even makes a bet. If Ningfeng has better gear than he does, he will kneel and apologize. Otherwise, Ningfeng must bow and admit he was wrong. Ningfeng has been waiting for those exact words. Without another word, he takes out the permanent attribute item and hands it directly to Wang Yue. Wang Yue freezes in shock, clearly never expecting him to possess such an unbelievably rare treasure. The people around Zhao Cheng are equally stunned, but he still insists it is just a cheap trick. He argues that the item means nothing until someone actually uses it. Wang Yue stays cautious and hesitates to activate it because she does not know where it came from. Ningfeng casually encourages her to use it, while everyone else watches with curiosity. In the end, Wang Yue activates the item, and a brilliant light surrounds her. Her attributes immediately increase by a noticeable amount, and the effect is far beyond anyone's expectations. Zhao Cheng looks like he has just been slapped in the face, yet he still refuses to believe what happened. He shouts that trash like Ningfeng could never own an item of that level, insisting it must be pure luck or outright cheating. Furious, he keeps throwing insults in a desperate attempt to save face, but after making the bet himself, there is no way for him to back out. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Cheng is forced to kneel and honor his promise. He even bangs his head on the ground, losing every shred of dignity. Ningfeng watches the scene with relief, finally letting go of the frustration that had built up. He then leaves with Wang Yue, unwilling to stay in such an unpleasant place any longer. As they walk away, Wang Yue remains deep in thought, quietly reconsidering everything that just happened. Even so, she does not judge their relationship by something as simple as stats or rare items. Ningfeng, on the other hand, only hopes Wang Yue reaches her second-class advancement soon and goes her own way. If she keeps following him, hiding his true strength and rapid growth will only become harder. But Wang Yue mistakes his silence for insecurity about the gap between them. She hands him 2 additional skill books, saying they should help him avoid falling behind. Both are rare skills that can be learned once the requirements are met. They are clearly valuable, though still not as precious as the permanent attribute item from before. Ningfeng accepts them without explaining anything, simply avoiding unnecessary trouble. The two of them form a party and enter a new secret realm called the Distant Evil Tomb. Ancient stone monuments and a gloomy atmosphere fill the area, making it the perfect place for dangerous monster hunts. Wang Yue charges into battle with her bow, taking down monsters with clean and precise attacks. Ningfeng stays in the back, pretending to be an ordinary support so he does not expose his true power. Secretly, he complains that the experience here is far too low, though he cannot admit he has already outleveled the area. Wang Yue even refuses to let him fight much, telling him to stay back and gain experience safely. Right then, Wang Yue's phone rings in the middle of the battle. The caller is the pink-haired support member from their guild, whom they met earlier. She reports that a powerful boss called the Magic Feather Demon is about to respawn and asks if Wang Yue will join the operation. Zhao Cheng overhears the conversation and immediately changes his attitude, acting like an experienced commander handling a major mission. He insists that Wang Yue reinforce the raid at once, claiming the Magic Feather Demon is far too dangerous to face without enough people. In reality, he is only after the loot, especially the legendary mage weapon he has wanted for a long time. While Wang Yue is still hesitating, Ningfeng casually speaks up. He tells her not to worry and to go help the raid while he trains by himself in the secret realm. Wang Yue nods and reminds him to stay in a safe area until she returns. Ningfeng agrees immediately, secretly delighted. The moment Wang Yue leaves, his expression completely changes and his eyes turn cold. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for all along, the chance to act alone. The Magic Feather Demon everyone is talking about is actually the opponent Ning Feng has wanted to challenge for some time. He has already been secretly preparing several new skills for a battle like this. The system keeps granting him new abilities over time without consuming any resources. That gives him every reason to make full use of this opportunity. His only limitation is the small number of skill slots, which will expand once he reaches a higher level. Meanwhile, many other teams inside the secret realm are also heading toward the boss area. They all share the same goal of defeating the monster inside the central tower. The journey is far from easy, requiring them to fight through wave after wave of enemies. As one group discusses its strategy, a blast of scorching heat suddenly sweeps past them. They look up and see a team racing forward at incredible speed. It is Wang You's squad, already famous among the younger adventurers. Seeing them, the other teams immediately realize the huge gap in strength. Wang You's team advances with flawless coordination. Zhao Cheng wears a smug grin, convinced the greatest achievement will belong to him this time. Wang Wei ignores his attitude and stays focused on the mission. Her teammates can clearly feel that her strength has increased dramatically after receiving Ning Feng's item. But as the team reaches the center of the secret realm, an unexpected change occurs. No one expects Ning Feng to suddenly appear in the very same place. He uses a spatial teleportation skill to bypass every obstacle in his path. This skill let him skip long distances and reach the target instantly. Its effect lasted long enough for him to infiltrate the boss zone. The moment he arrived, Ning Feng came face to face with the Fa Yu demon. He even greeted it calmly, making the boss furious at being looked down on. It unleashed a devastating attack that could wipe out an entire team in seconds. The monster roared and mocked Ning Feng for overestimating himself. But before the attack could land, Ning Feng dodged it completely with a teleport skill. He slipped behind the boss in an almost impossible move. At the same time, he declared this battlefield belonged to him alone. The Fa Yu demon turned around, shocked and enraged by his sudden appearance. Ning Feng wasted no time and activated a newly learned attack skill. Energy gathered in the sky before turning into a massive meteor shower. The attack covered the entire area with overwhelming destructive power. The whole battlefield exploded in flames and violent shockwaves. Every nearby monster was wiped out before they could even react. A massive amount of experience rushed straight into Ning Feng. When the Fa Yu demon finally collapsed, the true madness of the battle was only beginning. Rewards poured in like a flood. 50,000 experience points boosted Ning Feng by 20 levels to level 30 and unlocked his first-class advancement. The loot was just as dazzling, including 2 valuable skill books for the mage class. Among all the treasures, what caught Ning Feng's eye was a mysterious seal dropped by the Fa Yu demon. The seal permanently cost 3 stamina, but granted a fixed bonus of 15 spirit. The moment he activated the seal, a new system notification appeared. It offered 2 choices during class advancement: unlock the hidden class Undead Spirit Dancer, or complete a secret questline to evolve into the All-Element Archmage. Hidden classes were almost legendary and usually predetermined, yet this one was unlocked so easily through a single seal. Without wasting another second, Ning Feng chose the path of the All-Element Archmage. His relentless assault continued, as heavenly flame fire rain covered the battlefield once again. The magical shockwaves spread so far that even the retreating guild team was shaken, forcing Wang Yue to order everyone to fall back immediately. Zhao Cheng ignored the danger and charged forward out of greed, even though one wrong step could doom the entire team. Wang Yue snapped at him, and Zhao Cheng immediately fell silent. She then pulled out her phone to tell Ning Feng to leave the dungeon at once. But an earlier message was already waiting. Ning Feng had said he was busy and had already left the area. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was heading alone toward the class advancement hall. Inside, the hall was strangely quiet, with only a receptionist wearing glasses at her desk. She confirmed his purpose, and Ning Feng nodded to complete the initial registration. He then read out his personal information, so she could enter it into the advancement system. Seeing that he was 18 and only taking his first class advancement, she quietly assumed his potential was average. Even so, she remained professional and guided Ning Feng to the first advancement mage section. Just after finishing her task, she ran into the captain returning from a mission. He had just come back from investigating a dangerous ancient tomb dungeon. The report showed the area had been heavily devastated, with strange energy traces and danger estimated at no less than king rank. In only 2 days, 2 king rank or higher monsters had already appeared there. After hearing the report, the receptionist fell into silence and realized her superiors must have had a reason for sending her here. Back inside the hall, Ningfeng found that his class advancement mission had split into two clear paths. One was the hidden class Undead Spirit Dancer with rank A difficulty, while the other was the mandatory All-Element Archmage path with rank S difficulty. Without much thought, he chose the All-Element Archmage route. The first trial required Ningfeng to enter the Radiant Divine Temple dungeon. Within 3 days, he had to obtain an item called the Holy Divine Seal, and despite the daunting challenge, he accepted without hesitation. When he left the area, the receptionist had already vanished without a trace. Although curious, Ningfeng quickly put it aside because a bigger task was waiting for him. In reality, the captain had already taken the young woman away from the hall. Her true identity was a member of a secret organization called Gu Ying. The group was famous for gathering people with incredibly rare hidden classes. They specialized in secret missions, operated from the shadows, and used dark power to complete their objectives. Elsewhere in the cemetery dungeon, the woman known as Big Sis carefully searched every corner without missing a single clue. Even though the dark energy had weakened, the lingering pressure was still so intense that she struggled to breathe. Strangely, the scene was unnaturally clean, leaving no clear trace of the one responsible, which put the captain on edge. Too many strange incidents had appeared recently, making it feel like a massive disaster was slowly taking shape. The captain wondered if these events were connected and suggested requesting reinforcements for a deeper investigation. He hesitated before voicing his suspicion that the culprit might be a human-like existence. Before he could finish, the woman immediately rejected the idea that any human was involved. In her view, the energy level here had already surpassed king rank, far beyond what a normal body could control or survive. This kind of power was like a disaster, waiting to erupt at any moment. The woman from Gu Ying agreed that the captain's concern was justified and believed that Thing could still be hiding somewhere nearby. Ironically, the dangerous existence they were discussing was actually relaxing in a completely different place. Meanwhile, Ningfeng had reached level 30 and unlocked 4 new skills, pushing his strength to a whole new level. He took out the 2 skill books he had obtained earlier and began upgrading them, starting with Magic Shield. The moment it activated, the system fused it with his unique physique and created a new passive called Earth Guardian. It automatically blocked incoming attacks, absorbed damage within his body's limits, and fully recovered after battle. Seeing how effective the new passive was, Ningfeng was thrilled, knowing he now had protection that was nearly immune to ordinary physical attacks. The second skill book, Falling Rock Spell, was also analyzed and merged with his existing abilities. It became a passive that greatly improved his earth element control and boosted all earth skills by 20 power. After optimizing his skill set, Ningfeng noticed he still had empty slots and decided to buy a few more suitable skills from the market. As soon as he entered, he ran into the same employee who had served him before. Unlike last time, her attitude had changed completely, becoming much warmer and more attentive. Ningfeng showed no interest and directly asked to see Yang Xing. The employee immediately softened her tone and tried to convince him to let her assist instead, even attempting to get closer to him. Ningfeng did not waste words. He refused outright and walked away. The employee froze in disbelief, unable to imagine anyone turning down such an opportunity. Frustrated and embarrassed, she still followed him for several more steps. Right then, Yang Xing hurried over and rushed out to greet Ningfeng. She had not actually been busy with customers. She was only finishing a meal, and the moment she heard Ningfeng had arrived, she ran out immediately. Yang Xing then led him to meet Master Wang. Ningfeng handed over the 2 unused skill books and asked him to handle the sale. After finishing the deal, he and Yang Xing continued searching for more skill books. Watching them leave, Master Wang began wondering how Ningfeng kept obtaining so many rare items, making his identity even more mysterious. That evening, Ningfeng invited Yang Xing out for dinner. When it was time to pay, he realized she had quietly covered the bill already. Ningfeng felt a little awkward, while Yang Xing simply said she had her own reasons. However, she never explained what those reasons were. After saying goodbye, Yang Xing took a taxi straight to the city's second hospital. Behind her calm smile was a heavy burden. Her elderly father was seriously ill and had been hospitalized for a long time, barely able to care for himself. Thanks to the commission she earned from Ningfeng last month, Yang Xing finally had enough money to stay afloat. Even so, it barely covered the growing hospital bills, and today her luck seemed to run out. The taxi she was riding in was suddenly struck by something enormous. It got even worse when 7 monsters appeared at once and surrounded the vehicle. They emerged from a strange rift that looked like a tier in space high above. The driver had no chance to react and died instantly. Yang Xing kicked the door open and rolled onto the roadside, desperately trying to survive. She could not understand what was happening. This area was supposed to be heavily guarded, so how had monsters broken in so easily? In the chaos, she never noticed another creature quietly creeping up behind her. At the same time, a strange figure watched from the sky with a chilling smile. The instant she spotted the monster ahead, Yang Xing fired a fireball in retaliation. But the attack was far too weak to do any real damage, because she was only a first advancement mage. The gap in strength was simply too great. Within moments, she was backed into a corner. The monster charged at terrifying speed, ready to tear everything apart. Just as death seemed certain, someone suddenly appeared and crushed the monster with a single powerful kick. It was Captain Zhu, who immediately ordered Yang Xing to retreat and find a safe place to hide. By then, the surrounding area had become a field of ruins, and the dungeon itself was showing signs of collapsing into the real world. Every monster that appeared was far beyond what ordinary humans could handle. Even after countless dangerous missions, Captain Zhu had never witnessed a disaster like this. He suspected the entire incident was connected to a hidden entity somewhere inside the city. While focusing on the battlefield, he nearly got struck by a surprise attack from behind. This time, the attacker was not a monster but a human. Captain Zhu immediately demanded to know what he really was, a human or something else. The man sneered and treated everyone around him with complete contempt. He claimed to be blessed by dark power, and his horribly mutated right arm seemed to prove it. It was Captain Zhu's first time hearing about such a blessing, but there was no time to think about it. All he knew was that the man before him was a deadly threat. Captain Zhu attacked without hesitation, but his opponent was far stronger than expected. The man's power rivaled that of a third advancement expert. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he unleashed violent spiritual energy and declared that this place belonged to him, while weaklings like Captain Zhu had no right to exist. Then he charged forward at terrifying speed. Dark energy swirled around him and condensed into a terrifying killing force. It became a devastating, piercing strike that slammed straight into Captain Zhu. The impact sent him flying as blood burst from his mouth, while the attacker laughed with delight. He reveled in the overwhelming power surging through his body. But his laughter ended the moment a cold voice echoed across the battlefield. The voice carried crushing authority and warned him not to get carried away. To the owner of that voice, he was nothing more than a pawn that could be crushed at any moment. Instantly, the man who had just overwhelmed Captain Zhu dropped to his knees under an invisible force. A bizarre face appeared in the sky, releasing overwhelming mental pressure and forcing him to obey while preparing a brutal ritual to sacrifice the entire city. Under its control, he completely lost himself and accepted the command without resistance. Elsewhere, Ning Feng had just stepped out of the restroom. The scene before him made him stop in his tracks. He was stunned. He had only been gone for a moment, yet the outside world had already become a chaotic battlefield. Catching the scent of a living human, a monster instantly turned and locked onto Ning Feng. Killing intent exploded from its body as it rushed toward him to crush its new prey. But just before its claws could strike, the ground beneath Ning Feng suddenly split apart. A razor-sharp stone spike erupted from below and pierced straight through the monster, stopping the attack instantly. It was Earth Spike Rock Wall, the new skill Ning Feng had learned not long ago. He had spent a fortune to acquire it, treating it as the newest addition to his combat arsenal. The skill was already powerful, but Ning Feng's earth element affinity boosted it to an entirely new level. As he stepped out of the restaurant, he could already feel the chaos spreading everywhere. But once he reached the street, he realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. The moment he stepped into the open, he came face to face with the strange man again. By now, the man had completely lost control, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto Ning Feng like fresh prey. He let out a sinister grin, seeing Ning Feng as an easy target. Ning Feng immediately sensed trouble and could only think that another headache had arrived. Before he could react further, the man's giant hand came crashing down toward him. The mutated arm swelled in size and wrapped around Ning Feng, trying to crush him on the spot. Yet the crushing force, strong enough to shatter stone, could not move him even an inch. The man froze in disbelief, unable to understand how someone so ordinary could endure such power. He even began doubting his own senses, because Ning Feng looked like nothing more than a normal human. Then he suddenly felt an incredibly dangerous aura hidden around Ning Feng. The invisible pressure sent chills down his spine, as if getting any closer would mean certain death. Ning Feng stayed cautious because one wrong move could trigger an even greater disaster. If the enemy unleashed his full power here, the consequences would be impossible to contain. Without hesitation, Ning Feng struck first. He threw a full power punch that shattered the overwhelming pressure around him. His opponent's mutated arm exploded into pieces and was completely destroyed beyond recovery. The man panicked and called for the one behind him, but no answer came. The surrounding monsters also began fleeing as the space around them collapsed and sealed itself off. When the last monster disappeared, the spatial rift overhead closed completely. Only the desperate mutant remained in the ruined battlefield. The energy inside his body had also run dry, leaving him unable to resist. In truth, these mutants were merely people awakened by dark power, not naturally born monsters. While they possessed that power, they could easily overwhelm most ordinary people. But once their source of power was cut off, they became weak and almost helpless. And that man had fallen into exactly that state. With nowhere left to run, he became Ning Feng's final target. Without any support, he was completely defeated and killed on the spot. The battle ended quickly, but the surrounding area was still in complete chaos. Ning Feng quickly collected the dropped loot and left before attracting unnecessary attention. Elsewhere, Su Lan was reviewing reports about the entire incident. Her real name was Su Lan, and she was a member of the secret organization Gu Ying, which specialized in handling special missions. The crisis had ended so quickly that she found it suspicious, especially since the damage was far lighter than expected. However, contact with the southern part of the city had been lost, making her worry about Captain Zhu's team, so she headed there herself. On the way, Su Lan happened to encounter a mysterious man. His name was Du An, a member of an underground organization operating outside the law. The organization was filled with powerful individuals who worked from the shadows without leaving any trace. Duan had come here to gather information about the recent disaster. He was also the companion of the man Ning Feng had just killed, and he was secretly continuing their organization's plan to spread chaos throughout the city. After accidentally revealing too much, Duan's expression darkened. He began wondering if the person who intervened was the one who had ruined their dungeon invasion plan. Duan narrowed his eyes and questioned Su Lan relentlessly, believing she was connected to the group that had eliminated his companion. She immediately denied it. Su Lan insisted she had only just arrived and had no idea who was behind the cleanup. Duan glanced at his companion's lifeless body. The man had always specialized in slipping through spatial rifts to carry out dirty work and had escaped countless pursuits. Yet this time, he had been killed instantly without any chance to fight back. Looking at the mangled corpse, Su Lan grew even more confused. Even Captain Zhu, a third advancement expert, had been completely overwhelmed, yet someone else had crushed the enemy with such ease. In a small city like this, where had such a terrifying powerhouse come from? Duan had no interest in dragging things out. He left behind a cold warning and quickly disappeared. That night, Ning Feng's house echoed with excited laughter. His rewards included 2 orange-grade weapons taken from the Dark Organization. To Ning Feng, this was an incredible haul that far surpassed anything he had collected before. But when he checked his enemy status, the rank information was completely hidden. There was also a strange skull mask that revealed no readable data at all. After a careful inspection, Ning Feng concluded that no soul or special consciousness was living inside it. He decided to put his bounty hunting job aside because he had lost interest in it. He even joked that fortune-telling suited him better since his instincts were surprisingly accurate. In truth, the hidden murderer from the earlier incident was secretly hiding inside that skull mask. No one realized he existed within such an ordinary-looking item while watching everything unfold. When Ning Feng investigated more carefully, the hidden figure immediately sensed danger and panicked. He instantly concealed his entire aura and cut off every connection with the outside world. He knew that if Ning Feng detected him again, there would be no escape. So he remained completely hidden and dared not reveal the slightest trace of himself. The next morning, Su Lan brought supplies to visit Captain Zhu in the hospital. She also mentioned once again that Duan had saved the captain during the crisis. But every time she recalled Duan's eyes, a chill ran down her spine and she quickly left the area. Su Lan began reevaluating his strength and realized he was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, the investigation team completely lost track of the mysterious figure who had intervened in the battle. Only a faint but dangerous trace of dark energy remained at the scene. Because of that, the higher-ups began suspecting that a hidden force was behind the entire incident. Captain Zhu quietly hoped that mysterious person was on their side. If not, the threat could be great enough to destroy the entire city. While everyone else searched for clues, Ningfeng continued advancing his class advancement mission. At last, he arrived before a massive ancient structure deep inside the dungeon. It was the Radiant Divine Temple, the destination marked by the system. But the moment he entered the restricted area, he felt someone watching him from afar. The one observing him was none other than Duan. He had been secretly following Ningfeng, waiting for the perfect chance to act. A few days earlier, Duan had visited Master Wang to gather information and trade equipment. He showed great interest in gear meant for class advancement, especially high-value items. One of the shop employees eagerly tried to stay close to him in hopes of earning a commission. At the time, Master Wang introduced a discounted class advancement equipment set that included armor and accessories. As soon as he heard about the valuable gear, Duan demanded to meet its real owner. Master Wang explained that the seller could not come that day because Ningfeng was busy elsewhere. In reality, Duan's visit to Master Wang's shop was no coincidence. The class advancement set only had the chest armor and pants left, but their attributes matched far too perfectly. Without even touching them, he was almost certain the equipment had belonged to someone who had experienced an extraordinary event, perhaps even a legendary expert. Duan directly asked about the seller's identity and even offered extra money for the information. Master Wang immediately became wary because protecting customer privacy was his highest rule. The fact that someone came asking questions right after Ningfeng had consigned his equipment made Master Wang realize something was seriously wrong. He quickly sent Duan away, claiming the customer had already left and would be contacted after returning. After seeing off the suspicious visitor, Master Wang returned to the appraisal room, still feeling deeply uneasy. The employee beside him grew curious and admitted that the shop had previously conducted a background check on Ningfeng. The report surprised them. His parents had both been 2-star class holders who disappeared when he was young. He survived on his own until the age of 18 before awakening his class, and he was officially rated as only 1 star. Looking at those records, the employee could not understand how someone with such an ordinary background possessed equipment of such incredible quality. Even Master Wang had no explanation. He only knew Ningfeng was fairly close to Wang Yue, but even that relationship could not explain the amount of resources he possessed. Remembering Duan's icy stare, Master Wang began worrying that the items Ningfeng had brought might be tied to a powerful force. The employee came up with another theory, believing the gear might not have come from a clean source and could even be loot from secret conflicts. If that was true, Ningfeng might have been dragged into something dangerous, especially since Duan was clearly a 4th advancement class holder. He might not have reached the very top, but that level alone made him a terrifying figure in this region. She imagined Ningfeng facing Duan and concluded his chances of survival were slim. Back in the present, Duan continued shadowing Ningfeng from a safe distance without revealing himself. He could not understand how someone who looked like a rookie had wiped out an entire dungeon disaster. He kept forming new theories. Either Ningfeng was hiding his true strength, or a powerful force was backing him. Because of that, despite his suspicions, Duan did not dare act recklessly. Meanwhile, Ningfeng calmly headed toward the Radiant Divine Temple. Along the way, he switched his equipment to prepare for the upcoming mission. Duan noticed every movement and studied even the smallest details. Ningfeng's outfit looked plain, almost like beginner gear, yet it only made Duan more suspicious. He guessed the appearance was a disguise, meant to hide Ningfeng's true identity and fool anyone watching. Instead of approaching directly, Duan quietly activated a long-range tracking skill. The skill worked like an invisible mark that attached itself to the target without being detected. But the longer he observed, the more contradictions he found in Ningfeng. The area around the temple was filled with weak monsters that dropped almost worthless loot. That made it impossible for Duan to understand why Ningfeng had come here. Meanwhile, Ningfeng paid no attention to the watcher behind him. He walked straight into the 9th floor hall of the temple, where the battle aura became much heavier. The moment they sensed an intruder, the surrounding monsters rushed him from every direction. Yet every attack was stopped by an incredibly sturdy barrier, and Ningfeng stood there completely unharmed. The shield activated so quickly that even Duan was left staring in disbelief. The monsters were utterly outmatched, crashing into the barrier like eggs against a wall. After their first failed assault, the monsters hesitated and retreated to keep their distance. That moment convinced Duan that the young man before him was no ordinary person but a hidden powerhouse. Without stopping, Ningfeng charged straight toward the massive stone statue in the center of the hall. Seeing that, Duan immediately assumed he was going after the strongest target. But to his surprise, the stone statue remained completely motionless, like an ordinary block of rock. It was as if Ningfeng's overwhelming presence had already suppressed it before it could even react. Wasting no time, they continued deeper into the area, without paying any attention to the remaining monsters. Beneath the stone shell, the true existence finally appeared. A gigantic winged suit of armor floated against the temple wall, radiating a terrifying aura. Only then did it become clear that this was the system's real target, not the stone statue outside. The instant it sensed Ningfeng's arrival, the empty eye sockets of the armor burst into brilliant light. But instead of attacking, it turned around and fled upward in panic. Ningfeng paused for a brief moment, confused by how quickly his opponent had run away. Watching from a distance, Duan was completely stunned. It was his first time witnessing the temple's hidden secret, and he could not understand how Ningfeng knew the path so well. Inwardly, he raised his evaluation of Ningfeng once again, realizing this was someone who could never be judged by ordinary standards. Ningfeng immediately chased after the creature known as the Six-Winged Angel, but it was already panicking beyond control. Overwhelmed by Ningfeng's terrifying aura, the monster's mind had collapsed, leaving only the instinct to escape. In reality, there was nowhere for it to run, because the entire space had already been sealed by the system. The moment it looked back, it saw Ningfeng rapidly closing the distance. Without hesitation, Ningfeng activated his newly acquired skill, Thunder Demon Sky Chase, pouring all his power into the pursuit. In an instant, storm clouds gathered overhead as a colossal lightning tempest formed across the sky. Its power was so overwhelming that once unleashed, it could be called a world-ending catastrophe. As the lightning field closed in, the Six-Winged Angel took the full hit, and its body was torn apart with no chance of escape. Even with the title of a majestic Six-Winged Angel, it was burned to ashes by the lightning, its body charred beyond recognition. The aftershock spread through the area and destroyed a large section of the temple. Duan stood frozen, his legs trembling. It was the first time he had witnessed power beyond imagination, making him wonder if Ningfeng had already reached a legendary realm. Meanwhile, Ningfeng looked at the ruined battlefield with some regret. Under normal circumstances, this fight would have earned him a huge amount of experience, but the special rules made it all worthless. After collecting the loot, he casually prepared to leave the area. Just then, Duan suddenly rushed out from the shadows and hurriedly called out to him. Ningfeng was startled and almost attacked on instinct, wondering where the man had come from. A thought flashed through his mind. Had Duan seen everything he had just used? Seeing Ningfeng's expression change, Duan quickly lowered his voice, tried to appear friendly, and asked for a brief conversation. Before Ningfeng could respond, the system's warning sounded repeatedly, making the situation even more tense. He decided to leave the chaotic area first and deal with everything else later. Duan immediately nodded obediently and hurried after Ningfeng as they left the dungeon. After finding a safer place, Ningfeng finally listened to Duan's explanation. It all traced back to Duan's former master, a once famous figure in their world. The man had sacrificed himself to maintain the dungeon's seal, leaving his disciple to carry on the burden. For many years, Duan had continued gathering sacrificial offerings to sustain the seal, but after meeting Ningfeng, his attitude completely changed from suspicion to trust. After hearing the entire story, Ningfeng could ultimately sigh. With Duan's strength and experience, discovering that he was being watched had been inevitable. If Duan had not revealed himself, Ningfeng might never have noticed him. Ironically, the man who now regarded him as a benefactor had just exposed the greatest secret of this high-level dungeon. Thinking it over, Ningfeng realized he was still far too weak compared to the wider world. One careless mistake could expose all the abilities he had been hiding. But Ningfeng's thoughtful silence was completely misunderstood by Duan, who mistook it for murderous intent. The misunderstanding sent chills through Duan. He immediately lowered his head, repeatedly thanked Ningfeng for avenging his master, and pledged to serve under him whenever needed. To Ningfeng, this was actually a valuable opportunity. Duan was powerful, independent, and could be useful in many situations later. So Ningfeng deliberately put on a serious expression and carried himself like a superior to keep a safe distance between them. Duan immediately understood and promised once again to keep everything secret while giving Ningfeng his full support. Everything he had witnessed convinced him that Ningfeng was an unimaginably terrifying existence who never abused his power, making him respect him even more. Because of that, Duan decided to remain in Qinyu City for the time being, both to observe the situation and to look for a chance to follow Ningfeng. Their conversation had barely ended when Ning Feng's phone suddenly rang. On the other end was Qi Wei, urgently saying she needed to meet him about something important. Ning Feng frowned, sensing this was definitely no minor matter. If it were not an emergency, Qi Wei would never have called him so urgently. The problem had begun to surface. Su Lan had followed the trail and was closing in on clues connected to Ning Feng's movements. The fact that someone who had only recently appeared was already acting so quickly and drawing so much suspicion made Su Lan increasingly doubtful. Even so, Qi Wei still believed Ning Feng was not the dangerous person described in the reports. At least on the surface, he seemed ordinary and hard-working. Even so, she still had to submit a complete report because too many questions remained unanswered. A few days earlier, she had already sent an emergency report about the disaster in Qinyu City to her superiors. She also proposed that the chain of devastating events was connected to mutant forces operating behind the scenes. As soon as the report reached headquarters, the entire meeting room fell into absolute silence. The silence was finally broken when an elderly veteran began to speak. He bluntly questioned Su Lan's theory, saying she was jumping to wild conclusions. In his view, dark powers always came with a terrible price. The stronger they became, the more they risked death, madness, or turning into monsters. Even in the mildest cases, users rarely escaped a tragic fate. A king-level expert using dark power sounded almost impossible. He even mocked Su Lan, saying she should write scripts instead of investigating, because her theory lacked any real evidence. Su Lan did not expect such fierce opposition, but she stood by her opinion despite lacking solid proof. The argument made several people in the meeting question her abilities and accuse her of exaggerating the threat. One man even declared that if such a king-level figure truly existed, he would gladly accept the consequences to prove himself wrong. The old elder cleared his throat and signaled the slick-haired man to calm down. After the debate settled, the council decided to send more forces to Qindu for a full investigation. If things spiraled out of control, the special task force would take over the entire operation. Su Lan also firmly requested support from the Shadow Organization. However, her request was delayed by her superiors. Frustrated, she openly asked if they doubted the current investigation team. The older man quickly reassured her and urged her to stay patient until a final decision was made. But with the city already in chaos, waiting would only make things worse. Back in the present, Su Lan was still exchanging information with Qi Wei. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. The Huayang Divine Temple secret realm in Lunbei City had been attacked by a dark force. No casualties were confirmed yet, but the situation was extremely unstable. The moment the report ended, Qi Wei's face turned pale. The attack happened at the exact place where Ning Feng had registered for his first promotion mission. Su Lan knew the entire case because she had personally approved Ning Feng's application before the captain summoned her. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Everything was beginning to look like a carefully planned game reaching its climax. At that moment, all of Lunbei City was under maximum defense with powerful barriers covering every corner. Amid the panicked crowds, Ning Feng and Duan kept moving while fear filled the eyes of everyone around them. From the rumors spreading through the streets, most people believed the crisis was directly connected to the Huayang Divine Temple. Ironically, Ning Feng had no idea he had unknowingly become the center of the disaster spreading across the city. Even the tense atmosphere gave him a headache. Under these circumstances, their only choice was to wait until the lockdown was lifted before leaving. But at that very moment, the sky above Lunbei suddenly split apart as a massive rift tore across the heavens. From the crack, waves of twisted creatures poured out like a black tide. When they struck the defensive barrier, they showed no fear. Instead, they looked down on it with complete contempt. In their eyes, humanity was nothing more than weak prey hiding inside a fragile cage. More and more monsters flooded out of the rift like a pack of crazed beasts. At the center, their leader appeared with a savage aura and a pair of massive demon horns. It laughed at the city's defenses, calling them too weak to last. Moments later, the leader ordered a full-scale assault. It declared this place would become a gift of despair for humanity. The entire horde roared together before charging toward the heart of the city like a raging flood. Under the relentless assault, cracks quickly spread across the barrier as weak points appeared everywhere. The gaps kept growing until the people inside realized the situation had slipped beyond control. Panic erupted as terror swept through the city. The barrier was finally breached, opening the way for a full-scale invasion. Screams echoed everywhere as chaos spread beyond control. Civilians fled in every direction, trampling each other in a desperate fight to survive. Even the city's defenders began to lose formation under the pressure. They could not understand how the once unbreakable barrier had collapsed so quickly. In the chaos, many civilians were caught in the fighting and were accidentally injured or killed by the defenders themselves. Seeing the disaster unfold, Duan immediately stepped in front of Ningfeng and unleashed his battle aura to create a protective barrier around them both. He concluded this was an invasion from a secret realm, but the danger far surpassed anything they had faced before. Duan respectfully asked Ningfeng if he should step in and wipe out the threat. Ningfeng frowned slightly, surprised by the offer, as he quickly reassessed how serious the situation really was. Hearing Ningfeng's question, Duan misunderstood it completely. He thought the boss was testing his loyalty and ability to stand by his side, while Ningfeng was simply asking because he did not know the full situation. The more Duan thought about it, the more convinced he became. His fighting spirit surged as he prepared to prove his worth. He confidently declared he would handle everything himself and told Ningfeng to simply watch. Ningfeng was left confused by the sudden performance, but decided to go along with it to avoid exposing too much of his own strength. After weighing the situation, Ningfeng chose to stay back and observe. With so many people around, using overwhelming power would only attract attention, so letting Duan fight was the better option. Duan surveyed the battlefield. On one side, monsters were rampaging. On the other, terrified civilians were fleeing in every direction. A few awakeners were still trying to resist, but their strength was hopelessly outmatched. Against the horned leader, the gap in power was painfully obvious. Everyone who charged in was sent flying like leaves in the wind without making any impact. Meanwhile, the monster's defenses showed almost no sign of damage. The leader slowly scanned the battlefield, with eyes full of contempt and boredom. It mocked humanity, saying they were even weaker than expected, and hardly worth fighting. Dragging its blood-stained weapon behind it, the creature advanced, with crushing pressure. Every step spread an overwhelming aura of death across the area. The entire city fell deeper into chaos as desperate civilians fled for their lives. To the creature, humans were nothing more than tiny obstacles waiting to be crushed. Its killing intent continued to rise, locking onto the target ahead. It raised its massive blade and swung at a terrified young woman who was desperately trying to escape. But just before the strike landed, another weapon appeared and blocked the attack completely. Duan finally entered the battle, forcing the leader to pause as it faced an opponent capable of fighting back. Behind him, Duan unleashed his full aura, determined not to let Ningfeng step in despite knowing his true strength was beyond imagination. He loudly told Ningfeng to relax and watch while he handled everything. Ningfeng could only feel awkward at Duan's overly enthusiastic act. The monster let out a harsh laugh and admitted for the first time that humanity still had someone worthy of notice. Duan gave no reply. His entire focus rested on the glowing blade in his hands. With one powerful slash, he blasted the massive monster backward. The creature spat out blood, its eyes filled with shock at the unexpected strength. Before it could recover, Duan charged in at incredible speed. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze cold as ice. He unleashed a relentless series of blade techniques, each strike crashing down like a storm. Every attack landed with perfect precision, leaving the monster no chance to fight back. The spectators watched in stunned silence, unable to believe such a terrifying powerhouse existed. After completely overwhelming his opponent, Duan stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. To everyone watching, he had to be an incredibly rare hidden class with power far beyond imagination. Standing behind him, Ningfeng was genuinely shaken and realized Duan was much stronger than he had first assumed. After watching the entire display, Ningfeng forced himself to stay calm and simply offered a brief compliment without revealing how impressed he truly was. With the leader defeated, the tide of battle turned instantly as the remaining warriors launched a fierce counterattack. Without their commander, the monsters fell into total chaos and fled the battlefield in every direction. Duan walked over respectfully and asked Ningfeng if there were any further orders. Ningfeng quickly waved him off, admitting he had done an excellent job. Deep down, he was sincerely impressed and even gave Duan a thumbs up. Watching their strange interaction, the surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves, wondering who Ningfeng really was to earn such respect from someone as powerful as Duan. After the battle, Duan collected all the loot from the leader, but handed every item over to Ningfeng instead of keeping it. Among the rewards were 2 orange-grade items that were clearly valuable. Even if unused, they could be sold for a fortune. There was also a flexible class skill book called Deadly Strike, which which pleased Ningfeng since he could trade it or use it to build more resources. The final reward was a defensive shield called Demon Suppression Shield. It looked rough, but its true value was far from ordinary. Once everything settled down, a group from Lunbei City hurried over to meet them. They were local adventurers and regional officials who rushed over as soon as they heard about the battle. They expressed their deepest gratitude to Ningfeng and Duan for saving the entire city from disaster. The leader of the group even bowed respectfully with sincere admiration. Ironically, the way they looked at Ningfeng was filled with caution, as if they were standing before a terrifying existence. The leader convinced himself that activating the city's high-level barrier had accidentally interfered with the expert's actions, making it seem as though they had offended him. Thinking that, he repeatedly lowered his head in apology, growing more nervous with every word. He then ordered his people to present a special gift as compensation. The moment Ningfeng heard it was a teleportation scroll, his eyes lit up. It was an extremely rare item that allowed short-range instant travel and was incredibly useful during missions. The official politely asked Ningfeng and Duan to remain for a few more days because the city situation was still unstable. However, Ningfeng declined with a smile, saying he had an urgent mission that could not be delayed. His polite refusal was misunderstood as a hidden warning, making the official even more anxious and unwilling to press the matter. The atmosphere became tense as the city representative broke into a cold sweat and dared not say another word. He immediately handed over the teleportation scroll he had prepared. As if that were not enough, he also presented a special black card from the Yuancheng Trading Exchange, a symbol of extraordinary status and authority. Ningfeng could not hide his surprise, because only a handful of influential figures ever received a card like this. That made him reevaluate the man's identity. He was clearly far more than an ordinary city official. Since the benefits were being offered directly, Ningfeng gladly accepted them with a smile and thanked him. Seeing that, Tai Dongming finally let out a long sigh of relief, as though a massive burden had been lifted. Before leaving, he cautiously asked if Ningfeng would help protect the city again, should another crisis arise in the future. Ningfeng figured he had already accepted the gifts, so refusing now would make little sense. He agreed as long as it would not interfere with his own plans. Tai Dongming instantly looked relieved, as if he had escaped a great disaster. His subordinates burst into loud celebration because, in their eyes, the city had finally found a true protector. Once everything was settled, Ningfeng and Duan wasted no time and left the area using flight magic. They quickly returned to the main Job Advancement Hall in Qindu City. Meanwhile, Wang You's entire team was still anxiously waiting for the results of the advancement mission. Today marked a major milestone because her second advancement mission would determine her next step forward. After finishing the process, Wang Yue had barely stepped out of the hall when someone followed close behind her. The moment she exited, she caught sight of two figures rushing past at incredible speed and heading straight inside. One of them made her freeze because the familiar presence immediately reminded her of someone. She quietly voiced her suspicion. Standing beside her, Zhao Cheng sneered and said she must have been mistaken. He mocked the idea that a rookie like Ningfeng could ever afford a flight ticket or appear in a place like this. Wang You's expression instantly turned cold. If they were not teammates, she probably would not have tolerated his attitude. Zhao Cheng grew even more irritated by her reaction. He could not understand why she always defended someone he considered a nobody. He quickly changed the subject and pretended to ask everyone about their advancement mission results. The other three teammates also hurried over to compare their results. Zhao Cheng acted disappointed after receiving only an A-rank mission, but his teammates comforted him, saying that was already an exceptionally rare opportunity. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl in the group kept her eyes on Wang Yue, expecting great news. But Wang Yu's unusual expression made everyone grow uneasy. Some even assumed she had received a low-rank mission and failed to meet expectations. Zhao Cheng secretly smirked, thinking even a genius would eventually hit a wall. He knew advancement missions greatly affected future growth and skills, so he believed this was finally her weak point. He pretended to comfort her and offered his help, but he only wanted to show off in front of Wang Yue. Wang Yue answered with a cold stare, telling him that if he could not even focus on his own mission, he had no right to judge anyone else. The moment she finished speaking, the entire group fell into stunned silence. It turned out Wang Yue was not upset because she had failed. She had awakened a brand new hidden class that had never been recorded before. Zhao Cheng immediately denied it, insisting that classes were fixed from the beginning and could never change during advancement. He had never heard of anyone unlocking a hidden class in the middle of an advancement. Wang Yue recalled the registration room, where the system had originally placed her on the path of a swift-ranged class. But thanks to a special enhancement item, her entire growth path changed and unlocked a completely new class called Shadow Vanguard. When the notification appeared, even Wang Yue could not believe her own eyes because the change happened so suddenly. That special mark was simply something Ningfeng had casually given her, never expecting it would cause such an incredible transformation. Its effect far exceeded every expectation and completely changed her future. Remembering how confident Ningfeng had been when he gave her the item, Wang Yue assumed he already understood its true mechanics. Because of that misunderstanding, she became even more convinced that Ningfeng had planned everything from the start. Her respect for him grew even deeper, while the truth was that Ningfeng had no idea what the item could really do. Without another moment of hesitation, Wang Yue confirmed her new advancement path. The system immediately updated her class progression. After hearing her explanation, Zhao Cheng's expression became even darker. He questioned the unfamiliar name Shadow Vanguard, and even wondered if the system had malfunctioned, fearing the wrong choice would ruin her future. Although he acted concerned on the surface, he was actually frustrated that the result had exceeded all expectations. Wang Yue coldly dismissed his interference, leaving him feeling completely embarrassed. The other two girls were thrilled that Wang Yue had received an rank advancement mission, constantly praising both her luck and talent. That only made Zhao Cheng even more jealous. While Zhao Cheng envied Ningfeng, what he truly desired was the mysterious mark itself. He silently vowed to obtain it no matter how many resources it would cost. Back with Ningfeng, he had already begun adapting to the new power granted by the mysterious mark. His stamina increased by 5 points, and his spirit was strengthened as well, making his overall abilities noticeably stronger. The advancement trial officially ended, and the system automatically completed his character upgrade. Afterward, Ningfeng also gained a new passive skill called auto-operation. His control over dark energy improved once again, making him eager to test his new strength immediately. While Ningfeng was advancing, Duan remained outside like a true bodyguard, never leaving his post. Every move was quietly observed from a distance by Sulan. She found it strange that someone as powerful as Duan would stay so close to Ningfeng. Duan's protective attitude only deepened her suspicions about Ningfeng's true identity, and everything she had investigated so far only made the mystery even greater. Despite his gentle appearance, Duan had already reached the 4th advancement, placing him among the rare elites of the region. Even across the entire territory, someone at his level was considered exceptionally rare. Yet the moment he entered the hall, he showed obvious respect toward Ningfeng, something that made no sense at all. Sulan began reviewing every file related to Ningfeng, while continuing to compare information with Qi Wei. She told Qi Wei to prepare the next plan because the situation could become even more complicated than they had expected. Qi Wei replied that she would continue checking and verifying the data. Even so, she still believed Ningfeng was not on the enemy's side. Meanwhile, just as Ningfeng and Duan were leaving, someone suddenly called out from behind. Ningfeng turned around and immediately recognized Qi Wei, making his heart skip a beat. He remembered the earlier emergency call and knew this meeting would not be simple. Duan quickly read the situation and stepped aside, giving them room to talk. However, the way he addressed Ningfeng as boss caught Qi Wei's attention, while Ningfeng scrambled to explain. He hurriedly claimed Duan was only joking and had a rather odd personality, so she should not take it seriously. Qi Wei ignored the excuse and got straight to the point. Looking directly at Ningfeng's, she asked in a sharper tone if he had completed his advancement mission ahead of schedule. The question instantly made Ningfeng break into a cold sweat as he searched for the best response. He realized his secrets might already be under suspicion, and this situation was far more serious than before. Qi Wei had always been one of the few people willing to protect Ningfeng, so he believed she had no intention of cornering him. He decided to tell her everything honestly. The story was so complicated that the more he tried to explain it, the more confusing it became. He had wanted to keep it as a personal secret, but Qi Wei seemed to understand that choice. Even so, she had one final question. She asked him to answer honestly whether his body or mind had been corrupted by any form of dark power. Hearing that, Ningfeng immediately tensed up, afraid his system-related secret might be exposed. In truth, the world had recently fallen into chaos. Seals were failing, secret realm rifts were opening everywhere, and dark energy was spilling into reality, causing many people to awaken strange powers. Realizing Qi Wei suspected the wrong thing, Ningfeng quietly relaxed and firmly denied possessing any abnormal abilities because he did not want to be monitored by the authorities. But Qi Wei was not convinced by a simple denial. She took out a small black stone and asked him to cooperate with a test. She explained that all he had to do was channel a trace of energy into it. If any dark corruption existed inside him, the stone would react immediately. Ningfeng hesitated for a moment, but refusing outright would only make himself look more suspicious. In the end, he placed his hand on the stone and carefully guided a thin stream of life energy into it. Before the energy even stabilized, the stone cracked apart and exploded into pieces. Ningfeng jumped in shock, having no idea what had just happened. Qi Wei froze as well. The result was completely beyond her expectations and almost looked too unbelievable to be real. In her confusion, she recalled receiving this device from Su Lan, along with the instructions that came with it. It was a specialized tool used by the authorities, highly sensitive to supernatural energy and designed to track those with unusual powers. Once energy was injected, it would vibrate as a warning signal. The stronger the reaction, the greater the level of dark corruption within the target. But Su Lan had never mentioned what would happen if the device exploded, so no one had anticipated a situation like this. Ningfeng quickly explained that he had only recently awakened and probably made a mistake while using his energy. He begged her not to misunderstand him and to trust his character. Qi Wei silently looked at him, remembering how he had grown up without much family support and had awakened 2 years later than his peers. His path had never been easy. Although she still trusted him, she knew her responsibilities required her to report today's incident to her superiors. She only hoped Ningfeng would understand her position. Ningfeng let out a heavy sigh, already expecting trouble ahead. He even began considering leaving the city if he were pushed too far. Once the conversation ended, Qi Wei took a skill book out of her bag as one final gift. She had prepared it in advance to reward Ningfeng for passing his first advancement trial. Ningfeng accepted it, feeling both grateful and deeply moved. He thanked her sincerely before taking out a gift of his own to express his gratitude. The item Ningfeng presented was an orange-grade belt called Purity Feather Belt. Its attributes were exceptional. It greatly increased spirit, dramatically improved health and stamina regeneration, granted complete immunity to dark damage, and boosted recovery effects by nearly 50%. Its greatest feature was automatic healing without any casting, making it a true lifesaver in critical moments. The gift was so valuable that Qi Wei hesitated and did not feel comfortable accepting it. But Ningfeng simply pushed it into her hands with a smile, saying he had picked it up during his advancement mission, and it was no big deal. Qi Wei could only accept it with mixed feelings. After their brief exchange, Ningfeng said goodbye and left with Duan. She remained standing there for a long time, her mind filled with questions that had no answers. Watching him casually give away a rare orange-grade item, Qi Wei could not decide whether he was unbelievably innocent or simply unimaginably generous. Later, Qi Wei returned to the association office and reported the destruction of the Martin Kier stone to Su Lan. Even Su Lan had never seen anything like this before, leaving her stunned, while Qi Wei became even more worried. If the Supernatural Association truly labeled Ningfeng as a threat, his future would become far more complicated. Su Lan took a deep breath, stood up, and decisively chose to end the investigation for now. Her subordinate immediately asked if they were really stopping the investigation completely. Su Lan concluded that Ningfeng might be in existence far beyond their current understanding, and probing further would only bring disaster upon themselves. She ordered every file related to Ningfeng to be sealed, with all information classified at the highest level. Qi Wei immediately agreed. No matter how she looked at it, Ningfeng was still just a young man without any powerful backing. Hearing the investigation had ended lifted a huge weight from her shoulders. However, Su Lan had not completely let the matter go. Her next target became Duan, the bodyguard who was always by Ningfeng's side. That evening, back at his home, Ningfeng lay on the sofa and kept sighing after hearing the association had withdrawn the investigation. It should have been good news, but his thoughts were already focused on future advancements. Every time he leveled up, he accidentally destroyed another secret realm, and that always caused an enormous disturbance. Now that he was already under observation, continuing like this would eventually bring the authorities down on him. After thinking for a while, Duan took the initiative and suggested a new solution. He proposed avoiding government-controlled resources and challenging wild secret realms instead. Recently, strange phenomena had become increasingly common, and countless ownerless secret realms were appearing everywhere. Many of them had been abandoned by the authorities because they lacked the resources to deal with them. Others had already been claimed by underground factions as their own territory. Hearing that, Ningfeng's eyes lit up as if he had finally found a way forward, and he immediately asked Duan for more details. Duan scratched his head and admitted he only knew about 2 locations so far, but he could search for more if needed. Ningfeng nodded with satisfaction. He had finally found a dependable partner, and his biggest problems now seemed much easier to solve. He decided to get some rest first, then sell part of his loot on the black market for extra funds before taking a short break. With his current strength, future advancements no longer felt so overwhelming. After their discussion ended, Duan returned to his own residence. On the way, he was suddenly stopped by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man had first appeared during an earlier Secret Realm incident, and his intentions were difficult to read. He asked whether Duan would be interested in staying and working in Chengdu City, and Duan did not reject the offer immediately. Zhang Ji beamed with excitement, smiling from ear to ear, as if he had stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. In his excitement, he pulled out a gleaming golden card. He explained that it was a limited edition golden immunity card, reserved for the city's top adventurers, complete with countless privileges. As long as Duan agreed to protect Chengdu City, nearly any request he made would be granted. Duan took the card and carefully examined it from every angle, making Zhang Ji break into a cold sweat. Zhang Ji had heard that many influential figures from other regions had tried to recruit Duan before, only to be rejected outright. He feared a small city like Chengdu would never be enough to keep him. But contrary to his expectations, Duan simply thanked him and slipped the card into his pocket without refusing. That simple gesture was enough to show he had accepted the offer. Zhang Ji immediately let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just accomplished an incredibly important mission. Only one thought remained in Zhang Ji's mind. With a powerhouse like Duan staying behind, Chengdu City would be completely protected. That night, Ningfeng stayed awake, stretched out on the sofa, while grinding levels in his game. When sleep finally started to hit, he checked the class group chat and found everyone still chatting nonstop. They complained that they had not reached level 30 in time for their job advancement because every secret realm in the city sealed off. Ningfeng quietly watched the conversation. His classmates had all awakened at 16, and everyone needed their first job advancement before entering college. No one realized that in just a few days, he had already left them all far behind. Just as he was about to ignore the chat, someone suddenly called out Ningfeng by name with a mocking tone. The person claimed that only weaklings could still relax and play games, while the world was in chaos. Curious, Ningfeng opened the person's profile and discovered he was nothing more than a troublemaker who loved provoking and insulting others. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Qi Wei appeared and stepped in, instantly silencing the entire group. The student who had started the argument quickly took back his words, afraid of getting punished, and hurriedly changed the subject. Moments later, someone shared a video of monsters destroying a city. Panic spread through the chat as rumors claimed the city's defenses had collapsed. There were even reports of rogue superpowered individuals causing havoc. At the same time, people also mentioned a mysterious powerhouse who had saved the city, leaving everyone curious and full of admiration. None of them realized that the mysterious Hirakio was actually Ningfeng. Reading the messages made him tense as he realized the world was changing far more dramatically than he had expected. He had only just stepped onto the path of true power and had no intention of letting anything interrupt it. A simple but firm thought crossed Ningfeng's mind. If more monsters appeared, he would eliminate every last one without leaving a trace. At that very moment, the existence hidden inside his bodies suddenly let out an irritated sneeze. It shivered slightly, sensing that something ominous was about to happen. The next morning, Ningfeng calmly left home and headed straight for the Yuancheng trading exchange as planned. Yang Xin was already waiting there, her eyes fixed on the young man. However, her enthusiasm soon made her the target of another employee's bitter gossip. The woman mocked Yang Xin out of jealousy, claiming she was worrying over nothing. She continued with cruel remarks, saying Yang Xin had backed the wrong person and was placing her hopes in someone completely unreliable. She even sneered that Yang Xin would eventually suffer for protecting someone suspected of being a thief and would end up with no way out. Yang Xin immediately fired back, angrily insisting that Mr. Ning would never do such a thing. She also pointed out that Master Wang had already sent people to verify the truth. The employee kept mocking Ningfeng, calling him a useless late awakener and an orphan with no powerful background, saying there was no way he could own such valuable equipment. Her insults became even more vicious, until she practically declared that Ningfeng was definitely the thief. Just as she continued hurling insults, the ground suddenly split open. A sharp stone spike shot upward, barely missing her, and almost taking her life. She collapsed in terror, her face completely pale as she cried and begged for mercy. At the same time, a cold voice warned that anyone with such a filthy mouth should learn to keep it shut. Yang Xin froze in shock, while the terrified employee immediately realized someone had attacked and hurriedly called security. Yang Xin quickly urged Ningfeng to leave before security arrived because this was not a place where people could casually cause trouble. If he were caught at the scene, things would become extremely troublesome. But before anything could be resolved, Master Wang stormed in with a squad of guards. Unlike before, his attitude had completely changed after learning more about Ningfeng's identity. The moment he arrived, Master Wang shouted, demanding to know how Ningfeng dared cause trouble inside the trading exchange. Ningfeng immediately fired back, reminding him that they had secretly investigated him and falsely accused him of being a thief. Master Wang showed no restraint and insisted Ningfeng was suspicious, saying the truth was something Ningfeng understood better than anyone. He even mocked Ningfeng, claiming he was nowhere near qualified to challenge him. The moment he finished speaking, the two large bodyguards behind him rushed forward to seize Ningfeng. Ningfeng remained calm, then took out the special black authority card personally given to him by the mayor. The two charging bodyguards stopped in their tracks instantly, as if they had run into something they simply could not defy. Master Wang's face turned deathly pale the moment he recognized the black card's extraordinary status. The employee beside him was just as shocked and could not believe what she had seen. Ningfeng smiled to himself. The card clearly carried even more weight than he expected. Master Wang hurried to ask where the card came from, but Ningfeng calmly put it away and told him to investigate it himself. Master Wang panicked and immediately called his superior for help. The entire trading center was forced to shut down as the situation grew tense. Not long after, Tai Dongming personally called Master Wang, with killing intent in his voice. The man on the other end yelled that anyone daring to offend a black card holder clearly had a death wish. Cold sweat instantly covered Master Wang. He quickly claimed it was only a misunderstanding, knowing full well Tai Dongming was no ordinary man. No matter how hard he explained, the pressure from the call left him trembling, and he was warned never to touch Ningfeng again. Tai Dongming could not believe such stupidity had happened, and declared he would come in person to deal with it. After the call ended, Master Wang nearly collapsed, unable to understand what ties Ningfeng had with the highest ranks. In his panic, he contacted Du An and informed him the equipment he wanted had been found. He hoped bringing in a fourth transition powerhouse could still save the situation. Outside, Ningfeng calmly waited with Yang Xin as if nothing had happened. Soon, Tai Dongming rushed over, with Du An following behind with an overwhelming presence. Ningfeng paused for a moment, wondering why both Tai Dongming and Du An had shown up together. Yang Xin was equally stunned that her young customer had connections this powerful. The moment they entered, Tai Dongming and Du An fixed icy stares on the employee who had caused the trouble. She shook like a leaf in the wind. Their aura alone was enough to crush her spirit. By instinct, she turned to Master Wang as her last hope, but she found him in an even worse state, barely able to stay composed. Master Wang was drenched in sweat and muttered non-stop, knowing everything was over. Tai Dongming originally planned to force them to kneel and apologize, but Ningfeng coldly refused, saying it would change nothing. Without another word, Tai Dongming ordered both of them to be thrown out of the trading center immediately. Master Wang and the employee turned completely pale after losing all support. Furious, Master Wang vented all his anger on the employee. He cursed and beat her, blaming her for everything while she cried in despair. Tai Dongming frowned in disgust and ordered his men to drag them both outside. Once everything settled down, he noticed Ningfeng seemed quite satisfied with how Yang Xin had handled things. He also realized Ningfeng's impression of the trading center had not become too negative. Tai Dongming turned to Yang Xin and thanked her for her hard work today. He also promised she would not suffer any losses because of this incident. Yang Xin blushed and lowered her head with a soft reply, while Ningfeng looked a little embarrassed. After all, the whole incident had started because of him and even brought the mayor here in person. Tai Dongming laughed it off, saying there was no need for formalities, and reminded him that without Ningfeng and Du An, the city would have faced a disaster before. He then brought up the treasure selection again and asked whether Ningfeng had any target in the trading center. Ning Feng openly said he was looking for an item called Zhongwei meteorite. Hearing the unfamiliar name, both Tai Dongming and Duan looked confused and had no idea what it was. Seeing their reaction, Ning Feng began to feel something was off. He quickly changed his story, saying he had only seen the name online, though it was actually related to what he discovered the previous night. That night, Ning Feng studied the skill book Kiwi had given him as a small experiment. It was originally a spiritual power manual that helped mages quickly restore energy during battle. But when Ning Feng touched it, the system inside his body automatically transformed it, merging it with dark energy and rebuilding it into something entirely different. The result was a brand new passive skill called Dark Convergence Pool. This skill allowed him to absorb purified traces of dark energy left in the environment and convert them into his own power. That discovery was exactly why Ning Feng came here today, but Tai Dongming and Duan's reaction showed the item was far from common. After learning the situation, Tai Dongming said goodbye and left using a special teleportation item. With only the two of them left, Ning Feng suggested finding a place to rest and recover. Instead, Duan invited him to his home, which turned out to be a massive villa. It was clear the Qin Yu administration highly valued talented people and spared no expense. Ning Feng was surprised as he walked inside, while Duan openly offered to let him stay there. But Ning Feng was not the type to take advantage of others, so he planned to earn enough money to build his own place. His goal was to create a home like this and live close to Duan for convenience. While they were talking, Duan's phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. On the other end, Zhang Ji had just received an urgent report and immediately contacted Duan. He said a team from headquarters had arrived to investigate the recent anomalies and wanted to meet with Duan. After hearing the news, Duan fell silent for a few seconds and instinctively looked at Ning Feng. That glance made Ning Feng pause, sensing something was not so simple. Worried the headquarters team would interfere too deeply and disrupt the plans of the person he was protecting. So he immediately ended the call and decided everything would wait for Ning Feng's decision. After hearing Zhang Ji's full report, Ning Feng rubbed his chin and decided it was best to stay cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, another mysterious group was also moving into the area. The place looked peaceful on the surface, but Qin Yu City was clearly hiding much more. The inspection team from headquarters was actually a squad of ability users, with Su Lan among them. Kiwi was also part of the team. Under Su Lan's command, they investigated while a scarfist man kept demanding answers about the mysterious person who had saved the city, insisting they uncover the truth. Faced with the endless questions, Su Lan simply replied that she had never met the person herself. The scarfist man kept pressing her, refusing to believe the stories about the mysterious powerhouse who had turned the secret realm around. He claimed it was all speculation, since secret realm invasions were always chaotic and could not be judged by rumors alone. Even so, the traces left behind were too obvious, leading many in the team to believe a king-level powerhouse had intervened. Deep down, Su Lan had already guessed the truth, but she stayed silent to protect Ning Feng, leaving Kiwi beside her feeling the heavy pressure. Zhang Ji then reported that he had invited Duan, but Duan declined because he was busy. The scarfist man immediately sneered, saying freelance adventurers were unreliable and always did whatever they wanted. Even so, his determination to uncover the truth never wavered. That evening, the inspection team officially entered the sealed secret realm. The scarfist man once again took the lead with an unfriendly attitude. He pushed deep into the heart of the recent anomaly. The guards instantly recognized the headquarters team and did not dare stop them. As a result, they easily reached the center of the secret realm. The deeper they went, the more devastating the destruction became. The ruined landscape left everyone shivering at the sheer scale of the damage. Even the scarfist man was stunned, wondering what kind of power could flatten an entire area like this. Traces of dark energy still lingered in the air, proving the battle had been anything but ordinary. He sneered, believing that, even if the mysterious powerhouse really existed, he could eventually surpass them. He had no idea the person he was searching for was the center of everything, making his judgment completely wrong. The scarfist man raised his hand to sense the lingering, dark energy, and excitement spread across his face. He laughed as the remaining power thrilled him, completely unaware of the true danger behind it. A terrifying aura spread through the area, crushing the space itself under an overwhelming pressure. The scarfist man burst into mad laughter and declared that everything would soon fall under his control. Even without knowing his background, it was obvious he was no ordinary man. Back at Duan's mansion, Everything was as quiet and luxurious as ever. Ningfeng was still focused on a game on his phone, paying no attention to anything else. Suddenly, the system inside him issued a warning about an apocalypse relic, and his expression instantly changed. He felt an invisible connection, pulling his consciousness toward a distant location. Without hesitation, Ningfeng quit the game and focused all his attention on tracking it. The signal became clearer and clearer, as if he was about to pinpoint the exact location. He immediately grabbed his jacket and stood up. Duan looked surprised and asked where he was going so late at night. Ningfeng simply said he had something to handle and told Duan to keep playing the game for him. With that, he left at once, leaving Duan standing there in confusion with the phone in his hand. According to the signal, the target was first located inside the evil graveyard's secret realm. But in the next instant, the coordinates suddenly began moving. At the same time, chaos erupted around the secret realm entrance. A gigantic monster suddenly broke through the seal, sending the guards into complete panic. The inspection team leader was captured by the monster, his body completely restrained, leaving only weak cries for help. He screamed in despair as unbearable pain consumed him. As Ningfeng rushed toward the area, a group of adventurers blocked his path. They informed him the road ahead was sealed off under a red alert. Rather than argue, Ningfeng got out of the vehicle and continued on foot. At that moment, the target's signal suddenly stopped moving. As he approached the scene, desperate screams echoed non-stop. One look at the victims was enough to reveal how severe their injuries were. Just then, Sulan and Kiva's team also rushed to the scene. The sight before them left everyone completely shocked. The situation had spiraled far beyond anyone's expectations and was nearly beyond control. Sulan fought back with everything she had, but the monster completely overwhelmed her, leaving her badly wounded. Kivi quickly used healing abilities and support equipment to restore Sulan's condition. Even so, the gap in strength was simply too great, and their attacks barely had any effect. After recovering, Sulan forced herself back to her feet as the monster continued toward the populated district. The team immediately sent an emergency call to Duan, but the distance made a timely rescue almost impossible. Everyone understood that even Duan would struggle to change the outcome. With only the current forces available, their chances of victory were almost zero. Their final hope rested on the mysterious figure behind Duan. As the monster continued destroying everything in its path, the team leader had already fallen unconscious and completely lost his will. After crushing every obstacle, the monster finally came face to face with Ningfeng. Looking at the creature, Ningfeng briefly considered testing a new forbidden spell. The monster instantly locked onto him and let out a savage roar. It charged forward at terrifying speed, its enormous body moving with incredible agility. Its attack tore through the air straight toward Ningfeng, but it could not even touch a single strand of his hair. Instead, Ningfeng's aura spread out, making the monster freeze before instinctively backing away in fear. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Apocalypse relic detected. Absorb it now? The message made Ningfeng pause for a brief moment. After a quick scan, the system confirmed all activation conditions had been met, including defeating the target head-on. Ningfeng did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the absorption. The monster let out a horrifying scream as its body convulsed violently, as if it were being crushed from the inside. In the next instant, it swelled up and exploded into countless fragments of dark energy. Within the fading smoke, Ningfeng unconsciously inherited every fragmented memory the creature had left behind. The absorption progress bar rapidly climbed until it reached the maximum. A massive surge of power erupted as every one of his attributes increased by more than 100 points. Ningfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. It felt like discovering a priceless treasure, and even his previous level-ups could not compare to this growth. But at the same time, his mind was flooded with the creature's chaotic memories, pushing his mental strength to its limit. Just then, Duan rushed over from the distance, breathing heavily as he asked what had happened. But by the time he arrived, every trace of the battlefield had already vanished. Ningfeng casually replied that he had just dealt with one ugly monster along the way. He pointed at the ruins, as if it had been nothing worth mentioning. Seeing what was left of the corpse, Duan immediately recognized it as the target Zhang Ji had warned about. What shocked him was not that the monster had died, but that the battlefield had been cleaned so completely that not even a trace of energy remained. Ningfeng patted Duan on the shoulder, asked him to handle the cleanup, then disappeared like the wind. He did not want the people nearby to notice him or record what had happened. Duan stood there in a daze, once again stunned by Ningfeng's speed and efficiency. he began to realize his boss was far stronger than he had ever imagined, beyond even the fastest elite assassins. Every move Ningfeng made felt like another shock to his mind. Meanwhile, the inspection team leader, who had been possessed, was taken into custody and questioned. He confessed that while exploring the secret realm, he had discovered an entity capable of turning dark energy into pure power. Driven by greed, he abused his authority to enter the evil graveyard's secret realm, only to be consumed in return and become the monster's vessel. This crisis was resolved mainly because of Duan's actions and the appearance of the mysterious powerhouse. Zhang Ji was overjoyed, believing the city was now protected by an incredibly powerful guardian. Su Lan and Kiwi also felt relieved. Although they still did not know the mysterious person's identity, they could at least confirm Ningfeng had no ties to the forces of darkness. Based on all the evidence, they temporarily ruled out the theory that he had allied with demonic creatures. Kiwi quietly asked Duan if he had ever met the mysterious powerhouse. Duan scratched his head and admitted he had one indirect encounter. That answer instantly caught Sulan and Kiwi's attention, making the atmosphere tense. Zhang Ji immediately thought of asking Duan to act as a bridge to that powerhouse, believing the city would be completely safe if they could maintain the relationship. But Duan refused at once, saying his boss was extremely private and disliked being disturbed, so no one should approach without permission. Thinking about it, someone of that level would naturally attract countless factions. Deep down, Duan admitted, this was the kind of backer everyone wished they had. Seeing his superiors looking disappointed, Duan offered a few more words of reassurance. He said that since his boss already had ties to Qin Yu, he would never abandon the city, but everyone should keep a respectful distance instead of bothering him. The casual mention of family made both Su Lan and Kiwi fall silent as their expressions changed. Su Lan began to rethink everything, shifting from suspecting Ningfeng of working with a hidden organization to believing an even greater figure, perhaps a master or elder, was supporting him. Ignoring all the commotion outside, Ningfeng relaxed at home, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Looking back on everything, he finally connected the truth about the Apocalypse relics. They were actually the leftover energy from Secret Realm bosses after their deaths. The chaotic memories flooding his mind were attached memory fragments that recorded the glorious past of the demon lords he had absorbed. At first, he had no interest in the title of Demon Lord, and even considered those remnants worthless. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized they held tremendous value. If he could make use of those memories, exploring secret realms would become much easier, and heavily corrupted areas could even become passive training grounds. If everything continued as it was, the apocalypse would eventually crush humanity, while the current Awakener training system remained full of flaws. That also explained why top-tier talents were so rare, and why most Awakeners never reached their true potential. If this continued, humanity would destroy itself sooner or later, and Ningfeng had no intention of carrying the entire world alone while wandering through endless monsters. Fortunately, this world was not the only one targeted by the alien threat. In several other timelines, the disaster had already been completely eliminated. Ningfeng began thinking further ahead. If he collected more apocalypse relics and refined their knowledge into survival experience to share with others, he might change the future. The challenge was doing it without being treated like a madman. But knowledge on that scale was far beyond what ordinary people could handle, and one small mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Lost in thought, Ningfeng was suddenly pulled back to reality by his ringing phone. The caller was none other than Miss Wang. She proudly announced that she had completed an S-rank class advancement and earned the title Glorious Vanguard. Since Ningfeng had played a part in her success, Wang Yue immediately demanded that he treat her to a proper celebration. Earlier, the moment she stepped out of the class advancement formation, a full celebration was already waiting, with confetti filling the air like a victory parade. Another teammate had also completed a successful promotion and was instantly surrounded by cheers and praise. He went all out by reserving the city's most luxurious restaurant for an all-night party with the entire group. But Wang Yue showed little interest and politely declined, saying she already had other plans. She added that the mission had exhausted her and she needed to rest, saying the celebration could wait. But the man refused to stop pestering her. In the end, Wang Yue gave a short reply and walked away, leaving him and the others standing there in stunned silence. Anger boiled inside him as he felt humiliated right after earning such a major achievement. Seeing the tension rise, one of the girls stepped in and tried to smooth things over, saying Wang Yue probably really had something important to do. But the man was petty by nature. The moment he was rejected, he turned hostile. In his eyes, Wang Yue was already on a completely different level from everyone else. His sarcastic remarks seemed casual at first, but they hit a nerve and made the atmosphere even heavier. He even insisted that Wang Yue would eventually leave the team, leaving everyone else visibly uncomfortable. That evening, Wang Yue took Ningfeng's to a famous barbecue restaurant, known for its giant skewers of roasted meat. The moment Ningfeng saw the table piled high with food, his eyes lit up and his mood instantly improved. The dinner was actually her way of thanking him for the gift he had given her. She honestly admitted she could never have achieved Today's result without it. While taking a bite of grilled meat, Ningfeng casually asked if the item had also unlocked a hidden class. As he sorted through the Demon Lord's memories, Ningfeng realized the Awakener class system had been deeply flawed from the very beginning. Wang Yue had accidentally awakened an extremely rare hidden class, making him suspect those marks were the key to unlocking a deeper evolution system. Wang Yue eagerly nodded and even asked how to obtain more of those marks, planning to buy as many as possible so her entire team could grow stronger. Ningfeng admitted he did not know the exact method, since he had only found a few by chance, but he appreciated her sincere desire to help others. She firmly declared that she would collect every mark she could. In a chaotic world, extra protection was always valuable, and if she found anything suitable, she would save it for Ningfeng in case it unlocked an even greater opportunity. Ningfeng laughed and teased her, saying she could carry all the hard work while he simply enjoyed the rewards, as long as she did not steal his loot. Wang Yue snapped back, but the sudden movement pulled the wound on her shoulder, making her freeze in pain. Seeing that, Ningfeng put down his chopsticks and immediately asked what was wrong. Wang Yue rubbed her shoulder and said it was an injury from fighting the boss. Even after multiple healing treatments, it still had not recovered. The high-level monster had hit her too hard. The injury reached deep into the bone, and a full recovery would take quite some time. Just then, Ningfeng's phone suddenly rang again. The moment he answered, an arrogant voice demanded to know if he was Ningfeng, and he replied with only a curt response. The caller practically shouted, ordering him to reveal where he had hidden the marks, speaking as if no one else mattered. Losing patience, Ningfeng hung up immediately and told Wang Yue everything that had just happened. Wang Yue's expression instantly darkened. If news about the marks had leaked, then there had to be an insider. Meanwhile, Ningfeng remained completely calm and went back to finishing his barbecue. His phone rang once more, as if the caller refused to give up. This time, the voice on the other end was even more aggressive, nearly screaming into the phone. Ningfeng did not bother arguing. He hung up again and switched on Do Not Disturb, putting an end to the annoyance. After finishing dinner, they paid the bill and went their separate ways. Late that night, as Ningfeng opened his door, he immediately sensed something was wrong. His apartment had been completely trashed, looking more like a battlefield than a home. A blonde-haired man sat there arrogantly, greeting Ningfeng as if he owned the place. Ningfeng recognized him at once. He was the same man who had called earlier. The threatening phone call had only been the beginning of this brazen break-in. Ningfeng coldly asked who he was, his eyes turning sharp. The blonde man sneered, looking down on him as nothing more than an inexperienced awakener. He bragged as if everything was under his control and treated Ningfeng like he was nobody. Just then, a shadow lunged from behind with the speed of a hunting beast. But before the sneak attack could land, an invisible barrier stopped it completely. Ningfeng simply leaned aside, letting the deadly strike pass through empty space. He immediately countered with a clean attack, knocking the assassin out in a single move. The blonde man froze. The prey he had underestimated was far stronger than expected. Ningfeng brushed the dust from his shoulder and calmly said that was his return greeting, reminding the man to show some respect. The blonde man's face twisted with rage. The man who had just been defeated was actually a well-known 3-star assassin. Yet Ningfeng had taken him down effortlessly, making the whole scene almost unbelievable. Realizing things had turned against him, the blonde man threw a smoke sphere onto the floor to create confusion. Using the smoke as cover, he turned and ran as fast as he could. But before he could escape, his plan fell apart. A hand like an iron clamps suddenly grabbed his ankle from behind and yanked him back. The force slammed his face into the floor, smashing his teeth against the railing until blood splattered everywhere. Clean up the mess you made. The room grew heavy with pressure as Ningfeng coldly demanded immediate compensation for the damage. In the end, the blonde man and his accomplice were stripped of every valuable item they carried, but it still was not enough to cover the loss. Ningfeng then demanded to know who was behind the entire attack. Just as he expected, The mastermind was Zhao Cheng, who had grown resentful over the item Wang Yue received and had hired them to steal information. Ning Feng was not surprised. Instead, he found the situation rather interesting, since people who came looking for trouble were always easier to deal with. Coincidentally, he had a new ability he had never tested before, and these men were the perfect subjects. It was a special skill that consumed mental power to invade and manipulate another person's mind, temporarily turning them into puppets. Before using it on Zhao Cheng, Ning Feng decided to test its stability on these two thugs first. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and his companion were still discussing their plans involving Ning Feng. Zhao Cheng was still irritated that Wang Yue had refused his party invitation, making him even more annoyed. As they talked, he pieced together everything that had happened during Wang Yu's class advancement. It turned out, these two men had secretly sabotaged the mission and deliberately pushed her into danger. Their original plan was for Zhao Cheng to appear as her heroic savior and win her favor. But everything fell apart because Wang Yue was far stronger than they had expected. Even while injured, she defeated the boss herself and ruined their entire scheme. While they were talking, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path. After a brief pause, Zhao Cheng recognized the figure as the blonde man he had sent on the mission. Frowning in annoyance, Zhao Cheng scolded him for returning without reporting and demanded to know if the mission had succeeded. But the blonde man remained strangely silent. Instead, a cold voice asked who had injured Wang Yue. Both men hesitated for a moment, but Zhao Cheng quickly returned to his usual arrogance. He stepped forward and even slapped the blonde man across the face, showing complete contempt. To him, the blonde man was nothing more than a disposable tool. He had no idea the killing intent inside the figure before him was rising by the second. In the next instant, he and his accomplice were both grabbed by the throat before they could react to the terrifying speed. A voice as cold as ice echoed out. Anyone who dared touch Wang Yue no longer deserved to exist. But Ning Feng had no intention of ending it that easily. Zhao Cheng had once tried to push him to his death. So this time, he decided to let his enemy suffer a slow and crushing end. The overwhelming mental pressure slowly broke their will to resist. In less than a minute, both of their lives were completely snuffed out. To them, that moment felt like an entire lifetime in hell. After finishing the job, Ning Feng erased every trace and left the scene looking as if nothing had happened. Even so, the situation was not completely safe yet. His apartment was in a normal residential area. If a high-level awakened investigated, traces could still be found. Even though he was strong enough to face trouble now, there was no reason to sit around waiting for it. At first, Ning Feng planned to use the Demon King's memories and knowledge to build a long-term plan. Luckily, he had not written anything down, or those secrets would have brought endless trouble if exposed. Putting those bigger plans aside, the priority was cleaning up the scene and moving into Duan's mansion, a high-security location protected by a level 3 expert. Duan's elite district had far better defenses than his old home, so Ning Feng packed up and moved overnight. As soon as he arrived, he told the owner everything that had happened. After hearing the story, Duan was furious. Someone had dared cause trouble on his turf, and he immediately vowed to track down everyone behind it. Ning Feng simply dropped onto the sofa as if it were nothing, then changed the subject and asked Duan if he knew a trustworthy alchemist. Duan looked surprised and asked what he needed. Ning Feng thought for a moment before giving a clear set of requirements. The most important thing was solid skill and good character. Ideally, the person should work independently with few ties to major factions, so information could stay under control. Duan recalled someone who fit the description, but that person belonged to a major organization, so Ning Feng rejected the idea at once because it was not secure enough. From the Demon King's memories, he knew some alchemists had once created products far beyond Today's standards. The methods were almost completely lost, so rebuilding them would require an expert to study the formulas. The problem was that truly capable experts were usually tightly controlled by powerful factions, making them both hard to reach and dangerous to trust. If handled poorly, it could lead to another chain of trouble, just like Zhao Cheng. In the end, Ning Feng decided not to rush and planned to gather more information himself later. The next day, Wang Yue unexpectedly found him a promising lead. The interesting part was that the person came from the circle of someone they already knew, making the coincidence even stranger. Wang Yue's group included Zi Ting. Her older brother, Zi Hui, was a capable alchemist who had once wanted to join the team, but was blocked because of conflicts with Zhao Cheng. Wang Yue offered to introduce them. Ning Feng only let out a faint laugh. Zhao Cheng again. That guy seemed to appear everywhere. If he had not been dealt with, Wang Yue would have kept getting dragged into trouble. Wang Yue then changed the subject and asked where Ming Feng had gotten all those alchemy formulas for evaluation. She had started to suspect him because he had used a similar excuse to explain the origin of other items before. She quietly wondered if Ming Feng was hiding an entire treasure vault somewhere. The more she learned, the harder he was to figure out. Even so, she did not press him and chose to trust him as always. Soon after, Wang Yue helped arrange a meeting with Zi Ting's older brother. His name was Zi Hui. He had a calm appearance and carried the air of a longtime researcher. After reading the documents, Zi Hui said the ingredients were nothing unusual, but the process was incredibly strange and immediately caught his attention. He asked Ming Feng whether he truly understood what this medicines actually did. Ming Feng casually replied that it could increase the speed of gaining experience. That casual answer made Zi Hui instantly doubt what he had heard. If it were true, its value would far surpass every existing enhancement product and could even change the future of low-level awakened. Ming Feng admitted that he only knew the basics, which was exactly why he needed an expert to verify it. After hearing that, Zhu Hui wasted no time and rushed into his lab to analyze the formula in depth. While waiting for the results, Wang Yue and Zi Ting chatted with Ming Feng to pass the time. Suddenly, a loud crash came from downstairs, making everyone turn in surprise. Zi Ting immediately rushed upstairs to see what had happened. The moment she reached the lab, she saw an experimental creature flying out. It was one of Zi Hui's test mice. The tiny creature fled in panic, trembling as if it had just survived something horrifying. Before it could escape, a fireball slammed into it and blew it apart on the spot. Ming Feng, Wang Yue, and Zi Ting stood frozen. Both girls were completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Zi Hui ignored them entirely and charged straight toward Ming Feng as if he had found hidden treasure. Grabbing Ming Feng by the shoulders, he excitedly announced that the potion had boosted experience gain, exactly as expected, and was even more stable than he had imagined. Ming Feng stayed calm, but he quietly began reassessing the true value of the formula. Zi Hui kept talking, excitedly, about how he had just tested the potion on monsters to confirm its effects. Zi Ting could only stare at her brother, thinking he had become completely obsessed with his research. To calm everyone down, Zi Hui quickly explained the full test results. Then he asked Ming Feng about his future plans for the potion. If this reached the black market, it would spark a massive frenzy, and powerful factions would fight over it. Ming Feng realized selling it could bring huge profits, but it also carried enormous risks if major organizations targeted him. Just as the room fell silent, his phone suddenly rang. An urgent message from their homeroom teacher, Qi Wei, appeared in the class group chat. The academy announced a monster hunting field exercise inside a secret realm in Qinyu City for senior students. It would begin early next week, with teams rotating to avoid overcrowding. The group chat exploded with excitement, especially after rumors about the experience-boosting potion spread. However, the supply had already been bought out, leaving many people unable to get one even with money. Looking at the screen, Ming Feng quickly formed a new plan. He would reserve the supply for his trusted allies before expanding further. Zi Ting immediately asked if she counted as family, her eyes full of hope. Ming Feng nodded, making her cheer with excitement. She declared that she and Wang Yue were officially on his side, while Zi Hui could only sigh at his practical-minded sister. Ming Feng believed this was the right move, because exposing this resource would trigger fierce competition and could even attract factions like Zhao Cheng's. So his first priority was strengthening his trusted circle and preventing any information from leaking. Once that foundation was solid enough, he would consider accepting other truly capable people. Ming Feng then remembered Zhu Jiangshu from Wang Yue's group. He had plenty of potential, but had never been properly developed, making him a good candidate for a share of the resources. Wang Yue and Zi Ting both looked excited, especially since Zhu Jiangshu had been worried about falling behind. With this experience potion, improving his strength would no longer be difficult, and Ming Feng did not mind investing in a useful ally for the future. Zi Hui then curiously asked whether Ming Feng had any other resources like this. Without hiding anything, Ming Feng took out another formula and handed it over. This one was far more complex, filled with herbs and techniques far beyond current standards. Even Zi Hui could only understand a small part, and creating the finished product was nearly impossible with his current abilities. Ming Feng was not surprised. The formula came from another world, so expecting a newly awakened alchemist to master it was like asking an elementary school student to read an ancient classic. Even identifying a few useful components was already a great result, so he decided to try another approach. He suggested waiting until the potion batch was complete, then bringing in Zhu Jiangshu to form a team focused on grinding secret realms and leveling up. Wang Yue immediately agreed, and even declared that Ming Feng had to join the team instead of staying behind as the planner. Zi Hui estimated the production schedule and figured there would be enough potions for everyone by early next week. Wang Yue immediately set their departure for Monday. Before he knew it, Ming Feng had gone from making the plan to being dragged into it, with Wang Yue deciding the schedule before he could object. On Monday morning, Ming Feng arrived at the meeting point on time and waited among the crowd. Just then, a bus carrying students from another class passed by on its way to the secret realm for the academy's training event. The moment they saw Ming Feng, several students mocked him, believing he was just a weak tag-along riding with a stronger team. The taunts kept coming, growing more insulting, but Ming Feng did not react at all. Even after the bus drove away, the atmosphere was still filled with ridicule. When Chi-Wei's group reached the secret realm, the place was already packed with people, like a massive event gathering forces from all over. One look at the crowd made it obvious that ordinary students were only minor participants in this training exercise. Simply getting access to the secret realm was already a privilege, so waiting in line was unavoidable. At that moment, the same students spotted Ming Feng standing with Wang Yue's team, including Zihui, Zhu Jiangshu, and the others, forming a well-balanced squad. They immediately started mocking him again. They insisted Ming Feng was just freeloading off a stronger team. Jealousy quickly spread through the students, making the atmosphere even more tense. However, Ming Feng's team was soon allowed to skip the long inspection line and head straight through. That only made the other students even more upset. Chi-Wei explained that Wang Yue's squad was registered as a combat support team, which gave them priority access, while ordinary students had to follow the normal process. The others had no argument and could only swallow their frustration as the team entered first. Some jealous students continued making comparisons and even stirred up more complaints, creating an increasingly chaotic scene. Just then, several students sensed an unusual aura from another group that had just arrived and asked about Wang Yu's identity. After learning who she was, the strangers immediately lost interest in the students and headed straight toward the secret realm entrance. Among them was a female student ranked among the top young awakened. There was also a muscular young man carrying a massive weapon, another highly ranked fighter with an intimidating presence. Leading them was a young man with overwhelming confidence, ranked second among the super rookie standings. After entering the central area of the secret realm, Ming Feng quietly handed Zhu Jiangshu an experience potion. The moment Zhu Jiangshu drank it, he became thrilled as he clearly felt his growth speed increase far beyond normal. Wang Yue immediately tapped him on the head and told him to keep quiet before he attracted attention, while Zhu Jiangshu awkwardly apologized for getting too excited. Zhu Jiangshu then asked Zi Hui about the potion's true value. Zi Hui calmly explained that the ingredients were inexpensive, while the real challenge was the refinement process. That was what made it so valuable. If anyone could grow stronger with such little cost, every major faction would fight to obtain it, and Ming Feng would become one of the most sought-after people around. Zhu Jiangshu became so excited that he pounded his chest and swore to follow Ming Feng no matter what. Zi Ting eagerly joined in with endless praise, leaving Ming Feng smiling awkwardly. Watching the scene, Wang You's expression softened as she remembered Ming Feng's past. Ever since his failed awakening at 16, he had become the class joke, leaving deep emotional scars and very few friends. That was why seeing him quietly surrounded by companions now felt so different. Wang Yue secretly hoped this would help Ming Feng open up and truly become part of the group. The emotional moment ended as Wang Yue switched into leader mode and began assigning roles. With Zhao Cheng and his expendable teammate gone, the team had lost its main frontline defender, so everyone's safety came first. Ming Feng was specifically told to limit his actions to avoid attracting monsters. In Wang Yue's eyes, Ming Feng was still a support-focused newcomer, so she took the lead in combat herself, assigned Zhu Jiangshu as the main tank, and had Zihui provide support and handle emergencies. Ming Feng did not object. Even though the strategy left him with little to do, he accepted it to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He decided to observe his teammates first. Fighting while collecting real combat data would be more valuable. As soon as the battle began, Wang Yue unleashed a powerful light skill that tore through the surrounding darkness. The attack swept across the monster horde, creating a massive energy blast that wiped out countless enemies in the first wave. The remaining monsters immediately became enraged, and their killing intent surged. They charged straight at the formation, trying to break through the opening. Zhu Jiangshu swung his weapon and unleashed a lightning skill, pouring all his power into the center of the horde. Zhu Jiangshu followed up perfectly, helping wipe out another large group of monsters. The survivors sensed the danger and began retreating or changing direction. Zi Hui quickly threw out several support potions and cast fire spells to keep the team's momentum going. Thanks to their teamwork, everyone's growth speed increased noticeably, and the battle became much smoother. Zhu Jiangshu and Zi Ting celebrated excitedly. Their leveling speed had far exceeded expectations, and reaching a higher level before the exam now seemed within reach. Just as everyone's spirits were rising, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from deep inside the secret realm. The entire team instantly went on guard and shifted into defensive positions. Zhu Jiangshu shouted a warning, convinced that someone was hiding nearby and watching them. A mocking laugh answered back, admitting they had been watching from the beginning and calling the fight nothing more than child's play. Gu Wenju stepped out of the shadows with two companions, their overwhelming presence, making it clear they were no ordinary opponents. He sneered at Zhu Jiangshu, saying his strength was still far too weak for the real stage. Zi Ting and Zhu Jiangshu immediately recognized them as two pranked young, awakened in the national rankings. Gu Wenju proudly declared that his team's reputation was not something anyone should underestimate. Zhu Jiangshu wondered why they had appeared in Qinyu City, since this was not their usual territory. Wang Yue stepped forward and blocked their path, telling them to leave if they had no intention of cooperating, instead of interfering with the hunt. Gu Wenju kept his arrogant smile and took another step forward, showing no intention of backing down. He had come here for one reason only, to recruit Wang Yue into his faction. His over-the-top recruitment pitch sounded like a pyramid scheme, leaving Zi Ting and Zhu Jiangshu staring in disbelief. Wang Yue immediately rejected the offer with an icy expression, acting as if it had never been worth considering. She crushed his hopes again. Even when he mentioned their team included the nation's 14th-ranked mage and an open reserve spot, she firmly refused to switch sides. Even after being rejected again and again, Gu Wenju refused to give up, while Wang Yue grew increasingly annoyed by his persistence. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Gu Wenju switched tactics and brought up the new competition rules. He explained that the outside world had changed, dangerous zones had grown stronger, and major factions had tightened their recruitment standards. This year, admission was practically reserved for top geniuses or elite teams, with only a handful of available spots. According to Gu Wenju, if he and Wang Yue joined forces, they would almost certainly pass every selection. He even acted as if he were preaching destiny, insisting that Wang Yue had been born to stand above everyone else. As he finished speaking, his eyes drifted toward Zi Ting and Zhu Jiangshu, silently judging their worth. His gaze was filled with open contempt, making the atmosphere grow even heavier. He dismissed both of them as worthless trash, instantly angering Wang Yue after insulting her teammates. She finally snapped, drew her bow, and released her battle aura. Gu Wenju only laughed, treating her reaction as a moment of impulse. In reality, Wang Yue's advantage was long-range combat. Once forced into close quarters, her chances of winning dropped sharply, and Gu Wenju understood that well. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zi Ting quickly pulled Wang Yue back and urged her to leave, instead of fighting a pointless battle. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Yue lowered her weapon and withdrew with her teammates, refusing to waste any more time on them. Ningfeng stayed behind to observe, quietly judging that those opponents were far from ordinary, and the sense of danger had not disappeared. Just then, another man named Li Ke appeared and deliberately blocked Ningfeng's path. Mistaking Ningfeng for someone else, Li Ke was about to attack until Ningfeng corrected him, but Li Ke only sneered. His arrogance flared as he treated Ningfeng like worthless trash blocking the way and bluntly ordered him to get lost. Insulted for no reason, Ningfeng's killing intent surged and his icy gaze locked onto Li Ke. Before Ningfeng could move, Zhu Jiangshu stepped in front of him and warned Li Ke not to go too far. But in Li Ke's eyes, even Zhu Jiangshu was beneath his notice. Without another word, he threw a punch as fast as an arrow. The strike aimed straight for Zhu Jiangshu's vital spot, carrying enough force to cause devastating damage. Zhu Jiangshu thought he had avoided it, but Li Ke instantly followed with another attack, leaving him no chance to recover. With nowhere left to dodge, Zhu Jiangshu took the full hit, making Wang Yue panic as she turned back. Ningfeng rushed in to help, but Gu Wenju stepped in to block him, clearly wanting to watch the show. Furious, Wang Yue demanded that Gu Wenju get out of the way. Her blunt command was like a slap across his face. and Gu Wenzu's expression immediately darkened. He looked down on everyone else, yet acted offended the moment someone pushed back, exposing his blatant hypocrisy. In the distance, Zhu Jiangshu signaled that he was fine, but only he knew several ribs had cracked. Li Ke had shown no mercy. Even with his body screaming in pain, Zhu Jiangshu still stood in front of Ningfeng. He ordered Ningfeng to stay back before charging ahead in a desperate attack. Zhu Jiangshu had already made up his mind. He would either win or fall here. Across from him, Li Ke mockingly raised a finger and continued provoking him. Holding nothing back, Zhu Jiangshu poured all his strength into one decisive strike and charged forward. But Li Ke was even faster than expected. Their attacks collided in an instant, and a direct hit would almost certainly end in severe injuries. Seeing the danger, Zi Ting and Wang Yue both rushed forward, no longer able to stand by and watch. Just as everything seemed ready to explode, a single hand reached out and effortlessly stopped the incoming punch. The one who made the move was none other than Ningfeng. The sight of him blocking the attack barehanded left everyone on both sides frozen in shock. Li Ke finally realized that his fist had been completely locked in place. He could neither pull it back nor push forward. His confidence vanished, replaced by disbelief, as the man he had looked down on turned out to be anything but weak. He could not believe that someone who looked like a mage possessed such overwhelming physical strength. While Li Ke was still stunned, Ningfeng moved in one smooth motion and locked his wrist. A moment later, Ningfeng hurled him away with tremendous force, as if throwing aside a worthless object. Li Ke slammed into a nearby cliff with a terrifying impact. His body became embedded in the rock, hanging limp and nearly unconscious, with injuries that were clearly severe. Ningfeng glanced at him and coldly repeated the exact words Li Ke had spoken earlier, throwing all the contempt back at him. Seeing the situation collapse, Gu Wenju rushed forward to save Li Ke, but Wang Yue was already behind him, with her weapon drawn, cutting off his path. In the middle of the chaos, Wang Yue released an arrow that struck an extremely unfortunate and sensitive spot. Gu Wenzu's face twisted in agony as his entire body curled up and all of his earlier confidence disappeared. Zi Ting watched the whole scene from behind. She was both shocked and amused, barely holding back her laughter. The people nearby could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. Two famous young elites had been reduced to such miserable states. One had been defeated with nothing but bare hands, while the other had been taken down in the most embarrassing way imaginable. Ningfeng had only one thought left. Since he had already been dragged into this mess, he might as well finish it once and for all. After things settled down, Ningfeng looked over the battlefield and noticed that his teammates were still distracted by what had just happened. He reminded Zi Ting to heal Zhu Jiangshu at once, and she finally snapped back to her senses. Thanks to Zi Ting's healing skill, Zhu Jiangshu quickly began recovering. When Ningfeng asked how they should deal with the remaining enemies, Zhu Jiangshu showed complete obedience and did not even dare make the decision himself. Hearing Zhu Jiangshu address him as Sir made Ningfeng pause for a moment, but he understood why he reacted that way. After displaying such overwhelming strength, earning that level of respect was only natural. Ningfeng decided to clean up the remaining aftermath of the fight, and Zhu Jiangshu followed every order without hesitation. On the other side, Gu Wenju panicked as the situation spiraled beyond his expectations and hurriedly protested. But the moment he opened his mouth, a powerful strike shattered the ground beside him, a clear warning from Ningfeng. Ningfeng's icy stare left Gu Wenju frozen in fear. He instantly changed his attitude and desperately tried to please him. Gu Wenju quickly backed down and even offered up the armor he was wearing, hoping it would buy his life. Ningfeng had no intention of accepting such a bargain. Ningfeng grabbed him by the throat and made it perfectly clear that he hated two-faced people the most. If Gu Wenju dared fight back, the outcome would be far worse. Trembling under the pressure, Gu Wenju repeatedly begged for mercy and swore he would never try anything again. Chang Mushu, who had barely been injured, stepped forward to handle the situation. She calmly removed all of her equipment and offered it up as a gesture of peace. Her cooperative attitude earned a slight nod from Ningfeng, and he decided not to pursue the matter any further. Chang Mushu blushed slightly at that simple acknowledgement, but Ningfeng paid no attention to her reaction. After collecting the spoils, Ningfeng called everyone together and led the team toward another area to continue hunting monsters. Wang Yue admitted that she had originally expected to lead the team herself, never imagining that Ningfeng had hidden his strength so well. Ningfeng explained that he had not been hiding it on purpose. He had only recently awakened, and standing out too much would have brought unnecessary trouble to the team. That answer eased Wang Yu's frustration. After calming down, Wang Yue placed a hand on Ningfeng's shoulder, her eyes filled with genuine approval. She told him directly that no matter what, seeing his true strength made her truly proud. Those simple words gave Ningfeng a quiet boost of motivation. Zhu Jiangshu and Ziting quickly ran over, thrilled after finally witnessing Ningfeng's real power, and eagerly asked about his next plans. They asked which academy or faction he planned to join, but Ningfeng had never seriously considered it. Both paths came with endless rules and restrictions. One mistake could expose all of his secrets, so neither was his first choice. His immediate goal was simply to clear the secret realm and level up, making full use of his newly awakened power as the team's main fighter, instead of hiding in the background. Although he still needed to avoid showing too much strength in public, his current equipment and skills were enough to handle most combat situations. After many days of grinding with the team, Ningfeng finally returned home, where Duan had been anxiously waiting for him. Despite all the effort, he had only gained one level, proving that the road ahead would be long without better resources. Even talented, awakened like Wang Yue normally needed years to reach the next major breakthrough, so grinding alone was never the fastest path. Ningfeng gradually found himself wanting to slow down and enjoy life like an ordinary person. To him, power meant little if it only came with endless pressure. Because of that, he spent the following days mostly playing games or reading comics, instead of constantly grinding for levels. Every now and then, he even invited Duan out for barbecue so they could relax together. But that peaceful life did not last for long. While he was resting, Yang Xing suddenly contacted him about a rare item auction hosted by Master Tang and invited Ningfeng to attend. Since he had nothing else to do, Ningfeng accepted the invitation, only to realize that his current status had already made him a VIP guest at events like this. If anything caught his interest, Master Tang's people in Yang Xing would personally bring it to him for a private preview. With service like this, Ningfeng could relax at home, stretch out on his favorite sofa, and browse without lifting a finger. Before long, Tang Yicai and Yang Xing personally arrived at Duan's residence to meet Ningfeng. Although Ningfeng treated them politely out of respect for his elder, he remained calm. Tang Yicai, on the other hand, appeared unusually nervous and humble. That was because Mayor Kai had personally ordered him to treat Ningfeng with the highest level of respect, leaving no room for mistakes, even if he were the only guest. Tang Yicai had no idea how influential Ningfeng truly was. He only knew he had to obey his superior's orders without question. Yang Xing quickly handed Ningfeng the item catalog. He skimmed through it, but showed little interest. Just as Tang Yicai began worrying that nothing had caught his eye, Ningfeng's expression suddenly changed. Tang Yicai hurriedly checked the catalog again and immediately praised Ningfeng's choice, saying he had an excellent eye for valuable treasures. The item that caught Ningfeng's attention was a rare leveling enhancement serum that could greatly speed up cultivation. As he silently stared at it, memories of Si Wei from a few days earlier resurfaced, and his mood briefly turned heavy. Unable to ignore his suspicion, Ningfeng coldly asked Tang Yicai where the item had come from. The pressure from Ningfeng's gaze made Tang Yicai break into a cold sweat, forcing him to reveal everything he knew. According to him, the serum came from a faction called Shang Yuan and had been distributed through a special trading channel. Ningfeng thought carefully about Shang Yuan, one of the 7 greatest factions, and wondered whether it was connected to the exploration of a mysterious region or some hidden scheme. He pressed further, asking whether they had revealed the serum's true origin. Under the pressure, Tang Yicai admitted that Shang Yuan had recently discovered a strange place called the God's Trial. Everyone who entered had to fight alone and clear its challenges for rewards, and this serum was one of the treasures obtained there. Hearing that, Duan frowned and said the area sounded like a dimensional anomaly that should normally be registered and monitored by the government. That explanation eased some of Ningfeng's concerns, but it also made him even more interested in the God's Trial. Right then, a new system quest appeared in his mind. Conquer the God's Trial within 60 days to obtain a special power. A smile immediately spread across Ningfeng's face. This was the first time the system had directly assigned him a mission, proving that the God's Trial was anything but ordinary. Ningfeng instantly shifted all his attention to this new objective and completely lost interest in the trade event. He politely declined the auction invitation, thanked Tang Yicai and Yang Xing, and announced that he would not be attending. Ningfeng's decision to pass on such a valuable item left Tang Yicai both relieved and shocked, while Duan immediately began investigating the mysterious region. Soon after, Ningfeng saw the 2 guests out so he could focus on his own plans. Once the door closed, Ningfeng and Duan returned inside and began preparing for a deeper investigation. Accessing the government's database required high-level authorization, making the search anything but easy. Thanks to the access pass, personally granted by Mayor Kai, entering the system was much easier than expected. Ningfeng leaned forward and carefully examined the information on the screen. The display revealed a colossal tower reaching into the sky. Duan quickly read the attached records and discovered that Shang Yuan had taken complete control of the area, meaning no one could enter without permission. Ningfeng clicked his tongue, realizing that territories controlled by major factions were always more complicated. Entering openly was almost impossible, but with the system quest already activated, he had no choice but to find another way. Using the cover of darkness, Ningfeng quietly made his way alone toward the entrance of the god's trial. A heavy security force stood before him, even more intimidating than the official records had suggested, with 2 guards blocking the entrance. Over the past few days, Shang Yuan had been heavily promoting the god's trial to attract more recruits, turning it into a major hotspot while also giving Ningfeng plenty of information to observe. Realizing the normal route would expose him, Ningfeng chose a secret trick to slip past the security system. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, opened a tiny space rift, and quietly bypassed the 2 gate guards. Once, through the defenses, Ningfeng rushed straight toward the teleportation circle, leading into the god's trial. But the instant he reached the boundary, the entire space shook violently before exploding, like a hidden trap had been triggered. The terrifying shockwave blasted Ningfeng away before he could even react. The massive explosion echoed across the entire central area of Kangyuan. The forces inside were mobilized at once and rushed to the scene to investigate. Amid the chaos, Ningfeng managed to retreat and barely made it back to safety. His body was exhausted, and both his stamina and mana were nearly drained by the backlash. Ningfeng was stunned and wondered what kind of defense mechanism could be that powerful. The moment he touched the gate, scorching energy like molten lava burst out and shattered all his defenses in an instant. The overwhelming power left Ningfeng unable to tell where it had come from. The system immediately issued a warning that his defenses had been pierced and his life force had dropped by 3 points. The warnings kept appearing, and his HP continued to fall little by little. Ningfeng was horrified that even the system's protection had been affected, forcing him to question who was behind it. At the same time, He Shiyu, the leader of Changyuan, hurried to the scene. He immediately ordered treatment for the 2 guards and questioned them about everything that had happened. However, both men were in complete panic and could not provide any clear details. All they remembered was that the gate suddenly shook violently before exploding. After that, they completely lost consciousness. Shi's face darkened as he realized this incident was more serious than anything since the area had been opened. He suspected a major change had occurred inside and was advised to use a special device to trace the event. A female mage quickly proposed the method, and He Shiyu approved it at once. She raised her staff and activated a complex magic array in midair. It turned out the god's trial had always been equipped with a special formation that recorded everything inside. The system could store every event and even rewind time to trace what had happened. Simply put, it worked like a surveillance system, and the formation began replaying the recorded data. But what appeared left both He Shiyu and the female mage frozen in shock. Within the dim light, a gigantic dark figure slowly emerged with a human shape and overwhelming pressure. Then a colossal existence radiating terrifying might appeared, roaring like a god, guarding a sacred land with crushing authority. Without hesitation, the being gathered its power and unleashed a devastating attack at the intruder. But the strike that seemed able to destroy everything hit nothing at all, leaving He Shiyu speechless. Even the lingering pressure from the replay made him feel the vast gap in strength, as if his chest were being crushed. The scene showed the giant enraged that its target had escaped, ordering a search of the entire area and refusing to let any intruder cause more trouble. The gigantic being of light roared in frustration after losing its prey, while He Shiyu broke into a cold sweat as he realized the situation was far beyond his control. Unable to handle it alone, He Shiyu immediately sent an urgent message and summoned the leaders of every major faction for an emergency meeting. The meeting was led by Lu Yingzhen, the leader of BU. After reviewing the recorded images, he confirmed that the legendary gods truly existed. Although its true identity remained unknown, the displayed power had already reached the level of ancient forbidden spells recorded in the association's highest archives. An old man with white hair named Fang Dan, who oversaw the era guidance, questioned the report. He Shiyu confirmed every record was real, even though no one had believed such a divine being could exist. The meeting room grew tense as everyone realized that even forbidden spells could not suppress that entity, signaling an enormous threat. Based on everything they had analyzed, if that entity truly intended to destroy the world, their current forces would stand almost no chance against it. However, someone suggested that clearing every trial might unlock a special reward powerful enough to change everything, perhaps even a way to counter that being. The idea shifted the mood as several leaders began considering sending teams into the mysterious area to search for opportunities. Shiyu realized every faction's ambition was rising, so he considered allowing controlled access instead of keeping it exclusive. He announced that anyone willing to try could enter, but warned that the danger inside was far beyond anything ordinary forces could handle. His warning made many people admit the situation had already exceeded anyone's personal control. Liu Yingjin quietly observed the room before turning his gaze toward someone who had remained silent the entire time. He asked an old man named Feng Lao for his professional opinion on the situation. Feng Lao looked displeased, saying everyone there only cared about their own interests and failed to understand the real problem. The tension rose when he brought up the earlier disaster in Qinyu City, where the major factions had made disastrous mistakes. He was Feng He, a former high-ranking leader and the teacher of many powerful figures, so his words carried enormous weight. The younger people in the room were shocked to realize the man before them was the legendary figure rumored to have retired long ago. Liu Yingjin tried to calm everyone down and asked Feng He to deliver the records of the god's trial so another expert could examine them. Feng He let out a cold laugh, clearly unhappy about being underestimated, but eventually accepted after Liu Yingjin offered enough benefits in return. Once the offer became valuable enough, Feng Yi gradually calmed down, and the oppressive aura around him finally eased. His expression softened as he reluctantly agreed to Liu Yingjin's proposal, bringing the discussion to an agreement. But no one at the meeting knew that the savior they were discussing was actually the one who had caused last night's incident. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was still lying comfortably on his bed, enjoying a peaceful day off. A new mission window appeared, assigning a minor incident and ordering him to complete his second advancement within 60 days, piling even more pressure onto him. Thinking back to last night, Ningfeng still could not figure out where he had gone wrong, as if he had missed one crucial move. As soon as he walked into the living room, Ningfeng found two unexpected visitors, Feng Yi and Su Lan. He already knew Su Lan, but the older man beside her was a complete stranger, so Du An quickly introduced him. The man was Feng Yi, a former senior leader of Gu Ying, who still held an important position within the hunter management system. Su Lan came as his assistant and the representative of the Gu Ying city branch, helping arrange this visit. They had come to meet the mysterious hidden expert, and the moment Ningfeng heard Feng's name, he immediately recalled the legendary title, Crimson Reaper. Feng Yi laughed and brushed off the nickname as an exaggeration, but Ningfeng knew this man had built countless terrifying achievements. He was one of Gu Ying's most feared figures, and his name alone was enough to intimidate an entire generation. Right after meeting, Feng Yi openly presented generous gifts, including a huge sum of money and valuable cultivation resources, to wish Ningfeng success in the upcoming exam. The massive amount of resources even surprised Ningfeng, who never expected a single visit to bring such huge rewards. After a few polite exchanges, Ningfeng got straight to the point and asked why they had really come. Feng Yi wasted no time and immediately showed him the recording of last night's incident at Kangyuan, asking for his analysis. The moment he finished watching, Ningfeng was completely stunned by what he saw. He could not understand why an ordinary student like him had somehow been linked to such a terrifying existence. Looking at the mission notice and the incident together, Ningfeng became even more confused as everything seemed to be spiraling out of control. He forced himself to stay calm, knowing that showing anything unusual would only make things worse, so he continued, acting like an uninvolved outsider. On the surface, Ningfeng politely promised to pass the recording to the hidden expert and calmly saw his guests out. Feng Yi responded warmly and even handed over his business card for future contact. Only then did Ningfeng realize that Su Lan was the very instructor who had guided him during his previous class awakening. That cleared up much of Ningfeng's suspicion about being watched, and the two sides parted on friendly terms. On the way back, Feng Yi openly praised Ningfeng and revealed that the government was already considering recruiting his group. Sulan finally asked whether Ningfeng and the mysterious hidden expert were actually the same person. Feng Yi only smiled without giving a direct answer, leaving her even more confused. He explained that no matter who the hidden expert really was, maintaining a good relationship with Ningfeng was enough. If Ningfeng ever reached that level, every current standard would become meaningless. Feng Yi clearly understood that the situation was slipping out of control. Evil forces were growing stronger while their own side was falling behind. Even someone like him could only place his hopes on the mysterious expert as a final pillar of support. Back at home, after seeing Feng Yi off, Ningfeng sank into deep thought as everything that had happened kept running through his mind. His barrier had been shattered with ease the previous night, making it impossible to underestimate the being in the recording, especially since that god seemed to be hunting him. The fact that it could break his nearly perfect shield with a single move suggested its power had already surpassed even the forbidden techniques Ningfeng possessed. It was clearly the greatest threat he had ever faced. What once seemed like a simple system mission had now become a matter of life and death. One failure could destroy everything, forcing him to take it seriously. Even so, Ningfeng knew he could not fight every battle himself. He had to hide his identity while continuing to conquer the god's trial, so he would not be caught unprepared. Unable to find an answer, he turned to Duan and asked whether Feng's files contained any additional details. After reviewing the records, Duan discovered that the god's trial was structured like a multi-level tower. Each floor became more dangerous, and no one had ever passed floor 42, the record set by He Shiyu. After thinking everything through, Ningfeng realized another option. The system never required him to fight personally, so he could let someone else help clear the trial. The most suitable candidate immediately came to mind, Duan, who had been monitoring all the information about the secret realm. Ningfeng began evaluating Duan's strength to see how far he could reach if given the mission. After a careful assessment, Duan admitted that with his current abilities, floor 35 was probably his limit. Compared with He Shiyu, who had reached a much higher level, Duan was clearly weaker, but he was also the most loyal and trustworthy person Ningfeng could rely on. That gave Ningfeng the idea of giving Duan special training to strengthen his combat ability for future plans. At the same time, he contacted Feng Yi and claimed that the mysterious expert wanted to send someone from Kang Yuan into the secret realm trial. Meanwhile, Duan also requested permission from Gu Ying to use the special training chamber, saying he wanted to enter secluded training and improve his strength. After hearing the proposal, Feng Yi and Su Lan discussed it together. He pointed out that Duan had not yet reached the required level, but Su Lan confirmed the details, leaving him deep in thought. Feng Yi then revealed that all the guild masters of the 7 great guilds had once entered the trial together, yet every one of them had failed, including Liu Yingzhen. The news shocked Su Lan because the difficulty far exceeded her expectations, while Feng Yi became excited to see what Duan could achieve after special training. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, until he suddenly noticed something was wrong as the flames inside his body continued burning away his life force. Su Lan noticed the exhaustion hidden beneath her master's appearance and realized he had been concealing his serious condition. The flames were a lingering after-effect that slowly consumed Feng's vitality every single day, preventing him from ever fully recovering. Although Su Lan had searched for countless treatments, none of them had produced any meaningful results, and his condition remained unchanged. After considering everything, they finally agreed to let Duan use the special training chamber to prepare for the coming plan. The news that Duan had entered secluded training to prepare for the secret realm breakthrough immediately shook the entire community of powerhouses. Many had tried to claim that training chamber before, but every one of them had been firmly rejected by Old Master Feng without the slightest chance. More and more powerful experts gathered each day, creating an unprecedented scene at Jiangji Market, as the entire place buzzed with excitement. Standing beside Duan, Su Lan carefully guided him through every step. The Guying simulation system was incredibly advanced, able to recreate entire battlefields as long as it had enough data. Of course, only those with sufficient clearance could use it. Duan quickly uploaded every detailed record. From a distance, Ningfeng watched the room with great interest, as if he had discovered a whole new world. Feng Yi remained respectful beside him, and even offered to upgrade the facility with more advanced equipment if needed. Su Lan reviewed the uploaded data and was stunned. Every detail was unbelievably accurate. Even the monster's fatal weaknesses were clearly documented. More astonishingly, the hard-earned information Liu Yingzhen had gathered from the lower floors was all included. She had no idea where Duan had obtained such information, so she chose not to ask. Ningfeng had no intention of explaining either. The Demon King had once entered this secret realm, and all these crucial details came from the memories he had obtained, so knowing every weakness was no surprise. Feng Yi finally spoke and politely asked if he could observe the training session from the sidelines. Duan had an easygoing personality, and with such a respected senior present, he had no reason to refuse. Duan gladly agreed, and even asked Feng Yi for guidance. Feng Yi quickly waved his hand, saying he was only there to learn, and would never pretend to teach someone more skilled. After a brief hesitation, he could no longer hold back the question that had been bothering him. I heard the hidden master once said, the evil god could bury this entire world. Is that really true? The moment the question was asked, Sulan froze and stared at him in shock. It was clearly a life-or-death question that could decide the fate of all humanity. But before Feng Yi could hear the answer, the truth was that not long ago, Duan had asked Ningfeng that exact same question. Back then, Ningfeng had been caught in a difficult position. Speaking honestly was too dangerous, but explaining too much could expose his identity. In the end, he gave a vague answer that was only half the truth. He calmly replied with a single meaningful sentence, "As long as I still exist, that day will never come." Duan remembered every word perfectly and repeated the answer to Feng A and Su Lan without changing a thing. As soon as Feng Yi heard it, he burst into laughter and stroked his beard with satisfaction. To him, the simple words carried the overwhelming presence of a true supreme expert. Su Lan, however, was completely speechless. She could not imagine what kind of person would treat even the gods so casually. Meanwhile, Ningfa secretly smiled to himself. The answer had perfectly redirected their curiosity while hiding his identity, making it exactly the outcome he wanted. With his doubts settled, Feng Yi immediately returned to the main topic and seriously asked Duan to prepare for the upcoming Secret Realm challenge. After receiving the complete data, the simulation chamber transformed continuously until it recreated the secret realm with almost perfect accuracy. The moment Duan stepped into the simulation, he was immediately overwhelmed by the savage monsters and pushed onto the defensive from the very beginning. Watching him get knocked back again and again while his injuries piled up, even Ningfeng could not hide his concern. He was about to tell Duan to stop and recover. But at that moment, someone remarked that Duan was as stubborn as a machine and would never stop no matter what anyone said. "It's fine. I'll adjust as I go. If I die, I'll just try again." Duan panted heavily, completely exhausted, yet his eyes remained full of determination. In his heart, only one thought remained. Ningfeng had given him this opportunity, and he absolutely could not fail. Su Lan admired his determination. Those monsters were already far beyond what a fourth-turn cultivator should face. If it were her, she would have given up long ago. Feng Yi, however, was already thinking much further ahead. Some believed the mysterious master was secretly watching over Duan and guiding his growth, even trying to break the limits imposed by the system so he could reach even greater heights. If that were true, Duan's power would not only continue growing but might even surpass every known limit, making the realm of the gods no longer an impossible dream. Meanwhile, Ningfeng fell into deep thought. Watching Duan struggle so badly made him realize he had underestimated the challenge. He once believed knowing the monster's weaknesses would be enough to clear the secret realm, but reality proved otherwise. The human body had limits, and neither equipment nor skills could provide endless stamina. Even if you knew every weakness, exhaustion alone could still leave you helpless. And if Duan failed, the entire burden would ultimately fall onto Ningfeng's shoulders. By then, everything could completely collapse. On a battlefield filled with danger, he would be forced to reveal his full strength just to survive, and once his disguise was gone, his true identity would be impossible to hide. With that in mind, Ningfeng turned to Feng Yi and the others, said his goodbyes, and explained that school was about to start, so he needed to prepare. They casually told him to ask if he ever needed any help. Leaving Duan to handle his own pressure, Ningfeng set off to prepare for the new school year. In reality, he had no intention of resting. He planned to grind for levels, collect stronger skills and equipment, and later pass them on to Duan. Ningfeng slipped into a deserted alley. With surveillance everywhere, traveling openly was too risky, so using a flying item in secret was the safest option. The supplies he had previously asked the Yuancheng trading house to collect were finally put to use, and there were more than enough to support his plan. After activating the item, Ningfeng quickly landed outside the entrance of a secret realm. According to the information from Duan, this was a wild secret realm that had not yet been brought under government control. It was normally an ideal place to level up, but fresh signs of battle covered the entrance, as if a major fight had just taken place. Ning Feng had no time to investigate the scene, so he immediately headed inside to see what was happening. Deep within the deserted secret realm, just as expected, a massacre was already underway. A grotesque mutated creature was tearing apart every unlucky awakened fighter who had entered. The monster showed no fear. Instead, it looked thrilled, as though fresh prey had willingly walked into its jaws. The more people arrived, the richer the offering for Lord Mo Tian became. A white-haired man wearing a mask stood at the head of the mutants and laughed arrogantly. He declared that Lord Mo Tian had gathered enough energy and that today was the perfect moment for his descent. From his tone alone, it was clear they viewed everything as the opening ritual. The followers behind him shouted in excitement, looking no different from a crowd of fanatics whipped into a frenzy. Their insane chants echoed without end. Every word was transmitted through the recording device attached to a dying awakened fighter lying in a pool of blood. The information was immediately sent outside to the team guarding the entrance. News of Lord Mo Tian's descent meant the invasion gateway was about to fully open. The entire team outside was horrified. Once the invasion began, the surrounding region would rapidly become a corrupted dead zone. Even worse, the closest area at risk was Frost Forest, where countless civilians still lived. One team member anxiously asked the captain what they should do. The captain's face turned pale. 4 advanced squads had already been wiped out, and charging in now would be nothing but suicide. They had no chance of stopping an outbreak of this scale. The enemy inside was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the city's defense system would be useless against it. He immediately ordered a full retreat. At the same time, he ordered an urgent report to higher command and demanded an immediate evacuation, saving as many civilians as possible. One unanswered question hung heavily over the team. What would the captain do next? The moment they asked, they already knew the answer. Without monitoring equipment, and with no way to predict the exact outbreak, someone had to stay behind to watch and sound the alarm. No one wanted to leave their captain behind, but time gave them no choice. After his firm orders, the entire team finally gritted their teeth and retreated. Once the footsteps faded and everyone was gone, the man slowly looked up at the sky. Only despair remained in his eyes, as if there was no path left. He quietly wondered why everything had to happen on the worst possible day. After letting out a bitter sigh, he slowly took out his phone, his hand trembling slightly as he dialed a familiar number. His young daughter answered. He forced himself to sound normal and told her he was about to join a special training exercise, reminding her to listen to her mother. The moment the call ended, he quickly hung up and swallowed the emotions rising in his throat. Not long after, the phone rang again. His daughter innocently asked why he had hung up so quickly before she had finished speaking. Then she softly wished him a happy birthday. Those simple words pierced straight through the calm mask he had struggled to maintain. All the emotions he had buried came rushing out, and tears streamed down his face. In the distance, the convoy carrying the team members had almost disappeared. The countdown to the secret realm disaster and the rise of the dark forces had officially begun. A heavy silence weighed on everyone as they worried about their captain's fate, yet they had no choice but to retreat. As for the captain, tears still streamed down his face, but he knew he had already stepped onto a road with no return. In sharp contrast, the mutated followers inside were thrilled as they sensed the evil energy surging higher. Their leader threw back his head and laughed wildly, convinced that Lord Mo Tian was about to grant them his power. Elsewhere, Ning Feng casually wandered through the area as if he were taking a walk, completely unaware that a major disaster was approaching. At that moment, he had just obtained a powerful new offensive skill. Once activated, the skill summoned a blizzard from the void, freezing nearly every living creature in its path before they could fight back. With it, Ning Feng effortlessly wiped out countless monsters along the way. His experience points soared, and before long, he reached level 37. Outside the secret realm, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The secret realm gate shook violently before slowly splitting open into a massive rift. The mutated followers immediately dropped to their knees as they sensed the change. Their leader shouted at the top of his lungs to welcome Lord Mo Tian's descent, while slow footsteps echoed from within. The first thing to emerge was not an overwhelming divine presence, but simply a pair of ordinary shoes stepping out of the darkness. When they finally saw the figure, everyone froze. The one who walked out was not Lord Mo Tian, but Ning Feng. Ning Feng was just as confused, looking completely baffled by what was happening. Both sides stared at each other in silence for several long seconds. Finally, Ning Feng broke the silence and bluntly asked what this ridiculous situation was. The leader immediately roared, demanding to know where Lord Mo Tian was. In reality, the Lord Mo Tian they had been waiting for had already been frozen solid by Ning Feng's earlier skill, trapped inside a giant block of ice and completely unable to resist. The leader quickly pieced the situation together. He decided Ning Feng had nothing to do with them and was merely a weak outsider who had wandered into this dangerous place by accident. Putting everything together, he concluded that Ning Feng had tried to exploit the chaos for personal gain and had used a teleportation item to sneak into the secret realm because he lacked the strength to enter normally. The more convinced he became, the more aggressive his tone grew. Pointing straight at Ning Feng, he declared that this intruder had come to spy on Lord Mo Tian. Ning Feng only found the noise annoying. He frowned and casually denied having anything to do with them, then sarcastically told them to deal with their own problems instead of dragging him into them. That response lit the fuse. The leader instantly flew into a rage. It was the first time someone who looked like a rookie had dared to talk back to him so openly. He threatened Ning Feng and demanded to know if he understood who he was speaking to. Ning Feng remained completely calm and asked him instead. The man proudly introduced himself as Gu Vong, an A-class wanted criminal responsible for more than 200 deaths. But his arrogant boasting only made him seem even more ridiculous in Ning Feng's eyes. Ning Feng simply sighed as his expression turned cold. Without wasting another word, he raised one hand in challenge, signaling that if Gu Vong wanted to fight, he should come now. Otherwise, he should disappear. The blatant disrespect left Gu Vong frozen with humiliation. Rage rushed straight to his head. Gu Vong nearly lost control and swore to tear Ning Feng apart. The followers behind him shouted in support, their morale soaring alongside their leader's fury. But before their excitement could fully erupt, the atmosphere suddenly changed. As though ice-cold water had been poured over everyone, the sky above darkened unnaturally until every trace of light was swallowed. When they looked up, terror drained every bit of courage from them. A gigantic shadow hovered overhead, staring down at them like helpless prey, while an overwhelming pressure chilled them to the bone. The once arrogant mutants instantly fell into panic. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, sweat poured down their faces, and desperate cries echoed everywhere. As for Ning Feng, he stopped holding back and attacked with full force. He activated his newly acquired skill, treating the entire group as a live test. The technique, called vision violation, dragged its targets into a unique illusion where every one of their weaknesses was laid bare for Ning Feng to exploit. In that space, every flaw of the enemy was exposed, especially Gu Rong, whose weaknesses were laid bare without missing a single one. Even the smallest mistakes in his training and combat were fully revealed, leaving nothing to hide. Once every weakness was known, Ning Feng could strike the same weak spot over and over, giving his opponent no chance to fight back. His fighting style now looked like a predator, toying with prey that had nowhere left to run. It was ruthless, but incredibly effective. From a practical standpoint, the ability to see an enemy's weak points made it one of the most dangerous trump cards imaginable. Back with the captain, even after accepting that he might not survive, he patiently waited for signs of the dungeon breach, but saw nothing at all. In the end, he decided to risk climbing to the mountain peak to check the situation himself. He thought to himself that if the dungeon really erupted, nowhere would be safe. It was only a matter of time before disaster reached everyone. He climbed the mountainside, step by step, fully prepared for the worst. The higher he climbed, the colder it became until the icy air cut into his skin. But the moment he reached the summit, the sight before him left him speechless. Gu Rong and all his followers were scattered across the ground, without a single survivor. The entire scene had been wiped clean so completely that it was hard to believe anyone could have done it. Every elite team sent here before had suffered crushing defeats, yet this place had been cleared so neatly that it looked as if no real battle had ever happened. His communicator crackled, as a subordinate confirmed that nearly the entire dungeon had already been completely cleared. Standing in the middle of the ruined battlefield, the captain could only mutter that everything before his eyes had gone far beyond anything he had imagined. Volzit looked at the frozen monster, standing like a statue, and grew suspicious, so he walked over to check if it was still alive. The moment he touched it, the entire body shattered like glass. There was no loot and no experience at all. That alone proved someone had already killed it first. Not only the boss, but the entire dungeon and Gu Rong's gang had been completely wiped out. A confused teammate asked over the communicator, "So was today's dungeon breach even happening anymore?" The simple question left the captain speechless, because he had no words to explain something so far beyond logic. Back to Ning Feng, after casually clearing the wild dungeon, he returned as if he had only finished another routine mission. As soon as he got back, Ningfeng found Duan pushing himself to the limit in the training room again. Without hesitation, he dragged him outside. Duan looked completely worn out and had clearly fought his way to floor 45. Unlike the exhausted Duan, Ningfeng simply smiled and patted his shoulder. He told him not to push so hard and to rest for a few days while getting used to the dungeon. Then he promised to prepare an even tougher training program for next week. Hearing that, even the fearless Duan finally relaxed as the pressure in his heart began to fade. Over the past few days, he had been terrified of failing the requirements and getting kicked out, so he had stayed under constant pressure. Once the burden was gone, Duan immediately rushed off to enjoy a huge meal after days of brutal training. Ningfeng was about to relax when a message from Feng Yi interrupted his plans. Only then did he remember that they had added each other on the messaging app earlier. What surprised him was that Feng Yi had actually started the conversation, since Ningfeng had assumed they were only casual acquaintances. At first, he suspected the account had been hacked, but after asking, he realized it really was Elder Feng using it himself. After chatting for a while, Ningfeng discovered that the old man's gaming skills and tactical instincts were incredibly sharp, easily matching younger players. Feng Yi even bragged that he had a grandson about Ningfeng's age, and they often practiced together, so the boy was quite skilled too. He even talked about their long ranking sessions, and Ningfeng casually suggested forming a three-man team after the college entrance exam to climb the rankings together. Feng Yi was quite pleased before ending the conversation. Ningfeng let out a relieved sigh. Feng Yi was not only a respected senior, but also someone with major influence within the government. If he could maintain this relationship, his future path would become much smoother. Right then, Feng Yi sent another voice message, announcing that the top 3 universities were about to launch a freshman training camp, selecting outstanding talents with direct admission and generous cultivation resources. He had even reserved 2 spots for Ningfeng. Holding his phone, Ningfeng thought for a moment. After mastering the forbidden spell, he had lost interest in the usual school path, but things had changed. His future enemy was Ming Shen, an incredibly dangerous opponent. His combat experience was still lacking, and he relied too much on his skills and forbidden spell. In a direct fight, he could easily end up at a disadvantage. After thinking it through, Ningfeng immediately agreed to join. He thanked Feng Yi and accepted the 2 reserved spots. After hanging up, Feng Yi glanced at an old photo of his grandson and quietly smiled, thinking the 2 young men might get along well and even become close friends. In the blink of an eye, Ningfeng was back at school. The moment he entered the classroom, he found everyone deep in excited discussion. The college entrance exam was just around the corner, making the atmosphere more intense than ever. Top universities had tightened their admission standards, and rumors even claimed that anyone who failed the tests could be sent straight to the battlefield. The gap between awakeners had almost disappeared. Whether someone was OWN-star or 3-star, anyone without enough ability would be eliminated. Even the confident 3-star students had started looking down on Ningfeng, whom they still saw as a useless OWN-star. The class bell rang as teacher Ji Wei walked in, followed by a transfer student. The entire class was stunned when they saw it was Chang Muqiu. Her stunning appearance instantly left every boy frozen in place with their eyes locked on her. Ningfeng recognized her immediately. She was the girl who had traveled with Gu Rong and Luo Ke during the previous dungeon expedition. At the same time, everyone else recognized her famous identity. Chang Muqiu ranked 4th on the National Rising Stars list. A genius of her level should have been studying at a top academy, yet she had appeared at this remote school instead, sending the entire class into an uproar. But the surprises were not over. Chang Muqiu dropped another bomb by asking to sit in the back corner of the classroom, right beside Ningfeng. The moment Ningfeng set down his backpack, he could clearly feel countless sharp stares aimed directly at him. The boys could not understand what was happening. First it was the goddess Wang Yue, and now even Chang Muqiu was paying attention to someone they considered a useless nobody. Ningfeng ignored them all. He only felt that this girl was hiding something mysterious. Chang Muqiu's arrival quickly caught the attention of Principal Zhang as well. Her transfer did not just cost his school a top genius. It also meant losing a precious special training qualification. There were only a few spots every year, and his school had fought hard to earn one. Now that Chang Muqiu had left, the rival school had gained another valuable place. Principal Zhang remained polite on the surface, but inside he could barely force a smile. While both sides were still dealing with the situation, someone reported that an important guest had arrived. A staff member said someone wanted to meet the principal and asked why his phone could not be reached. Since he was busy talking, the principal had switched his phone to airplane mode and answered casually. but the next name froze everyone in place. It was Feng Yi, the head of the Adventurer Management Bureau. Both principals instantly turned pale and completely lost their composure. They rushed out to welcome him with extreme respect, practically bowing as they greeted him. Someone of Feng's status rarely appeared without a major reason. At his level, simply showing up was enough to shake both the education system and the Adventurer administration. This time, Feng Yi was not alone. He brought a young man with extraordinary presence and introduced him as his grandson, Feng Yi. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. Feng Yi wanted to transfer into this school. The simple statement struck both principals like lightning. Principal Zhang especially could hardly believe his ears. Feng's grandson, choosing an average school like this, was beyond imagination. In his mind, Feng Yi ranked 12th on the National Rising Stars list. He possessed a powerful dark attribute ability and was recognized as one of the country's top young geniuses. He was only holding back because of the risk of backlash. Someone like him voluntarily choosing this school left both principals completely baffled. To them, it felt like unbelievable good fortune had fallen from the sky. But Feng Yi was not finished. He revealed another shocking piece of news. The Adventurer Management Bureau had 2 special training slots, and he had personally assigned both of them to students from this school. Both Principal Zhang and Principal Fang were left speechless. An ordinary provincial school that no one cared about had suddenly received elite talents and multiple special training slots, leaving them wondering what was so special about this place. With Feng Yi backing him, Principal Fang immediately changed his attitude toward Principal Zhang. Moments ago he had been cautious, but now he bluntly asked him to leave. Furious as he was, Principal Zhang had no choice but to walk away. Once everyone else had left, Feng Yi calmly led his grandson into the principal's office to discuss the real matter. He directly requested that the 2 training slots be given to Ning Feng from Class 253. Principal Fang was stunned, unable to understand why a newly awakened OnStar class holder deserved such special treatment. Feng Yi simply said it was a decision from the Adventurer Management Bureau, and that no further questions were needed. Though full of doubts, Principal Fang did not dare object. The Adventurer Management Bureau stood above every guild and oversaw the entire adventurer world. Combined with Feng's influence, anyone backed by them had an incredibly bright future. The more Principal Fang thought about it, the less he understood where Ning Feng's powerful support came from. In the end, he pushed aside every question, knowing that following Feng's instructions was the safest choice. From then on, not only Chang Muqiu but also Feng Yue transferred into Ning Feng's class. That was not the end of it. Wang Yue, Si Ting, and Zhu Jiangshu all requested transfers as well. Ning Feng suddenly felt like the center of attention wherever he went. As soon as she sat beside Ning Feng, Si Ting happily explained that Zhao Cheng had voluntarily given up his special training spot, allowing her to take it instead. The other reserved spot arranged by Feng Yi had gone to Zhu Jiangshu. Wang Yue had already qualified through her outstanding performances, so every student chosen to represent the school in the training camp ended up gathering around Ning Feng. Feng Yue quickly blended in with Zhu Jiangshu's group, as if they had known each other for years. Meanwhile, Chang Muqiu kept shooting competitive glances at Wang Yue. She realized she was no longer the only one interested in Ning Feng, making her even more determined to leave a good impression on him. Chang Muqiu had even secretly prepared a special welcome gift just for Ning Feng. The surrounding students were completely confused, as the school's most outstanding talents all gathered around someone who had once been dismissed as a useless nobody. Ning Feng had long grown used to the gossip and ignored it completely. The only thing on his mind now was Zhao Cheng's whereabouts. From what he had heard, Zhao Cheng had voluntarily given up the special training opportunity. Ning Feng found that extremely suspicious. Had the man simply disappeared without anyone noticing? In reality, Zhao Cheng's father had spent the past several days sending countless people to search for his son. Unfortunately, none of their efforts uncovered even a single clue. He even paid a huge sum to hire a famous powerhouse to personally investigate the case. No matter how anxious he became, all he could do was keep waiting for news. The assistant cleverly claimed that Zhao Cheng had left for special training and requested leave on his behalf, allowing Si Ting to receive the vacant spot. Recently, Elder Zhao had worn a constantly grim expression. He instructed his assistant not to disturb him unless it was truly urgent, then walked straight into his son's room. Inside, every wall was covered with photos of Zhao Cheng from childhood to adulthood. He pressed a hidden spot on the wall, and a secret passage immediately opened, leading to a dark underground chamber. Back at school, Feng Yue continued following Ning Feng's group enthusiastically as he got to know everyone. He even generously took out a water element summoning skill book as a gift. Feng Yue said he had recently obtained it as loot, and if Ningfeng could use it, he was welcome to keep it. Since summoning skills were incredibly rare, the book was practically priceless. Feng Yu's lavish gift perfectly matched his prestigious background. Not wanting to fall behind, Chang Muqiu quickly presented the gift she had prepared, a combat mage skill book. Both skill books were exceptionally rare and as valuable as priceless treasures. Unfortunately, Ningfeng still did not meet the requirements to learn either one. The reason was simple. Before returning to school, he had stopped by a wild dungeon to grind levels, only to run into an unexpected problem. That dungeon required a full party before anyone could enter, so Ningfeng could not challenge it alone. Since he had gone solo, the trip ended in failure. He gained no levels, and his next skill slot remained locked. Even so, the two skill books before him were incredibly tempting. Besides, Ningfeng also wanted to make a few trustworthy friends who could help him gather information in the future. With that in mind, Ningfeng gladly accepted both gifts. Since he accepted them, he naturally prepared something in return. He immediately handed each of them 20 bottles of high-grade experience potions. Chang Muqiu recognized them at once as the Guild of Commerce's exclusive potion. What she did not know was that Ningfeng could make them himself whenever he had free time. From what she had heard, only high-ranking members of the Guild of Commerce could obtain such precious potions. Feng Yue was just as shocked. He knew these potions sold for outrageous prices, and even having money did not guarantee you could buy one. Yet Ningfeng casually handed out 40 bottles like party favors. At that moment, both of them reached the same conclusion. They had to stay on good terms with Ningfeng because he was an incredibly valuable ally. Seeing the two of them competing for Ningfeng's favor, Wang Yue quickly joined in. She even copied Chang Muqiu's mannerisms and claimed she had prepared a gift too, leaving Ningfeng speechless. Helpless, Ningfeng told her to just get to the point. Wang Yue smiled and took out a bottle of medicine. She explained that Xu Wei had worked hard to make it, and specifically asked her to deliver it to Ningfeng. Looking at the bottle glowing with a strange light, even Ningfeng was surprised. After accepting the gift, he immediately left the school and headed straight to Du-An's home. Students joining the special training program were free to skip classes, so no one cared. Meanwhile, Du-An had been feeling increasingly worried. Ningfeng had promised to let him rest for a week before training began, but so much time had passed without a word. Just as Du-An thought he had been forgotten, Ningfeng suddenly appeared and casually tossed the bottle of medicine to him. Ningfeng explained that Xu Wei and Liang Se had created the medicine together. It was designed to heal long-term internal injuries. Once Du-An took it, the real hellish training would begin. Du-An's eyes lit up as he hurriedly accepted the bottle. He finally relaxed, knowing that this powerful mentor had not abandoned him. Without any hesitation, Du-An uncapped the bottle and drank every last drop like a man dying of thirst. The moment the medicine took effect, energy surged through his entire body. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, with every muscle and bone relaxing beyond belief. Seeing the obvious results, Ningfeng nodded in satisfaction. After being hit by Ming Shen's forbidden spell in the dungeon, he had also suffered countless hidden injuries, but this medicine had almost completely erased every lasting effect. After confirming everything was fine, Ningfeng told Du-An to circulate his origin power at full strength and prepare for the hellish training. Du-An had waited for this day for a long time, and his fighting spirit instantly erupted. Even so, Ningfeng seriously warned him that the process would be extremely dangerous. If he could not endure it, he had to follow Ningfeng's instructions immediately. Seeing Ningfeng's serious expression, Du-An also became tense. Right after that, Ningfeng used observation on him once again. Before this, Du-An still had 7 severe injuries throughout his body, but now only a faint scar remained in his right lung. It was caused by overusing origin power overload, though it was already healing on its own. Ningfeng was pleased with the result. Ningfeng looked at Du-An and said he would point out every fatal weakness in his body, then repeatedly attack those exact spots to sharpen his combat ability. Du-An listened with complete focus, but Ningfeng immediately listed one flaw after another. In his opinion, origin power overload did not suit Du-An at all because prolonged use would destroy his lungs. On top of that, his skill combinations were deeply flawed. 9-star Embracing the Moon and Falling Star Charge were both powerful techniques on their own, but using them together only reduced his combat strength. From now on, that combination had to be abandoned. Ningfeng continued breaking down even more mistakes in Du-An's fighting style. Having every weakness exposed one by one only made Du-An admire him even more. After watching him for such a short time, Ningfeng had already seen through nearly every problem he had. Once the explanation was over, Ningfeng immediately began the training session. This time, Duan was mentally prepared and entered with far greater confidence. The core of the special training was to place Duan inside the illusion world created by Ningfeng's skill. Inside that space, everything was completely under Ningfeng's control, while Duan could do nothing but face his endless attacks. The only goal of this method was to force Duan through countless defeats until he truly grew stronger. Ningfeng had already tested this skill on several others before, so he now knew how to adjust its intensity without damaging Duan's mind. The pain was no less intense, but the improvement in strength was astonishing. Duan knew better than anyone that only Ningfeng could help him grow this fast. So no matter how badly he was beaten, he kept getting back up, determined not to disappoint him. The two continued fighting non-stop. Duan fell again and again, then gritted his teeth and charged back into battle without hesitation. The training finally ended when Ningfeng sensed a breakthrough within Duan. Only then did he send him back into the trial area. The moment he returned, Duan immediately challenged the monsters inside the trial dungeon again. After Ningfeng's training, Duan's speed, reflexes, and combat style had all improved dramatically. Sword in hand, he charged at the enemies like a tireless war machine. After clearing one area, Duan moved straight to the next, cutting down monsters without stopping until he completed the entire trial. That was simply because Ningfeng's monster lineup ended there. Watching Duan transform so completely in such a short time left Sulan and Feng Yi utterly speechless. When Sulan announced that he had cleared every floor of the simulated dungeon, Duan collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, breathing heavily as he struggled to calm himself. Tears of joy streamed down his face. He wiped them away, looked at Ningfeng, and asked with a trembling voice if he had really succeeded. Feng Yi was still in shock. In just 1 month, Ningfeng had turned an ordinary adventurer into such a terrifying fighter. After witnessing this, he became even more convinced that the Adventurer Management Bureau had to maintain a close relationship with this mysterious powerhouse. Overwhelmed with excitement, the flames covering Feng Yi's body flared up again, startling Sulan beside him. But to Feng Yi, that pain meant nothing compared to the joy of witnessing Duan's performance. He simply smiled and told Sulan not to worry. For someone mutated like him, living this long was already a blessing. Hearing those words, Sulan finally understood why Feng Yi had transferred his grandson Feng Yue to Ningfeng's school. His true goal was to build a connection so that even after he was gone, Feng Yue would still have someone powerful to rely on. Thinking about that future, Sulan could not help feeling emotional. More than ever, she hoped the mysterious expert could extinguish the mutation flames that were slowly consuming Feng Yi's life. Feng Yi, however, seemed completely unconcerned about his own condition. What mattered most to him now was getting Duan into the God's trial dungeon as soon as possible. In his eyes, that was the most urgent matter of all. The next day, after fully recovering, Duan followed Feng Yi straight to the headquarters of the Guild of Commerce. By the time they arrived, the leaders of all 7 great guilds were already there waiting. Liu Yingjin stepped forward to greet them on behalf of the guild leaders, with the warmth reserved for honored guests. Duan remained calm and quietly observed everyone in the room. Everyone present was either at the legendary rank or very close to it, and each carried immense pride. In the past, even Duan's master had struggled to earn their respect. Yet today, a 4th Transcendence adventurer like him was personally welcomed by them all. It was obvious that after the incident involving the gods, none of them could remain as composed as before. At this point, the only person who could still treat matters involving gods as something ordinary was probably Ningfeng. Unlike everyone else, He was clearly displeased. He had only recently reached 5th Transcendence and had no desire to lower himself before someone who had just reached 4th Transcendence like Duan. But the person who irritated him most was still Feng Yi, who, in his eyes, had always hidden far too many secrets from the 7 great guilds. He did not think much of the other guild leaders either. To him, they were willing to trade even the Guild of Commerce's precious dungeon for benefits and connections. They were nothing but schemers. No matter how unhappy he was, He had no authority to object. In the end, he still led everyone to the dungeon entrance, while secretly hoping Duan would fail. Pretending to be polite, He asked Duan for permission to activate the recording formation so everyone could watch the entire challenge live. His real intention was to capture Duan's failure and turn it into a joke. To his surprise, Duan agreed without the slightest hesitation. Duan even took out his communication device and connected directly with Ningfeng so he could watch as well. The moment the guild leaders realized who was on the other end, their expressions changed, and every one of them became noticeably more respectful. Everyone was curious to see the true face of the man, praised as the strongest powerhouse on the continent, but no one dared risk offending him. Meanwhile, the man everyone was talking about was still relaxing at Du-An's residence. He casually snacked while watching the live broadcast. From the very first floors, Du-An cleared each stage at an astonishing speed. Every strike was clean and precise, and the killing intent he released far surpassed what a normal fourth transcendence fighter could produce. Even Liu Yingzhen had to admit that Du-An's combat skills and reactions were slightly better than his own. As for He Si-yu, he no longer dared underestimate him. With his current strength, even if someone claimed Du-An had already reached sixth transcendence, He Si-yu would have a hard time denying it. Du-An fought harder and harder, clearing floor 30, then floor 40, and finally conquering floor 50 as well. Everyone watching the broadcast was stunned. No one expected someone as young as Du-An to shatter the records once set by Liu Yingzhen and He Si-yu. Upon reaching the final floor, Du-An encountered the very same monster he had practiced against countless times inside Ningfeng's simulated training world. Although the battle was still difficult, he eventually defeated it. During his training with Ningfeng, this monster had also been the final limit of the simulation database. To everyone's surprise, it was also the true final boss of the real dungeon. The moment it fell, a massive notification appeared before Du-An. The words congratulating him on clearing the dungeon left both Du-An and everyone watching completely speechless. No one had imagined he could finish the entire dungeon in a single run so quickly. Even Du-An was too overwhelmed to speak when the god's special reward appeared before him. The so-called god's blessing was actually a divine forbidden spell. Outside, He Si-yu gritted his teeth in fury. This reward belonged only to the first person to clear the dungeon, meaning no future challenger would ever receive it again. Realizing that the dungeon belonged to the Guild of Commerce, while its greatest reward had gone to Du-An, made He Si-yu furious enough to nearly crush his teeth. But no one paid any attention to him anymore, because every eye was fixed on Du-An. At that moment, countless system messages appeared as his talent was being analyzed. After a long evaluation, the system concluded that Du-An's class was still incomplete, so he was not yet qualified to receive or absorb the divine forbidden spell. The unexpected result left Du-An and every guild leader outside frozen in disbelief. No one had expected something like this to happen. Only Ningfeng remained calm because he had already expected it. According to the Demon King's records he had read, the class system of this era was still incomplete and unable to handle certain higher-level powers. That was why Du-An could not directly inherit the divine forbidden spell. Just as Ningfeng regretted that such a precious reward would go to waste, the system suddenly adjusted the reward to match its recipient. As a result, the divine forbidden spell was transformed into a divine mark. Since Du-An specialized in close combat and was blessed by the Holy Origin God, the system immediately presented him with 3 new advancement paths and allowed him to choose his future. The first path was called Martial Spirit Sword Sovereign, a sword-focused style that controlled blades through sword aura and emphasized overwhelming offensive power. Its greatest strength was that the stronger the enemy, the more explosive its combat power became. The second choice was Martial Supreme Battle Saint, a path devoted entirely to tempering the body, relying on nothing but constantly surpassing one's own limits. The final path was Martial Arsenal Master, specializing in a wide variety of weapons while also gaining the ability to learn and imitate an opponent's skills during battle. Du-An had always loved the way of the sword, so he chose the Martial Spirit Sword Sovereign path without a moment's hesitation. The instant he confirmed his choice, a mysterious mark appeared before him. The mark was condensed from divine power and contained both the world's laws and the origin of the path he had just chosen. Without hesitation, Du-An fused the mark into his body. While he was absorbing his new power, another major event unfolded outside. The sky above the city suddenly lit up with brilliant golden light. Because someone had cleared the god's trial dungeon, the world's overall level had advanced to a new stage. At the same time, a massive announcement appeared across the sky, like a bulletin visible to the entire world. People all over the world looked up as glowing words appeared across the sky. Many quickly pulled out their phones to capture the once-in-a-lifetime moment. Leaning against the window, Ningfeng quietly watched the scene below with deep satisfaction. His long-prepared plan to conquer the god's trial dungeon had finally succeeded. That also meant the massive resources inside the dungeon were now part of his long-term plans. Not long afterward, Du-An walked out of the dungeon, with his head held high. His entire presence had completely changed. With his current strength, none of the powerhouses present could afford to look down on him anymore. Liu Yingzhen noticed it immediately. Duan could no longer be measured by the standards of an ordinary fourth transcendence fighter. He might even become the one to break the world's current power limit. Facing such a genius, the guild leaders immediately invited him to join their guilds. But Duan had always preferred working alone and showed little interest. The only person he truly wanted to follow was Ningfeng, so he turned down every offer. After returning to the estate, Duan became so emotional upon seeing Ningfeng that tears filled his eyes. Choking back his emotions, he said he had finally lived up to Ningfeng's expectations. Ningfeng could only smile helplessly, give him a thumbs up, and wonder how someone who fought on the front line could be so sentimental. Ningfeng replied that every achievement belonged to Duan himself, and he had only provided guidance. Then the two sat down to discuss the divine mark, because Ningfeng had not been able to examine it carefully through the live stream. Duan immediately drew the appearance of the mark. The moment Ningfeng saw it, he realized it looked exactly like an item he had found before. Shocked, Duan asked if Ningfeng had once owned one too. Ningfeng casually replied that he had picked one up while clearing a dungeon and had simply given it to Wang Yue. Hearing that, Duan completely froze. He had risked his life to earn a divine mark, while Ningfeng had casually found one and given it away without a second thought. All he could do was laugh bitterly. In Duan's eyes, something he had sacrificed everything to obtain was treated by Ningfeng like a random item found on the roadside. That only made him realize how enormous the gap between them still was. Ningfeng also began thinking things through. If the divine mark was truly condensed from divine power, then perhaps because he already possessed divine power himself, every special dungeon he entered could reward him with similar items. Even though he acted unconcerned, Ningfeng knew this was something worth investigating. But another issue worried him even more. The list of the 12 chief gods that appeared during Duan's advancement made Ningfeng realize his future enemies were not just one individual, but an entire system led by the 12 gods. Duan continued by saying that once news spread about the divine mark, the 7 great guilds immediately mobilized their forces to search for more dungeons. In just a few days, even the smaller guilds would likely join the race. After hearing that, Ningfeng fell even deeper into thought. Duan had cleared the dungeon, and Ningfeng's system had confirmed the mission was complete. That meant as long as he found people who had conquered these dungeons, he could somehow benefit from their achievements. But if those people became enemies, everything would become far more complicated. Compared to the divine mark, what worried Ningfeng even more was that clearing these dungeons also gave players a chance to obtain a divine forbidden spell. If those terrifying forbidden spells ended up in enemy hands, it would only make them stronger. Worse still, if that somehow exposed Ningfeng's identity to the 12 chief gods, the consequences would be disastrous. Only 2 solutions came to mind. Either bring every dungeon conqueror under his control, or recruit every one of them to his side. It sounded simple, but accomplishing it would be another matter entirely. Seeing Ningfeng stay silent for so long, Duan carefully spoke up and admitted there was still something he had not told him. He confessed that he was not sure whether he had handled the situation correctly. After Ningfeng nodded for him to continue, Duan recounted everything that happened after leaving the dungeon. The moment he stepped outside, He-Siu immediately blocked his path. According to the agreement they had signed earlier, the Guild of Commerce had the right to claim every item Duan obtained inside the dungeon. With Duan's current strength, however, those pieces of equipment were no longer especially important to him. Since the divine mark had already fused with his body, Duan handed over every remaining loot item, without keeping a single thing. But He-Siu was clearly dissatisfied. Returning the loot was not enough. He wanted the divine mark as well. He never said it outright, but his attitude made it obvious. Still, he knew the divine mark had merged with Duan, so there was no way to take it back. Meanwhile, the other guild leaders were completely drawn to the mountain of loot in front of them. Among the high-grade gear and rare enhancement stones, the biggest prize was the memory potion recipe. This potion could erase a learned skill and free up the skill slot again. Since skill slots were limited, learning a weak skill could ruin future growth. With the memory potion, they could remove useless skills and replace them with stronger ones. The moment He-Siu picked up the recipe, he realized its massive value. If the Shangyi Guild controlled this potion alone, they could attract countless experts and surpass every rival. His only concern was that Duan had already seen the recipe and might reveal it. He-Siu immediately reminded Duan that their contract forbade him from sharing the memory potion recipe with anyone. He even offered generous compensation for his silence. Duan simply shook his head. Duan calmly replied that he had already seen the same recipe from the mysterious senior before. The 2 copies were identical, so even without this one, Ningfeng could brew the potion anytime. The moment those words landed, every guild leader froze in shock. None of them could believe what they had just heard. He recovered first. His investigation had confirmed that every reward from the trial realm was completely new and had never appeared before. Hearing that the mysterious senior already possessed the memory potion recipe sounded impossible. He immediately asked Duan if he had any proof to support his claim. When Duan stayed silent for a few seconds, He thought he had already won. In his eyes, once something belonged to the Shangyi Guild, no one could take it away. But Duan calmly replied that he could not provide evidence on Ningfeng's behalf. Still, if everyone insisted, he could reveal one more thing. Duan revealed that the mysterious senior not only knew the memory potion recipe, but had also mastered the Shangyi Guild's advanced experience potion formula long ago, and had been brewing it for quite some time. That single statement left He speechless. He stood frozen, muttering over and over that it was impossible. The other guild leaders were just as stunned. They never imagined the mysterious senior had access to secrets hidden inside the trial realm. Only now did they understand why Duan trusted Ningfeng so much. Standing nearby, Feng Yi simply stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. He suddenly remembered how Ningfeng had casually given 40 experience potions to Feng Rui and Chang Muqiu the first time they met. Only now did he realize that such precious potions meant almost nothing to Ningfeng. That only strengthened Feng's belief that sending his grandson to learn under Ningfeng had been the best decision he ever made. Not wanting to stay in the chaotic atmosphere any longer, Duan and Feng Yi quickly left the area. On the way back, Feng Yi hesitated before quietly asking Duan something. He wanted to know if Ningfeng had any other special medicines, because his body was growing weaker as the mutation power continued to consume him. Throughout his life, Feng Yi had never lowered himself to beg anyone. But to stay alive a few more years and keep looking after Feng Rui, he put aside his pride and asked for help. Duan smiled and said he could not promise anything, but he would ask Ningfeng when the chance came. Deep down, Duan was also unsure. Ningfeng owed Feng Yi nothing. Still, he did have a few health-restoring potions, although none had ever been tested on someone in Feng Yi's condition. After hearing Duan's report, Ningfeng decided to let Feng Yi try a few bottles of the health-restoring potion first. After receiving the medicine, Duan immediately went to the headquarters to find Feng Yi. Unfortunately, Su Lan told him that Feng Yi was attending an important meeting, so he had no choice but to leave the medicine with her. At the end of the day, Su Lan brought the medicine to Feng's residence. She knocked for a long time, but no one answered the door. Thinking Feng Rui was not home either, Su Lan left with a hint of regret. What she did not know was that Feng Rui was fighting against an evil power that was slowly taking over his mind. All he had ever wanted was a way to save his grandfather's life. But the tempting voice kept whispering in his head, promising to save Feng Yi if he surrendered. The dark power kept wearing down his will while Feng Rui gritted his teeth and resisted with everything he had. As Feng Yi's grandson, he would never betray humanity by making a deal with evil. But the more his resolve wavered, the harder the dark power tempted him. It laughed and mocked humans for chaining themselves with meaningless ideals. The voice challenged Feng Rui to wait until he watched his grandfather die and see if he could still hold on to his resolve. Although he resisted the temptation, Feng Rui knew it had struck his greatest weakness. The next morning, Feng Rui sat alone in the stadium stands, staring into space without a trace of energy. Ningfeng walked by and knew at a glance that Feng Rui was carrying a heavy burden. Wanting to cheer him up, Ningfeng invited him to play games, the usual way guys relaxed together. Feng Rui forced a smile and declined, saying his grandfather had forbidden him from playing on his phone at school. Ningfeng did not push him. He simply smiled and said that when Feng Yi returned from his business trip, the three of them could team up for a match together. He even praised the old man's impressive gaming skills. Mentioning Feng Yi only made Feng Rui feel worse. His grandfather had learned to play games just to spend more time with him. When Feng Rui was young, his parents died during a dangerous mission. The tragedy made him shut himself away, refusing to talk to anyone and spending every day locked in his room. Not knowing how to comfort him, Feng Yi learned to play the games Feng Rui loved and slowly helped him step out of his lonely world. Thanks to that persistence, Feng Rui eventually overcame his darkest days and came to see his grandfather as the most important person in his life. After hearing everything, Ningfeng quietly listened with rare seriousness. Just by looking at Feng Rui's troubled expression, Ningfeng could already guess why he was so upset. At the same time, Feng Yi was attending an extremely important meeting. The meeting focused on two criminals, Bang Xia and Gu Ying. Bang Xia had once been a 4-star Third Awakening adventurer. 8 years ago, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for deliberately killing a teammate inside a secret realm. Yet 6 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared from buddies without leaving a trace. His accomplice, Gu Ying, was also a 4-star Third Awakening adventurer. He had been under special surveillance, but mysteriously vanished from custody 5 years ago. Recently, both men suddenly reappeared at Bang Xia's old house in Xiangyuan City. Soon after, they slaughtered 2 adventurer families without leaving a single survivor. The victims all had family members who had taken part in Bang Xia's arrest years ago. It was clearly a revenge plan that had been prepared for a long time. What puzzled everyone was that the victims were all Fourth Awakening adventurers, yet they were almost powerless against 2 men officially recorded as only Third Awakening. They could only watch helplessly as their families were killed. To uncover the truth, the organizers played security footage from one victim's home, showing the entire battle. After watching the recording, the entire hall fell silent because Gu Ying's strength was beyond terrifying. According to his file, he was still only a 4-star Third Awakening adventurer. But anyone who carefully watched his movements and fighting style could tell that his true strength had long surpassed the Third Awakening and had even reached the threshold of the Fifth Awakening. Even Feng Yi admitted that he was not confident he could defeat Gu Ying in a direct fight. Only then did everyone understand why the 2 adventurers had been completely unable to fight back. After disappearing for just a few years, what kind of opportunity had Gu Ying found to become so unbelievably powerful? After piecing together all the clues, they discovered that the cases involving Bang Xia and Gu Ying were closely connected to the Zhao family. It was Zhao Cheng's father who had hired these 2 men to search for his missing son. Even now, Zhao Cheng had completely vanished without a trace. During the investigation into the series of massacres, Bang Xia sensed a terrifying dark magic that felt strangely familiar. In his view, anyone who could control that kind of power had to be backed by a demon king. Just looking at the souls that died in Kinyu City not long ago made it obvious. They were all nothing more than pawns in the scheme of an evil force. Whenever a demon king appeared, those with exceptional talent were usually taken straight to its lair. In other words, those who seemed to have disappeared were actually sent into Chen Shi's secret realm to train in secret for a very long time. Bang Xia and Gu Ying had gone through the same experience before, so they suspected that Zhao Cheng had also been chosen by the Dark Force and taken into the secret realm to be trained into a powerhouse. Old Zhao had only one concern. He wondered whether the strange ritual his son had been secretly performing was connected to what Bang Xia had just described. Bang Xia could not be completely certain, but judging from the hidden chamber and the ritual inside, it was clearly an altar for summoning an evil god. With Zhao Cheng's talent and that sacrificial array, as long as he accepted, becoming the Demon King's disciple was almost guaranteed. Hearing that, old Zhao finally let go of the burden in his heart, completely unaware that Ningfeng had already killed his son long ago. Before leaving, Bang Xia handed him a business card and told him to prepare a car after dinner that night to take them to the address written on it. Just then, someone asked who they were planning to meet. Bang Xia casually replied that they were looking for their future junior brother, and that person was Feng Ri. At that moment, Feng Rui was sitting alone in his room, quietly staring into the night. Painful childhood memories and the loss of his loved ones kept replaying in his mind. A sudden knock on the door pulled Feng Rui back to reality, and he opened it without any suspicion. Standing outside were Bang Xia and Gu Ying. Since Feng Yi had not yet told him about the meeting, Feng Rui had no idea who they were. Bang Xia confirmed that the young man before him was Feng Rui, and Feng Rui calmly admitted it. Bang Xia then casually told him to let them inside, acting as if it were his own house. Only then did Feng Rui realize something was wrong. His instincts warned him that both men carried overwhelming killing intent, so he immediately demanded to know who they were. Bang Xia introduced himself, saying he had come under their master's orders and that Feng Rui should call them senior brothers from now on. Those words left Feng Rui stunned because he had never accepted anyone as his master. Bang Xia casually mentioned what had happened the previous night, and Feng Rui immediately understood everything. He realized these two belonged to the same dark faction that had nearly killed him the night before, and the thought alone sent chills down his spine. Without another word, Feng Rui immediately took a fighting stance. Unfortunately, against these two monsters, his strength meant nothing. With a casual wave of his hand, Bang Xia restrained Feng Rui and hurled him straight into the wall behind him. Bang Xia coldly scolded him for daring to attack his senior brother and called him completely disrespectful. Feng Ru gritted his teeth and struggled to stand, but the gap in strength was simply too great. It was the first time in his life that the young master had been beaten so badly that he could not fight back at all. In truth, Bangxia had come today only because he was carrying out his master's orders. The mysterious master believed Feng Rui was still too stubborn, so he sent Bangxia to persuade him. Instead, Feng Rui tried to attack after only a few words, making Bangxia lose his temper and teach him a lesson. It was not enough to kill him, but the blow left him in unbearable pain. From Bangxia's words, it was clear that the mysterious master valued Feng Rui greatly. He not only promised him immense power, but also offered to remove the evil magic from his body. All Feng Rui had to do was agree, and the path to becoming a true powerhouse would open before him. But Feng Rui was not moved in the slightest. He knew the sweet promises of demonic cultivators could never be trusted, and he also came from a proud, righteous family. Because of that, a few tempting words from the evil cultivators could never change his resolve. While Bangxia pinned Feng Rui to the ground, Gu Ying searched the entire house. When they failed to find Feng Yi, both looked disappointed, and Bangxia even sighed that he had missed the chance to pay the old man a visit. But Feng Rui knew that their so-called visit was really an excuse to kill his grandfather, so he shouted that he would never let them touch him. Even with serious injuries, Feng Rui still struggled to his feet the moment they mentioned Feng Yi. Bangxia casually flicked him aside, sending him crashing back to the floor covered in wounds. Looking down at Feng Rui like an ant, Bangxia coldly said that the blood sacrifice ritual could unleash dark magic at its fullest. He then threatened Feng's life and gave Feng Rui 3 days to decide. If he knelt and accepted their master, everything would be forgiven. But if he kept resisting, they would kill Feng Yi without hesitation. That threat pushed Feng Rui into complete despair. Meanwhile, Ningfeng had no idea that danger was quietly closing in. He was still calmly farming dungeon runs as usual. This time, Ningfeng entered the Wild Tribe dungeon to gain more experience. With his ever-growing strength and overwhelming close combat skills, he defeated the dungeon boss in no time. Even after clearing the entire dungeon, Ningfeng still felt unsatisfied because he had not found anyone strong enough to truly test himself. Left with no better option, he continued training in lower-level secret realms. However, the system mission had only 43 days remaining. If he failed to reach the second awakening before the deadline, the consequences would be severe. That made him consider entering the newly discovered high-risk secret realms. Just as he was thinking about it, Ningfeng suddenly received a call from Du An. The hesitation in Du An's voice was enough for Ningfeng to realize something serious had happened. Du An quickly explained that Feng Yi had a favor to ask. The old man hoped the mysterious masked expert would accept him as a student. After hearing the whole story, Ningfeng immediately headed to City Hospital No. 2. By then, Feng Rui had already been moved into intensive care, and his condition had begun to stabilize. Even so, he still could not fully control the evil magic inside his body, so Feng Rui had to remain hospitalized for a few more days under observation. While Ningfeng spoke privately with Feng Rui inside the hospital room, Du An was talking with Feng Yi outside in the hallway. It was hard to imagine someone as respected as Feng Yi asking to become another person's disciple. But with the threat of Bangxia and Gu Ying, and no solution from the government, he had no choice but to place all his hope in the mysterious expert. To Feng's surprise, the request was accepted almost immediately. Before coming here, Ningfeng had already told Du An to explain that this was not a master-disciple relationship, but a special training program to improve his strength. Even behind a mask, Ningfeng had no intention of taking someone old enough to be his grandfather as a disciple. Feng Yi then cautiously asked whether the mysterious expert wanted anything in return. Du An quickly passed along Ningfeng's conditions. The most important requirement was a private training area. It did not have to be large, but it had to remain completely secret so Ningfeng could train and guide Feng Yi without interruption. The old man agreed without the slightest hesitation. Just as everything was going smoothly, an angry shout suddenly came from inside the hospital room, demanding to know why those people had come again. Hearing the commotion, both men immediately rushed into the room. Sure enough, Bangxia and Gu Ying had arrived. They were even carrying a basket of fruit, looking exactly like ordinary visitors. The moment he saw Feng Rui, Bangxia pretended to feel guilty. He claimed he had accidentally hit too hard the other day, so he came to apologize and check on his junior brother. He kept apologizing, but his mocking attitude said the opposite. Hearing him repeatedly call himself senior brother made Feng Rui grit his teeth and curse them for being completely shameless. At that moment, Feng Yi charged into the room, wearing his bone guard armor. His fierce posture made it clear he was ready to fight at any moment. But Bangxia remained perfectly calm and smiled as he asked whether Senior Feng truly intended to start a fight inside a hospital. Seeing how confident Bang Xia was, Feng Yi could only swallow his anger. He knew that even risking his life might not give him any chance of winning. Noticing Feng's hesitation, Bang Xia became even more arrogant. The two men sneered before casually turning around and leaving the room. Before walking away, they deliberately reminded Feng Rui that he had only 2 days left. The moment they stepped into the hallway, they saw Duan standing directly in their path. Gu Ying deliberately spat on Duan's clothes as an open act of provocation. Luckily, Duan was an incredibly calm person. Anyone else would have turned this into a full-blown fight. Feng Yi lowered his head and apologized for dragging Duan into this, but Duan simply smiled and waved it off, saying none of it was his fault. Unlike the tense atmosphere around him, Ningfeng remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. He even opened the fruit basket Bang Xia had brought and casually started eating it. That night, Bang Xia and Gu Ying leisurely returned to the Zhao family's estate. There, they held a banquet with the Zhao family head, raising glass after glass in high spirits. After getting slightly drunk, Bang Xia brought up Wang Yue, the beautiful daughter of the Wang group, and decided he wanted to capture her for his own amusement. The Zhao family head immediately agreed, saying Zhao Cheng had originally planned to use Wang Yue as a sacrifice, but if Bang Xia wanted her instead, he was free to take her. Bang Xia burst into laughter, but just as he was enjoying himself, a deafening explosion shook the estate. The Zhao family's massive front gate was blasted apart. The two people who walked in were Ning Fengfeng and Duan. To hide their identities, both wore full-face masks. Duan coldly ordered everyone uninvolved to leave, leaving only Bang Xia and Gu Ying behind. Instead of feeling threatened, the two men became even more excited at the chance to fight. Bang Xia merely glanced at Gu Ying before calmly finishing the wine in his cup. Gu Ying instantly understood and shot forward like an arrow, launching the first attack at Duan. At first, Gu Ying thought this battle would end just as easily as all the others. But reality proved otherwise. His full-powered punch was effortlessly stopped by Duan, as casually as catching a flying ball. After that first clash, Duan immediately judged his opponent's true strength. He realized Gu Ying had reached the fifth awakening long ago. Without Ningfeng's brutal training and the power of the divine mark, that single strike might have killed him. Gu Ying, on the other hand, could not hide his shock after seeing his signature move blocked so easily. He had assumed Duan was only there to stall him, while Ningfeng delivered the real finishing blow. Instead, everything turned out completely differently. Ningfeng had already pulled over a chair and casually sat down to watch the fight. He even opened a bag of snacks. While calmly eating, he watched the battle unfold before him. That indifferent attitude humiliated Gu Ying more than any insult ever could. Taking advantage of Gu Ying's distraction, Duan unleashed a powerful kick, reminding him exactly who his real opponent was. Knocked backward, Gu Ying roared in rage and immediately activated the armor covering his entire body. The moment his defense was complete, he charged back into the fight. This time, Gu Ying poured all his magic into a single punch powerful enough to crush an ordinary person's bones. But Duan was no weaker. The two exchanged blow after blow in a fierce, close-quarters battle. The Zhao family members huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Although Duan had told them to leave earlier, no one had the courage to take even one step. Meanwhile, the Zhao family head noticed Bang Xia's expression growing darker and darker. He looked furious enough to explode. Even with his weapon already in hand, Bang Xia could not understand why Ningfeng was calmly eating, as if he did not exist. That only made him even angrier. After putting on his battle armor, Bang Xia's aura became far more terrifying, almost making him look like a completely different person. Ningfeng, in contrast, carried only a sword in one hand and a staff in the other without wearing any armor at all. This unusual fighting style came from an innate dark ability called Slaughter Instinct. Its effect was simple. As long as he equipped both a magic weapon and a melee weapon at the same time, all of Ningfeng's damage was doubled. The burst of power from Ningfeng made even Bang Xia's expression change. He had never seen a mage fight with such an aggressive close combat style. Without giving him a chance to react, Ningfeng rushed in and unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes that forced Bang Xia backward. At first glance, Ningfeng's sword swings looked completely wild and unrefined. But once Bang Xia actually faced them, he realized every single strike carried terrifying power. At first, he had assumed Ningfeng was just an inexperienced rookie, swinging his sword at random. But moments later, Bing Xia began to suspect his opponent was pretending to be weak to hide a deadly move. That caution kept him from launching a counterattack, but staying on defense forever was not an option. He kept dodging every slash, waiting for the slightest opening to strike back. The two charged at each other again. Ning Feng's slender sword clashed again and again with Bing Xia's massive blade, yet it stayed completely intact. One fought with gritted teeth, swinging his blade like a madman. Meanwhile, Ning Feng remained calm, moving with effortless precision. As the fight dragged on, Bing Xia slowly began to lose steam. He realized Ning Feng was like a battle machine that only grew stronger with every exchange, his stamina rising instead of fading. Seeing the battle turn against him, Bing Xia knew the longer it lasted, the worse it would be for him. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Bing Xia quickly raised a hand to stop the fight. He lowered his tone and suggested that no matter where Ning Feng came from, both of them were powerful fighters, so there was no need to fight to the death. Ning Feng gave only one cold reply. No, he came here for one reason only, to kill Bing Xia. After trying to back down only to be rejected without hesitation, Bing Xia exploded with rage. He shouted that, in his master's eyes, Ning Feng was nothing more than a tiny ant. Ning Feng calmly asked if that master was the Demon King guarding this secret realm. Caught off guard, Bing Xia nodded. He then went on, praising his master as an unbeatable existence with overwhelming demonic power beyond anyone in this world. Bing Xia claimed even demon kings from other secret realms had fallen to his master. He even bragged that his master collected the bones of defeated enemies as trophies to intimidate Ning Feng. Ning Feng pretended to be impressed and asked if his master had really defeated other demon kings and enjoyed such a strange hobby. Seeing the reaction he wanted, Bing Xia smiled even wider. Then Ning Feng simply smiled and asked one mocking question. So where is that great master of yours now? At the same time, Feng Yi rushed to the scene with Sulan and the guards. They had just received news about Bing Xia and Gu Ying, so they hurried over. As soon as they reached the building, Feng Yi immediately used his detection ability to observe the upper floors. Through his skill, he saw Bing Xia struggling against a masked fighter. Bing Xia's battered condition showed he had already gone through an incredibly brutal battle. In contrast, Ning Feng looked completely relaxed. His aura continued rising with every passing second. Because the disguise was so perfect, Feng Yi could not identify Ning Feng no matter how closely he looked. He could only marvel at the mysterious fighter's overwhelming strength. Every ordinary-looking strike forced Bing Xia further into a corner. Just as Ning Feng's power reached 80, Bing Xia suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed him whole. His stomach split open, revealing a giant mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs. In an instant, Ning Feng was pulled inside. Bing Xia snorted, saying he had finally been forced to use this ultimate move. He also muttered that the price of gaining this ability had been extremely high. Watching the battle change so suddenly, Feng Yi turned pale, feeling his heart nearly stop. Elsewhere, Gu Ying was still locked in a fierce battle with Duan. The moment he saw Ning Feng get swallowed, he burst into laughter, hoping to shake Duan's confidence. Unfortunately, Duan stayed completely calm. He trusted Ning Feng without question because he knew exactly how strong his boss was. Instead, Gu Ying exposed an opening while taunting and immediately took a sword straight through the chest. Duan coldly said that Gu Ying was not even worthy of worrying about his boss. The only reply was Gu Ying's agonized scream echoing everywhere. Elsewhere, after seeing Bing Xia swallow his opponent, the Zhao family head finally dared to crawl out of hiding. He immediately showered Bing Xia with praise, calling him unbeatable and saying everyone else was beneath comparison. But Bing Xia was already furious, and with a casual swing, he sliced the Zhao family head clean in half. He spat on the ground in disgust and coldly said trash like that only annoyed him. By now, Bing Xia had completely transformed into a grotesque monster, with nothing human left. He figured there was no reason to hold back anymore. Killing a few more people to absorb their life force would not matter. With that thought, his eyes locked onto Feng Yi and the others hiding nearby. The moment Feng Yi met that gaze, he knew their hiding place had been exposed. Bing Xia had already been terrifying in human form, and now as a monster, they had almost no chance of surviving. If they could not escape, everyone would die here. But Bing Xia never got the chance to attack Feng Yi. Just as he was about to strike, his massive stomach suddenly exploded. Ning Feng tore his way out from inside the monster and calmly stepped forward like a god of war. Even more shocking, he did not have a single scratch on him. Meanwhile, Bing Xia's organs had been ripped apart, leaving him motionless in a pool of blood. Seeing his leader defeated, Gu Ying immediately panicked and lost all focus against Duan. Duan seized the opportunity and delivered the finishing blow. Gu Ying was barely alive, and his breathing grew weaker by the second. Even so, Ning Feng did not kill him right away. he still needed to squeeze out more valuable information. Not long after, trouble began inside a distant secret realm called Blood Mist Bone Abyss. Alarms echoed throughout the realm, warning of an intruder. It was obvious Ningfeng had forced Gu Ying to reveal the Demon King's location. No one knew how powerful the Demon King truly was, but his composure was remarkable. The moment he heard the alarm, he guessed the enemy had come straight to him. At the same time, the life tokens of Bing Xia and Gu Ying shattered together. Before dying, Gu Ying managed to send a distress signal through his soul artifact, allowing the Demon King to hear their final exchange. The last thing Ningfeng asked was where their master was. Gu Ying revealed that the Demon King was in seclusion within the Wusu Mountain secret realm and would surely avenge them. Realizing this enemy was no ordinary opponent, the Demon King immediately ordered all his subordinates to retreat. Anyone capable of killing both Bing Xia and Gu Ying would slaughter the rest with ease. With a quiet sigh, the Demon King knew that despite their loyalty, this battle was his alone to fight. Suddenly, every skull attached to his armor began glowing with an eerie light. Then a blood-red skull slowly emerged from the center of his chest. The Demon King gently stroked the treasure with great care. He had once been a nobody, but everything changed after obtaining the inheritance of the Skull Evil God. This relic granted him immense power and taught him forbidden arts that turned humans into obedient puppets. Using that treasure, he hunted down his old enemies one by one and turned them into sacrifices, even without knowing who had entered the secret realm. He believed the intruder would eventually become another skull in his collection. Meanwhile, Ningfeng searched through a cave covered in thick fog with almost no visibility. Thinking a lightning-forbidden spell could clear the mist, he unleashed a massive lightning storm. Instead, the explosion made everything even harder to see. What annoyed Ningfeng the most was that after traveling so far, he still had not found a single monster to fight. After walking a little farther, the system suddenly detected a target called the insect-tailed exotic poison. Ningfeng was thrilled because the treasure he needed was indeed inside this secret realm and had not been taken yet. After sensing the treasure's aura, Ningfeng followed its trail deeper into the cave. Before long, he finally encountered the Demon King and discovered the insect-tailed exotic poison resting inside the glowing skull in the Demon King's hand. Strangely, the once fierce ruler now stood completely motionless. Ningfeng casually walked over and simply took the insect-tailed exotic poison from his hand. The Demon King still did not react. It seemed he had taken the full force of Ningfeng's earlier lightning storm and had been knocked unconscious. Ironically, the leader of Bing Xia and Gu Ying fell in the most unexpected way. After absorbing the insect-tailed exotic poison, every one of Ningfeng's stats increased by 100 points. With his current physique, even without equipment or special skills, he could easily overwhelm most explorers outside. On top of that, Ningfeng reached level 43 and unlocked a brand new skill. He immediately took out a water element, summoning skill book, and learned it. Ningfeng felt a little uneasy. He worried the skill would mutate into something completely out of control, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, he decided to learn it anyway. Just as expected, the water element spell instantly evolved into a dark forbidden spell called Gate of Darkness. It could open a portal that unleashed endless dark insects for 12 hours, or summon a great demon lord to serve him indefinitely. Ningfeng could only laugh helplessly because the skill was far too revealing. While trying to stay hidden, opening a gate to hell would expose him to the entire world. Even so, the ability to permanently summon a great demon lord as a subordinate caught his interest. After thinking it over, Ningfeng decided to keep the skill for now and test it at the right time. Back after Bing Xia and Gu Ying were defeated, Feng Yi repeatedly shook Duan's hand to express his gratitude. He knew the entire operation had been arranged by Duan and the mysterious expert behind him. In his eyes, eliminating those two was not just personal revenge but a victory that saved countless lives. Duan simply smiled at the sincere thanks. At last, everything came to an end. Many officials and explorers had doubted the masked expert at first, but after Feng Yi personally vouched for him, everyone accepted the truth. The battle erased every doubt and ended the threat of Bing Xia and Gu Ying once and for all. Thanks to this event, the mysterious master's reputation spread even farther. When they learned Ningfeng wanted a secluded place for cultivation, the authorities immediately began making arrangements. They quickly inspected several suitable locations, mainly state-funded modern training centers, with top facilities, ideal conditions, and extremely high security. Although Feng Yi carefully introduced every location, Duan refused to decide for Ningfeng. He knew the private training facility was only a cover for Ningfeng's unique cultivation method, so he brought all the information back for Ningfeng to choose himself. The next day, the two visited a newly built training base, constructed to the highest standards. The moment they arrived, Ningfeng was stunned by its enormous scale. Duan explained that this was the brand new National Explorer headquarters of Qingcheng, operating under a top-secret designation. Although the facility had not officially opened, if Ningfeng agreed, the government would immediately hand the entire base over to him. Even Ningfeng had to ask again, because he could hardly believe such generosity. Duan confirmed that it was a 10-story training complex, with everything they could need, including training areas, offices, recreation facilities, and living quarters. The base was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate around 2,000 people at once. Every piece of equipment and every facility was built to the highest standard. The entire complex had been fully completed and was operated by an advanced artificial intelligence system. Even if Ningfeng entered secluded cultivation there for years, the entire base would continue running smoothly on its own. After touring the entire facility, Ningfeng became more satisfied with every step. It was the perfect place to focus on cultivation and grow stronger. Even the facilities alone impressed him. After the tour, the two returned to meet Feng Yi. He had already guessed that the mysterious master would be pleased with this special base. After all, Ningfeng and Duan had repeatedly saved Qingcheng from disaster, prevented countless catastrophes, and eliminated Bing Xia and Gu Ying. With achievements like that, it was no surprise the government was willing to give them the entire base. In other words, Ningfeng and Duan did not have to spend a single coin. One signature was all it took to complete the transfer. Duan immediately suggested that he and Ning Xishuan should take full responsibility for managing the base. It was also the best way to keep Ningfeng's true identity hidden, so Ning Xishuan would appear under a new identity. Feng Yi gladly agreed, and even offered his full support to the mysterious master. If the master ever wanted to establish a guild, he would handle everything. Hearing that, Duan recalled what Ningfeng had mentioned before. What Ningfeng really needed was a fast intelligence network, not a guild. Besides, Ningfeng was not very familiar with technology, so gathering information was still a challenge. Feng Yi immediately replied that it would be easy. With Ningfeng's status as a national-level powerhouse, he could receive a special communication line, although it would not be completely confidential. From that answer, Ningfeng realized his position in Qingcheng had completely changed. Even so, he had no intention of relying only on the National Intelligence Network, and still planned to build his own sources. Ningfeng had actually considered creating a guild before, but there were still too many things to deal with. With the enormous resources now under his control, he planned to turn this base into something far more unique in the future. After finishing all the paperwork, Ningfeng and Duan left. On the way back, Duan reminded Feng Yi that the special training program would officially begin next week. Just then, Feng's phone suddenly began ringing non-stop. It was an urgent notice from his superiors, reporting a new wave of mysterious disappearances, with signs almost identical to the old cases involving Bing Xia and Gu Ying. The news immediately worried everyone. They all feared the remnants of Gu Ying's faction had returned once again. Even Feng Yi broke into a cold sweat at the thought, although the mysterious master was now backing them. Having a few more experts on Duan's level would make the situation much easier. That evening, Feng Yi finally returned home after a busy day. As soon as he walked in, he found Feng Rui waiting for him. A large suitcase and a pile of packed clothes sat beside him. Seeing this, Feng Yi asked where he was going. Feng Rui excitedly explained that the special training camp was about to begin. Ningfeng had prepared a training plan that included him, and everyone would leave in 2 days. Feng Yi was stunned. He never expected the mysterious master to personally mentor this group of young people. Overcome with emotion, the power inside his body burst out, and familiar flames flared around him again. Feng Rui quickly urged him to calm down. Feng Yi reassured him that the medicine from Duan had greatly improved his condition. The strange power only slipped out of control once in a while. What he was most curious about now was who Ningfeng had chosen for the training program. Feng Rui smiled and said that almost everyone was a childhood friend of Ningfeng. Aside from himself, they were all Ningfeng's closest brothers. That answer put Feng Yi completely at ease, because he knew the mysterious master truly wanted to support his own people. All the pressure weighing on Feng Yi finally disappeared. With Ningfeng leading them, these young people would eventually become true powerhouses. That night, he busily packed Feng Rui's luggage and repeatedly reminded him to listen to Ningfeng. 2 days later, early in the morning, Feng Yi personally brought Feng Rui to Base 051. Wang Yue and the others arrived shortly afterward. After looking around for a while, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ningfeng had not brought Chen Changmu this time. The moment they saw the base, the entire group was speechless at its incredible scale. Even the headquarters of the 7 great guilds could hardly compare to this place. Scratching her head, Wang Yue wondered where Ningfeng had found such an incredible base. Ningfeng simply smiled and casually claimed the owner was an elder from his family. Everyone believed him except Wang Yue, who still felt something was off. Even so, she did not press the issue because she trusted Ningfeng would never harm them. Once everyone had gathered, Ningfeng officially introduced Du An as the chief instructor for the training program. While everyone else was still confused, Feng Rei immediately bowed respectfully to Du An. Du An simply smiled warmly at the trainees. Seeing Feng Ru's reaction, Wang Yue and the others grew even more curious and asked why he respected Du An so much. Feng Rei was surprised they did not know. He quickly explained that Du An was the first person in the world to pass the god's trial, and even Liu Ying could not compare to him. The whole group was stunned. No one expected that calm and gentle man to be such a terrifying powerhouse, and everyone instantly became more serious. Du An quickly led all the trainees into the high-intensity training area. He was surprised to see everyone's fighting spirit suddenly skyrocket, completely unaware that his own reputation had inspired them. From above, Ningfeng quietly observed. The training hall was reinforced with incredibly durable materials and protected by powerful barriers, so even a forbidden spell would not damage the outside. Ningfeng had planned to bring Wang Yu's group here from the beginning. If he could not establish a guild yet, then building a core team with resources, strength, and trustworthy people was the next best step. This approach avoided the complicated process of creating a guild, while building a force far stronger than any existing guild. Wang Yue was considered one of the most talented members of the group. But the moment training began, she was completely overwhelmed without any chance to fight back. Since awakening her power, this was the first time Wang Yue had been crushed so thoroughly. Luckily, this was only training. On a real battlefield, she might have already lost the will to fight. From that moment on, she became even more convinced that Ningfeng's incredible growth came from brutal training like this. As for Jiangshu and Ziting, neither of them had ever been considered exceptional geniuses. They once believed that hard work alone could never surpass natural talent. But Ningfeng gave them a new sense of hope. Because of that, both of them were determined to give everything they had. Feng Rei was no different. He was tired of always being protected by his grandfather and wanted to become strong enough to protect Feng Yi instead. The last one was Zi Yuan. Although his face remained impossible to read, his determination to grow stronger was unmistakable. Seeing everyone's determination, Ningfeng nodded with satisfaction. Bringing them here had clearly been the right decision. All 5 pushed themselves beyond their limits. Even Jiangshu, who was famous for his endurance, felt as though he had gone through endless torture. Just then, the training room door opened, and Du An walked in with a serious expression. He announced that today's training was over and told everyone to rest, because starting tomorrow, each person would receive a personalized training program. That evening, everyone gathered for dinner to recover the energy they had burned during training. While eating, Wang Yu admitted that even though the program had just begun, she had learned more in one day than she had over many years. If she had kept training alone, she would never have discovered her own weaknesses. While everyone chatted, Feng Rei quietly fell into thought. He noticed the dark energy inside his body was strangely calm. Even after fighting with everything he had, it had not erupted like before. Everyone carried their own worries, but the one under the greatest pressure was Ziting. While everyone else talked, she quietly kept her head down. According to Wang Yue, both Ziting and Jiangshu had been under tremendous pressure recently. Their school had secured many spots in the special training program, sparking heated debates online. Most people believed Ziting and Jiangshu were not strong enough and would only drag the team down. Some even accused them of getting selected through connections and openly declared they would humiliate them during the training program. Amid the wave of criticism, one person publicly stepped forward to defend Ningfeng's group. Curious, everyone discovered that person was actually Chang Muqiu. It seemed everything she had witnessed from Ningfeng had completely convinced her of his strength. To encourage Ziting and boost everyone's morale, Ningfeng spoke up as well. He promised that in just 3 days, everyone would receive a huge surprise. The only condition was that they had to give their absolute best and complete every training session. Night gradually fell. Ningfeng sat cross-legged on his bed, quietly organizing his thoughts. After absorbing the Demon King's memories, he had gained quite a lot of valuable information. According to those memories, a group of 7 evil gods born from dark power truly existed, and they ruled every monster within the secret realms. However, the owner of the memories Ningfeng absorbed was not one of those 7 evil gods. He carried the title Evil God and was once one of the 12 chief gods, known as the Almighty God of Magic. Long ago, he and the other 11 chief gods joined forces to defeat the 7 evil gods and drove the monster forces out of the world of light. Ironically, after helping defeat the darkness, the god of magic became obsessed with researching dark power. The deeper he went, the further he fell until he completely lost himself. Fortunately, the other 11 chief gods discovered the truth in time. Knowing he could never fight the entire divine council alone, Anadon fled and eventually became an evil god. That story was passed down by the forces of light as unquestionable history, but the monsters told a completely different version. In their version, after darkness was defeated, the followers of the gods grew lazy and lost their devotion. Their faith weakened more and more with time. This greatly displeased the chief gods. They began creating new followers to maintain and harvest the power generated by their faith. From then on, the gods encouraged wars among their followers, treating them either as entertainment or as sacrifices for their own benefit. Even monsters were allowed to return. That was why secret realms kept appearing across the world. Only the Almighty God of Magic, after becoming an evil god, stayed completely out of the struggle for power. But one day, disaster struck his own territory. With too few followers and little strength, nearly all of his forces were wiped out. Although furious, the evil god held back and personally sought out the chief gods, hoping to stop the slaughter. Unfortunately, his peace offer was met with nothing but ridicule. From that moment on, both sides became sworn enemies, and a new war erupted. The once gentle god of magic revealed terrifying power. Alone, he defeated 2 chief gods and severely wounded 6 more. Although he was eventually forced to retreat, his enemies paid a devastating price. After that battle, no one knew where the evil god disappeared. Some claimed he entered a boundless void beyond both light and darkness. Meanwhile, the chief gods, fearing his return, constantly smeared his name and sent people to hunt him down forever. The memories ended there. Ningfeng could only regret never seeing the final fate of the Almighty God of Magic. Still, they were only unverified stories, so Ningfeng quickly put them aside. What mattered now was gaining experience and completing his own mission. Ningfeng had never believed in placing all his hopes on a single decisive battle. At daybreak, he left the training base and headed toward a newly discovered secret realm. The adventure management system was incredibly convenient. Even unexplored secret realms were updated almost immediately. The secret realm Ningfeng was about to enter was one of those untouched places, filled with monsters that had never been hunted. His goal was simple: wipe them all out and collect the rewards. Every monster granted a huge amount of experience, which meant the final boss of this secret realm would surely offer an even greater reward. After clearing his way through the realm, the boss finally appeared. It was called the Iron Armor Demon. One look was enough to tell this monster was far stronger than anything Ningfeng had fought before. Facing a powerful enemy only made Ningfeng more excited. Although the Iron Armor Demon possessed incredible strength, its massive body made it far slower than him. Throughout the battle, Ningfeng controlled the pace with ease, forcing the monster to chase him everywhere. But one problem quickly became obvious. The Iron Armor Demon's armor was so tough that his sword strikes were almost useless. Even Ningfeng's sword shattered during the fight. Thinking about it, the outcome was hardly surprising. Ningfeng's current strength had already surpassed what low-tier equipment could handle against 4th and 5th advancement monsters. After fighting beside him for so long, the sword had finally fulfilled its purpose. Seeing Ningfeng's sword break apart, the monster let out a triumphant roar. Ningfeng simply cursed under his breath, thinking the creature really was nothing but brute force with no brains. So what if he lost his weapon? His greatest strength was never the sword, but the forbidden spells in his hands. As expected, the power of a forbidden spell was beyond imagination. One strike erased the Iron Armor Demon, and the massive EXP pushed Ningfeng from level 43 straight to level 47. Even so, he was not satisfied. Gaining a few levels was nice, but losing the sword that had stayed with him for so long still felt like a real loss. Fortunately, the Iron Armored Demon dropped a skill called Windblade Technique. The moment Ningfeng learned it, the system upgraded it into the forbidden spell Devouring Wind. Even then, he still did not look pleased. The more forbidden spells he had, the better his chances of survival, but relying on them alone still came with plenty of limits. After all, when a forbidden spell could not be used, fighting even ordinary enemies without a weapon would be troublesome, let alone facing god-level beings in the future. So before clearing another secret realm, Ningfeng stopped by a trading center to find a new sword. The staff quickly brought out several orange-grade swords for him to choose from. Ning Feng barely glanced at them before buying every single one. That single swipe of his black card left the female clerk speechless. The young man casually bought all 7 orange-grade swords, even after the shop had already displayed its finest stock. Yet he acted as if he had only purchased a few everyday items. Right then, another special customer entered the trading hall. It was the eldest young master of the Gu family, a well-known figure in elite circles. He also carried a high-authority black card. He came to buy those premium swords, only to find that Ning Feng had already taken them all. The moment the clerk saw Gu Yunzhou, her face turned pale as she feared a conflict would break out. Without hesitation, Gu Yunzhou headed straight for the VIP room where Ning Feng was waiting. But the instant he saw who was inside, his arrogance vanished and obvious tension took its place. Standing before him was Ning Feng. Ning Feng calmly sipped his tea before looking up at him with a puzzled expression, as if he could not even remember who he was. Gu Yunzhou nearly choked. Even though Ning Feng had taken all his loot in the secret realm before, he did not dare bring it up again. He politely introduced himself as Gu Yunzhou and remarked how surprising it was to meet Ning Feng here. After his earlier defeat, Gu Yunzhou no longer dared underestimate Ning Feng. He had investigated Ning Feng many times, but every attempt was blocked by unseen forces. Online rumors ranged from a newly awakened talent to a reincarnated god, leaving his true identity impossible to confirm. Still, Gu Yunzhou was certain that anyone who could make the Gu family stay cautious was no ordinary person. Seeing him stand there in silence, Ning Feng pointed at the pile of swords and asked if any of them caught his interest. Startled, Gu Yunzhou quickly waved his hands and declined. He said he was only here to buy a few ordinary items and told Ning Feng to keep every sword. Deep down, he had only one thought: never compete with the man before him. The scene left the clerk and everyone nearby completely stunned. No one could believe the famously arrogant young master of the Gu family could act so humble. After exchanging a few polite words with Ning Feng, Gu Yunzhou quickly found an excuse to leave and disappeared. The moment he was out of sight, Gu Yunzhou rushed straight into the restroom. He repeatedly slammed his fists against the sink to vent his anger. As the famous heir of the Gu family, being forced to swallow his pride like this was unbearable. But no matter how much he thought about it, Gu Yunzhou had no solution, because facing Ning Feng head-on would only end in defeat. In the end, he logged into the forum with an anonymous account and made a post to stir up trouble. The post claimed Ning Feng was highly suspicious and urged the authorities to thoroughly investigate his background. Before long, countless people pushed back, saying Ning Feng had done nothing wrong and telling the anonymous poster to stop making baseless accusations. What angered Gu Yunzhou even more was that the one defending Ning Feng was Chang Mushu. Thinking about his former teammate siding with the enemy only made him even more frustrated. In the end, Gu Yunzhou could only focus on training and wait until he was strong enough to reclaim his pride from Ning Feng. Meanwhile, after finishing his shopping, Ning Feng happily left the store. He was carrying a huge pile of the brand new weapons he had just bought. After that, Ning Feng continued sweeping through one secret realm after another. His EXP bar kept climbing along the way. In the end, he successfully reached level 60. Holding back on forbidden spells made grinding much harder, but it also qualified him for his second-class advancement. While exploring another secret realm, Ning Feng unexpectedly found an ancient altar hidden deep inside. From the memories he had absorbed, these monsters had once served the evil gods before the 7 evil gods were defeated by the 12 main gods. Now, they were not only attacking the human world, but also plotting to revive the 7 evil gods. Some even dreamed of becoming new evil gods themselves. The world was falling deeper into chaos, yet the main gods barely cared about humanity. In their eyes, people like Ning Feng were the real targets that had to be eliminated. Thinking about it, Ning Feng felt the rumors about the almighty magic god might not be completely false. It seemed that, to most gods, humans and every other race were nothing more than pieces on a game board. Ever since gaining dark forbidden spells and being branded as an evil god, Ning Feng had understood that clearly. Whether they were evil gods or main gods, there was little difference if both looked down on human lives. In the end, only his own strength could truly be trusted. Just then, Ning Feng received a message from Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan told him to return to the base immediately. After thinking it over, Ning Feng realized it was also time to complete his second-class advancement. Xiang Yuan had called him back because he had just finished a brand new invention. Back when the base was first built, Ning Feng had specially prepared a private laboratory for him. During that time, Xiang Yuan successfully created a potion called the forgetfulness potion. All it took was one drink. The user would randomly forget one skill they had previously learned. This was the missing piece Ningfeng had been waiting for all along. Every plan he had made until now had been leading to this moment. As soon as he returned, Ningfeng pulled out a thick stack of skill books. Every single one was orange grade. They were the result of days of collecting, and each book had been carefully chosen to match its owner's class. The moment Jiang Shu and the others saw them, they could not hide their excitement. They normally only had access to purple grade skills, so this was their first time seeing so many orange grade skills at once. Wang Yue held her skill book as if she were dreaming. She asked if they had all come from secret realms. Ningfeng nodded and said that once everyone grew stronger, he would lead the team into even higher level secret realms. Feng Rei was even more shocked. Orange grade skills had an incredibly low drop rate, yet Ningfeng had prepared one that perfectly matched each person's class. At that moment, the gap between himself and Ningfeng felt almost impossible to measure. Seeing everyone still frozen in place, Ningfeng smiled and urged them to stop staring and learn their new skills right away. The group soon returned to the training room and resumed their grueling routine. On the way, they unexpectedly ran into Duan and Feng Yi. Aside from Feng Rui and Ningfeng, everyone else was meeting the senior for the first time. None of them could hide their tension. Under the pressure, he naturally gave off. Even the usually calm Wang Yue looked visibly excited to meet Feng Yi. Feng Yi quietly observed every member of the group and guessed they were the students, personally trained by Ningfeng. With someone that powerful guiding them from the start, their future had to be incredibly bright. Seeing Feng Yi reminded Ningfeng that a new week had already begun, which meant it was time for the old man's special training. Luckily, the base had enough private training rooms, because letting Feng Yi train alongside the younger students would have been awkward. After exchanging a few greetings, Feng Yi immediately asked about Feng Rui's training progress, just like a grandfather worried about his grandson. Understanding how he felt, Ningfeng brought Feng Yi to the observation area so he could see everyone's progress with his own eyes. Below them, Feng Rui's group was diligently practicing the new skills they had just learned. Wang Yue repeatedly cast Shadowless Wind Water with remarkable precision. Feng Rui focused on mastering Layered Fortress. Jiang Shu practiced Giant's Blade. Zi Ting trained Link Heal. After so many days of working together, the team had built strong chemistry and supported each other with perfect coordination. Watching from above, Feng Yi nodded in satisfaction. Still, he could tell the group's movements were a little clumsy. Duan explained that they had only recently learned orange grade skills and had not fully mastered them yet. The moment he heard orange grade, Feng Yi froze in shock. Duan confirmed that every skill was orange grade, obtained from the high-level secret realms Ningfeng had conquered. The more Feng Yi heard, the more excited he became. The military had tried many times to clear high-level secret realms, but had never succeeded, making orange-grade skills little more than legends. Yet now he was seeing them with his own eyes. Feng Yi immediately asked for permission to report this to the military. Duan agreed on Ningfeng's behalf since everyone would find out sooner or later. Looking at the students steadily improving, Feng Yi was deeply moved. They were still inexperienced, but with enough time and Ningfeng's guidance, he believed they would one day surpass the older generation and become the nation's new pillars. While the group continued training, Ningfeng began preparing for his next step. He headed straight to the class advancement hall. The staff could not hide their surprise when they saw Ningfeng arrive. Most people needed around 2 years to complete their first Tosecond class advancement. Ningfeng had reached that milestone in just 2 months. After accepting the Shrank class advancement quest, Almighty Magic God, Ningfeng learned he had to travel to the frozen wasteland to obtain the elemental emblem, along with 20 transformation stones and 100 spirit crystal flowers within 1 week. Even Ningfeng was surprised by the requirements. A normal class advancement only needed 1 transformation stone, but this one demanded 20. It was even harder because the stones did not drop from monsters. They could only be mined from ore deposits at an extremely low rate. So Ningfeng decided to visit the trading center first, in hopes of buying enough. He once again made his way to the trading center in Yuan City. When Ningfeng asked for 20 transformation stones, the manager could only smile awkwardly. He explained that recent class advancements had drained the supply, but if given 3 days, they would try to gather enough. Ningfeng thought it over and agreed. While waiting, he would collect the elemental emblem first, and also buy 100 spirit crystal flowers to save another trip. Just before leaving, Ningfeng remembered the mountain of loot from the secret realms that he had not sold yet, so he asked if the trading center would buy everything. As soon as he spoke, he pulled out a massive pile of equipment from his inventory. The glowing loot nearly blinded the manager. A quick inspection revealed over a dozen purple-grade skill books for various classes, along with a large number of orange-grade equipment. With everyone rushing to level up, these items would sell out in no time. The manager could barely stop smiling at the thought of the profits. Only then did he truly understand why the mayor had repeatedly told everyone to treat Ningfeng as an honored guest. The resources Ningfeng alone brought were enough to make him the trading center's most valuable customer. After taking care of everything, Ningfeng immediately set off for the frozen wasteland secret realm. Several adventurer teams were also preparing to enter. Seeing Ningfeng arrive alone, the secret realm staff immediately began whispering among themselves. The reason was that the authorities had recently introduced a new rule. Under the new policy, anyone entering a secret realm had to be sponsored by a guild and travel in a team of at least 5 people. Otherwise, entry would be denied. Ningfeng, however, possessed a special permit issued by headquarters that allowed him to enter secret realms freely without following those rules. The captain in charge of inspections was very strict at first, but after checking Ningfeng's permit, his attitude changed instantly, and he respectfully stepped aside. As he watched Ningfeng disappear into the distance, the captain could not stop wondering about his identity. The permit had appeared right when the new regulations were introduced, making it seem as though everything had been arranged specifically for him. One of his subordinates even guessed that Ningfeng might be a secret inspector sent by headquarters, leaving the captain visibly startled. Thinking that over, he immediately ordered all his men to tighten up their work standards. If Ningfeng truly had been sent by headquarters, they could not afford a single mistake in managing the secret realm. After passing through the gate into the secret realm, Ningfeng let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was glad Feng Yi had arranged this special permit for him in advance. The moment he entered, the first thing Ningfeng saw was a wooden bridge stretching across a bottomless chasm. After observing it for a moment, he made a decision that would leave anyone confused. Instead of crossing the bridge, he jumped straight into the abyss below. Confident in his current strength and protected by his forbidden spells, Ningfeng did not hesitate for a second. He landed safely at the bottom. This was also the deepest area of the entire secret realm. Looking up, the wooden bridge had completely disappeared from sight. The sheer depth of the chasm alone was astonishing. Right then, the first creature of the secret realm appeared before Ningfeng. Judging by its strange appearance, he was almost certain this was the hidden boss. His excitement for battle instantly flared up. Smiling, Ningfeng gestured for the creature to come at him, planning to end the fight quickly. But before anything happened, the monster suddenly dropped to its knees and shouted respectfully, "Lord God, you have finally arrived." The unexpected scene left Ningfeng frozen. Before he could make sense of it, the creature said with emotion that although it had gone blind, it could still recognize the familiar aura of its Lord God. It introduced itself as the Archmage Han Yin, a loyal servant. Ningfeng was completely bewildered. He guessed the creature had mistaken him for someone else, but he never expected to be treated as a Lord God. After a brief pause, Ningfeng decided to play along and gather information. Keeping a calm face, he asked why Han Yin had ended up like this. Han Yin immediately lowered his head and apologized. He explained that they had once been attacked by multiple forces at once, and he had died on the battlefield. He continued that after his death, he had somehow awakened inside this secret realm. Ever since then, maddening whispers had echoed through his mind, slowly driving him insane. Only after Ningfeng appeared did the last trace of his sanity return. After hearing the story, Ningfeng pieced together the fragmented memories he had absorbed. He vaguely remembered that a group of the almighty magic god's followers had once been ambushed. If that was true, then the Lord God Han Yin kept mentioning had to be that very person. Han Yin, however, was completely convinced that Ningfeng was his master. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly called out, "Lord God," believing his master had personally come to save him. Ningfeng could only stand there awkwardly, ready to deny it. But before he could finish, Han Yin's expression instantly fell into deep disappointment, making Ningfeng feel unexpectedly guilty. In the end, he gently explained that he was not Han Yin's Lord God. He was only a student sent here to bring everything to an end. Even Ningfeng found it difficult to say those words. At first, he thought Han Yin would lose control again. Instead, Han Yin simply looked at him calmly and smiled. In his eyes, Ningfeng had come to free him from his endless imprisonment. Ningfeng did not know how to respond. Even after becoming a dungeon monster, Han Yin still possessed a kinder heart than many humans. The only thing Han Yin refused to change was his belief that Ningfeng was either his Lord God or someone deeply connected to him. After saying that, Han Yin raised his staff high and offered a prayer to the Lord of all magic, the almighty magic god he had always revered. He asked for only one final wish. At that moment, Ningfeng realized his guess had been correct. The figure from those memories really was the almighty magic god. Seeing Han Yin in such a pitiful state, Ningfeng found it even harder to attack. He asked if there was any way to obtain the elemental emblem without killing him. Han Yin simply shook his head because he did not know. Even so, he realized Ningfeng was trying to spare his life and smiled to comfort him. In his current state, an early release would be the greatest mercy. Hearing that, Ningfeng was left speechless. After a long silence, he asked if Han Yin had any final wish left unfulfilled. Han Yin's wish was surprisingly simple. He only wanted to talk with his Lord God a little longer before disappearing. Ningfeng could not bring himself to refuse. He put away his weapon, invited Han Yin to sit down, and asked him to tell the stories of the past. Han Yin slowly recalled those old days. Back then, the almighty magic god loved disguising himself as an ordinary person and wandering the mortal world with them. Everyone knew his true identity, yet they all pretended not to. Looking back, it was strangely amusing. Through the conversation, Ningfeng realized the almighty magic god had never been as distant or stern as the other gods. That warmth was exactly why Han Yin and his companions had willingly followed him. After finishing his stories, Han Yin asked Ningfeng how his life was going now. His days were pretty simple. He went to school, leveled up, and played games whenever he had free time. Han Yin sighed with regret and joked that if this place had internet, he would have asked Ningfeng to teach him how to climb the ranked ladder. As he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and stretched. Ningfeng let out a quiet sigh, knowing it was finally time to end everything. Even though he did not want to, he still had to complete the mission given by the system. Before making his move, Ningfeng promised that if they ever met again, they would play games together all day. Han Yin smiled and reminded him to keep that promise, just like the almighty magic god had often visited the mortal world to spend time with them. Those were the final words shared between them. A few seconds later, Ningfeng delivered the finishing blow. At last, Han Yin found the release he had waited for all this time. Meanwhile, in the city center, representatives of the 7 great guilds in Feng Yi gathered for a private meeting filled with tension. Feng Yi reported that a mysterious powerhouse had repeatedly obtained orange-grade skill nests from high-level dungeons. The guild leaders' eyes lit up immediately. Every one of them wanted to recruit this expert to help conquer more secret realms. But Feng Yi explained that he had already tried contacting the person through Duan, only to be rejected because the mysterious expert had no interest in joining any organization. The room instantly filled with disappointment. Guildmaster Fang Dan frowned and complained that someone so powerful should work with the guilds, instead of acting however they pleased and ignoring everyone else. Hearing those arrogant remarks only made Feng Yi even more annoyed. Back when Peng Xia and Gu Yang had hunted Feng Yi to the brink of death, every one of the 7 leaders sitting there had chosen to stand aside, claiming they could not interfere. Feng Yi had already accepted death before Ningfeng and Duan arrived to save him. These same people had ignored others in need, yet now they called Ningfeng selfish, just because dungeon rewards were involved. Thinking of that, Feng Yi slammed the table and declared that the mysterious expert owed them absolutely nothing. Feng Yi had always been known for his honesty and fairness. Once he spoke up, no one dared argue. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavier, Liao Yingzhen quickly changed the subject and asked whether Feng Yi planned to challenge any rare secret realms soon. Before Feng Yi could answer, Liao Yingzhen cheerfully asked for a spot on the team. Right after that, guild masters Yu Linghua and Zhang Yanchuan also asked to join, but Feng Yi politely turned them both down. Speaking of which, the training program designed by Ningfeng was absolutely brutal. After every session, Feng Yi needed 2 full days just to recover. As exhausting as it was, the results were undeniable. Compared to before, Feng Yi's strength had improved beyond recognition. Back to Ningfeng, he successfully completed his class advancement quest. His reward was a new passive skill called Mystic Barrier, which concealed him from every form of detection. After leaving the sanctuary, Ningfeng's mind was still racing. The memories from the relic revealed that the almighty magic god had never been evil and had simply been slandered by the other 11 gods. On top of that, if Han Yin had not explained everything himself, Ningfeng and the almighty magic god would have seemed almost identical. He could only convince himself that it was part of the game's design, or that the system somehow had a connection to that god. One more mystery kept bothering him. Han Yin had died long ago, So why had he appeared as a secret realm monster? Could this be another clue intentionally left behind by the Lord of Martial Arts? Questions continued piling up. This trip gave Ningfeng more than just a new skill. He also obtained a necklace from Han Yin. His soul remained intact, protected by the divine power sealed within the gem on the pendant. Before long, the Super Rookie Training Program officially began. This year, participants were divided into two groups, high school students and university students, bringing together nearly every outstanding young talent. The high school division alone had 180 participants, including 32 super rookies and 148 students with rare classes. The training grounds quickly became lively as one famous figure after another arrived. Not only were the presidents of the top 3 universities present, but representatives from the 7 great guilds and the general administration also came to watch. Rumor had it that outstanding performers would be recruited directly by major factions, gaining valuable resources and guaranteed careers after graduation, so everyone was eager to prove themselves. Many students wanted to step forward and make an impression, but most still hesitated. In the end, a confident young man took the initiative. It was He Shixiang, the super rookie champion, and the younger brother of He Shiyu, president of the Shangrui Guild. Since awakening his power, He Shixiang had rarely leveled with classmates. Instead, he followed elite guild members through dungeon raids, giving him an incredibly solid foundation. The Shangrui Guild also controlled top-tier EXP potions, allowing He Shixiang to grow far faster than anyone his age. Before long, a large coach pulled up outside the training grounds. The students immediately recognized it as the transport from Kindu City and started talking excitedly. Everyone stepping off the bus had recently gone viral online, instantly drawing every eye in the area. As the doors opened, Ningfeng was the first to step out, calm and composed while naturally standing out. Right behind him came Wang Yue, Feng Rei, Chang Muchu, Si Ding, and Zhu Jianshu. Their lineup alone made it obvious they were no ordinary students. Some even thought they were a professional adventure team, returning from a mission, while others dismissed it as nothing more than showing off. The usual critics quickly mocked Ningfeng's team. Principal Fang could only wipe away sweat as he noticed every other school watching them. Fame had turned his students into everyone's biggest target. At the same time, Ningfeng's system notifications began flooding in. Within moments, dozens had appeared. Every one of them was a scouting skill, but all were completely blocked by the mystic barrier. This was the new passive skill Ningfeng had gained after completing his promotion quest. It also proved he had become the center of attention. After failing to uncover even a single detail, the other students were stunned. They could not understand how a high school student could hide all of his information, and many suspected his strength was far beyond imagination. Even more shocking, not only the students, but also the experts from the 7 great guilds, failed to see through Ningfeng. Fang Dan and He Shiyu both looked annoyed. They refused to believe a teenager could resist their scouting, so they concluded that Ningfeng must have received special concealment gear from a mysterious master. That explanation was much easier to accept. Seeing Ningfeng become the center of attention the moment he arrived, He Shixiang grew irritated and wondered what made him so special. Before coming here, He Shixiang had watched Du-An's Divine Trial Secret Realm, recording over and over. He even trained with guild experts, but still could not recreate that level of power. Since Ningfeng always stayed with Du-An, he believed they shared the same special inheritance. This time his guess was correct, but sadly He Shiyu and his brother still dreamed of stealing that opportunity for themselves, which was nearly impossible. After learning nothing from observing Ningfeng, Fang Dan urged Liu Yingzhen to try inspecting him instead, but Liu Yingzhen considered himself an honorable man and had no interest in secretly spying on others. Just then, Feng Yi, standing beside Liu Yingzhen, happily raised his hand and called out to Ningfeng's group. That simple gesture alone left the surrounding students stunned once again. Everyone was shocked that Senior Feng had personally greeted that group of students. People immediately became curious about what kind of relationship the students from Kindu City had with Feng Yi. Once every student had arrived, the organizers began checking attendance, while representatives from each group collected their assigned numbers. After roll call was finished, everyone was guided to the next area for a briefing on the training camp rules. After the roster was finalized, all the students entered a massive auditorium. The opening ceremony was filled with the usual speeches that nearly put everyone to sleep. Meanwhile, Principal Fang found himself in a rather awkward situation. His seat happened to be right beside Principal Zhang. The moment they sat down, Principal Zhang kept asking about Ningfeng, but Principal Fang stayed tight-lipped and revealed absolutely nothing. Ever since Chang Muqiu chose to follow Ningfeng, Principal Zhang had secretly tried to investigate, but Principal Fang had prepared in advance and kept everything hidden, leaving him empty-handed despite all his efforts. Even so, Principal Zhang refused to give up. He deliberately raised his voice so everyone nearby could hear that they were all waiting to see how the students from Kindu City's number 7 high school would perform today. After all, number 7 high school had produced more super rookies than any other school. Principal Zhang even reminded them not to embarrass themselves. Principal Fang could only force a smile. He looked calm on the outside, but he was deeply worried inside. Everything Principal Fang knew stopped at the point when Wang Yue and the others left for special training. He had no idea how much they had improved since then. Still, he felt confident about Wang Yue, Feng Rei, and Chang Muqiu because they had always ranked among the very best. The ones he worried about most were Ningfeng, Si Ding, and Zhu Jianshu. He feared those 3 would struggle during this training camp. After a long wait, the organizers finally announced the rules. Students could freely form teams of 5 to 6 members. The final score would combine individual results with team points. The top 10 high school students would also earn the chance to compete alongside the university division. Before the main event, however, every student had to clear a trial dungeon used to test their abilities. Only adventurers at 3rd advancement or below could enter. To demonstrate, the organizers sent an elite team to clear it first. Their presence alone made it obvious. They were no ordinary group. All 5 had once been the brightest super rookies of their generation, each one a true elite. He Shixiang was also part of that lineup. The 5 calmly walked toward the dungeon entrance. The white-haired leader laughed as he asked whether they should hold back a little, or they might scare the students outside if they fought at full strength. The buzz-cut young man beside him immediately cut him off and told him not to get carried away. He reminded everyone that many important figures were watching today, making this a rare chance to prove themselves. Even if this was only a temporary team, they would show no mercy to anyone who stood in their way. Still arguing with each other, the group strode into the dungeon. The inside was dark and gloomy, with evil energy so thick it was hard to breathe. The blonde mage was the first to move forward and lead the way. Just a few minutes later, the first wave of monsters appeared. A massive swarm of bloated goblins rushed toward them. The monsters had razor-sharp teeth and deadly claws. The moment they sensed human presence, the entire swarm charged to attack. Even so, the 5 remained completely calm and quickly formed their battle formation. What amazed everyone was how fast they attacked. Their skills flowed one after another without pause, leaving the students outside staring in disbelief. Although He Shixiang was the youngest member, he became the center of the entire battle. Every standout moment belonged to him, proving his strength far surpassed others of his generation. Even the young woman who specialized in rune magic had to admit the gap between herself and He Shixiang was enormous. They were only 1 rank apart, yet their strength felt worlds apart. Feng Yi and Liu Yingjin also watched the young geniuses with great interest. They had heard the group had been training together for a long time, and with more guidance, they would soon be ready for high-level dungeons. Inside the dungeon, the team's clearing speed exceeded all expectations. Even when they encountered elite monsters, their pace only became faster as they completely overwhelmed every enemy. After fighting non-stop for a while, the dungeon boss finally appeared. He Shixiang immediately flashed a confident smile. He charged in first, and with the support of his 4 teammates, the boss was defeated in no time. After finishing the challenge, the team set an incredible record by clearing the dungeon in just 48 minutes and 18 seconds. That shattered the previous record of 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 46 seconds set by the Jiangnan 5 freaks. After all 5 left the dungeon, the red-haired girl unexpectedly walked straight toward Ningfeng. She smiled and greeted him first. She introduced herself as Cai Yukin and revealed that Mayor Cai Dongping was her uncle. Cai Yukin said she had heard her uncle mention Ningfeng many times, so she came over today to meet him in person. Ningfeng politely responded and exchanged a few casual words with her. The scene immediately caught the attention of many nearby students. No one could understand why a famous senior from the university division would take the initiative to chat with a high school student. When they realized the student was Ningfeng, they were even more shocked. It was Ningfeng again. Many people started feeling that wherever his name appeared, he became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Ningfeng warmly introduced Wang Yue to Cai Yuchen. She greeted Wang Yue kindly and showed none of the arrogance seen in many other super rookies. Cai Yuchen even treated Ningfeng with great courtesy. She told him that if he needed anything during the training camp, he only had to ask and she would have the exchange center prepare it. Seeing that, Si Ding leaned toward Wang Yue and whispered that she should keep a close eye on Thing Feng because he was always surrounded by beautiful and powerful girls. Cai Yuchen had long been curious about Ning Feng because Kai Dongping often mentioned him. After meeting him today, her curiosity only grew because her scouting skill was completely blocked by his protection. She decided to use the training camp as a chance to learn more about him. Just then, the buzz-cut young man in armor walked over and invited Kai Yuchen to chat somewhere else. She politely refused because she wanted to stay and watch the high school students compete. Hearing that, he immediately looked down on the event, saying the high school assessment was not worth watching, since all the strongest competitors were in the university division. But Kai Yuchen was not the only one who stayed. Even he Shixiang remained, clearly wanting to see Ning Feng's performance with his own eyes. Seeing that no one wanted to leave, the armored young man simply shrugged and stepped aside with the white-haired youth to watch. Not long afterward, the assessment officially began. 6 teams entered the dungeon in each round and received different missions. At the final stage, the judges would score them based on how well they completed their objectives. Most of the students lacked real combat experience. For the high school division especially, these dungeons were a serious challenge. Watching team after team struggle, the principals waiting outside grew increasingly nervous. If this continued, not a single high school team might clear the assessment. Just as expected, the early teams had an extremely difficult time. Even dealing with ordinary monsters pushed them to their limits. Those disappointing results immediately crushed the confidence of the remaining students. Many who had been full of confidence earlier now lost their nerve before even entering and began thinking about giving up. After many rounds, the organizers finally called Ning Feng's team. Their mission was to enter the dungeon known as the Iron Crocodile Swamp. The moment they stepped inside, everyone carefully observed the terrain and surroundings. Experienced adventurers never rushed into battle blindly. Normally, a team divided its duties into 4 roles: combat, research, support, and protection. The combat group served as the main attacking force, clearing monsters and confronting the strongest enemies head-on. The research group gathered information about the dungeon, analyzed useful data, and brought it back to benefit humanity. The protection group secured explored areas and defended the logistics teams whenever unexpected situations arose. Finally, the support group focused on strengthening allies, extending their combat endurance, and healing injuries to minimize casualties. Ning Feng carefully read the mission board. Each assignment represented a different objective, and completing one would earn 10 points. There was also the most important objective of all, defeating the dungeon boss, which rewarded a massive 50 points. As team captain, Ning Feng had the final say on strategy. Wang Yue left the decision entirely to him. After a brief moment of thought, Ning Feng chose the research route, surprising everyone. He had not chosen it at random. What interested Ning Feng most was the knowledge he still lacked about this world, from the gods and their races to the world's advancements system. This was the perfect chance to fill in those gaps. Si Ding, Feng Rei, and Zhu Jianshu had no objections and immediately agreed with the plan. Wang Yu checked the research mission list and discovered one troublesome requirement. They had to capture a living monster and bring it back as a specimen. Carrying it around while continuing to fight would only make things much harder. So Ning Feng decisively suggested dealing with the insect first before worrying about anything else. Until now, no team had ever defeated a 30-year monster, yet Ning Feng talked about killing it as casually as if they were taking a walk through the dungeon. Hearing that, even the principal watching outside was startled because he knew these students always followed through once they made a decision. After settling on their plan, Ning Feng's team immediately began sweeping through the dungeon at incredible speed. Their efficiency was easily on par with He Shixiang's team. In fact, they pulled far ahead. Every student and senior fixed their eyes on Ning Feng's team. Only then did Kai Yuchen truly understand why everyone thought so highly of that young man. After watching only a few exchanges, Liu Yingzhen realized Ning Feng's team was far stronger than everyone else. All 5 possessed outstanding orange-grade skill sets. Those skills alone were enough to overwhelm most other students. On top of that, every member was exceptionally powerful. Their combat strength could never be underestimated. Combined with those high-level skills, precise attacks, and flawless teamwork polished through countless battles, they formed an almost perfect combat system. Liu Yingzhen watched without even blinking. They were only 5 high school students, yet their coordination surpassed that of many experienced seniors. The most remarkable one was still Ning Feng. At first glance, he seemed to be using nothing but ordinary attacks. Yet every strike effortlessly shattered the enemy's offense. making his true strength even more impossible to judge. While discussions broke out all around him, Principal Fang never looked away. His entire focus remained on those 5 students. Ning Feng's 5-member team advanced with unstoppable momentum. Every movement was decisive, and their coordination was so smooth that they made almost no mistakes. Before long, the final boss was driven into a corner. Without anyone saying a word, Wang Yue and Zhu Jianshu immediately split into 2 directions and closed in on the target. Meanwhile, Ning Feng, Feng Rei, and Si Ding calmly provided support from behind. Their teamwork was so perfect that they barely needed any signals. Moments later, the giant insect completely collapsed. After finishing every remaining objective, the team casually returned to submit their mission. The rankings immediately changed, and Ning Feng's team overtook He Shixiang's. When everyone saw the completion time, they were left speechless. It had taken only 8 minutes and 14 seconds. The team calmly walked out of the dungeon like true champions. Every eye outside instantly turned toward them. The first person to snap out of the shock was Chang Muchu. She excitedly clapped without stopping. Right after that, Gu Wenzhou burst into laughter and eagerly joined in. Gu Wenzhou had once disliked Ning Feng, but after witnessing that performance, he was completely won over. The excitement quickly spread as students everywhere cheered like heroes had returned, then rushed over to ask Chang Muchu and Gu Wenzhou about Ning Feng and his teammates. Chang Muchu had always supported Ning Feng wholeheartedly, so she gladly praised the entire team. But Gu Wenzhou surprised everyone even more. The same person who had once openly criticized Ning Feng was now warning anyone who dared speak badly about his idol. Watching the students overflowing with excitement, the seniors smiled with satisfaction. In their eyes, the youngsters reminded them of Liu Yingzhen and Feng Yi in their younger days. A short while later, the high school assessment officially came to an end. The final rankings were announced. Everyone was certain Ning Feng's team would be in first place. But strangely, their names were nowhere to be found. Instead, first place belonged to the team of He Shixiang, Gu Wenzhou, Li Ke, and Chang Muchu. Everyone stared at each other in confusion. After a long pause, Gu Wenzhou cautiously spoke up. "Excuse me, did Ning Feng's team really fall out of the top 10? The organizers immediately explained that Ning Feng's team was no longer being ranked with the rookies. Instead, all 5 had been promoted to assistant instructor status. The announcement hit everyone like a bolt from the blue. After just one battle, Ning Feng's team went from being criticized online to becoming the group everyone admired. They also received the special benefits reserved for assistant instructors and moved into the teacher's premium residence with excellent living conditions. From that moment until the end of the training camp, the group officially left the Stern dormitory behind. Not long after they carried their luggage into the new residence, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. When the door opened, the manager immediately panicked because the first person to arrive was Feng Yi. It was not just him. Even Liu Yingzhen had come in person. Leaders from the 7 great guilds and many powerful experts were also there, proving that the 5 students now held a completely different status. The manager hurried off to prepare tea for the distinguished guests. He was still in shock because he had never seen so many influential figures gather in one place. Ning Feng's spacious living quarters quickly became packed as more and more guests arrived. One by one, each famous visitor introduced themselves. The most notable were the principals from 3 prestigious academies, Beiqing, Shilian, and Changwu. They had not come for small talk. After Ning Feng's incredible performance, every one of them wanted to recruit the entire team. Ning Feng had no idea how to handle the situation. Duan had always taken care of these conversations before, but now he could only awkwardly face one invitation after another. Feng Yi quickly noticed his discomfort and immediately stepped in to help. Smiling, he reminded the 3 principals not to rush things and suggested letting the students finish the training camp before competing for them. The 3 principals nodded and agreed that the students should rest first. Even so, each of them was already planning how to recruit these young talents. Thanks to Feng Yi stepping in, Ning Feng finally relaxed. Everyone continued chatting until late at night before the guests gradually left. Early the next morning, Ning Feng woke up before sunrise. As soon as he entered the common area, he was surprised to see Zhu Jianshu and Feng Rei looking completely exhausted, as if they had not slept all night. It turned out Zhu Jianshu's phone had been ringing non-stop since before dawn, with calls from parents and prestigious schools. Feng Roi, staying next door, had gone through the same thing and barely slept. Wang Yue was no better. She was still busy answering one phone call after another. Si Ding, on the other hand, was in a wonderful mood. Her father was so proud that he held celebration banquets for several days. Zhu Jianshu's family also experienced the joy of having an outstanding student for the first time, as friends and relatives kept coming to congratulate them. Hearing everyone talk about their families, Ningfeng quietly felt a wave of loneliness. Just then, a call from teacher Qi Wei eased that emptiness and gave him a rare feeling of warmth. She asked how he was doing and told him that the 3 top academies had already contacted her to ask about his future plans. Ningfeng knew better than anyone that after his parents passed away, Qi Wei had become the person who understood him best. That was why he sincerely wanted to hear her advice. After the call ended, the second day of training officially began. According to the original plan, the top 10 high school students would be paired with university seniors. But because Ningfeng's 5-member team had been promoted to assistant instructors, history was made for the first time. Even more surprisingly, Ningfeng, Si Ding, and Zhu Jianshu were not even listed as super rookies. Soon afterward, the main training event, Dungeon Conquest, officially began. The organizers repeatedly stressed that this unexplored area was full of unknown dangers, so everyone had to follow orders and never take reckless risks. Before setting out, the 10 outstanding high school students were split up, with each joining a different team of university seniors. Chang Muchu, however, was assigned to Ningfeng's team. After all, her recent performance had been outstanding. Wang Yue had no objections to adding another teammate. The group quickly entered a completely unfamiliar dungeon region. Everywhere they looked, terrifying creatures with grotesque appearances roamed the area. While fighting, Ningfeng carefully recorded the traits and weaknesses of every monster they encountered. The direct combat was left to the rest of the team. He only needed to observe and give instructions. Chiang Muchu had already seen Ningfeng's team tear through dungeons before, but fighting beside them in person still left her amazed by their terrifying pace. The team advanced like a tidal wave, smashing through one area after another, until they reached the boss territory. Monsters fell non-stop, and the flood of experience points quickly made Chang Muchu realize something was different. She could clearly see that Wang Yu's team had grown far stronger than the last time they met. That only fueled her competitive spirit, making her want to prove herself, earn their recognition, and one day receive the same special promotion. During a break, Ningfeng brought up the topic of choosing an academy. Earlier that morning, teacher Qi Wei had carefully explained that Cillian was unmatched in research, but enforced extremely strict discipline, while Beiking offered a much freer environment that suited his personality better. Ningfeng also felt her advice made perfect sense. He quietly admired how thoroughly teacher Qi Wei had thought everything through for him. Seeing that, Wang Yue smiled and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Just then, Si Ding's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly handed her phone to the group. Everyone, check the class chat. Something terrible has happened. A leveling dungeon in Xinyu City had suddenly gone out of control. High-level monsters began appearing at an alarming rate, trapping hundreds of people inside. The worst part was that teacher Qi Wei was among them. Chaotic energy around the entrance completely blocked the rescue team from getting inside. The students of Xinyu City's number 7 high school fell into panic. Many were crying as they grabbed the rescue commander, begging him to save their teacher. But the situation was too dangerous. The local rescue force was helpless and could only send an emergency request for reinforcements from the major guilds. One student angrily confronted the rescue team, saying they had claimed to be shorthanded, which was why teacher Qi Wei volunteered to help. Now that she was trapped, they were just standing there doing nothing. The commander had been hit where it hurt and immediately lost his temper. Even though he knew he was partly responsible for Qi Wei's situation, he still refused to risk his own life, convincing himself that surviving mattered more while leaving her fate to chance. The students were left speechless with anger. Just as the tension reached its peak, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Zhang Luo, Zhou Nana, what happened here?" The moment they saw Ningfeng arrive, the students felt as though a savior had appeared. Even though he should have still been at training, he rushed over the moment he heard the news because he was worried about teacher Qi Wei. As soon as they saw him, everyone explained what had happened. They told him the dungeon had originally been a leveling area for students, but after the disaster began, many people became trapped. Qi Wei had voluntarily entered to rescue them and had not been heard from since. Seeing all the students blaming him, the commander immediately flew into a rage and shouted that they should stop making false accusations because Qi Wei had entered of her own free will. He kept loudly defending himself, his face filled with arrogance as he tried to intimidate everyone. But that confidence lasted only a moment. In the blink of an eye, Ningfeng grabbed the commander by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Seeing their superior restrained, the guards immediately reached for their weapons and prepared to attack. But before they could move, a massive arm blocked their path. The one who roared for everyone to stand down with overwhelming authority was none other than Zhu Jianshu. Ningfeng had not come alone. His entire team was with him. The commander was dragged across the ground by Ningfeng until foam formed at his mouth, looking like nothing more than a sack being hauled away. Witnessing that scene, the guards turned pale and quickly put away their weapons. Before they had gone much farther, Ningfeng suddenly recognized a familiar face. It was Lu Ping, the vice president of the Jiwan Guild, whom he had met at the training grounds, and who was also part of the rescue team. The guards lit up with excitement the moment they saw Lu Ping. They thought he had come to teach those troublesome students a lesson. But to their surprise, Lu Ping ignored the guards completely and stood on Ningfeng's side. Instead, he grabbed the commander and dragged him straight toward the dungeon, leaving everyone frozen in shock. When asked what was going on, Ningfeng calmly replied that they needed the commander to serve as their guide. Near the entrance, the group encountered a barrier blocking the way, but it could not stop Lu Ping at all. After all, he was one of the nation's strongest experts and the vice president of one of the 7 great guilds. A barrier created by ordinary people was naturally no obstacle for him. What surprised the guards even more was Lu Ping's attitude toward Ningfeng. They could not understand why such a young man was treated with so much respect. The dungeon was filled with a gloomy aura, but Lu Ping and Ningfeng's team quickly pushed deeper inside. Before long, everyone felt their stamina and strength dropping rapidly. The mage traveling with them immediately recognized it as a special terrain effect. This area constantly weakened their attributes and applied negative status effects to everyone who entered, making them almost impossible to resist. That meant the team's combat power was steadily being drained. Even Lu Ping confirmed that this phenomenon had never existed before, so the recent disaster must have created this new trap. While everyone else was affected, Ningfeng remained completely calm as if nothing had happened. Lu Ping began to suspect that Ningfeng was completely immune to the effect. The truth was much simpler. Ningfeng's stats were so high that the weakening effect felt like nothing more than a scratch. Seeing the commander still lying motionless, Lu Ping signaled his men to wake him up and ordered him to lead them to the trapped survivors. Under the effect of magic, the commander reluctantly regained consciousness. Panicking, he trembled as he explained that the survivors were far from the exit, with savage monsters covering the entire route. He insisted they could never reach them in time and kept begging for his life. Ningfeng ignored the pleas. He gave the commander only 2 choices: lead them to Teacher Qi Wei or be left behind in this monster-infested land. At the same time, deep inside a cave, the trapped survivors were still desperately holding off a swarm of bloodthirsty monsters. Most of them had already been badly wounded after wave upon wave of attacks. Their only remaining hope was Qi Wei's healing magic. From the very beginning, she had never stopped casting spells to save one person after another. Even though her face had turned pale from exhaustion, her determination never wavered. Many people were moved to tears by the teacher's selfless sacrifice, but others had already fallen into despair and believed all her efforts were meaningless. Most of those trapped had not even reached the 3rd advancement. Even if they were healed, they still stood no chance against the monsters. As time slowly passed and no rescue team appeared, despair spread through the group. Then, the stone barrier protecting them suddenly shattered. What broke through was not the rescue team, but a gigantic monster tearing apart everything in its path. The moment they saw it, everyone turned pale. Even Qi Wei could not hide her shock. Its enormous size alone made it clear that almost no one would survive. At that life-or-death moment, the elderly man whom Qi Wei had just saved suddenly threw himself in front of her. The monster's sharp fangs pierced straight through his chest, creating a horrifying scene that left everyone frozen. The young girl beside him had only moments earlier thanked Qi Wei for saving her father. Yet, in the next instant, that hope was swallowed by despair. Qi Wei knew that if they stayed even 1 second longer, everyone would die. She immediately grabbed the young girl and fled deeper into the cave, in search of another escape route. Behind them, the bloodthirsty horde surged forward under the command of the giant beast. A single moment of hesitation would end with all of them being torn apart. Sadly, the difference in size between them was overwhelming. No matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the pursuing monsters. Just as a massive claw was about to reach Qi Wei and the girl, a towering wall of ice suddenly rose between them. A barrier between life and death appeared in an instant, and Ningfeng arrived just in time. Right behind him came Wang Yu's entire team, ready for battle. Compared to ordinary training, This real fight for survival ignited their fighting spirit like never before. Sai Ding and the female mage from Lu Ping's team quickly cast healing spells on the wounded. Thanks to them, Qi Wei was finally out of danger. Even the father, whose chest had been pierced by the monster, was pulled back from the brink of death by Ning Feng. His daughter threw her arms around him and burst into tears. After the immediate crisis was under control, the female mage counted the survivors and discovered that the living and the dead together numbered only around 20. Everyone else had vanished without a trace. Just as Lu Ping was about to speak, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. The cave walls split apart, and countless gigantic tentacles stretched out from the cracks in a terrifying display. Zhu Jianshu immediately swung his blade with tremendous force. But the tentacles possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Within seconds, the wound had completely healed, as if nothing had happened. Even worse, every escape route was sealed off. The tentacles moved as though they had minds of their own. While everyone was still stunned, one tentacle suddenly shot straight toward Qi Wei. Before it could reach her, Ning Feng instantly cut it in half. He loudly ordered everyone to stay close behind him. Ning Feng charged ahead, carving a path through the encircling monsters. Watching carefully, Lu Ping quickly noticed that Ning Feng's attacks were completely different from Zhu Jianshu's. Every tentacle cut down by Ning Feng failed to regenerate. That allowed him to open an escape route through the sea of blood. Everyone desperately followed behind until they finally saw light ahead. The entire group rushed forward with everything they had, Mas silently thanking their luck as they believed they had finally found a way out. But the moment they stepped out of the cave, everyone froze. That light was not the exit. It was the heart of a gigantic octopus-like monster's nest. Every tentacle they had fought belonged to it. Even Lu Ping, who had survived countless battles, had never seen a creature this enormous. Wang Yue could not hide her tension as sweat began running down her face. Only Ning Feng remained calm. He signaled everyone to stay back before charging forward alone. In his eyes, this giant monster was the source of every abnormality inside the dungeon. The fastest way to end the disaster was to kill it. Ning Feng accelerated toward the monster, but was struck head-on by a powerful tentacle. He was unharmed, but the sword in his hand shattered, making the entire team anxious. Fortunately, he had already prepared 7's high-grade swords in advance. The moment one broke, he switched to another without hesitation and instantly cut off the tentacle that had attacked him. Wounded, the monster let out a deafening cry of pain. It immediately flew into a rage and unleashed countless furious attacks at Ning Feng. The battle became incredibly fierce and was far from easy. Even so, everything remained under Ning Feng's control. After an intense fight, the gigantic monster was finally defeated. Once the source of the disaster was destroyed, the rescue team officially entered to handle the remaining work. Sadly, many people had already lost their lives in the catastrophe. After the battle, Lu Ping admired Ning Feng even more. He knew that without Ning Feng, the disaster could never have been contained so quickly, and the death toll would have been far worse. Ning Feng simply replied with a few calm words. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was Qi Wei's pale face. Qi Wei was the most important teacher in Ning Feng's life, so saving her from death filled him with relief. He could immediately tell that both her body and mind had reached their absolute limit. Without hesitation, Ning Feng took out an orange-grade dried fruit called healing fruit from his storage. It was an extremely rare consumable that permanently increased stamina and mental strength while boosting all healing skills by 50%. Neither Qi Wei nor Lu Ping had ever seen such a treasure before. Lu Ping stared in disbelief and immediately asked if it was the legendary divine mark. Ning Feng casually replied that the monster had dropped it. That simple answer stunned Lu Ping even more. Aside from Du An, almost no one had ever obtained a second divine mark. Countless professionals would fight over such a treasure, yet Ning Feng treated it like an ordinary item. What shocked everyone even more was that he handed the priceless treasure directly to Qi Wei without a second thought. She repeatedly refused, believing that as a mere 3-star class holder, she did not deserve something so valuable. But Ning Feng firmly placed it in her hands, leaving Qi Wei with no choice but to accept. As she began absorbing the divine mark, Ning Feng came up with another idea. He decided that in the future, he would personally create a special training program for Qi Wei, just like Feng S, to improve her chances of survival. The only problem was that the super rookie training camp still had 2 months left, and students were not allowed to leave freely. Worried that another accident might happen during that time, Ning Feng asked Lu Ping if he could take leave on weekends. Lu Ping immediately agreed, and even said that taking a few extra days off would not be a problem. Faced with a genius like Ningfeng, Lu Ping had no intention of making things difficult. Seeing him agree so quickly, Ningfeng smiled in relief. It seemed the rumors about Lu Ping being hard to approach were not entirely true. After that, the rescue team took over the cleanup. Lu Ping escorted Ningfeng back to the training camp, but the moment they arrived, reporters surrounded them. Everyone wanted to know who had defeated the gigantic monster. Without thinking, Lu Ping pointed directly at Ningfeng. Hearing that, Ningfeng could only stand there in stunned silence. For Ningfeng, the most difficult challenge was never combat. It was dealing with social situations, especially answering questions in front of a crowd. Lu Ping had only told the truth, but he had accidentally thrown Ningfeng into an awkward situation. Dozens of microphones and a flood of questions left him completely overwhelmed. Even when facing the strongest monsters, he had never felt as much pressure as he did at that moment. Seeing Ningfeng so nervous that he could barely speak left Feng Yue stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen Ningfeng like this. Wang Yue smiled and explained that Ningfeng had always been terrified of interviews and public speaking since childhood, but she had no intention of stepping in to help. She believed Ningfeng still had a long road ahead, and sooner or later he would have to get used to being the center of attention. After a long struggle, he finally escaped the swarm of reporters. He slowly made his way back to his room in the training camp. The moment he lay on the bed, Ningfeng still felt dizzy from the endless questions. Once he calmed down, he remembered the reward from defeating the octopus monster, an active skill called Soul Guardian. Even with its long cooldown, it could summon a guardian spirit to block a fatal attack, making it incredibly valuable. After learning the skill, it immediately evolved into a dark forbidden spell. The new skill became a passive ability called Undying Calamity. Its effect was unique. As long as Ningfeng gathered 100,000 faith points, he would gain 1 extra resurrection. He already had 4,243 points, and every time the world ranked up, he would instantly receive 1 million faith points. The moment he heard about faith points, Ningfeng immediately thought of the 12 main gods from his previous life, since this was exactly what they had always collected from their followers. Although he now understood part of the world's ranking system, he still had no idea how faith points were earned, so he would need much more time to figure it out. Even so, Ningfeng's top priority was still obtaining a life recovery ability. While he remained at the training camp, another major incident soon erupted outside the city. This time, the cause was not a secret realm, but an adventurer named Tian Yu. The man who had disappeared for 5 years after the Guyang incident suddenly returned. Not long after showing up, he boldly wandered the streets as if nothing had happened. After just a few heated words with someone, Tian Yu completely lost control. He attacked everyone nearby like a wild beast, leaving more than a dozen people critically injured. Even 8 security officers were seriously wounded. Initial estimates showed Tian Yu had already surpassed 5th turn. Ordinary adventurers stood no chance against him, forcing Feng Yi to step in personally. It seemed this bureau chief never got a single peaceful day. The moment Tian Yu saw Feng Yi arrive, his eyes lit up with excitement. He burst into laughter, saying he was lucky that Senior Feng himself had come to fight him. Right at that moment, Feng's phone suddenly rang. He calmly answered the call. That casual reaction infuriated Tian Yu, who thought he was being completely ignored. Feng Yi calmly continued the conversation, accepted his orders, and said he would finish things here before returning to base immediately. Feeling completely ignored, the Demon King's disciple gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. The next second, he roared and unleashed his full power at Feng Yi. A massive blue arm with razor-sharp claws slammed down with terrifying force. Even facing a deadly attack, Feng Yi calmly hung up the phone first. Then he unleashed his inner power and fired off his ultimate move, Flame Serpent Frenzy. The blazing fist strike pierced through the monstrous arm and shattered it in an instant. Tian Yu froze in shock. His face turned pale as he cried out in disbelief. Feng Yi admitted his opponent was nearly as strong as Gu Yang, but after training under Mr. Du, his own strength had reached a whole new level, so he planned to end the fight quickly and head back. The Demon King's disciple darkened his expression and glared at Feng Yi with deep resentment. He exploded with power once again, surrounding himself with dark green energy that looked like hell itself. Feng Yi answered with blazing crimson flames, refusing to be outmatched. The two overwhelming powers collided head-on, shaking the entire area. Everyone watching from a distance stared in disbelief. None of them expected Chief Feng to have already surpassed 5th turn. The Demon King's lackey was furious and could not accept being completely overpowered by an old man. Before he could say another word, an overwhelming force engulfed his entire body before he could react. A devastating explosion erupted where Tian Yu stood, flattening everything around him. His fate was obvious. After dealing with his opponent, Feng Yi coldly left a few words behind before leaving. The man beside him could only nod in confusion. When Feng Yi returned to the base lounge, he found Du An already waiting, and the atmosphere was unusually tense. He asked if Mr. Du truly intended to hand every advanced potion formula over to the nation. Du An nodded and confirmed the goal was to make immortal pills available nationwide, with the Adventure Management Bureau taking charge. Feng Yi fell into thought. Earth was becoming more unbalanced. Secret realms kept growing more dangerous, yet adventurers were improving far too slowly. To get stronger, they had no choice but to risk their lives in even deadlier dungeons, creating a vicious cycle. Once these advanced potions became widely available, the balance of power would change dramatically. They were nothing less than a priceless strategic resource. It seemed the big boss had entrusted this mission to the Bureau only after careful consideration. After a moment, Feng Yi slowly spoke. Being trusted with such an important task was a huge honor for the Bureau. He also wanted to know if there were any other requests. Du An shook his head and said there were no conditions at all. Feng Yi was stunned. The big boss was giving away such priceless formulas without asking for anything in return. That alone showed the vision of someone standing at the very top. For him, helping all humanity grow stronger was what truly mattered. Du An smiled in agreement because that was exactly what he admired most about the big boss. Every decision that seemed ordinary in the moment always ended up saving countless lives. Feng Yi frowned slightly. No matter how generous the big boss was, they could not keep accepting without giving back. He decided to report everything immediately and prepare the right plan so they would not betray that trust. Night soon fell. Inside a hidden hideout, an angry roar shattered the silence. "What did you just say?" A trembling subordinate reported that someone on the black market was selling advanced experience potions and forgetfulness potions. The packaging was different from the organization's products, but the effects were almost identical. Yu frowned in confusion. As far as he knew, every advanced potion in the guild had been brewed by him personally, under the guild master's supervision. On top of that, those potions were strictly for internal use and could never have leaked outside. So where had these black market goods come from? Hisaya's face darkened. In his mind, besides himself, only that mysterious big boss could create such potions. The black market supply most likely came from that person. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered his men to investigate. One subordinate nervously asked if they were supposed to track down the mysterious big boss. Yu snapped back that their first target was the entire black market, leaving the subordinate scrambling to obey. Meanwhile, at the teacher's residence, Ningfeng was taking a relaxing walk down the hallway with Wang Yue. After walking for a while, she suddenly smiled and asked if he wanted to watch that viral interview again. Ningfeng frantically waved his hands and begged her not to bring it up anymore. Wang Yue laughed and assured him she was only joking because so many people were praising him now. Online, the comments were overflowing with compliments, and many people even called Ningfeng a new symbol of hope. Thinking about how quickly his faith points had been rising, Ningfeng guessed those interview videos were the main reason. It looked like he would have to get used to media attention. As they continued walking, a few passersby suddenly recognized Ningfeng. Several young people happily greeted him. Ningfeng smiled back and wished them a wonderful day. Wang Yue quietly sighed in admiration. Ever since Ningfeng revealed his overwhelming strength, no one dared underestimate him anymore. Even the geniuses from the 4 great academies treated him with respect. Along the way, greetings kept coming from every direction, as people politely bowed to Ningfeng. His presence had completely changed. He now carried the aura of a true powerhouse, instead of an inexperienced young man. Admiring whispers continued behind him. Some even joked that having just half of Ningfeng's strength would completely change their lives. The scene then shifted back to Qinyu City. Captain Zhu stared at his phone in surprise and said Qinyu had benefited greatly from Ningfeng's growing reputation. Unlike his excitement, Mayor Zhang quietly set his phone down and sighed while holding his head. Seeing this, Captain Zhu asked what was wrong, but a phone call interrupted him, so he stepped outside first. Left alone, Mayor Zhang finally shared his worries. He knew Ningfeng would eventually leave for college, and once he did, the mysterious big boss might never return to Qinyu. Du An had even called several times asking to take back the villa because that person rarely visited anymore. Mayor Zhang sighed again. Without the big boss watching over them, he feared Qinyu would fall back into its difficult past. Just remembering the 2 disasters and the recent monster attack was enough to keep him awake at night. Captain Zhu happened to notice Su Lan staring into space and could not help feeling curious. Unable to hold back, he joked, "Captain Su, who are you thinking about so deeply?" Su Lan was still overwhelmed. She said her master had just informed her that the mysterious big boss had agreed to personally teach her. Even now, it still felt like a dream. Hearing that, Mayor Zhang immediately placed his hopes on her, saying Qin You's future would depend on Su Lan. Captain Zhu laughed and offered to buy dinner, hoping she would look after him in the future. Embarrassed by their teasing, Su Lan blushed bright red. The scene shifted to a secret meeting room, where someone asked Feng Yi in shock if what he had just said was true. Feng Yi confirmed it without hesitation. The mysterious big boss had truly agreed to hand over every advanced potion formula to the government. He was now reporting to higher authorities, so the nation could build production facilities and officially cooperate with that person. The entire room fell silent. Until now, only the Commerce Guild had possessed those secret formulas, allowing them to dominate everyone else. If the government could produce advanced potions, both supply and prices would become far more stable, benefiting the entire cultivation world. Siyu remained silent, deep in thought, as if he had already come up with an idea, but chose not to reveal it yet. After a while, he finally spoke. He fully supported the big boss, sharing the formulas, but he still wondered whether such a righteous decision hid another motive. Lu Yingjin immediately asked what he meant. Siyu then brought out the potions recovered from the black market and explained that their effects were identical to the guild's products, with only the packaging being different. He insisted he had checked the warehouse many times without finding any missing stock. Only a tiny amount of medicine was ever released, and the monitoring system showed no leaks. The source of those black market potions remained a complete mystery. Siyu then reminded everyone about the Trial Secret Realm incident. Back then, Duan had revealed that the mysterious big boss had possessed the advanced potion formulas for a very long time. Another person added that the black market had a massive underground trading network, capable of avoiding every crackdown. If those potions had reached criminals, the consequences would be severe. Whether the big boss intended it or not, it could still end up helping the wrong people. Feng Yi immediately turned serious and said this matter could not be ignored. He promised to launch an investigation at once. He had already decided to assign the case to Su Lan after her training ended, and would also inform the big boss beforehand. An elderly man voiced his objection. He argued that it was unreasonable for such a powerful expert to act entirely on personal will without any oversight. No matter how Feng Yi handled it, the Epoch Guild would work with the Commerce Guild to investigate the matter thoroughly. He also stressed that if the evidence ultimately pointed to the big boss, he hoped Feng Yi would follow the rules and not show favoritism. Feng Yi calmly replied that if the investigation truly led to the big boss, he would personally accept full responsibility. The scene then shifted to a secret realm where dark clouds covered the sky, creating a heavy and suffocating atmosphere. Someone explained that their guild managed its citizens under extremely strict rules, with every shipment carefully recorded, so nothing could have gone missing. Feng Ying quickly added that she and her grandfather personally managed the medicine vault and checked it every day, making any mistake impossible. Hearing that, Ningfeng thought to himself that these potions meant almost nothing to him. Yet, everyone else treated them like priceless treasures. Even so, such strict management would make it much easier to trace the source of the black market supply. Ningfeng kept analyzing the situation. If his side had not leaked the formula and the Commerce Guild denied everything, then where did the black market stock come from? Or was there a third party that also knew the recipe? The scene shifted to the black market, where a dark and gloomy atmosphere filled the air. Every merchant kept their face hidden to conceal their true identity. Among the crowd, a man with a cold, sharp gaze was secretly watching a target. A puzzled voice quietly asked, "All 7 major guilds are investigating over just a few bottles of potion?" The masked figure calmly replied. He smirked and claimed the creatures of this world were incapable of discovering their true identities. Even if they walked out in the open, no one would recognize them. As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled with delight after noticing fresh prey walking right toward him. A purple-haired girl frowned as she complained about getting lost in the maze-like black market. A guide stepped forward and reported that the 2 visitors wanted to buy advanced experience potions. The girl immediately denied it, saying they were here to find them, not to buy medicine. She asked about a swordsman in a white robe who had traded here the previous week before disappearing without a trace. She wanted to know where he was. One of the men behind the cloaked figure stepped forward with a vicious expression and quietly warned that these 2 were obviously here to cause trouble. The cloaked figure slowly raised his head, and countless white tentacles suddenly emerged from beneath the robe, sending chills down everyone's spine. Only then was the truth revealed. The human skin was nothing but a disguise, while its real body was a grotesque creature. The tentacles shot forward in an instant, wrapping tightly around the two visitors before they could resist. The grip tightened until both victims were completely restrained and unable to fight back. Suddenly, sharp needles grew from the tips of the tentacles and stabbed straight into their necks. Their bodies instantly went limp as all their strength drained away, followed by unbearable pain deep inside their bones. Within minutes, all resistance faded, and both of them died where they stood. Witnessing the scene, the subordinate turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. He desperately begged for forgiveness after being deceived, while the monster calmly replied that using the black market as a base made it easy to deal with problems like this. A few missing people would never attract attention. It then coldly ordered the bodies taken to the basement, and the subordinate hurried to obey. Below was a completely sealed underground chamber. The corpses were thrown into a deep pit filled with eerie purple slime. A deep voice ordered that the sacrifices were finally sufficient. All forces were to withdraw and rest until the new warriors awakened before beginning the next phase. It also declared that this world would eventually belong to their race, so it could not stay outside for too long. As soon as it finished speaking, a streak of purple light shot out of the abandoned building at incredible speed. It flew directly toward a luxurious mansion, which appeared to be the alien creature's true hiding place. The purple light quickly merged into the body of a man who had been calmly reading a book. His aura immediately changed, and a sinister smile slowly spread across his face. A few days later, Ningfeng called to check on the investigation and asked whether any new clues had appeared. And carefully reported that they had located several people who had bought advanced potions from the black market, but every lead had vanished. It was impossible to tell whether they had fled or been silenced. Ningfeng listened while lightly tapping the table with his fingers before calmly saying they should keep watching and report any new information immediately. After ending the call, Du-an quietly told himself that if he could not even handle something this small, he would have no right to continue following the big boss. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his phone suddenly rang again. Du-an immediately asked Sulan whether she had found any clues. Sulan sighed and replied that she had searched the entire black market but still had nothing. The scene returned to the silent abandoned house, where the air was thick with the scent of death. Deep inside the basement, something strange happened as every corpse inside the pit vanished without leaving a single trace. Moments later, the dead slowly stood back up, their eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Meanwhile, at a gathering, everyone in the office was chatting happily together. Captain Zhu quietly observed Ningfeng and realized he was easygoing and nothing like the arrogant young geniuses he had met before. As they spent more time together, everyone gradually became much closer. As for Ningfeng, he already had plans of his own. Everyone here was among the nation's top talents. Once the world ranked up, the faith points they could provide would be enormous. A lively girl curiously asked Ningfeng whether he had chosen a guild to join yet. With his current strength, he must have received countless invitations. Ningfeng simply smiled and calmly replied that he had no plans to join any organization for now. Someone else asked if he intended to build his own faction, or if the Su Shi team already belonged to a guild. Ningfeng casually explained that Su Shi belonged to Yue, and he was only helping for the time being. Everyone quietly exchanged glances. Right now, Su Shi was only a small guild with almost no national reputation. But if it could gather talents like Ningfeng, its future would be incredibly bright. And the way he affectionately called Wang Yue made everyone realize their relationship was far from ordinary. A young man eagerly turned to Wang Yue and asked if he had a chance to join Su Shi. He also wanted to know whether the recruitment requirements were strict. The unexpected question made Wang Yue blush, leaving her unsure how to answer. Soon, many other students joined in, all hoping they could become members of Su Shi after graduation. Wang Yue could only sigh helplessly. Somehow, a normal meal had turned into a recruitment event. Meanwhile, Ziting looked absolutely delighted. Seeing so many outstanding candidates, she felt her guild might one day stand alongside the 7 great guilds. That remark made everyone at the table burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. Ningfeng silently calculated everything. He had originally come to the training camp, only to find a few promising talents, but the results had far exceeded his expectations. More importantly, the Su Shi Guild under Wang Yu's management could become a reliable force supporting him in the future. Speaking of Zhao Cheng, he had only brought disaster upon himself. His father had secretly worked with Peng Xia and Gu Yang, and when the authorities searched their estate, they even discovered a hidden evil formation. The government had already issued warrants for both Zhao Cheng and his father. Manhwa also took the opportunity to remove them from the guild, solving a major problem. Just then, a phone rang and interrupted Ningfeng's thoughts. He checked the screen and saw that Duan had just sent him a photo. It seemed they had uncovered a new clue. More messages from Duan quickly followed. He reported that they had raided a suspicious location in the black market. Inside were potion-making equipment and many advanced potions with labels identical to those previously seized by the Commerce Guild. They suspected this was the source of the illegal supply. Ningfeng carefully studied the photo, and his expression immediately changed. He noticed traces of a strange dark energy lingering there. Duan also suspected it might belong to a special mutated species. Before that idea could settle, Duan hurried in and immediately rejected the theory. According to him, this was not an ordinary monster, but an unknown race of parasitic demons, never before identified by humanity. He slowly explained that ordinary demons could not survive for long outside a secret realm. Parasitic demons, however, were completely different. They survived by infecting other living creatures, taking complete control of both the host's mind and body. Without a special method of detection, it was almost impossible to tell an ordinary person from someone possessed by a parasitic demon. While still in their larval stage, they were extremely weak and had to remain hidden. The pits filled with slime beneath the basement were actually breeding nests used to hatch their eggs. After hearing that, Lian felt chills run all over her body and nervously asked about the current situation. Duan nodded and confirmed that the parasites in that base had most likely already hatched. Realizing how serious the situation was, Lian clenched her teeth. That meant an entire army of parasitic demons could already be hiding among humans without anyone noticing. Duan frowned and said in a low voice that this was still not the worst part. Night fell over the headquarters of the Commerce Guild. Hsiu slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, after days of investigation had produced no results. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. A man overflowing with killing intent strode straight into the room. Recognizing the visitor, Hsiu greeted him and curiously asked what had brought Lao Huang here. Before the words had even faded, Lao Huang slowly revealed a twisted and unsettling smile. The next moment, countless tentacles burst from his body and shot toward everyone in the room. Just like the victims at the black market, Hsiu and Fang Dan were bound before they even had a chance to react. Hsiu's eyes widened in horror. Only then did he realize the figure before him was not the real Lao Huang, but a grotesque creature unlike anything he had ever seen. Without giving him any chance to fight back, a poison-filled needle pierced straight into his neck. Hsiu's eyes quickly turned lifeless as dark veins spread across his body, creating a terrifying sight. Once the parasitic process was complete, the monster withdrew its tentacles. The two immediately stood still, like obedient puppets waiting for orders. The flawless success of the plan made the creature throw back its head and laugh madly. Looking over its new hosts, it was extremely satisfied. It had only planned to take Hsiu, yet it had also gained Captain Fang of the Epoch Guild. With two fifth-turn powerhouses under its control, its strength would increase dramatically. According to the monster, offering one's body to expand their race was the greatest honor humanity could receive. Meanwhile, Duan continued explaining what the big boss had revealed about the parasitic demons. Individually, they were not very powerful, but they possessed a unique ability known as the hive trait. The more individuals they had, the stronger the entire swarm became. The brood leader responsible for reproduction received an even greater boost than the others. Everyone immediately understood. The parasites had hidden in the black market from the very beginning to secretly expand their numbers. Duan added that the potions were only bait. Their true target had always been human bodies. Lian worriedly asked how humanity could possibly eliminate these parasitic demons. Duan recalled the big boss explanation. Once their dark energy reached a certain level, detection devices and talismans could sense them. But to wipe them out completely, they absolutely needed a divine relic. Lian asked in surprise what a divine relic was. Duan slowly explained that it was a treasure bestowed by a god or once blessed with divine power. Realizing this, she immediately decided to inform her master and gather people to search for one. Her mind raced with possibilities. She had no idea where such a treasure could be found, but if the big boss had mentioned it, then it had to exist. Neither of them realized that even Ningfeng himself had no idea what a divine relic actually was. Ning Feng recalled the memories he had obtained from the Demon King. They contained records about parasitic demons, which explained their symbiotic ability. Whenever the host was attacked, most of the damage was transferred to the parasite, turning that trait into an incredibly troublesome defense. According to those memories, only a divine relic could sever the bond between parasite and host. The problem was that Ning Feng had no idea where such a treasure could be found in this world. If the parasites continued spreading unchecked, humanity would eventually face an unprecedented catastrophe. Right now, finding a way to stop them was the top priority. Just as he was thinking, Ning Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was Du-an. Ning Feng answered immediately. Du-an urgently reported that an enormous surge of dark energy had appeared at the Commerce Guild headquarters, matching the big boss warning exactly. Du-an added that the entire guild had gone silent. Even He-Siu could no longer be reached. On top of that, countless adventurers showing strange behavior were gathering around the area. After hearing the report, Ning Feng immediately stood up and ordered that no one was to approach the headquarters to avoid unnecessary casualties. He would handle it himself. Night completely covered the Commerce Guild headquarters. High above, the fake Lao Huang looked down with a smug smile. In his eyes, the days of hiding in the shadows were finally over. Below him, an entire army controlled by parasitic demons stood in perfect formation, waiting for orders. He-Siu and Fang Dan bowed together and reported that every unit had assembled. The creature nodded in satisfaction. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. The fake Lao Huang spun around in surprise to see who had arrived. The newcomer was none other than Ning Feng. He calmly stood among the parasite-controlled crowd with his hands behind his back, as if they were beneath his notice. Despite the tense atmosphere, Ning Feng remained completely composed, his icy gaze locked onto the monsters before him. The leader frowned. He recognized the face from the viral videos online. He could not understand why Ning Feng came here alone. Ning Feng quickly scanned the area. Too many people were controlled by parasitic demons, and any powerful forbidden spell would turn them into shields. He only wondered if his weapons counted as divine relics. The fake Lao Huang sneered and mocked Ning Feng, claiming his teammates had sent him out as a sacrifice because no one dared face him. Ning Feng ignored the taunts and calmly asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" The enemy instantly looked pleased, thinking Ning Feng was about to submit. He proudly declared he had no interest in recruiting humans, but taking Ning Feng's body would create an incredibly powerful warrior. Before he could finish, a sudden slash cut through part of his body, forcing him to stumble back in shock. Even wounded, the monster roared that such attacks could never kill him. He claimed the gap between them was like mortals facing a god. Ning Feng looked at the wound and sighed. Ordinary weapons really could not destroy parasitic demons. The leader laughed again, convinced Ning Feng had no divine relic, making every effort pointless. He even mocked Ning Feng as nothing more than a demon king's servant. He kept provoking him, saying that if he could not win, he should call his master instead. According to him, higher beings became much weaker after descending into lower worlds. Only an evil god could truly suppress him, so he believed he was unbeatable here. Hearing that, Ning Feng remembered that the Demon King's servants often carried rare treasures. Maybe summoning one could bring something that countered the parasites. He decided to try a forbidden summoning spell and hoped the creature would not look too bizarre. At once, the dark sky split open, and a pair of gigantic eyes appeared behind the mist. As lightning flashed, a round creature slowly stepped out of the crack. It had a pig-like face, an arrow-shaped tail, and such a bizarre appearance that both Ning Feng and the enemy froze. Even Ning Feng was stunned. He could hardly believe this was a high-ranking demon lord. The chubby creature slowly waddled toward Ning Feng on its tiny legs. Everyone present was left speechless by the scene. The funniest part was that it tried to stand proudly, but its short body lost balance, and it fell flat on the ground. The fake Lao Huang burst into laughter, claiming Ning Feng had summoned another weak creature, without even a trace of dark aura. But the moment he finished speaking, a terrifying invisible pressure swept across the entire area. The leader had no time to react before the overwhelming force crushed him to the ground. Everyone controlled by the parasitic demons collapsed at the same time. The leader realized in horror that his only remaining thought was to lie still. Every trace of resistance had vanished. The lazy demon lord simply opened its mouth and gently bit into the empty air. Instantly, streams of black energy were forcibly dragged out from the shadows. It took a few more bites and swallowed every last strand of dark energy. Ning Feng folded his arms and watched. He realized the demon lord was directly devouring the parasitic demons hidden inside their hosts. It worked even better than a divine relic. the fake Lao Huang was terrified. He thought Ningfeng could summon at most a demon king, but instead, an overwhelming existence had appeared. Ningfeng casually walked over and smiled. "Didn't you just say you were unbeatable in this world?" Only then did the monster truly panic. He begged for mercy and admitted he had only been bluffing. Ningfeng calmly took out his phone and told him to cooperate so he could record everything for research. On camera, the monster revealed its true form. While bowing and begging for forgiveness, it confessed everything. Ningfeng then ordered it to explain exactly how its race had entered this world. The parasitic demon quickly confessed. It said an adventuring team had invaded its secret realm before, and when one member let down their guard, it latched onto that person's body and escaped into this world. Ningfeng continued questioning it, asking if it was the only one of its kind inside that secret realm. The monster immediately nodded over and over, confirming Ningfeng's guess was correct. It explained that when it was still weak, it hid inside the black market, where people disappeared all the time without raising suspicion. Once it became strong enough, it no longer needed to lay eggs. It could directly possess humans and take control, which was why it dared attack the Merchant Guild. As soon as the confession ended, the chubby demon lord slowly walked over and opened its mouth wide. At the sight of it, the parasitic demon burst into tears and begged not to be eaten. The entire scene was recorded and streamed live to the Alliance headquarters. Liu Yingzhen let out a quiet sigh. They had no way to imprison or study parasitic demons, so Ningfeng had to deal with it. As hard as it was to accept, a low-level world had almost no chance against creatures like these. Someone remarked that without Ningfeng arriving in time, the Merchant Guild would have been wiped out. An elder added that not only the guild, but even the alliance of the 7 great guilds, or perhaps the entire world, could have fallen into disaster. Feng Yi spoke up to reassure everyone. He believed the best news was that the mysterious powerhouse and Ningfeng had always stood with humanity. Now that the truth about the high-grade potions was clear, the two sides could officially work together. Everyone in the hall immediately raised their hands in agreement. No one opposed the plan anymore. Feng Yi announced another decision. The government would establish a special division to produce and distribute high-grade potions, with 80% of the profits returned to the mysterious powerhouse. Hearing that, Ningfeng was secretly delighted. A huge new source of income had appeared without any extra effort. Feng Yi also announced that the government would award Ningfeng for his recent contributions. The ceremony would be held during the training camp's closing event, and the media was already preparing to interview him. Ningfeng immediately thought about the massive boost in faith points this would bring, so there was no reason to refuse. He smiled and accepted, then asked Feng Yi to help arrange everything. Feng Yi happily agreed. After that, Ningfeng told Duan that he had to return to the camp first. As for the creature, he asked Duan to take care of it since it seemed to enjoy hunting demons. Duan immediately accepted the task and promised to take it into secret realms to keep clearing monsters. Deep down, he was amazed. Even the mysterious powerhouse's pet could effortlessly crush parasitic demons and was far stronger than he was. The only way to catch up was to train even harder. On the way back, Ningfeng gently patted the little creature while thinking things through. Its natural ability seemed to create a domain that stripped every target of the will to fight. Fortunately, it did not activate that power on its own under normal circumstances. Otherwise, Ningfeng would have another secret to hide. Strangely, the creature kept sniffing the lingering dark aura around Ningfeng. Ningfeng could not help wondering if he shared some special connection with that source of darkness. After thinking for a while, Ningfeng rubbed its head and laughed. Since it was so slow, he decided to name it Man. The scene shifted back to the instructor's dormitory at the training camp, where Ningfeng had just returned. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice called out, asking where everyone's great hero was. Hearing the tone, Ningfeng was startled. It sounded like a child asking for a reward. A young woman walked over with a smile and asked if he was the famous Ningfeng who had earned one achievement after another. Ningfeng looked confused and asked which great hero she meant. Just then, 3 young men walked in together and greeted Professor Shi. Ningfeng turned around and noticed Xiao Rui was there as well. It had been a long time since they last met. By coincidence, the place was filled with familiar faces today. Everyone else also stepped forward and respectfully greeted the female professor. Xiao Rui quickly introduced her. He explained that she was Xie Yuan, an honorary professor at Beijing University and an advisor to the 7 great guilds. She had studied with his father, and many of Today's theories and technologies for exploring secret realms came from her research. After hearing that incredible list of achievements, Ningfeng was speechless for a few seconds. The woman laughed and said praising her meant nothing compared to praising Ningfeng, because he was the one who had saved countless. She had been trapped inside a secret realm for research, returned to camp only that morning, and after hearing everyone talk about his achievements, she insisted on meeting the famous hero in person. She was giving him too much credit. He remembered hearing about Professor Xie during training and had expected a strict elderly scholar, not someone so warm and outgoing. Professor Xie happily shook Ningfeng's hand and invited everyone to sit down for breakfast. She excitedly explained that every dish on the table was made from monster ingredients and told everyone to enjoy. The group kept praising the food as they ate. It tasted far better than expected, and everyone was too busy eating to speak clearly. Xie Yuan leaned toward Ningfeng and whispered that Professor Li had not come to wake everyone up that morning as usual. Ningfeng also found it strange, because Professor Li normally woke up very early. In reality, Professor Li could only complain to himself that Professor Xie was a complete workaholic. She had just returned and made everyone work through the night, yet Ningfeng was the only one nobody was allowed to wake. Even the soldiers insisted the hero needed more rest. Professor Li could only swallow his frustration in silence. He felt the difference in treatment was completely unfair. Professor Xi smiled and said she had watched all of Ningfeng's battle recordings. She believed his ability to handle situations was among the very best of his generation. Wang Ye added that Ningfeng was also the top student in his department, with unmatched theory scores. Hearing that, Professor Xi finally understood why he stood out so much. She smiled at Ningfeng and said it was rare to meet someone who excelled in both theory and combat. She also mentioned bringing back several strange items from the bottom of a secret realm and invited him to take a look. Hearing about the unusual items, Ningfeng immediately asked what made them special. After waiting a little longer, the group headed to Professor Li's office together. As they walked, Professor Xi laughed and asked if it was Ningfeng's first visit to the training camp's research area. She explained the place was only temporary, so everything was a bit messy. The moment Professor Li saw Professor Xie, he was startled. She simply waved with a smile and told him to keep working while she showed the students around. Professor Li secretly wondered how they were both assistant instructors, yet Professor Xie carried herself like a superior inspecting the place. With so many eyes on him, Professor Li became so nervous that his back was soaked with sweat. Just then, the Han Yin necklace around Ningfeng's neck suddenly began to glow. Ningfeng frowned. If the necklace reacted so strongly, something nearby had to be resonating with it. Professor Xi called out for Ningfeng to come and see if he could identify the pile of broken fragments. After examining the cleaned pieces, Ningfeng guessed they were man-made, perhaps bricks or parts of a carved wall. Professor Xie nodded and praised his sharp eye. She explained that secret realms were usually inhabited only by monsters, but this one contained traces of a lost civilization. Ningfeng asked in surprise. Professor Xie said the relics had been collected from outside, a massive field of bones. The monsters deeper inside were too dangerous, but she believed an entire ancient city was buried beneath. Hearing that, Ningfeng broke into a cold sweat. He wondered if Professor Xi had accidentally discovered Han Yin's former homeland. The coincidence was unbelievable. Ningfeng asked for permission to inspect the relics more closely, and Professor Xi immediately agreed. After a careful inspection, Ningfeng discovered that the Han Yin necklace was constantly absorbing energy from a crystal among the relics. The two had to be connected. Professor Xi walked over and asked if he had found anything. Ningfeng smiled helplessly and said the only way to learn the truth was to enter the secret realm. She immediately offered to handle all the arrangements. Not long afterward, the group officially entered the secret realm, and Professor Xie introduced everyone. She explained that this was her elite research team, and once inside, they would fully support the expedition. The researchers immediately gathered around Ningfeng with excitement. They kept expressing their admiration and said they would gladly help if he needed anything. In the end, they shyly asked if they could take a photo with him after the mission. Xiao Wei was stunned by the scene. Every researcher there was talented enough to become a professor at any university, yet they all admired Ningfeng. One member quietly asked if joining this mission was beyond his ability. Wang Yue patted him on the shoulder and reassured him that, as teammates, they only needed to support each other. On the other side, Professor Xie raised her hand with confidence and gave the order to move out. The group ventured deeper into the secret realm, with Ningfeng and Professor Xie leading the way. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist filled with evil energy shot straight toward them. The ground exploded as a monster, with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth burst out and attacked. Professor Xi froze in shock, unable to say a word. Ningfeng, however, remained perfectly calm, as if he had expected it all along. At that moment, a gigantic axe carrying overwhelming power crashed down onto the monster's head. Ningfeng smiled and signaled everyone to keep moving, saying the obstacle had already been dealt with. The research team exchanged stunned looks. The massive monster had been killed in an instant. This was the power of top-tier warriors. After the danger passed, Xie hurried over and reported that he had found something strange. A deep pit had appeared beneath the monster's corpse, as if it were hiding an incredible secret. The group climbed down to investigate. After a careful look, Professor Jie concluded it was the remains of an ancient civilization. Half joking, she wondered if its people had been wiped out by monsters, and whether their own world might one day become a secret realm for others to explore. Leaning against the rock wall, Ningfeng silently thought that Professor Xiai's guess was surprisingly close to the truth. He remembered that the Merchant Guild's trial zone had once been a civilized world that had already fallen. Before he could think further, the Han Yin necklace around his neck flared with light once again. As Ningfeng approached the rock wall, he discovered another glowing object inside that was resonating with the necklace. He quietly realized that every time he got close to this type of object, the necklace reacted. If they went deeper into the ruins, they might find even more. Just then, a researcher rushed over and reported an incredibly dense wave of evil energy ahead. Professor Shi immediately looked toward a raised platform that was constantly releasing black mist. The moment Ningfeng sensed it, he recognized the familiar aura. It was just like the evil god's summoning ritual before, except this pressure was far more terrifying. At the deepest part of the ruins, a gigantic monster stared at the group as if they were prey. Around its feet gathered a horde of red-eyed monsters with razor-sharp claws and fangs, waiting only for its command. The pack leader let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the ruins. Instantly, the entire horde charged forward at incredible speed. Seeing the incoming swarm, Xie warned Xiao Yi to be careful, because there were simply too many monsters. Xiao Yi only smiled with confidence and said that with Brother Feng behind them, this was nothing more than a warm-up. The moment he finished speaking, Xie rushed to the front line and declared that he would never let the monsters break through. Watching its followers fall one after another, the pack leader became furious and fixed a murderous gaze on Ningfeng's group. The members of Professor Shi's research team grew worried and wondered if they should help, but they feared they would only become a burden. Professor Jie clenched her fists, thinking her students would have to give everything they had to survive this battle. Wang Yue eagerly wanted to challenge the pack leader. Ningfeng smiled and told everyone to focus on the big one while he handled every monster below. In the blink of an eye, Ningfeng wiped out the entire charging horde. The ground was soon covered with piles of monster corpses. Professor Shei's research team stared in disbelief. Ningfeng alone had stopped the entire monster tide. Ningfeng folded his arms and quietly assessed the battle. Wang Yue could handle the command, while Mu Qiu, Professor Qi, and Sister Lan had all survived the brutal training he designed and were no longer weak. Even without him, Song Moose's team would not be wiped out so easily. Ningfeng simply stood there, yet every surviving monster trembled in fear and dared not take another step. Everyone was speechless. The monsters had clearly lost all will to fight after seeing Ningfeng. On the other side of the battlefield, Wang Yue shouted orders. The moment the monster appeared, he told everyone to immediately strengthen their healing and buffs. Standing in the rear, Xiao Wei quickly answered that everything was ready. The monster wasted no time and unleashed a powerful attack that sent dust billowing across the battlefield. Its massive body disappeared into the cloud of dust, making it almost impossible to track. But the plan fell apart when a streak of golden light shot through the dust at incredible speed. The razor-sharp strike cut through the haze and pierced deep into the monster's body. A few minutes earlier, the monster that Xie had killed was still lying where it fell. Someone suddenly wondered if another group was already in the area. Otherwise, who could have reached the entrance so quickly? Before long, hurried footsteps echoed through the ruins as a group of strangers rushed forward, shouting that they had to get inside before anyone else. They warned each other that their detector had picked up an aura near the exit and ordered everyone to ready their weapons. Just then, the spatial gate began to collapse. One of them shouted in panic that the secret realm was changing and was about to force them out. The next moment, the entire group vanished without a trace, leaving only faint streaks of light on the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Yue lightly tugged on Ningfeng's sleeve and asked if he had heard voices nearby. Lost in thought, Ningfeng casually replied that he had not noticed. His full attention was focused on the reaction between the Han Yin necklace and the crystal whose energy it was absorbing. Professor Shi also spoke up, saying she thought she had heard something near the entrance. But with guards posted outside, strangers should never have been able to get in. Xiao Yi suggested they head back and investigate. Ningfeng was curious as well, so he agreed to lead everyone over. Professor Jia took the lead, carefully examining every trace along the ground. She then activated a special device that revealed a series of hidden footprints. After studying them, Professor Jia confirmed they did not belong to their team, proving someone else had been there. Strangely, the footprints disappeared completely near the entrance. A team member reported that the guards outside insisted they had seen no one enter the secret realm. Professor Xie grew even more puzzled. She could not understand how the mysterious group had appeared or where they had gone. The team immediately split up to search the area and record every unusual clue they could find. Professor Xie continued analyzing the footprints and believed the intruders had likely used a special teleportation method. She also suspected the monster corpses scattered around had been left behind by them. Lu Ying inspected the scene and noted that every killing blow was clean, precise, and perfectly efficient. More importantly, they had left all the loot behind, proving those items were never their objective. Before he could finish, Feng Yi immediately concluded that the group had been speed clearing the secret realm. He calmly explained that speed clearing meant completing a secret as fast as possible, focusing on the main objective instead of collecting everything. That was why they used only their strongest attacks to clear the path, grabbed the valuable core rewards, and ignored all ordinary loot. Pulling off that strategy required overwhelming strength and flawless teamwork, almost as if every member could read each other's minds. Wang Bei could only shake his head. Choosing such a dangerous secret realm for a speed clear was unbelievably reckless. Other than Ningfeng's team, he could not imagine anyone else capable of pulling it off. Hearing that, Professor Jiai's expression changed, as she wondered if those mysterious visitors had really come from another world. She quickly explained that while it was only a theory, it was entirely possible. If the secret realm contained ruins from another world, perhaps countless parallel worlds existed beyond it, some even far more advanced than their own. Half joking, she wondered if there was a way to contact them and become friends. Ningfeng did not think the idea was far-fetched at all. From the Ghost King's memories, he had seen traces of many different worlds. He had simply never imagined that people from those places could travel so freely. Professor Xie continued that if the mysterious visitors had only been passing through, there was little to worry about. But if they had hostile intentions, they could become a major threat. They appeared and vanished without warning, and no one knew what they were planning or whether they would return. Wang Bei sighed, feeling that one crisis after another just kept coming. At that moment, Feng Yi and Liu Ying quietly exchanged a glance, as if they had already reached the same conclusion. Liu Ying stepped forward and seriously told Wang Yue they had something important to discuss. He asked whether the Xiao Shi Guild was interested in merging with the Merchant Guild and officially becoming one of the 7 great guilds. The unexpected offer left Wang Yue completely stunned. Liu Ying explained that after the parasitic demon incident, both the Merchant Guild and Qi Yuan Guild had suffered heavy losses. Qi Yuan's president had resigned, its leadership seat was still vacant, and the Merchant Guild was steadily losing members and influence. Wang Yue awkwardly said she was still just a student, and the Xiao Shi Guild had only recently been founded. Liu Ying smiled and waved it off, saying all the guild presidents had already agreed to support her. Standing nearby, Wang Bei nodded in agreement. Feeling overwhelmed, Wang Yue could only turn to Ningfeng for help. Ningfeng simply smiled back and did not refuse on her behalf. He calmly said the decision belonged to Wang Yue, and no matter what she chose, he would always stand behind her. Hearing that, Wang Bei secretly felt relieved. With Ningfeng supporting her, Wang Yue would have a much easier time establishing herself among the 7 great guilds. Her age and the guild's size would no longer matter. After a long hesitation, Wang Yue gritted her teeth and accepted. She also humbly asked the seniors to guide her whenever she made mistakes. The veterans smiled with satisfaction and immediately approved the decision. Standing outside, Xie scratched his head in confusion. They had only just left the secret realm, yet Wang Yue was already about to become part of the 7 great guilds. When he accidentally met her gaze, his face turned red, and he could barely get his words out. Ningfeng smiled to himself. If Wang Yue truly secured a place in the 7 great guilds, his own expansion plans would take a major step forward. Just as he was thinking, a sorrowful voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Lord God. Ningfeng was startled and quickly looked around for the source. But everyone nearby acted as if they had heard nothing, making Ningfeng realize he was the only one who could hear the strange voice. Looking down at the Han Yin necklace on his chest, Ning Feng suddenly understood. The familiar voice most likely belonged to Han Yin. Outside in the desert, loudspeakers repeatedly ordered everyone to work faster, never split up, and report anything unusual to Professor Xie or the assistant instructors immediately. Hearing the announcement, everyone began talking excitedly. Someone asked if the assistant instructor being mentioned was Ning Feng, the young man who had become famous after the recent battle. The people nearby nodded. Everyone felt much safer, knowing such a powerful expert was backing them, though they still found it hard to believe someone so young could be so strong. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood in a corner of the tent, quietly chatting with Professor Xie. On the surface, he looked calm, but his mind was occupied with the mysterious way the necklace had absorbed energy from the crystal. Fortunately, the crystal still looked completely normal. If anything had happened to it, the researchers would have noticed immediately. As for the strange voice, had he really imagined it? Just as Ning Feng was lost in thought, the familiar voice sounded again, respectfully calling out to him. He asked in his mind if it was Han Yin. A delighted reply came immediately. Han Yin confirmed it was really speaking, and excitedly expressed its honor at meeting the Lord God again, laughing with joy. Ning Feng quickly interrupted and told Han Yin to get to the point. Han Yin admitted that even it did not fully understand what was happening, because many of its memories were still missing. Ning Feng then asked whether the necklace and the crystal's energy absorption were connected. After talking for a while, Ning Feng suddenly realized what the object before him truly was. It was the world core. Han Yin seriously explained that the world core was the heart of a world, the source that gathered and maintained all of its laws. Even if an entire world was destroyed, as long as the world core remained intact, there was still hope of restoring it. But if the world core was completely destroyed, that world would vanish forever. Han Yin added that the ancient gods possessed immense power because of the world core. They had even used it to revive their most important disciples. Halfway through the explanation, Han Yin suddenly fell silent, as if its memories had become fragmented once again. After a while, he finally apologized and admitted he had forgotten the most important part. Ning Feng smiled and told Han Yin not to rush. He could remember it later. But Han Yin kept blaming himself for letting the Divine Lord down. Ning Feng stayed calm on the outside, but deep down he felt uneasy. He had a feeling Han Yin's revival had left behind a hidden problem. Meanwhile, Professor Xi's research team reported they had searched the entire area. Aside from a few ruined houses, they found nothing valuable. Liu Ying suggested leaving immediately, since the mysterious group could return at any moment. Wang Bei agreed and proposed sealing the secret realm to avoid future trouble. Feng Yi smiled and asked Wang Yue for her opinion. Being called guildmaster caught her off guard, and she pointed at herself to make sure they meant her. He patiently explained that Wang Yue was now part of the 7 great guilds. Sealing a special secret realm required approval from at least 3 guild masters. After hearing that, she immediately supported Liu Ying's proposal. Once everyone agreed, they worked together to seal the entrance to the secret realm. Looking at the closed gate, Feng Yi thanked the entire team for their hard work. The next morning, at the teacher's dormitory, inside the training camp, Ning Feng was enjoying a relaxing shower after a busy day. Suddenly, Han Yin's excited voice rang out. He said he had finally remembered the missing memory. The sudden shout startled Ning Feng. He accidentally turned on the cold water and yelled as the freezing stream hit him. Han Yin quickly apologized over and over. Ning Feng dried himself off and told him to forget it, then urged him to explain the memory. Han Yin suddenly remembered something else, and cried out that he had recalled an extremely serious matter. He even begged Ning Feng to punish him immediately. Ning Feng rubbed his forehead helplessly. He thought Han Yin was still guilty about the cold water, and told him to stop asking for punishment over everything. Han Yin hurriedly explained that it had nothing to do with that. He was talking about the dangerous side effect of the resurrection ritual. He slowly explained that in ancient times, the gods often used the heart of the world to bring their closest followers back from the dead. But, because the heart of the world contained an enormous amount of dark power, any god linked to the revived person risked severe backlash. At best, they were badly injured. At worst, they lost their sanity and became an evil god. Some were even forced to kill the very followers they had just revived. Han Yin choked up as he spoke. He said he did not mind dying, but he could never accept bringing disaster upon the Divine Lord. When Ning Feng heard the words evil god, a faint smile appeared on his face. He quietly thought that he was already filled with dark aura, so this probably would not affect him much. Even so, he decided to keep that thought to himself, because Han Yin would only panic even more. Seeing Ningfeng stay silent, Han Yin anxiously asked if he had noticed anything strange with his body or mind. Ningfeng calmly replied that he had checked carefully and everything was perfectly normal. He also realized that his own abilities already belonged to the dark element, so absorbing more dark power barely affected him. That was probably why he could cast forbidden spells again and again without suffering any backlash. Ningfeng then asked whether the resurrection ritual only affected him, or if Han Yin also had to pay a price. Unfortunately, Han Yin admitted he did not know. Ningfeng smiled calmly and said that since Han Yin was alive again, he should simply live on. Whatever happened in the future, they would face it together. Han Yin was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He said those were the exact words Ningfeng had spoken long ago, but he still did not want to drag the Divine Lord into danger because of him. The smile slowly faded from Ningfeng's face. After thinking for a moment, he decided to reveal a secret he had kept hidden all this time. Without holding anything back, Ningfeng told Han Yin everything about his unusual identity. Han Yin was stunned. He could not believe Ningfeng was considered an evil god. Ningfeng simply shrugged and said that was what everyone called him. According to the gods, he was the evil god in their eyes. Even the forbidden spells he cast always carried a dark aura that spread everywhere. Hearing that, Han Yin immediately became furious. He insisted Ningfeng could never be an evil god. In his eyes, those so-called gods were the truly cruel ones, whose selfishness had wiped out his entire clan in a meaningless war. Those gods had never cared about the lives of their followers. Only Ningfeng had fought for justice, so even if it cost his life, he would follow the Divine Lord to the end. Ningfeng nodded and thanked Han Yin for his loyalty. He promised to do everything in his power to protect those who stood with him. Han Yin was so moved that he burst into tears again, overjoyed to fight beside the Divine Lord once more. Ningfeng could only smile and tell him to stop crying so much. Lying down to rest, Ningfeng continued thinking. He admitted he still did not fully understand many major concepts, such as the ranking system of worlds. Han Yin explained in simple terms that world ranks were titles created by the gods to evaluate each world. Countless worlds existed across the universe, but not every one of them was worthy of the gods' attention. Only worlds that produced extraordinary life forms would catch the gods' interest. Even then, it was no more than noticing a rare insect by chance. Han Yin explained that a world had to survive countless brutal trials before it could earn the gods' recognition. Only those that succeeded received greater power and more advanced civilizations. In short, the more trials a world cleared, the higher its rank became, and the greater the rewards granted by the gods. Han Yin continued that based on what Ningfeng had told him, the strongest expert in this world had only reached level 150, and the best equipment was merely orange grade. That alone proved this world's rank was extremely low, barely worth the gods' attention. Ningfeng could only sigh helplessly. Han Yin quickly changed the subject and said that as long as the Divine Lord was here, this world's future would surely change. He also suggested Ningfeng replace all of his current equipment. According to Han Yin, Ningfeng's current gear was far too ordinary and unworthy of his status. He should forge an entirely new set, a true divine artifact set. Han Yin explained that once infused with divine power, a divine artifact would absorb the essence of heaven and earth and evolve without limit. Hearing that, Ningfeng remembered the necklace Han Yin had given him also seemed to have an upgrade ability. Han Yin immediately confirmed it. The stone was only the initial core of a divine artifact. Once Ningfeng activated it with divine power, its evolution would be complete. Ningfeng asked what he should do next. Han Yin instructed him to place his hand on the stone, focus his mind, and picture the rune that represented his own power. Ningfeng followed the instructions. The moment he closed his eyes, the necklace around his neck burst into dazzling light. A moment later, mysterious blue patterns, unlike anything before, appeared across the surface of the stone. Ningfeng was stunned by how easily it happened. Han Yin proudly explained that Ningfeng was the true owner, so the universe's original runes naturally responded to him. He even claimed that not even the gods' chosen favorites were qualified to use these special runes. Han Yin finally felt relieved. This was enough to prove Ningfeng's true identity, so he would no longer doubt himself. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a new notification in front of Ningfeng. Looking at the numbers on the screen, he was speechless. The item's spirit stat had reached 1200, far beyond all of his current attributes, and it also came with many other powerful effects. Han Yin was still not satisfied, saying orange grade was far too low. He promised to gather more materials for future upgrades, while Ningfeng would have to collect the remaining equipment pieces himself to complete the full set. Ningfeng laughed, finding his conversations with Han Yin genuinely enjoyable. He was like a living encyclopedia of the ancient world. Han Yin happily replied that serving as the Divine Lord's guide was the greatest honor of his life. Before long, dawn arrived. Han Yin politely wished Ningfeng a good morning before falling silent again. Ningfeng joked that Han Yin seemed unusually happy this early in the morning. Han Yin smiled and said that simply being able to continue serving the Divine Lord filled his life with hope. After talking all night, Ningfeng realized Han Yin's knowledge came from a completely different era. Much of it could not be applied directly, but as an advisor, he was second to none. At the same time, inside another secret realm, a gloomy atmosphere covered the entire area. A gigantic monster burst through the ground with a deafening roar and charged straight ahead. Han Yin suddenly appeared, casually formed a massive block of ice, and hurled it straight at the monster. The hit only drove the beast into a frenzy. It charged back violently, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Professor Xie and everyone watching from the sidelines stood there with their mouths wide open. Ningfeng simply smiled with satisfaction. After raising his spirit to 1200, his current strength felt leagues beyond what it had been before. Instructor Liu patted Ningfeng on the shoulder and laughed helplessly. He had expected a fierce boss battle, but Ningfeng ended it with a single strike. Professor Xie kept nodding in agreement until Instructor Liu joked that she should stop repeating everything he said. After finishing the fight, Ningfeng walked over and asked Instructor Liu if there were any more secret realms or monster nests to clear today. The instructor could only shake his head and say they were all gone. Instructor Liu sighed and said the organization's stock of secret realms had almost been emptied. They were already clearing them quickly, but today had been on another level, leaving the management no time to prepare new ones. Hearing that, Ningfeng scratched his head in confusion. He could not understand why being efficient had turned into something worth complaining about. Instructor Liu explained that the trainees were all battle fanatics. After finishing their own group's missions early, they rushed into other secret realms around the camp to keep training. In a very short time, the entire group's strength had skyrocketed, leaving every other team far behind. As a result, the trainees from the other groups protested and demanded that members be rotated between teams starting next month. After hearing that, Professor Xi asked whether the other instructors had objected. Instructor Liu smiled bitterly and said that, if the management had not stepped in, the other instructors would have come over to steal students themselves. A few had even secretly signed the students' petition before getting caught on the spot. Professor Xi crossed her arms with a smug smile and said they deserved it for always trying to steal assistant instructor Ning's students. Just then, Han Yin cautiously brought up the Divine Lord's magic. Ningfeng frowned and asked what had happened this time. Han Yin quickly shook his head and explained that nothing was wrong. He was simply amazed by Ningfeng's spellcasting. He could perfectly adjust every spell's blast radius by taking advantage of the surroundings and timing with incredible precision. Ningfeng smiled faintly and said that if Han Yin was so interested, he should come to tonight's extra class and see it for himself. Before long, class began. Ningfeng rested his chin on one hand and sat quietly in the corner, looking completely focused. At the front of the classroom, the lecturer continuously explained the subject of tactical calculations. After listening for a while, Han Yin felt completely overwhelmed and quietly asked what kind of class this was. Ningfeng laughed and explained that besides real combat scenarios, it also combined mathematics, physics, biology, and terrain analysis. Ningfeng explained that because this world lacked every kind of resource, people had to rely on their minds to make the most of what they had, turning ordinary gear into deadly weapons, maximizing every limited skill, and finding a way to survive even on the brink of death. Of course, not everyone had the patience to absorb all of that dry theory, but their cultivation system was deeply tied to this knowledge, and it had produced countless outstanding explorers. After hearing that, Han Yin was filled with determination. He proudly declared that he would study hard and earn Ningfeng's approval. The bell rang, the lecturer closed his book, and officially ended the class. After night fell, Ningfeng and Wang Yue strolled home through a deserted alley. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the shadows. The moment he saw Ningfeng, he froze with wide eyes. The young man hesitated before walking over. Looking nervous, he quietly called out, "Assistant Instructor Ning." Both Ningfeng and Wang Yue recognized him as He Shixiang. Ningfeng quietly wondered why he had chosen this moment to block their path. As far as Ningfeng remembered, He Shixiang had been training at the camp, and the two had barely exchanged a few words. He had never paid much attention to him, yet now the young man stood there looking extremely uneasy. A moment later, He Shixiang bowed deeply with tears in his eyes. He said that if Ningfeng had not stepped in, his older brother and the entire Changyi Guild would have been destroyed. To them, Ningfeng was their life-saving benefactor. Ningfeng simply smiled awkwardly and waved it off, saying it had only been a chance encounter, and there was no need to be so formal. He Shixiang silently blamed himself. Out of respect for his older brother, he had always kept his distance from assistance instructor Ning, and even held prejudice against those close to him. Only now did he realize how narrow-minded he had been. If he had built a good relationship with Ningfeng earlier, the Changyi Guild might not have fallen apart like this. Ningfeng blinked in confusion. He could not figure out why He Shixiang was still standing there. They were never close, and he did not even know how to start a casual conversation. He Shixiang immediately took out an item and, respectfully, offered it with both hands. He said it was only a small token of gratitude and hoped Ningfeng would accept it. The moment they saw it, Ningfeng and Han Yin cried out at the same time. The item was actually a fragment of the heart of the world. A memory flashed through Ningfeng's mind. Han Yin had once explained that when a world collapsed, its core shattered into countless fragments, drifting through the void. Collecting enough of them could open a path to that world. Ningfeng finally understood. Professor Xie had probably used the same method to open the secret realm, but because she did not fully understand the process, the outsiders had all vanished after entering. Han Yin added that world cores were priceless treasures in the higher realms, so countless factions searched for their fragments. Those invaders had simply run into the Divine Lord while he was clearing the secret realm, and the world's laws erased them on the spot. Back in the present, He Shixiang explained that his older brother had found this treasure inside a secret realm and kept it ever since. After hearing Professor Xie talk about Ningfeng's expedition to a similar place, he felt this item belonged in their hands. Ningfeng accepted it without hesitation and thanked him with a smile, saying it was exactly the kind of gift he wanted. The scene quickly shifted to another mysterious location as a voice announced that the signal from the fragment had locked onto the correct destination. Professor Xie looked at Ningfeng with admiration. She praised him for figuring out how to use the fragment the moment he touched it. She also promised that if she found any strange artifacts in the future, he would be the first person she consulted. A faint smile appeared on Ningfeng's face. He was pleased because he had finally heard exactly what he had hoped for from Professor Xie. Han Yin then reported that his condition was still unstable. He needed to absorb more power from world cores before he could fully recover. As long as the Divine Lord remained unaffected by the dark energy, Han Yin could rest peacefully while waiting to recover. Ningfeng rested his hand on his forehead, thinking he needed to restore Han Yin's strength as soon as possible. Once recovered, Han Yin would become an incredibly reliable ally. The group continued deeper into the heart of the secret realm, but the moment they looked up, everyone froze in disbelief. Ningfeng could not hide his shock and blurted out in amazement. He could not believe this was really a secret realm, while Wang Yue stammered in awe at the breathtaking scenery before them. Even Han Yin was stunned. The place was overflowing with life and showed no sign of being a destroyed world. Ningfeng turned to Han Yin and asked if even he had never seen anything like this. Han Yin could only nod and admit he had no idea what was happening. Professor Xie led the group forward and eagerly urged everyone to stop staring and head aside. The first thing they saw was an enormous city wall, so solid that it looked completely unshakable. After observing it for a while, Ningfeng guessed that people must be living behind those walls. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wang Yue was completely bewildered and even wondered if they had somehow crossed into another world. Han Yin suggested that perhaps they had misunderstood. A world fragment did not necessarily lead to the original state of that world. If this was all an illusion, then it was so realistic that it was almost flawless. As the group cautiously approached, a guard immediately spotted them and shouted for them to stop, demanding their identities and where they had come from. Everyone was startled and instantly became tense. Ningfeng awkwardly scratched his head, unable to come up with an answer. The guard quickly lost patience and bluntly declared that they were obviously visitors from another planet. Surprised, Ningfeng asked how he had guessed so accurately. The guard smirked and said their clothes and confused expressions gave them away immediately. Curious, Ningfeng asked whether travelers from other planets visited this place often. The guard nodded and confirmed that it happened from time to time. Still, it was rare to see someone bring such an inexperienced-looking group. Everyone immediately realized he was mocking them. Professor Xie instantly got angry and shot back that she was definitely not a child, telling him to watch his mouth. The guard shrugged casually and said they were free to enter the city as long as they did not cause trouble. Otherwise, he could not guarantee they would leave in one piece. Just as everyone was about to walk away, the guard suddenly called them back. He pointed at Professor Jie and reminded them to keep an eye on the child, so she would not wander off and get lost. Hearing that, Professor Jie exploded with anger and loudly declared once again that she was absolutely not a child. As they walked, Ningfeng quietly observed the surroundings. The streets were filled with ordinary people going about their daily lives, and no one seemed surprised by the group's arrival. After walking farther, they reached the city center and were immediately drawn to a gigantic statue. Everyone became curious about what was written on it. The statue had been built to honor the heroine, Lida, who was praised as the guardian protector of the entire empire. Ningfeng muttered that something felt strange. He had never seen this script before, yet he could read it with ease. Han Yin guessed that the world core had automatically synchronized their language, proving they were indeed inside the world linked to the fragment. Professor Xie leaned closer and pointed at the inscription below, saying it also recorded the legend of the heroine's great victory. According to the monument, in the year 1537 of the stellar calendar, a massive monster army swept across the land like a tidal wave, plunging the world into darkness and despair. Just as all hope was about to disappear, Lida appeared. She charged into the battlefield alone, wiped out the monsters, and brought light back to humanity. Her achievements were carved into stone so future generations would never forget, and her fame had endured through countless years. Wang Yue summed it up by saying that the nation had nearly been destroyed by monsters, but Lida defeated them and restored peace. Professor Xie nodded, agreeing that the monument was clearly written to honor the hero. Tai Ran could not help admiring the story. A single young woman fighting an entire monster army was truly incredible. He also wondered whether the strongest experts in other worlds were all that powerful. Just then, a tree in the distance suddenly emitted a strange glow. Xiao Wei immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Seeing his reaction, Tai Ran hurried over and asked what was wrong. Xiao Wei still looked confused and struggled to explain. He then said that while everyone else had been focused on the statue, he had gone to check the surrounding area. On the trunk of a tree, he discovered a line of blood-red words that suddenly appeared. When translated into their language, the message contained only 2 words: "Run now." Ningfeng immediately asked if the words had vanished, right after appearing. Xiao Wei nodded repeatedly and pointed toward the tree where he had seen them. A chilling sensation instantly ran down Ningfeng's spine, as if his instincts were warning him that danger was closing in. He slowly looked around at the people walking through the streets, and his expression turned grim. Every single one of them was now staring at Ningfeng's group with the hungry eyes of predators. The moment their prey realized the danger, the hero statue vanished in an instant, without leaving a single trace. In the blink of an eye, every citizen on the street revealed their true forms, transforming into monsters with blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Ningfeng instantly understood that they had been fooled by a perfect disguise from the very beginning. Even Han Yin was shocked because he had not sensed the slightest trace of the dead before this. Without giving the group any time to react, the monsters roared together and surged forward like a tidal wave, determined to tear every target apart. Ningfeng reacted instantly. With one swift motion, he drew his weapon and prepared for battle. He tightened his grip on the sword and unleashed a powerful slash that swept across the charging monsters. Tai Ran did not stand by either. He swung his axe with all his strength and struck the monster rushing toward him. But the result was completely unexpected. The monster's steel-like scales remained untouched, while the axe shattered the moment it hit. Tai Ran cried out in despair as his trusty weapon was destroyed. His face immediately turned pale. One exchange had already destroyed his weapon, proving this enemy was far stronger than anyone had expected. The monster let out a furious roar, raised its massive greatsword, and locked onto Tai Ran with murderous eyes, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Faced with such overwhelming power, Tai Ran froze in place and shut his eyes, waiting for the fatal strike. But at the last second, a wave of icy energy swept across the battlefield and instantly sealed the monster inside a solid block of ice. Han Yin appeared at the perfect moment and calmly rescued Tai Ran, carrying himself like a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, Ningfeng stood alone, surrounded by monsters bearing their fangs and ready to tear him apart. Han Yin immediately shouted a warning, telling Ningfeng to be careful, because these creatures came from a higher world tier. With his current strength, relying on a mortal body alone would make fighting them head-on extremely difficult. Hearing that, Ningfeng focused his mind and asked Han Yin how they should handle the situation. Han Yin proposed using the last of his remaining power to temporarily manifest in the real world and hold the monsters back for Ningfeng. Ningfeng smiled and nodded, thanking Han Yin for helping him once again. Han Yin's sudden appearance left Wang Yue and Tai Ran stunned. They exchanged shocked looks. Ningfeng quickly explained that Han Yin was a disciple he had brought from another dimension. Han Yin also greeted everyone with a smile. In the blink of an eye, Han Yin stepped forward and blocked the entire monster horde by himself, showing no sign of being outmatched. He raised the divine weapon in his hand and boldly declared that it was time to clean up this mess. Tens of thousands of ice arrows tore through the air at once, piercing the monsters and filling the battlefield with agonized screams. Wang Yue and Tai Ran stared in disbelief. The power of that spell was far beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Just then, a powerful hand suddenly appeared and effortlessly crushed every single ice arrow. As the dust settled, a muscular woman stepped forward. Her glowing red eyes locked onto Ningfeng's group with overwhelming killing intent. The moment Professor Jie saw her, she immediately recognized who she was. According to her, this woman was the very person the hero statue had been modeled after. The woman raised her head with a scornful laugh. She said Han Yin was probably the strongest among them, but before her sword, that strength meant nothing. Han Yin simply smiled and replied that while he was not invincible, defeating her alone was well within his abilities. His words enraged the woman. She mocked a mage like Han Yin for daring to challenge a warrior in close combat, then even cursed the gods. Han Yin remained completely calm and even smiled playfully, making her even angrier. She sneered again, saying Han Yin was nothing more than a blind believer and should not expect the gods to lower themselves to protect someone like him. Hearing that, Han Yin immediately turned to look at Ningfeng, as if seeking reassurance. Ningfeng answered with nothing more than a calm smile and a trusting gaze, giving Han Yin all the encouragement he needed. Seeing the two calmly looking at each other in the middle of battle, the monster roared in fury and shouted that they were insulting her. That single encouraging smile filled Han Yin with renewed strength. He immediately unleashed his freezing aura, covering the entire battlefield in bitter cold. The woman quickly realized her body had become much heavier, and her speed had dropped dramatically. She was shocked, unable to understand why she had been slowed. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists until the veins bulged across her arms. A moment later, she roared and charged at Han Yin with all her strength, but ran into trouble the instant she accelerated. Han Yin immediately spotted the key. Looking at the treasure in her hand, he guessed it was the source powering her strength. Without hesitation, Han Yin stood his ground and unleashed one ice technique after another, creating a relentless barrage that crashed straight into his opponent. As she struggled to defend herself, the woman roared in frustration. She could not understand why her powerful treasure still failed to suppress Han Yin's strength. At that moment, countless rays of freezing light pierced through her defenses and sank deep into her body. Before she even realized what had happened, Han Yin simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, the woman's body shattered into countless pieces of ice, exploding in midair like a frozen firework. As the dust slowly settled, the monster's body had completely disappeared. Only a single weapon remained on the ground. Professor Jie stood there with her eyes wide open. Even watching from behind, she felt an overwhelming pressure weighing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Han Yin slowly walked over, clasped his hands behind his back, and remarked that this was an incredibly rare treasure. Unfortunately, its previous owner had never been strong enough to unlock its full power. The moment he touched the weapon's hilt, a strange crimson glow spread across its surface. Han Yin tried to connect with it, making several attempts, as if trying to force the divine artifact to recognize him. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed out, declaring that a mere mortal could never comprehend the terrifying power of a divine artifact. The voice continued, explaining that the divine artifact drained its user's life force to fuel its master's resurrection. As long as the divine artifact existed, its owner could never be completely destroyed. Noticing something was wrong with Han Yin, Ningfeng immediately walked over and asked if he was all right. Han Yin reassured him that everything was under control. The weapon was simply draining his energy so quickly that he could no longer maintain a physical form. Ningfeng frowned and took the weapon to inspect it himself. Han Yin warned him to be extremely careful because it could easily backfire. Sure enough, the instant Ningfeng gripped the weapon, he clearly felt his life force being steadily drained away. The woman's spirit immediately laughed with delight, saying the group was willingly feeding her power, saving her the trouble of hunting more prey. Ningfeng looked directly at her soul and calmly asked if she had finished laughing, because he saw nothing worth celebrating. The woman froze in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She stammered, asking how Ningfeng could see her. He simply replied that if he could see her, then he could see her. What was so surprising about that? The woman quickly stepped back in panic. The divine artifact was supposed to drain its target completely, yet it had almost stopped working. It even seemed to fear something. In truth, the moment Ningfeng touched the weapon, he immediately understood its true nature. At the same time, the system displayed a notification saying the final fragment had been found, and asked whether he wished to absorb it. Ningfeng smiled inwardly. He had never expected the object before him to be the last remnant of the central vein, but he decided to wait for a better opportunity before absorbing it. After making up his mind, Ningfeng looked straight at the woman and demanded that she explain everything that had happened here. Behind him, Professor Xie anxiously called out to ask if Ningfeng was all right, while Wang Ye noticed that every monster around them had frozen in place like statues. The woman let out a sigh and began her story. This had once been a thriving kingdom. Although monsters attacked from time to time, her team had always defended their homeland. Memories resurfaced of the group, fighting side by side against endless monsters, while she constantly encouraged everyone to keep going. Then, in the middle of one battle, one of her teammates suddenly froze in place, staring blankly into empty space. Sensing something was wrong, she walked over to check on him. The teammate turned around with a confused expression and asked whether no one else could see the enormous notification floating right in front of him. The message clearly read, "Congratulations, you have been chosen by a god." Everyone else was bewildered because they could not see anything. The woman guessed that perhaps her teammate had been favored by the gods. The young man remained motionless, staring at the mysterious notification, while no one knew what he was thinking. His hands kept moving as though he were operating an interface visible only to him. A new notification soon appeared. The message praised his outstanding evaluation and confirmed that the gods had accepted him as a believer. It then asked him to confirm and receive his reward from the gods. No one ever learned what reward he had accepted, but right before everyone's eyes, his body suddenly became weightless and slowly rose into the sky, as though pulled away by an invisible force. Before disappearing completely, he looked back and loudly bid everyone farewell. With tears in his eyes, he said he would now serve the gods and would always watch over the friends he left behind. Another teammate stepped forward to comfort Alita, saying she should not be too sad. Ta Long had been chosen by the gods, which only proved the kingdom would receive even greater protection. Perhaps if they continued earning great achievements, the gods would notice them someday as well. Encouraged by those words, Alita wiped away her tears and smiled softly. She nodded, admitting that it made perfect sense. But as time passed, their kingdom continued to suffer one monster invasion after another. The number of casualties not only failed to decrease, but kept rising every single day. The monster horde trampled everything in its path, turning the entire kingdom into a sea of fire, smoke, and blood. After countless battles, Alita's team was completely exhausted. Every one of them was covered in wounds and barely holding on. Even so, not a single person retreated. They gritted their teeth and stood firm, forming the final line of defense against the advancing monsters. Unable to bear the despair any longer, Alita broke down in tears. She could not understand why the monsters kept multiplying, while the gods remained silent, and Ta Long had vanished as if everyone had been abandoned. One badly wounded teammate trembled as he asked Alita if they truly had no chance of surviving this time. Wiping away her tears, Alita regained her resolve and declared that as long as the final moment had not arrived, they could not give up. She still had one last option. With that, she rushed forward and threw open the iron door, leading to the sealed chamber below. Hidden beneath that underground vault was the cursed weapon everyone had seen earlier. At that point, Ningfeng finally pieced everything together. He guessed that Alita had used the cursed weapon to destroy the monsters, but in return, the entire kingdom had been consumed by a dark curse. Alita nodded. After driving the monsters back, she had tried to use the power of darkness to restore the kingdom. Instead, that power slowly devoured her soul and transformed the entire nation into a land of the undead. From that day on, anyone who accidentally entered this place was killed and turned into part of her undead army. Ningfeng calmly raised the weapon and said that anyone who chose forbidden power would eventually have to pay the price. Just then, footsteps echoed closer and closer. Ningfeng immediately turned toward the sound. A crimson light pierced through the mist, revealing the figure of a tall man slowly approaching. It was Ta Long. He looked at Ningfeng and demanded the weapon back, claiming it had always belonged to him. Seeing the teammate she thought had disappeared forever, Alita gasped his name in shock. She never expected Ta Long to appear here. Ningfeng simply smiled and refused without hesitation. In his view, once something fell into his hands, it no longer belonged to its former owner. Ta Long suppressed his anger and explained that he had only left the cursed weapon here, temporarily to absorb spiritual energy. He had never given up ownership of it. The moment she heard those words, Alita realized something was terribly wrong. She immediately demanded that Ta Long tell her the whole truth. By then, Ta Long could no longer maintain his calm facade. His expression instantly turned cold. He shouted that the cursed weapon belonged to him. Anyone who dared stand in his way would become fuel to nourish it. With just one glance, Han Yin recognized that the power flowing through Ta Long was genuine divine power from beings of a higher world tier. Alita immediately knelt before Ningfeng and begged him to uncover the truth and give her one chance to atone for her sins. Ningfeng smiled faintly and nodded toward Ta Long, saying that if she wanted the truth, she should ask the man standing right in front of her. Those words left Alita speechless. She stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just heard. Across from them, Ta Long frowned in irritation, unable to understand why Ningfeng was smiling so confidently. Alita cautiously asked what Ningfeng meant. He calmly replied that he could temporarily return her body so she could settle her own grudge, but once everything was over, her soul would completely disappear. Did she accept those terms? Alita did not hesitate for a second. She looked up and firmly declared that she was not afraid of dying again, as long as she could end everything with her own hands. Seeing her determination, Ningfeng said nothing more and simply ordered her to raise her head. Alita obeyed immediately without the slightest hesitation. Ningfeng frowned slightly and activated the secret technique, Dark Soul Possession. Using the authority of the Lord of Darkness, he locked onto the target's consciousness with his own spiritual power. A moment later, Alita's soul condensed into a complete physical body for a brief period. In an instant, Alita shed her monstrous form and regained the flesh-and-blood body she had in life. Witnessing this scene, Ta Long's expression changed dramatically. He could not comprehend how Ningfeng had accomplished such a feat. Looking at her newly restored body, Alita was filled with astonishment. Ningfeng's dark power far exceeded anything she had ever imagined. Ningfeng stepped forward and calmly said that he would let Alita have full control of the body he had created. What she chose to do with it was entirely up to her. Hearing that, Alita immediately lowered her head in gratitude. Ta Lun turned pale and stammered, unable to believe the person before him was Alita, who had died long ago. Alita glared at him in fury and coldly ordered him to stop lying and tell the whole truth. If he hid anything else, she would deal with him herself. Ta Lun tried to stay calm and shifted the blame, claiming Alita must have been controlled or brainwashed by Ningfeng to treat him like this. Before he could finish, Alita charged straight at him. She poured all her strength into one punch and slammed it into Ta Lun's face before he could react. Ta Lun only had time to scream before the punch landed with a thunderous impact. Even though he had been chosen by the gods, his strength was nowhere near Alita's. One punch sent him flying as blood poured from his mouth. Seeing him sprawled on the ground did nothing to calm Alita's anger. She followed up with a brutal kick that left Ta Lun motionless on the ground. Then Alita grabbed him by the neck, hauled him up, and demanded answers. She wanted to know why he vanished when the kingdom was destroyed, why he had returned, and what this so-called sacrifice ritual really was. Only then did Ta Lun panic and defend himself. He claimed he never betrayed anyone because he had been taking part in an extremely important trial. By the time he returned, everything was already gone. He went on complaining, saying he had suffered endlessly after leaving this world. According to him, in the higher world, his strength ranked among the weakest. The pressure and despair there were enough to break anyone. Alita was not convinced. She exposed his real goal, saying he only wanted to steal the power of the divine weapon. Ta Lun quickly denied it and explained that he had secretly left a magic mark on the divine weapon. When it activated, he sensed it and returned. He admitted he only wanted to use the weapon to grow stronger because staying weak meant the gods would eventually cast him aside. Deep inside, Ta Lun cursed silently. If he had not sensed the divine weapon weakening, he would never have come back. He even prayed for the gods to wipe out everyone standing before him. Before the thought even ended, Alita's fist crashed down like lightning and struck him dead on. Watching from the side, Ningfeng could not help admiring how decisive and powerful Alita truly was. After finally settling everything, Alita respectfully returned the divine weapon to Ningfeng and knelt to thank him. She was grateful that he had fulfilled her final wish and allowed both her and the people of the kingdom to finally find peace. Ningfeng simply asked where the world heart was hidden, then asked Alita to use her remaining time to answer every question his companions had. Alita nodded without hesitation. Lost in bittersweet memories, Alita smiled sadly. She once believed Talun being chosen by the gods was the kingdom's greatest pride, but in the end, they were still abandoned. As soon as she finished speaking, Alita's body slowly began to fade away like dust in the wind. Before disappearing completely, she left behind one final wish. She wanted Talun buried beside his homeland and its people, so the past could finally come to an end. Watching Alita's figure fade into nothingness, Wang Yue felt her eyes sting as sadness filled her heart. Noticing her expression, Ningfeng gently patted her shoulder and asked what was wrong. Wang Yue let out a quiet sigh. She wondered if even a kingdom once protected by the gods could fall, then maybe their own world would one day meet the same fate. Ningfeng laughed and reassured her that as long as he was here, he would never let that happen. Besides, he was still looking forward to exploring every great restaurant with Wang Yue. The moment Ningfeng pulled out some food to cheer her up, Wang Yue's mood instantly improved. She laughed and told him to stop teasing her. She then turned to Professor Xie and asked if everyone could enjoy a big meal before heading back. The professor agreed right away, and Wang Ye excitedly planned to look around for local specialties. The group chatted as they walked away until they disappeared, leaving the vast grassland silent once again. Just as everything grew quiet, the sky suddenly split open as a strange beam of light slowly widened. From the crack, a single foot slowly stepped onto the ground, as though someone had just entered this world. The newcomer had the exact same face as Talun, but his empty, lifeless eyes made it clear he was only using that appearance. He clenched his fist in obvious irritation. He had arrived just one step too late, and the familiar aura had already vanished. Luckily, this body's memories still held an image of his target. After searching those memories, he confirmed the target was Ningfeng and wondered if the title of the omnipotent archmage had really fallen into that young man's hands. Since Ningfeng was still in this world, escaping would not be easy, so he decided to investigate personally. The scene shifted to headquarters, where Jiang Zhou and the senior leaders were holding a tense meeting. In one corner of the room, Wang Yue and Teacher Lu sat perfectly still, barely daring to make a sound. Linghua calmly reported that, according to Professor Xie, the gods randomly chose people from many worlds and offered them a chance to ascend to a higher realm. But that gift was actually a trap to harvest faith, and the chosen ones were nothing more than expendable pawns. Yue Ning agreed, saying that being favored by the gods did not guarantee survival. In the end, humanity could only rely on itself. The battle in the secret realm had proven that the enemy was already far beyond humanity's current strength. Without Ningfeng stepping in that day, the outcome would have been disastrous. Linghua feared even more terrifying enemies would appear in the future. She added thoughtfully that although Ningfeng was willing to stand with them, it weighed heavily on her that the entire council of veterans kept relying on someone so young. After those words, the meeting room fell completely silent. At last, Wang Yue carefully broke the silence and asked if she could say a few words. She reminded everyone that Ningfeng had recently invited a powerful expert from another world, something they all already knew. That senior had carefully compared the strength of humanity and the monsters, before reaching a conclusion that chilled everyone. By every normal calculation, Earth should have been destroyed 30 years ago. The statement instantly left everyone in the room stunned. Yuening quickly asked Wang Yue what that conclusion really meant. Wang Yue slowly reviewed history, explaining that more than 80 years ago, when the secret realms collided with the real world, humanity suffered unprecedented losses. It was during that dark era that the first human adventurers gradually appeared. Even so, humanity remained far too weak and could barely stand against the monsters. Yet thanks to the sacrifices of countless generations, especially the veterans sitting in this very room, humanity had survived until today. It was a future bought with blood and lives. According to that expert, the monsters had possessed enough power to wipe out humanity long ago, yet this world had endured until now. That alone was a miracle. Wang Yue declared that as long as hope remained, the younger generation would follow in their seniors' footsteps and fight, even giving their lives to protect everyone. When she finished, the entire council stared at Wang Yue in stunned silence. Seeing everyone quiet for so long, she gave an awkward smile and softly asked if she had said something wrong. The next moment, the room erupted with endless applause as every senior praised her heartfelt words. Linghua smiled brightly and said, bringing Wang Yue to the meeting had been the right decision, because just a few of her words had reignited the fighting spirit of her youth. Wang Ba thoughtfully pointed out that the monsters had surpassed humanity's limits long ago. Hearing that, Yuan Chuan laughed, feeling proud that humanity had still managed to endure until now. Chen spoke next, saying everyone agreed with Wang Yu. He then urged the council to prepare a plan, in case they ever faced the gods again, because the recent incident had been an extremely costly lesson. At the very least, everyone now understood that placing all their hopes in the gods was not necessarily the right path. Meanwhile, the one using Ta Lun's body continued searching for Ningfeng. As he searched, he cursed to himself, saying that someone carrying the title of the omnipotent archmage had deliberately hidden in such a remote world to avoid attracting the gods' attention. He immediately expanded his senses and soon detected the aura of a nearby trial realm. Needing a temporary hiding place, he chose that location without hesitation. The scene shifted to the Shang Yi Guild, where Shi Xiong stood among the ruins, silently staring at everything he had built lying in ruins. Years of hard work had been reduced to rubble. Shi Xiong swore to grow stronger and restore the Shang Yi Guild to its former glory. Just as his determination flared up, the space before him was suddenly torn open by a strange light. The light landed right in front of him, forcing Shi Xiong to step back in shock. The one wearing Ta Lun's face slowly walked out. Even he seemed surprised to find someone in such a remote place. Shi Xiong immediately took a defensive stance and demanded to know who he was and why he had appeared there. The man merely sneered and claimed to be the true master of the secret realm, as well as the very god humanity had always worshipped. The moment he heard the word god, cold sweat covered Shi Xiong's back as he stared at the stranger in horror. His mind instantly recalled everything unusual about this secret realm. By its rules, two people were never supposed to enter at the same time. On top of that, the man's appearance matched what Shi Xiong had seen before, and he could freely use his power inside the secret realm. After putting everything together, Shi Xiong dropped to his knees, convinced that the god had answered his prayers and descended in person. The man mocked him with a smile, saying prayers were for the weak. Anyone seeking divine favor had to prove their worth through strength and loyalty. Shi Xiong immediately bowed his head and swore to serve with everything he had, hoping to earn the god's approval. Secretly, the man calculated that he could not act recklessly until he confirmed the true identity of the omnipotent archmage. Besides, this temporary body could not unleash his full power, so recruiting followers was the smartest choice. Seeing Shi Xiong submit so obediently, he nodded in satisfaction and ordered him to search the entire world for the person he wanted. The moment Shi Xiong saw Ningfeng's image, his eyes widened in disbelief that the target was actually him. That reaction did not escape the man's notice, and he immediately realized something was off. He let out a cold laugh and said it seemed Shi Xiong knew this person, saving him the trouble of searching for clues himself. Shi Xiong quickly denied it, claiming he and Ningfeng were nothing more than strangers, and that he had no useful information. The self-proclaimed god did not press the issue. Instead, he ordered Shi Xiong to secretly monitor Ningfeng from now on, and report anything unusual without revealing a single word. In his judgment, an evil god that had destroyed countless worlds might be hiding beneath Ningfeng's ordinary appearance. Hearing that, Shi Xiong was completely stunned and could not believe Ningfeng was the one under suspicion. The man recalled the last time he discovered someone had entered the trial realm. Just as he was about to investigate, an overwhelmingly terrifying force stopped him, making him even more convinced that the omnipotent archmage was hiding in secret. Suddenly, remembering something important, he immediately asked who had cleared the trial in that secret realm. Shi Xiong quickly answered that they were all acquaintances of the one he called the evil god. A moment later, Da'an's image appeared before them. The man immediately made up a story, claiming the rewards should have belonged to them, but had been stolen by the evil god's followers. He even assured Shi Xiong that he would personally help recover everything that had been lost. In return, all he demanded was absolute loyalty. Shi Xiong pretended to believe him and agreed. What the man did not know was that the moment he left, Shi Xiong reported everything to Ningfeng. After hearing it all, Ningfeng could only laugh at how ironic the situation was. Shi Xiong seriously reported that the man claimed to be an incarnation of the true origin Holy Spirit, and had come down this time only to investigate Ningfeng's every move. Ningfeng thought for a moment, before remembering that the gods could only borrow someone else's body for a very limited time. They had to use the body of a compatible believer to avoid being rejected by the world, and to extend their time here. Ningfeng laughed, realizing he had once thought the gods were powerful enough to possess anyone they wanted. Han Yin then asked Shi Xiong if he was worried about being exposed as a traitor. Shi Xiong calmly replied that he had found the man suspicious from the start, so Ningfeng should stay cautious no matter what. Ningfeng quietly concluded that, as a new believer, Shi Xiong's faith in the gods was still far from unshakable. They had only known each other for a short time, so absolute loyalty was impossible, making it difficult for the other side to notice anything suspicious. Ningfeng smiled and thanked Xixiang for bringing the news so quickly. Xixiang replied awkwardly that it was only a small favor to repay Ningfeng's past kindness. In truth, Xixiang had thought it through carefully. Seeing Ningfeng remain calm even in the face of a god proved his background was anything but ordinary. Besides, his brother had thoroughly investigated Ningfeng, so believing he was an evil god was harder than believing a fairy tale. Ningfeng also realized that ever since learning the truth, he felt much more at ease. If the gods wanted to keep playing this game, he was ready. After returning to his room, Ningfeng immediately discussed the situation with Han Yin. Letting Xixiang continue as a double agent was fine, but not for too long. The best option was to deal with that god as soon as possible. Han Yin pointed out that in this world, they actually held a major advantage over the gods. Ningfeng was surprised to hear that. Han Yin explained that any higher level being descending into a lower world would have its power suppressed by the laws of the universe. Even the gods were no exception. To remain active, they had to expand their followers to sustain their strength. Meanwhile, Ningfeng belonged to this world, so he faced no such restrictions and could fight at full power. As long as they destroyed the enemy's foundation of faith, the gods would lose their support. Unfortunately, the trial realm was protected by a divine barrier. Their previous attacks had only pierced space and reached the territory of the true origin Holy Spirit. As long as he stayed inside, they could do nothing, so they had to lure him out. Han Yin concluded that building their plan around that strategy was the best approach. At the same time, he promised to organize every clue they had gathered for Ningfeng to review. After hearing that, Ningfeng suddenly realized this world was his home ground. He still held plenty of powerful cards, so at their current level, he was not at a disadvantage. Only one of the enemy's abilities truly concerned him. It was rank suppression. Stronger beings could overwhelm weaker targets with their pressure, leaving them completely frozen. The greater the gap in strength, the longer the effect lasted. According to the descriptions, this ability existed solely to crush weaker opponents through overwhelming rank, leaving almost no chance to fight back. Ningfeng knew his current strength was still insufficient. If he were suppressed first, he might die before even casting a forbidden spell. Because of that, he decided to find several artifacts that could resist mental suppression, even though he knew such treasures were incredibly rare. With that in mind, Ningfeng immediately stood up and asked Han Yin whether the base was truly secure. Han Yin confidently assured him that it was completely protected and nearly impossible to infiltrate. The two quickly teleported to the base. As soon as they arrived, they found everyone gathered around a tiny creature lazily lying in the open. While gently patting its head, Han Yin introduced it as a monster born from the dark world, known as the Chaos Scripture Beast. Its unique ability was creating a chaos barrier that blocked every form of outside surveillance. Duan swallowed nervously. Han Yin added that it was also a high-ranking demon lord, whose power far surpassed the monsters found in secret realms. Destroying an entire world would not even be difficult for it. Hearing that, Duan turned pale and was left speechless. Han Yin simply smiled and told him not to worry. Ever since the Divine Lord had tamed it as a pet, it had become much gentler, and its former evil aura had almost completely disappeared. He even said he used to take it to special lakes for baths, so the two had grown as close as family. If everyone wanted, they could play with it in the future. Duan was still in shock. He never imagined he would be allowed near such a terrifying creature. It looked tiny, but knowing its true strength, along with Han Yin's, kept him from lowering his guard. At that moment, Ningfeng remembered the loot they had obtained from the secret realm and happily called Duan over to collect it. The first two treasures were Shadowblade Storm and Unyielding Battle Soul, both extremely rare pieces of equipment that money alone could never guarantee. Duan accepted them with deep gratitude and immediately vowed to train with everything he had until he became Ningfeng's sharpest sword, ready to sacrifice his life if any god dared lay a hand on him. Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction. After everyone experienced Arisa's secret realm, their view of the gods had completely changed. Even Duan was no longer terrified after hearing about the true origin Holy Spirit, making it much harder for the enemy to manipulate or deceive them. Thinking about that, Ningfeng felt even more confident in the base's security system and began searching for spells that could resist mental suppression, along with other useful information. The scene quickly shifted back to the cave, where the secret realm trial had taken place. Hearing the familiar voice of the one wearing Ta Lun's appearance, Ningfeng gradually recalled several important clues. The self-proclaimed god continued his analysis. Humans in this world had always been weak and were once nearly wiped out by monsters. Even the gods had abandoned this place, yet humanity still managed to survive. After observing for a long time, he was certain that no god had secretly helped humanity, not even the omnipotent Archmage. That meant the people of this world possessed a hidden power, capable of resisting the monsters. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and his eyes filled with interest. He believed the omnipotent Archmage had also discovered this world's unique value and wanted to claim it as his own domain. With that thought, he clenched his fist, determined not to let his rival steal such a valuable prize. Just then, Xixiang returned to report the latest situation. Xixiang came back, looking utterly miserable, his entire body trembling as though he had endured a horrific ordeal. Seeing that, the god frowned and asked who had done this to him. Xixiang lowered his head in apology and admitted that he still could not clear floor 15 of the secret realm, no matter how many times he tried. Hearing that, the god's eyes flashed strangely. Knowing Xixiang had already died hundreds of times on that floor, he simply kept his head down and accepted the blame. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed into Xixiang's body. He was stunned to discover he had just obtained the achievement, 100 Deaths Unbroken. The god laughed and said he had never intended to punish him. Those repeated failures had merely been a test he deliberately arranged. This achievement would activate whenever the user's health dropped below 15. For the next 10 seconds, the user would become immune to all negative effects from injuries and diseases, while gaining 30 attack and 30 defense. He went on to paint an enticing picture. Those chosen by the gods would continuously receive special missions, and completing them would grant permanent achievements that enhanced their bodies, with some rewards even capable of completely changing their fate. According to him, those were only the beginner rewards, and countless greater blessings still awaited. After hearing everything, Xixiang stood frozen, unable to tell whether he was overwhelmed by shock or excitement. Meanwhile, Ningfeng headed to the Spirit Labyrinth secret realm. According to the information he had gathered, it was one of the few places in the country where anti-mental suppression spells could drop, so he decided to farm there. The low-level monsters burst into tears the moment they saw Ningfeng, complaining that the solo battle mage had returned to wipe them out again. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the Monster King slammed the table in rage, saying Ningfeng treated them like worthless weeds. He angrily declared that if they kept enduring this, Ningfeng would think they were weaklings he could bully whenever he wanted. Before he could finish speaking, Ningfeng had already appeared right outside their headquarters. The Monster King immediately roared and ordered all his subordinates to attack. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the weakest monsters to the Monster King himself was sent flying. Terrified, the Monster King instantly dropped to his knees and begged Ningfeng to spare his life. Ningfeng looked down coldly and asked whether all that crying was some new kind of mental attack. The Monster King frantically denied it and begged Ningfeng to stay calm while he explained. He said that against someone with Ningfeng's willpower, his mental abilities were no more than a tickle. Everyone else needed an entire team and hours of fighting just to defeat him. Only Ningfeng charged in alone every single time and beat him without mercy. Hearing that, Ningfeng felt a little embarrassed and admitted he only wanted a certain skill book. The Monster King replied pitifully that he had no control over item drops, and no matter how badly he was beaten, it would not increase the drop rate. Ningfeng suddenly realized he had bullied a psychic-type monster into having a mental breakdown. After returning home, he could not help sighing at how inefficient this search had been. After all that grinding, the only reward he obtained was an ordinary mage skill book. The skill was called Mana Reflux. It created a support zone where allies inside had a 35% chance to recover part of their mana after casting a skill. Even though it was not what he wanted, Ningfeng learned it immediately because the current situation demanded every possible increase in strength. He then turned his attention to the active skill, Divine Revelation Fist, an ability belonging to the Dark Forbidden Magic faction. The chosen user would receive the Divine Lord's blessing, break past their limits, and greatly increase their strength for a short time. What interested Ningfeng most was that this skill could be used on all of his followers, and he could personally choose the target to test its effects. The moment he thought about testing it, Han Yin's image appeared in Ningfeng's mind, looking like a berserk warrior about to receive divine power. A wave of dark energy suddenly erupted and swallowed Han Yin whole, forcing his body to transform into a savage demon, whose appearance was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Seeing that, Ningfeng was immediately alarmed. He was certain this was not Han Yin's choice, because no one would willingly take on such a terrifying form. As soon as he reached that conclusion, Ningfeng opened the contract protection section on the system interface. But at that moment, a brand new option appeared, leaving him stunned. It was the Trial Achievements menu. Han Yin slowly explained that the current awakening feature was almost worthless now. What truly mattered was Trial Achievements, because this was the method the gods used to awaken the hidden potential within others. According to the Divine Lord, personal achievements were only a tiny part of the universe's laws, while gods, descending into the world, merely acted as guides. That was why they loved granting achievements to those they valued, regardless of whether those people became their followers. Hearing that, Ningfeng suddenly understood. So these achievements did not directly consume his divine power to empower others, right? The system immediately displayed a detailed panel of attributes such as luck and mana, which Ningfeng quickly skimmed through. Han Yin interrupted his thoughts and asked what he planned to do next. Ningfeng replied that while checking the Trial Achievements menu, he had discovered something very interesting in Chang Mukia's profile. Han Yin was so shocked that he stammered, asking if the Heavenly Eye could even view the achievements of other classes. Ningfeng frowned and asked what was so unusual about that, while Han Yin silently swallowed. According to the unspoken rules, each god was only allowed to observe achievements belonging to the class path under their authority. Ningfeng smiled and guessed the system had probably given him a back door. Han Yin agreed that was highly likely because no one had ever understood the true secret behind his system. The scene quickly shifted to the Crimson Moon Demon Cavern, where thick yin energy filled the air with an eerie atmosphere. Chang Muqiu was startled when the system suddenly notified her that she had received buffs to luck and mana, making her so excited she almost screamed. Ningfeng simply smiled and said he would explain later, but for now they should focus on defeating the boss first. She obediently stopped asking questions. On the other side, the monsters rushed off in panic to report that the exploration team had come back to cause trouble again. After hearing the report, the Monster King collapsed onto the ground with a look of utter despair. He had completely given up and only wished someone would destroy his lair already because he was exhausted. After wiping out the monsters, Ningfeng finally smiled in satisfaction. The item he had been waiting for had finally appeared. The glowing skill book before him was Mind Chaos, the very technique Ningfeng had spent so long searching for. The scene shifted back to the classroom, where Professor Xie stood at the podium and told everyone that this secret realm had only been discovered the previous week. It was also their first chance to study real information related to the gods. He already had a clear plan in mind. The 7 great guilds had decided not to publicly support any god. Instead, they would only reveal what they had learned from the secret realm and let everyone draw their own conclusions. After gathering enough information about Eraser, the next step was to convince humanity that they could defeat their enemies through their own strength rather than relying on the gods, because that victory would be humanity's true glory. Han Yin's eyes widened in surprise. It really was a brilliant move, replacing blind faith in the gods with confidence in humanity's own strength. A mindset willing to step back and let humanity become the center of everything was something only the Divine Lord seemed capable of achieving. At that moment, He Shixiang was also sitting quietly in the back row, listening with full attention. Yet his face clearly showed that something was weighing heavily on his mind. When the break arrived, Professor Xi clapped his hands and announced a 15-minute recess before class resumed. As soon as everyone began leaving the classroom, He Shixiang hurried over to Assistant Instructor Ning and said he had something important he needed to discuss in private. After pulling Ningfeng to an empty corner of the hallway, Shi Xiang got straight to the point and asked if he had ever heard of trial achievements. Unlike Shi Xiang's anxious expression, Ningfeng calmly replied that he knew all about trial achievements. Hearing that answer, Shi Xiang's face changed instantly. He became even more convinced that Assistant Instructor Ning already knew every secret, and those closest to him had probably owned countless rare achievements for a long time. Just then, the achievement panel suddenly lit up before Shi Xiang's eyes, leaving him too stunned to react. Ningfeng smiled and asked if he was looking at a rather unusual title. Anyone could obtain this kind of achievement, but getting a purple quality one was already considered very lucky. Shi Xiang's thoughts became even more tangled, seeing that Ningfeng did not care at all about the reward given by the True Origin Holy Spirit. He guessed it meant almost nothing to him. Imagining that Ningfeng's close allies had received even greater rewards filled him with envy. After calming down, Shi Xiang admitted he had been worried the achievement might be a tool to control him, which was why he came to ask. Ningfeng simply smiled and reassured him that these achievements had no side effects and could be used without worry. Standing beside them, Han Yin narrowed his eyes and guessed the young man had started wavering and was thinking about changing sides, only to be pulled back by Ningfeng. Ningfeng calmly said that human nature was simply like that, so there was nothing surprising about it. He had never placed absolute trust in anyone, and everything Shi Xiong knew was information he had deliberately revealed. If Shi Xiong continued standing with him, that would only work to his advantage. The story shifted to the Shang Yuan Guild. Ningfeng's image kept replaying on a giant screen. It felt as though every one of his actions was being monitored, without missing a single detail. The god remarked that things had become far more interesting. After only 2 encounters, he was almost certain the omnipotent archmage had been severely weakened and no longer possessed his former strength. He recalled the Great War, when the omnipotent archmage had been gravely injured. If he had not secretly tracked him, he would never have noticed the lingering traces of his signature mana. What puzzled him most was why Ningfeng openly participated in secret realm trials and exposed himself instead of staying hidden. The longer he watched, the less he understood Ningfeng's true intentions. Shi Xiong also added that although Ningfeng was extremely powerful, he had never displayed any skills beyond what everyone already understood. Sometimes he even defeated monsters with nothing but his fists. As for granting power to those around him, they viewed it as nothing more than ordinary tricks that were hardly worth paying attention to. Shi Xiong respectfully said that after witnessing the god's divine might, he truly did not believe Ningfeng was worthy of being compared to him. What confused him most was that if Ningfeng really wanted to hide his identity, why did he keep appearing at the training camp and constantly attract attention? Was he really not afraid of being discovered by the gods? After hearing all those observations, the god fell silent for a moment, before suddenly coming up with a new theory. He believed Ningfeng had probably stumbled across 1 or 2 treasures left behind by the omnipotent archmage. Looking at everything from that angle made every contradiction seem perfectly reasonable. He reasoned that Ningfeng preferred simple attacks because the divine artifact had already boosted his basic attributes to an overwhelming level, allowing him to dominate this low-level world without revealing his true abilities. As for sending everyone away during the battle against the parasitic demon, the god believed Ningfeng had needed to use the divine artifact and did not want anyone seeing the treasure in his possession. Even joining the training camp was merely another way to conceal his true strength. Without the divine artifact, the god concluded that Ningfeng was actually weak and had only entered the academy to gain more benefits. Shi Xiong had even suspected that a mysterious powerhouse was always supporting Ningfeng from the shadows. Even if that person was not the omnipotent archmage, he was at least closely connected to him, while Ningfeng was simply the figure placed in the spotlight to mislead everyone. The scene shifted back to Ningfeng's room, where the morning sunlight streamed through the window and bathed the room in a warm golden glow. As Ningfeng and Han Yin stepped outside, Han Yin immediately asked whether the true origin Holy Spirit had taken the bait. Ningfeng smiled faintly and replied that pretending to be someone who had accidentally found a divine artifact was the perfect disguise. With just a little guidance, people would convince themselves they had uncovered every secret. As long as the situation remained unclear, the true origin Holy Spirit would not dare act recklessly. But once he became confident in the theories he had created himself, he would eventually reveal himself. If they wanted to lure him out of hiding, this gamble was well worth taking. Just then, someone called out and invited Ningfeng to grab a meal. He smiled, told everyone to get the vehicle ready, and they set off together. Before long, the scene shifted to the cafeteria, where Ningfeng was picking up his meal. As he walked through a hallway, he accidentally brushed shoulders with Shi Xiong. Neither of them spoke, but they exchanged a meaningful glance. As Shi Xiong walked past, he whispered, "The big fish has taken the bait." Shi Xiong then relayed the god's words, saying he remembered that Ningfeng usually liked to act alone. Hearing that, Ningfeng immediately guessed the enemy was waiting for him to separate from the others before making a move. Shi Xiong's expression instantly tightened, and every nerve in his body went on edge. The next battle would be a direct clash between the strongest figures in this world. The chosen battlefield was a desolate forest, so quiet it felt like a graveyard. Ningfeng looked around and said he had deliberately chosen this remote place to settle everything, hoping the true origin Holy Spirit would not lose his way. Han Yin guessed the enemy was probably still hiding in the shadows, silently watching and waiting for the perfect moment to appear. Ningfeng said every trap had already been prepared. Now he only hoped that no unexpected accident would interfere. The entire plan was like casting a massive lure into the water and patiently waiting for the prey to bite. Elsewhere, the true origin Holy Spirit continued calculating. Although he had pieced together many clues, he still worried that if Ningfeng truly was the omnipotent archmage, facing him with only one incarnation would be far too dangerous. To guarantee victory, he needed more layers of insurance. With that thought, he searched through his memories, trying to recall whether the omnipotent archmage had any fatal weakness he could exploit. The scene shifted to Wang Yue's group, who were still advancing deeper into the area ahead. The atmosphere instantly became tense when a mysterious figure suddenly appeared and blocked their path, leaving everyone pale. The true origin Holy Spirit quickly made his decision. If he could not be certain of defeating Ningfeng, it was better to attack Ningfeng's close companions while he was away. In his eyes, the omnipotent archmage had always cared too much about the lives of mortals and would even fight to the end just to protect them. That compassion was what he considered his greatest weakness. Everyone standing before him was one of Ningfeng's trusted companions. As long as he captured them as hostages, he would have the upper hand in negotiations, even if Ningfeng truly was the omnipotent archmage. By the time Ningfeng realized what had happened, it would already be too late. The moment the thought ended, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning and charged straight at Wang You's team. Since Xiao Lia was standing on the outer edge, he became the god's very first target. A hand carrying terrifying speed reached straight toward Xiao Lia. But something strange happened. The grab passed through empty space, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not even touch a single strand of Xiao Lia's hair. The unexpected sight left both Xie Ren and Xiao Lia frozen in shock. Cold sweat began dripping from the true origin Holy Spirit. The scene before him felt strangely familiar, yet he could not understand what was happening. At that moment, the system announced that the active skill Void Traverse had been activated. The user could tear through space, enter the dark world, and instantly teleport to the target's location for 1 hour. Then a cold voice sounded behind him. A mighty god attacking innocent people? Don't you think that's disgraceful? Ningfeng looked at him with open disdain and coldly said he had predicted this cowardly move long ago, so everything was unfolding exactly as expected. The god clenched his teeth in fury. He was about to call out Ningfeng's name, but suddenly stopped as a thought flashed through his mind. The person before him might truly be the omnipotent archmage. Ningfeng's face was as cold as the king of hell. His eyes locked onto his opponent, and the killing intent pouring from him was so overwhelming that even the air seemed frozen. The scene flashed back to an earlier moment when Ningfeng had asked Han Yin whether the true origin Holy Spirit might try taking his friends hostage. Han Yin immediately understood what he meant and guessed. Ningfeng was worried the enemy would repeat the same dirty trick from the past. Han Yin admitted he could not be certain, but the gods had indeed used that tactic more than once before. Just then, the system displayed the active skill Divine Revelation of the Dark Forbidden Lord faction. The chosen followers would receive divine blessings, break beyond their limits, and greatly increase their strength. Ningfeng quickly studied the skill and discovered the blessing also came with an effect called Shadow Protection. It worked as a warning system. If a follower was in danger, it would instantly raise a shield and alert the one who granted the blessing. So Ningfeng decided to bless Xiao Lia's group first. If it worked as expected, no one would be secretly kidnapped again. Back in the present, the god suddenly froze as cold sweat covered his body. He told himself to stop overthinking. Even if this avatar was destroyed, he had to force Ningfeng to reveal his true limits. Ningfeng's eyes turned colder as his aura exploded like a beast ready to hunt. He coldly declared that trash like them did not deserve to be called gods. The god had no time to react. A dazzling pillar of light crashed down from the sky and swallowed him in an instant. Seeing the enemy's body burned completely black, Ningfeng asked Han Yin if that attack was enough to send him to the afterlife. Ningfeng admitted it was his first battle inside the dark world. To avoid any surprises, he unleashed everything in a single strike without holding back. Han Yin clicked his tongue and said anyone hit head-on by a forbidden spell that powerful should be dead. But he quickly added that Ningfeng always managed to break every rule. Han Yin suddenly recalled an earlier incident involving the Divine Lord. Back then, the Divine Lord entered a secret realm without any guard and was struck by a forbidden spell from Zhenyuan Shengling. After drinking a few healing potions, he simply stood back up as if nothing had happened. His endurance defied all common sense. Ningfeng could only shake his head. He never expected Zhenyuan Shengling to send an avatar directly into his territory. For now, he only hoped to stall the enemy long enough to grow even stronger. The scene shifted to the Mingyao realm, where Zhenyuan Shengling ruled from his palace. while dreaming of conquering the divine realm. Inside the magnificent palace, the god's true avatar had just finished reconnecting. The backlash from losing his clone was so severe that he screamed in agony. Moments later, his massive body collapsed onto the palace floor. His servants rushed over in panic after seeing foam at his mouth and kept asking if he was injured. But Ningfeng had completely shattered his pride. Furious, he smashed everything within reach and drove all of his servants away. Left alone, the god clutched his head in confusion. He could not understand how the omnipotent mage god could control the power of darkness when he had sensed none of that aura during the battle. The more he thought about it, the more he realized every previous guess had been wrong. Even the 7 evil gods might not command the darkness at such a terrifying level. A dreadful thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps the omnipotent mage god had found the treasure every god had searched for over countless years. Growing more uneasy by the second, he decided to contact the other gods immediately and form an alliance, because this could no longer wait. But then he hesitated. If the other gods saw him in such a miserable state, some of them might seize the chance to attack. Overwhelmed by frustration and helplessness, he gritted his teeth and repeatedly slammed his fists into the stone floor while roaring in fury. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the Shangyuan Guild. A luxury car stopped at the entrance, and a confident man stepped out. It was He Shiyu. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said that, after spending so long isolated in the hospital, he was finally free again. As soon as He Shiyu met He Shixiang, he asked whether anyone had caused trouble for the guild while he was away. He Shixiang replied that things had stayed mostly stable. Although many members had left, no faction dared to openly challenge them. He Shiyu encouraged everyone by saying those who wanted to leave could leave. As long as the trial secret realm remained, the guild could always rebuild from scratch. He Shixiang quietly wondered whether he should mention meeting Zhenyuan Shengling. If his brother learned that a god had taken notice of him, he would surely be thrilled. But the moment He Shiyu stepped into the main hall, he froze. The trial secret realm was completely gone, leaving everyone staring in shock. At the same time, Ningfeng answered his phone and heard He Shixiang report that the trial secret realm had officially closed. He Shixiang could not help worrying about his brother. He had just left the hospital, only to be hit with such devastating news. Han Yin explained that the trial secret realm was actually part of a domain connected to the divine realm. It was a vital area where the gods spread their faith to other worlds, so abandoning it could only mean one thing. After fighting Ningfeng, Zhenyuan Shengling had completely lost the ability to maintain his connection to this world, meaning he had effectively admitted defeat. Hearing that, He Shixiang stood frozen. Ningfeng simply concluded that this round belonged to him. He Shixiang turned pale as sweat poured down his face, yet deep inside he was overjoyed. He felt lucky he had never betrayed Ningfeng, or he would be drowning in regret now. On the other end of the call, Ningfeng thanked He Shixiang for all his help and told him to come anytime if he ever needed support. He Shixiang happily agreed without hesitation. Unlike his younger brother, He Shiyu stood beside him with an extremely grim expression. The scene then shifted to a breathtaking secret realm, peaceful and completely isolated from the outside world. Standing before everyone, Ningfeng fell into deep thought. Although he had stopped Zhenyuan Shengling's scheme for now, the road ahead still required careful planning. He knew it was only a matter of time before more gods set their sights on this world. Ningfeng then addressed the crowd and sincerely thanked everyone who had placed their trust in him. Behind Chang Muqiu, He Shixiang quietly smiled. He thought his brother would be completely stunned if he knew the whole truth. After all, he himself had caught the attention of a god, and no one understood his pride better than He Shixiang. The story returned to Ningfeng's classroom. Silence filled the room as everyone remained lost in thought. In many people's eyes, Ningfeng had never harmed the innocent. Instead, he had saved countless lives, making him far more worthy of trust than the unpredictable gods. Watching everyone's reactions, Ningfeng was quietly satisfied. His plan to win their loyalty had worked even better than expected. He especially noticed the look in He Shixiang's eyes, filled with overwhelming admiration, as if he were meeting his real-life idol. Seeing that, Ningfeng could only smile helplessly. Ever since they first met, He Shixiang had always looked at him that way. Ningfeng continued, saying no one wanted their homeland to become a battlefield where gods could slaughter at will. The most urgent task now was to grow stronger so everyone could protect their own world. He explained that their world's foundation was still too weak in every aspect. The only solution was to gather power from other worlds. He had previously brought back several alchemy formulas, but they were far from enough. Wang Yue asked whether there were any other ways to become stronger, besides spirit herbs, inheritance memories, achievements, and advanced skills. Ning Feng searched through the memories he had recently absorbed from Li Sis Dun, Vian Demon Soldier, and said he had found several extremely valuable discoveries. Before he could finish, Xiao Rui quickly guessed. Was he talking about the enhancement and enchantment systems? Ning Feng nodded. He explained that both were equipment upgrade methods. Enhancement greatly boosted stats, while enchantment added special effects and unique attributes. Feng Yi analyzed that everyone had always relied on whatever gear they happened to find, making equipment choices very limited. This was especially true for rare classes. If they could customize their gear to match their fighting styles, countless new strategies would become possible. Ming Feng added that the biggest problem was that both enhancement and enchantment required rare materials like mountain copper, mithril, and true gold. Hearing those unfamiliar names, he, Shixiang, and Xiao Rui could only exchange confused looks since they had never heard of them before. Ning Feng sighed and said this was the real obstacle. With their current strength, the only way to obtain those materials was by exploring secret realms, but time was running out. Right in the middle of the discussion, Feng Yi suddenly stood up and excused himself, saying he needed to answer an important call. Wang Yue curiously asked Ning Feng whether those materials were all rare metals and what they actually looked like. On the other end of the call, something Feng Yi heard made his face darken. He simply replied that he understood and would leave immediately. After hanging up, he told Ning Feng that a mutant was causing chaos in West River City, and he had to head there at once. Ning Feng nodded and wished him luck. The scene shifted to West River City, where countless buildings had been reduced to ruins as thick smoke filled the sky. Standing among the wreckage, a strange man laughed arrogantly and boasted that no one had survived a single punch from him. As soon as Feng Yi arrived, someone rushed over and reported that the man had vanished for years before suddenly returning, and none of their attacks had worked. After hearing the report, Feng Yi calmly stepped forward and said he would test the enemy himself. At that moment, the stranger slowly emerged from the thick smoke. Without hesitation, Feng Yi gathered all his true energy and unleashed a devastating strike. But the powerful blow passed straight through, as if nothing was there. The mutant simply stared back with a mocking grin. Even the battle-hardened Feng Yi could not hide his shock at the unbelievable sight. Seeing his reaction, the mutant became even more smug and sneered that Feng's attacks could never harm him. Refusing to give up, Feng Yi gathered even more power and launched an even stronger technique. The result was exactly the same. The attack was completely nullified, and the mutant casually told him to stop wasting his effort. He proudly revealed that his entire body had been coated with mithril, a rare metal capable of suppressing almost every form of magic. The moment Feng Yi heard the word mithril, his expression instantly changed. Then, to everyone's shock, he turned around and sprinted away at full speed. The mutant stood there in complete confusion, unable to understand why the old man had suddenly fled. While running, Feng Yi hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Ning Feng. Gasping for breath, he reported that he had probably found a clue about the material called mithril. Before long, the people waiting outside grew anxious. The captain kept calling for updates, while rumors spread that the mutant was so powerful, even Feng Yi had requested reinforcements. Someone added that they had seen a massive support force arrive, making everyone wonder just how terrifying the enemy really was. Contrary to what everyone imagined, the mutant inside was grimacing in pain and wondering what terrifying group he had provoked. He bitterly complained that getting beaten was one thing, but those people had even stripped every piece of equipment off his body. Furious as he was, he no longer had the strength to resist. By now, Ning Feng had completely run out of patience. He coldly asked whether they had found any mithril among the seized equipment. Feng Yi searched through everything, but shook his head, saying there was nothing useful. The captive secretly sneered. In his eyes, taking the equipment was pointless because every piece was soulbound and unusable by anyone else. Seeing no results, Ning Feng questioned him directly and demanded to know where the mithril had come from. In the end, the man confessed that a great demon king had once chosen him and sent him into a secret realm to train for many years. Inside was a special mine that produced materials for upgrading equipment. Ning Feng immediately ordered him to reveal the location of that secret realm. The mutant shrank back in fear, feeling that the people before him were even more terrifying than the demon king. Not long afterward, the group teleported to an unnamed secret realm based on his directions. The system immediately displayed a message. This secret realm required exactly 30 players, and the team was now complete. It asked whether they wished to open the entrance. Ning Feng was surprised to learn it was a 30-player dungeon. Feng Yi explained that this type of realm was extremely dangerous, with both normal monsters and bosses so powerful that only perfect teamwork could clear it. Based on the captive's memories and confession, Ning Feng recalled that this place was the territory of the beast folk, divided into many different tribes. The strongest ruler controlled the central region, and defeating that leader was the only way to clear the dungeon. Without another word, Ning Feng stepped through the teleportation gate and called everyone to follow. Meanwhile, back in West River City, a police transport vehicle escorted the captured mutant away from the scene. Sitting inside the cramped transport van, the mutant suddenly revealed a sinister smile. A police officer immediately demanded to know what was so funny. The mutant calmly replied that he had just remembered something amusing, prompting another stern warning not to try anything. Deep down, he secretly smirked, eager to see how miserably Ning Feng and his team would end up. Entering the secret realm was easy, but leaving alive was another story. The moment they entered the secret realm, the teams have found themselves in a dark and gloomy world. Deafening roars from countless monsters echoed all around them. Ning Feng's team quickly regrouped at the starting point. One member looked around and remarked that the place looked like a massive arena. The system's cold voice announced that this was the bloodthirsty arena, where anyone wishing to survive had to prove their strength before a caged beast. Tu Ding frowned and wondered if the rules here forced participants to slaughter each other. Zhang Chenjiao and Wang Yue immediately attacked the barrier, trapping the entire team. Feng Yi also poured his true energy into the assault to help break the seal. But they soon realized the barrier was as solid as steel and would not budge. Outside, the monster leader burst into mocking laughter. He sneered that they should stay obediently inside because sooner or later they would kill each other. The surrounding monsters roared wildly, screaming for blood. In the distance, countless grotesque creatures with blood-red eyes stared at Ning Feng's group. Among them stood one massive figure whose presence completely overshadowed the others. He had remained motionless like a statue the entire time. With just one glance, Feng Yi recognized the two towering giants as the leaders of the beast folk tribes. At that moment, another red system message appeared. Inside this arena, there were no teammates. Everyone was an enemy. The countdown to the deathmatch had begun. Suddenly, Ning Feng charged forward and instantly unleashed a brilliant burst of blue light. The leader cried out in shock, unable to believe the supposedly unbreakable barrier had been shattered. Before he could recover, Ning Feng smiled mysteriously and told everyone to calmly walk outside. Not long afterward, the entire group had arrived inside the beast folk stronghold, though no one knew how Ning Feng had turned the situation around. Instead of fighting, he casually strolled through the beast folk settlement. The leader respectfully introduced their forge where they crafted and upgraded equipment, then showed a warehouse stocked with mountain copper, mithril, and true gold, exactly as requested. One subordinate stared curiously at the visitors and was immediately scolded by the leader for embarrassing the tribe before such honored guests. The poor man could only bow and apologize. After observing the entire forging process, Ning Feng finally understood how the beast folk upgraded equipment. The leader quickly explained that it was their tribe's most closely guarded tradition. Although he kept smiling, he was extremely nervous inside, afraid that Ning Feng might be dissatisfied. Even his subordinates were stunned to see their usually proud leader acting so obediently. Remembering their earlier encounter, the leader still broke into a cold sweat because Ning Feng's overwhelming presence had nearly shattered his composure. He believed that if he had hesitated for even a single moment, his entire tribe would have faced total destruction. Thinking back on it, he became even more convinced that surrendering immediately had saved all their lives. Ning Feng also considered that wiping out this race might not be the best choice. Turning them into long-term partners would be far more valuable. When the leader learned that Ning Feng wanted to purchase all of the tribe's equipment, he gladly accepted and promised that all future crafting and enhancements could be entrusted to them. Even Ning Feng found it hard to believe. Normally, a dungeon boss had to be defeated before the next area could be unlocked. But since the other side had willingly offered cooperation, he could not bring himself to attack. Even so, Ning Feng remained cautious, because monsters could never be trusted completely. Understanding his concern, the beast folk leader immediately presented a blood oath contract, explaining that it was the tribe's highest form of agreement. Anyone who broke it would suffer magical punishment. Without hesitation, Ning Feng reached out and accepted the contract. As soon as they shook hands, the contract was completed, officially making them partners. The most important rule of the agreement was absolute loyalty. Neither side could ever betray or stab the other in the back. At that moment, The beastfolk leader's eyes widened after discovering something beyond imagination. Even Ningfeng was stunned when one of his abilities activated on its own. A power called Divine Authority Revelation was triggered, blessing the one who had just signed the contract, breaking their physical limits, and raising their strength to an entirely new level. The beastfolk leader carefully read the system message. It stated that he had offered his loyalty to a god, received a blessing through the contract, and that the required offering was equipment enhancement services. He stammered in shock, instantly believing that only one of the 7 evil gods could grant such an unbelievable blessing. Thinking that, he immediately fell to his knees and repeatedly begged for forgiveness, because he had failed to recognize the demon god in person. Ningfeng froze. He had only intended to sign a normal agreement, yet in the blink of an eye he had somehow become a demon god in the other man's eyes. He suddenly remembered that demon god was simply what monsters called the 7 evil gods. Meanwhile, the beastfolk leader kept convincing himself that his people had once sacrificed even their lives to seek the god's favor without ever receiving a response, while the demon god before him only asked for equipment enhancement as an offering. He became even more convinced that offering exactly what the demon god desired was the key to gaining endless power and eternal blessings from the power of darkness. He felt deeply moved, believing that his long reign as tribal leader had only been possible because a god had secretly watched over him, and today that god had finally acknowledged him. Thinking of that, the leader burst into tears and repeatedly bowed before Ningfeng as if worshipping a savior. Ningfeng could only stand there speechless, wondering what was wrong with this guy and why he refused to get up. He was even worried about how embarrassing this would be if anyone else saw it. He immediately pulled the leader to his feet and sternly warned him that everything that happened today must remain absolutely secret. If even a single word leaked out, he would bear the consequences himself. The beastfolk leader immediately lowered his head and promised to obey every order from Ningfeng without exception. Once everything was settled, the tension between both sides completely disappeared. The beastfolk leader awkwardly explained that they needed more time to finish enhancing the equipment, so he wanted to hold a banquet for everyone in the meantime. The subordinates quietly whispered among themselves, amazed that their great leader had become so unbelievably friendly, as if those humans had completely changed him. As night fell, huge bonfires lit up the entire beastfolk settlement. Tu Ding stared at a perfectly roasted pork leg, turning over the fire as its rich aroma filled the air. Feng Yi quickly joined the celebration, clinking cups and drinking barley wine with a beastfolk warrior. Stroking his beard, he quietly marveled that humans and monsters could actually sit together and celebrate like this. In another corner, He Shixiang was also sharing drinks with the beastfolk leader. Seeing the two of them, Ningfeng could only sigh because their expressions looked almost identical. As for the beastfolk leader, his admiration only grew stronger. At first, he could not understand why such weak humans were allowed to stand beside someone so supreme. But now he believed the god before him was carrying out a grand plan in secret, and he was willing to devote his absolute loyalty. Just then, a blacksmith hurried over to report that the first batch of enhanced equipment had been completed. The system immediately displayed a prompt, asking whether the user wished to bind the equipment to their soul, reminding them that once confirmed, it would permanently belong to its current owner. Wang Yu's eyes widened when she saw that every stat on the enhanced equipment had increased several times over. The improvement far exceeded anything ordinary people could achieve. At that moment, the beastfolk leader suddenly sensed a strange disturbance. A mysterious wave silently spread outward. The atmosphere around them instantly became unsettling. Inside Ningfeng's consciousness, a deep and commanding voice suddenly echoed, demanding to know who had dared awaken it. The voice coldly ordered Ningfeng to immediately explain his purpose. But before it could finish speaking, the owner of the voice suddenly cried out in agony. Moments later, the icy voice echoed again, enraged that someone had disturbed its slumber, leaving even Ningfeng startled. Ningfeng's expression immediately turned serious. What confused him most was the appearance of another unknown presence inside his sea of consciousness. The mysterious voice continued to echo without stopping, repeatedly questioning Ningfeng about Misa's scheme. But just like before, it suddenly let out painful screams before it could finish speaking. Ningfeng was getting a headache from the constant noise, but he still had no idea what was happening. He immediately sent his divine sense deep into his sea of consciousness to find whatever was hiding there. The mysterious being was just as shocked, repeatedly shouting, because it had no idea why it had become like this. It looked around in confusion, completely unaware of where it was. Before long, a blazing red flame appeared, floating inside Ningfeng's sea of consciousness. The flame immediately demanded to know who Ningfeng was. Ningfeng fired back, asking what exactly the thing talking to him was. The crimson flame instantly flew into a rage, shouting that Ningfeng had the nerve to disrespect a god. It proudly introduced itself as Lord Shi Jin, one of the legendary 7 demon gods. It even boasted that its power was so overwhelming that ordinary minds could never comprehend it. The name Shi Jin sounded familiar to Ningfeng. He remembered Han Yin mentioning this figure before. Seeing Ningfeng remain silent, Shi Jin assumed he had been intimidated by its reputation and became even more arrogant. It began tempting him, saying that ignorance was normal for people from low-level worlds. If Ningfeng pledged his faith, he would receive a god's protection. Hearing those words, Ningfeng suddenly recalled everything that had happened in the past. He clearly remembered that during the Great War between the 12 main gods and the 7 demon gods, he had personally defeated Shi Jin. Shi Jin immediately panicked and urgently demanded to know Ningfeng's true identity. Ningfeng was already annoyed. The guy would not stop talking, and all he wanted was a little peace and quiet. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared with a new notification. Ningfeng was surprised to see a brand new mission had been added. Meanwhile, Shi Jin still refused to be quiet and kept shouting for Ningfeng to answer him. Finally losing his patience, Ningfeng coldly ordered him to shut up. With just those words, Shi Jin instantly turned pale and repeatedly apologized in a tiny voice. At the same time, the system assigned Ningfeng a mission called Rebirth from the Cocoon. The deadline was 20 days, and failure meant the complete erasure of the host. After reading the mission, Ningfeng quietly pondered the issue of fusing godhood. The scene quickly shifted to the divine realm. Inside Zhenyuan Shengling's palace, a heavy atmosphere filled the hall. One of his servants knelt respectfully and began giving a report. Zhenyuan Shengling immediately became furious because he had ordered that no one disturb him. The servant hurriedly explained that the matter was too important to delay. He reported that Wangxiong Guisu and Yongxiao Shenming had arrived. According to the latest information, the two of them had discovered a method to fuse godhood. Before long, the 3 greatest powerhouses of the divine realm gathered for a discussion. Wangxiong Guisu looked at Zhenyuan Shengling and asked why he appeared so exhausted today. The woman standing beside him was Yongxiao Shenming. Zhenyuan Shengling skillfully avoided the question, claiming he had only encountered a minor problem before asking about their research instead. Without saying a word, Yongxiao Shenming gently waved her hand, and a blood-red demonic aura instantly surrounded her body. The moment Zhenyuan Shengling sensed that aura, his expression changed because he immediately recognized the signature power of an evil god. Yongxiao Shenming explained that the power came from the godhood of one of the 7 demon gods. Even after absorbing less than 10%, her strength and understanding of the laws had increased dramatically, and she could already control part of the power of darkness. Wangxiong Guisu added that, based on their observations, the fusion process remained completely stable. Fully absorbing a godhood would take a long time, but at least it proved they were on the right path. After hearing that, Zhenyuan Shengling quietly broke into a cold sweat. He immediately thought of the omnipotent mage god, believing his rival had also uncovered this secret and had even obtained Shi Jin's godhood. That thought caused his anger to explode. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he felt that he had once again fallen behind the omnipotent mage god. After careful consideration, he finally reached a decision. Since the other side refused to join him, the only option left was to eliminate him by any means necessary. The scene then shifted once more to another location, where a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure was quietly pouring tea. She smiled and invited Ningfeng to have some tea. He accepted without hesitation, took a sip, and nodded in approval at its excellent flavor. But Ningfeng could only sigh. Just yesterday he reached level 90 and was ready for his 3rd-class advancement, but now everything had gone off the rails. The system displayed the 3rd advancement quest for the all-element archmage. Enter the Xixiang Forest secret realm. Collect the Mark of Nature, 50 transformation stones, 150 pure moon dew, and 150 spirit wood sprouts within 15 days. Difficulty, rank S. The scene shifted to the Xixiang Forest secret realm, where a shocked cry suddenly echoed. A young man nearby calmly comforted him, saying everyone had witnessed what just happened with their own eyes. He sighed and explained that just a few days ago, the dungeon entrance had suddenly vanished without a trace. Ningfeng immediately turned to Han Yin and asked what was really going on. Han Yin thought for a moment, before respectfully saying it was most likely a sign that the demon tide was coming. He explained that once a secret realm gathered enough energy, it would seal itself and enter hibernation to grow even stronger. When that process ended, the realm's rift would expand dramatically, and countless demons would pour out. This was known as the demon tide. Han Yin warned that the longer a secret realm stayed dormant, the more terrifying the monsters would be when it erupted. If no one stopped them, the consequences would be disastrous. Hearing that, Ningfeng grew worried. He only had 15 days left to finish the quest, and time was running out. Han Yin could only shake his head and apologize, admitting he had no clear answer. Ningfeng kept thinking. Even Han Yin knew little about godhood, but he believed the system would never assign an impossible mission. After careful thought, he decided to warn everyone about the coming demon tide, so they could prepare. Ningfeng looked calm on the outside, but his mind was racing through every possible outcome. The beautiful girl quietly admired Ningfeng even more. The report he asked the captain to submit had been classified as top secret, and the higher-ups not only gave him full authority, but also sent reinforcements. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. While the leaders of the 7 major guilds were busy building defenses, the man they trusted most was calmly sipping tea. An assistant reported that Guildmaster Yu was still rushing to evacuate the civilians. Even though it would cost enormous time and manpower, she insisted the mission be completed because Ningfeng had repeatedly warned that the defensive line must never fall. Seeing how highly she valued Ningfeng, the assistant wasted no time, accepted the order, and hurried off. But just as he was about to leave, a thunderous explosion shook the world, drawing every eye toward the source. A massive black hole like a bottomless abyss appeared in the sky, leaving everyone below frozen in terror. Before anyone could react, tens of thousands of demons surged out of the black hole like a raging flood. Every one of them had blood-red eyes that sent chills down anyone's spine. Inside the Xixiang Forest secret realm, thick death energy filled every corner. One monster nervously asked the high priest if the early appearance of the rift would cause any problems. The high priest calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about because everything was going according to plan. He proudly revealed that he had just sensed a summoning signal from Lord Xiejin. He was certain Xiejin was nearby. If they wanted to earn the Lord's favor, they needed to offer worthy sacrifices as soon as possible. Back in the city center, terrified civilians pushed and trampled over each other while fleeing the demon attack, as emergency broadcasts repeatedly ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. The demons laughed wildly, treating the massacre like nothing more than a game. One of them pointed at the fleeing crowd and mocked them, saying the prey was too scared to do anything but run. He turned to his companion and challenged him to a bet. The two quickly agreed to compete over who could kill more people, then charged straight into the crowd to begin their bloody hunt. One demon shouted that the first kill would definitely be his, while the other eagerly accepted the challenge. But just as they were about to strike, hundreds of icy arrows suddenly rained from the sky and pierced the leading demon. Seeing that, the other demon instantly broke into a cold sweat and froze in shock. He muttered in disbelief, wondering how such a weak-looking place could have an expert like this. Just in time, Ningfeng arrived. After sizing up the monsters, he told Han Yin they were nothing special. Han Yin explained that the demon tide was not only a disaster. If they wiped out every monster, they would earn massive experience and incredible rewards. The moment Ningfeng heard the word rewards, his eyes lit up and his fighting spirit exploded. He grinned. As long as the rewards were good enough, this battle was well worth it. Amid the brutal battlefield, a coalition soldier fought, while thinking that every fighter here was an elite chosen from the 7 major guilds, all famous for their strength and tactics. Even so, they still looked pitifully outmatched against the overwhelming demon horde, and had to fight with everything they had just to survive. He watched his comrades fall one after another into pools of blood, and once believed dying in battle was his unchangeable fate. But that was the past. Ever since Ningfeng and his team arrived, the tide had completely turned. The savage monsters had become nothing more than target practice before their overwhelming power. On another front, Yanchuan fought with unstoppable momentum and laughed that it had been years since he enjoyed a battle this much. His whole body felt alive again. Looking across the battlefield, Ningfeng silently concluded that giving top-tier potions and powerful gear to the core forces of the 7 major guilds had been the right call. He also realized a battlefield of this scale was the perfect place to achieve several other goals. With that thought, Ningfeng looked up at the monster that had been circling in the sky since the battle began. Suddenly, a golden arrow of light carrying terrifying power shot through the air, forcing the monster to dodge in panic. Everyone who saw it was completely stunned. Some could not believe it. The target had already disappeared from sight, yet the arrow still struck with perfect accuracy. Standing in the distance, Wang Ye smiled with quiet satisfaction. After that attack, the enhancement effects on her body kept activating and stacking. Ningfeng smiled. This chaotic battlefield was the perfect stage for every member of his faction to unleash their full potential. At the same time, it was the perfect chance to rack up achievements and earn huge rewards. Across the battlefield, the sounds of endless fighting echoed as everyone charged forward to slaughter the demons. Not wanting Wang Yue to claim all the glory, Xiao Ye and Shi Ran also gave it everything they had to hunt monsters and farm experience. Even Shu Ting quickly joined the fight instead of standing back. She continuously cast powerful buffs on the entire team, greatly boosting everyone's strength. One after another, effects like increased spirit, 15% faster skill casting, 15% longer buff duration, and 15% higher damage were activated. The overwhelmed monster was so shocked that it rubbed its eyes again and again, unable to believe what it was seeing. It could not understand why the high priest had claimed they were protected by Lord Xie Jin. Yet every one of their attacks was easily blocked by the humans, while their own forces kept falling in groups. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed across the sky, demanding to know who dared stand in the way of his army. The monster instantly recognized the voice. It was the high priest's secret voice transmission. The humans looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand the strange language. Some guessed it was the demon's language, but none of them could make sense of it. Ningfeng, however, was stunned to discover that he could understand the language automatically. The high priest continued his voice transmission, urging the demons to offer their victory to Lord Xi Jin by wiping out every human before them. The moment Ningfeng heard that familiar name, he frowned. He immediately used voice transmission to contact Xie Jin and asked if the demons outside were his followers. Xie Jin instantly denied it in a panic, insisting he had nothing to do with them and begging Ningfeng not to believe their lies. He even cursed the foolish demons and shouted for them to throw down their weapons if they wanted to stay alive. At the demon's stronghold, 2 guards suddenly detected a strange voice transmission. The high priest trembled with excitement, convinced he had finally received a reply from the divine being. He excitedly called out to all his followers, telling them to listen carefully to the words of the Supreme Lord. On the other side, the commander also listened closely, saying the signal was still weak but was becoming clearer. He was thrilled, convinced the divine being was personally giving them orders. Before he could finish, the evil god's furious roar echoed into every monster's mind. If they wanted to die, that was their business, but they had better not drag him into it. He did not care whether they lived or died, so they should all get lost. Every single word reached every monster without exception. The entire horde froze in place, completely confused about what had just happened. One monster beside the high priest turned pale and trembled as he asked if the evil god had abandoned them. Even the high priest panicked, breaking into a cold sweat because he had no idea how to handle the situation. In the end, he snapped and shouted that the position of high priest had originally belonged to Tacoma, so asking a mere subordinate like him was pointless. One messenger hurriedly suggested sealing the secret realm immediately to salvage the situation. The high priest cursed him in anger, blaming him for opening the secret realm too early and draining its energy. Now it was impossible to seal it again. Back on Ningfeng's side system, the system announced that the Demon Tide mission had been completed and the rewards were being distributed. Everyone was overjoyed. Some gained 4 levels at once from the massive experience, while others received rare gems and could not stop smiling. Ningfeng alone obtained an extremely rare item called the Ancestral Azure Scepter. Even the system did not reveal what the item was actually used for. Holding the item, Han Yin curiously asked what kind of key it was, leaving Ningfeng surprised because he thought his subordinate would know. Han Yin admitted he had never seen it before, but judging by its name, he guessed it was a divine artifact that only a god could truly use. Ningfeng decided to store it away for now. His real priority was still completing the 3rd advancement quest. The scene quickly shifted to the Xixiang Forest secret realm. A lone figure quietly stood at the entrance. It was Ningfeng. After clearing every obstacle, he calmly walked straight into the enemy's nest. The monsters immediately discussed a counterattack. Seeing that he had come alone, they still hoped to distract him before landing a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the high priest clutched his head in despair, unable to understand what mistake had made the evil god abandon him. Refusing to give up, he knelt before the altar again and begged for at least one command from the evil god, even if it was a death sentence. His followers also knelt and repeatedly bowed before the stone altar, hoping there was still a chance to be saved. At that moment, the evil god's voice suddenly rang out, revealing that two monsters were hiding behind the altar, ready to ambush Ningfeng. In the blink of an eye, Ningfeng appeared right behind them so fast they had no time to react. Even as they died, the two still could not believe what had happened, while the high priest could only let out a cry of despair. After clearing the last obstacle, Ningfeng picked up another piece of loot. It was an orange-grade badge of nature, a on-time item that permanently increased agility by 5 and spirit by 5. From the shadows behind the altar, the evil god's figure slowly emerged. He kept tempting Ningfeng to absorb the power of darkness, claiming it would greatly increase his strength. In reality, the evil god wanted to use Ningfeng to absorb the energy so he could seize the chance to break free and restore his own power. Ningfeng raised his hand, but instead of absorbing the power, he unleashed a devastating attack directly at the altar. In an instant, the massive altar was reduced to rubble. The evil god screamed in agony, unable to understand why Ningfeng had destroyed everything without hesitation. Ningfeng gave him a cold glance, instantly frightening the evil god into frantically apologizing. In Ningfeng's eyes, these dark altars with all their troublesome rules were better off destroyed. With the system on his side, he had no need for such corrupt power. The story then shifted to Zhen Yuan. He poured all of his power into the ritual, pleased that he had obtained a fragment of the 10th demon god's godhead, and planned to absorb it with the divine secret art of the Yuan clan. But the moment the formation activated, the entire array shook violently, showing that the power was completely beyond his control. Zhen Yuan bit down so hard that blood seeped from his mouth, furious that the energy had gone out of control again. Standing nearby, Yang Xiao calmly explained that the dark impurities were originally sacrifices from the demons. The godhead was still absorbing energy to break its seal, so losing control or failing to merge with it was completely normal. Zhen Yuan roared and forcibly suppressed the raging power into submission because he had completely run out of patience. Even knowing how difficult it was, he believed that if the all-element archmage could do it, then he could too. At that moment, the level-up interface appeared before him. The system confirmed that the Rank S quest had been completed with a perfect evaluation. The third advancement stage of the rebirth process was officially complete. The godhead would fully merge within 20 days, and the cosmic knowledge he possessed increased dramatically. Ningfeng rested his chin on his hand in thought. The fusion was complete, yet his body felt almost no different. The system continued, explaining that he now qualified to open gateways to other worlds. The accumulated dark energy would serve as the cost to activate them. Ningfeng blinked repeatedly, still trying to process the idea of traveling across multiple universes. The scene shifted to a vast barren land, where not a single living creature could be seen. The moment Ningfeng arrived, he casually waved his hand. The space before him instantly tore apart, forming a faint purple rift. The beastman beside him was left speechless and praised the great demon god, saying a single gesture was enough to tear open the sky. Ningfeng was quietly pleased. Since the gods could reach his world, he should also know how to enter theirs. His curiosity grew, as he wondered what the world beyond the portal would look like. The beastman volunteered to accompany and protect him, but Ningfeng refused, saying he only planned to take a look around. Instead, he ordered the beastman to guard the portal because it was located inside the secret realm, and no outsider could be allowed near it. Ningfeng assured him that if anything unexpected happened, he would return immediately, leaving the beastman so moved that he swore to guard it with his life. After settling everything, Ningfeng stepped through the portal alone. As soon as he entered the new world, the magnificent scenery before him immediately caught his attention because it was unlike anything he had ever seen. Just then, he remembered to use his disguise before exploring further. Keeping his current appearance would make his identity far too easy to expose. Ningfeng immediately cast heart-mesmerizing illusion, a forbidden spell that deceived others' perception and concealed his existence. He smiled, thinking the secret manual he obtained after defeating the demon tide was finally proving useful. After completing the disguise, Ningfeng calmly moved forward, planning to study the surroundings first. Before long, a massive city came into view in the distance. The city was crowded with residents, but their appearances were completely different from ordinary humans. Ningfeng quietly blended into the crowd without drawing attention. What surprised him even more was that he could fully understand the local language, likely thanks to the cosmic knowledge he had gained. Suddenly, Han Yin told him to look at a building across the street. Han Yin explained that it was the divine temple, where followers of the Yuan clan god regularly gathered. Hearing that, Ningfeng remembered that the Yuan clan god specialized in supporting and blessing believers. Han Yin took the chance to praise his master's excellent memory. Ningfeng originally wanted to go inside, but after some thought, he decided not to risk creating unnecessary trouble. At that moment, he noticed a large crowd of blue-skinned people gathered together in great excitement. Han Yin quietly asked what they were discussing so enthusiastically. After listening for a while, Ningfeng learned that an expedition team had just returned from a secret realm, carrying an incredibly rare staff. He quietly remarked that the treasure must be extremely valuable to make everyone around it look so envious. Han Yin observed it more carefully, before suddenly saying the staff looked incredibly familiar. It was almost identical to the one his master had once used, and the memories came flooding back as Han Yin hurried to explain. That unique crafting style was impossible to mistake because only one person from Ningfeng's side could create divine weapons with such a distinctive signature. Han Yin mentioned the name Cecilia, the death god of forgotten song, but Ningfeng could only stand there in confusion because those memories had long since disappeared. Without hesitation, he dismissed his disguise and revealed himself before the blue-skinned crowd, leaving everyone staring at the mysterious stranger. Remaining perfectly calm, Ningfeng walked over and asked where the staff held tightly by the mage had come from. One of the onlookers laughed at his ignorance before proudly explaining that it was the highest hidden reward from the secret realm, known as the evil god staff. Its full name was Cecilia's Shame. The moment Ningfeng heard it, an indescribable feeling stirred inside him. He quietly repeated the name, but no memories returned because they had all been erased. The blue-skinned man continued, explaining that Cecilia was the final boss guarding the secret realm. According to the rumors, she had once served an evil god before being sealed away by the gods of this world. After hearing that, Han Yin anxiously asked whether they should rescue their old companion. Ningfeng thought for a moment, then smiled, and asked how he could obtain a staff exactly like that one. The question made the blue-skinned group look at him like a complete newcomer. They even asked if he had seriously never heard of it. There was only one way to enter that secret realm. Anyone who paid 1,000 Balin would be guided inside. Ningfeng was stunned because he had no idea what Balin was. He guessed it was the local currency and wondered where he could get enough to pay. With no better option, he casually pulled out the silk pouch at his waist as bait. The system immediately confirmed that heart-mesmerizing illusion was powerful enough to deceive everyone before him, allowing him to manipulate their perception with ease. Ningfeng instantly understood. As long as he spent enough energy, the forbidden spell could create any illusion he wanted. Since the system guaranteed nobody could see through it, there was nothing to worry about. The moment the illusion appeared in his hand, the two guides saw what looked like a real stack of 1,000 Balin. Their attitude changed instantly, and they praised him for his generosity. After taking the payment, they happily agreed to guide him and eagerly led the way. Before long, the group entered the secret realm, known as the Demoness Ghost Domain. The guide warned that the place was like a maze. If they got into trouble or needed help, there would be extra charges. Secretly, he had already planned to slip away later, leave Ningfeng stranded, and squeeze even more money out of him. He kept talking without hearing any reply, so he turned around to call out. The moment he looked back, both guides froze in shock. Their mysterious client had vanished without a trace. They frantically searched the area, only to discover the money they had just received had also disappeared. They immediately began accusing each other. Meanwhile, at another path, Ningfeng had quietly accelerated and rushed deep into the secret realm. Han Yin confidently declared that the dark aura here undoubtedly belonged to Cecilia's domain. This place had originally been called the Forgotten Song City, but later generations renamed it the Demoness Ghost Domain. Han Yin knew every corner of this place by heart. As long as the layout had not changed, he could find the way with his eyes closed. Before he finished speaking, a ruined library appeared before them, with little left except broken walls. Han Yin quietly said this had once been Cecilia's favorite library. As soon as he finished, a pair of feet gently landed from the empty air. Moments later, a beautiful young woman with an icy aura slowly appeared, radiating a chilling presence. Han Yin was delighted to see an old companion alive, and Ningfeng showed no sign of hostility either. But everything changed in an instant. The ground beneath them suddenly split apart, as if trying to swallow everything whole. Rocks and debris erupted so violently that Han Yin had no time to react. In the next moment, Han Yin was blasted away, his entire body covered in freezing ice. He angrily shouted, unable to believe Cecilia had dared attack her own master. but Cecilia's eyes were completely lifeless. She coldly warned the blue-skinned invaders not to humiliate her. If she had not been sealed, they would all be dead already. Han Yin was instantly confused. His own memories had returned the moment he met Ningfeng, so why had Cecilia completely lost her mind? Then he remembered her words, and suddenly realized she had called someone the blue-skinned invaders. Han Yin immediately asked Ningfeng if the illusion spell from earlier was still active. Ningfeng finally understood. He quickly dispelled the forbidden spell and asked Han Yin if everything looked normal again. Cecilia had been overflowing with murderous intent, but in the blink of an eye, the hostility vanished from her face, and her expression slowly returned to normal. She widened her eyes in shock and called out, "Divine Lord," her voice trembling, because she could not believe the person before her was real. Ningfeng could only sigh. Their entire fight had been caused by his own disguise spell. Cecilia broke down in tears as she repeatedly confirmed that Ningfeng was safe and that Han Yin was still by his side. Han Yin happily jumped in front of her and even proudly showed off his face. Her smile vanished at once, and her icy gaze locked onto Han Yin. She clenched her teeth and instantly called him that annoying blue-skinned jerk, her aura exploding as if she wanted to tear Han Yin apart. She kept cursing without pause, dumping all her frustration on her old blue-skinned teammate. Standing nearby, Ningfeng grew more confused and asked Han Yin why everything was still like this after the forbidden spell had been broken. Han Yin forced a smile and quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing worth troubling their master over. He then explained that blue-skinned jerk had always been Cecilia's old nickname for teasing him. Seeing that Ningfeng showed no reaction to their shared past, Cecilia sensed something was wrong and cautiously asked Han Yin what had happened. Han Yin sighed and revealed that the Lord God's memories had been completely erased after an unexpected incident. After hearing that, Cecilia immediately blamed the gods, convinced they had secretly harmed Ningfeng. Han Yin calmly explained that he had recovered his memories after their master's revival, while Cecilia had never lost hers, so she could help Ningfeng regain his memories. He also reminded her to stay calm. Cecilia immediately knelt and begged to serve the Lord God once again, but the chains placed on her by the distant god race left her trapped. She explained that the god had stripped away all her magic and turned her into a monster guarding the secret realm. During all that time, she was forced to die and revive over and over, while enduring endless physical and mental torment. Tears streamed down her face as Cecilia lowered her head and begged Ningfeng to free her from this tragic fate. Ningfeng fell into thought. Cecilia's situation was far more complicated than Han Yin's, so he was unsure if the old method would still work. Han Yin stood beside him and declared they would fully trust whatever their master decided. Han Yin explained the plan to Cecilia. Ningfeng would kill her first, then search for a way to revive her. It was their only option, but no one could promise success. Without the slightest hesitation, Cecilia nodded and entrusted her life completely to the Lord God. Realizing other forces could arrive at any moment, Ningfeng decided to finish everything as quickly as possible. Not wanting to waste another second, he drew the sharp sword in his hand. Without hesitation, Ningfeng drove his blade straight through Cecilia, his expression heavier than ever. Moments later, a series of strange changes began spreading across her body. Mysterious streams of light wove through the formation and wrapped around Cecilia, creating a surreal scene. At the same time, violent tremors erupted outside the secret realm, throwing the blue-skinned guards into chaos. One of them stammered in panic, unable to understand what strange power was shaking the entire sky. News spread quickly that the barrier protecting the secret realm had been broken, and every guard was immediately dispatched. Orders came down to capture the intruder alive and bring them before the goddess for judgment. In no time, a massive energy cage covered the entire land and sealed off every escape. Seeing the grand formation closing in, Cecilia panicked and desperately urged Ningfeng to leave, without worrying about her. But Ningfeng realized there were still no signs of Cecilia's revival, meaning the rescue plan might fail. At that very moment, the blue-skinned army flooded in and surrounded the area. Seeing Ningfeng trapped inside the goddess seal, they laughed with confidence, believing his capture was only a matter of time. Cecilia sank into despair, tears pouring down as she blamed herself for dragging the Lord God into danger. But before she could finish apologizing, her eyes widened at an unbelievable sight. Standing in front of her, Ningfeng suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of black energy that engulfed the entire area. He calmly said he still had one final option, but if it failed, both Cecilia and this secret realm would disappear forever. Even so, Cecilia accepted without wavering. To her, vanishing was better than living without serving the Lord God. In response to her unwavering loyalty, Ningfeng immediately cast the forbidden spell called Devouring Shadow Storm. The system instantly confirmed the forbidden spell had been activated. A dark storm swept across the battlefield, crushing all matter and light within its reach. The blue-skinned guards were terrified by the overwhelming power and fled in complete panic. At the center of the storm, a radiant magic staff slowly descended from above. It was the orange-grade Soulsen staff. It could be upgraded, granted 12 spirit, increased skill damage by 15, and extended casting range. Most importantly, Cecilia's soul was safely protected by divine power inside the staff. Ningfeng gladly picked up the staff and smiled as he told Cecilia the plan had finally succeeded. The scene returned to the same desolate wasteland as before. The Beastman guard was still standing loyally in front of the gate, without leaving his post. A space rift slowly opened. Ningfeng stepped out of the portal, his body still carrying the killing intent and battle scars from the fight. The Beastman hurried over to greet him, but Ningfeng waved him away, saying the gate was about to collapse and no longer needed guarding. Watching the passage slowly close, he could not help feeling regret that all the dark power gathered from the altar had been spent on this journey. Ningfeng was even more disappointed to learn that the laws between worlds prevented most items from crossing dimensions. Otherwise, he would have brought back countless treasures. Han Yin, however, was thrilled because divine artifacts were among the rare exceptions, allowing Cecilia to be saved. Ningfeng lightly swung the new staff in his hand, testing the power of his newly obtained divine artifact. The system reported that Cecilia's soul was still wrapped in divine power and sleeping safely inside the staff, with no risk of fading away. Ningfeng quickly planned his next move. First, he would upgrade the staff with runes. Then, to restore Cecilia's body, he needed to find a fragment of the world heart. Such a treasure could only be found in high-level secret realms, meaning his journey across many more worlds was far from over. The story shifted to the temple of the distant god race. This was also where Zhen Yuan was staying. A squad of blue-skinned soldiers rushed into the hall and knelt to report. After hearing the news of their failure, Yongshu flew into a rage. He slammed his hand onto the table and demanded to know who had dared invade his territory and cause such chaos. A trembling subordinate admitted they had allowed a mysterious intruder into the heavily guarded secret realm. The intruder's terrifying dark power had even shattered the seal, making Yongshu suspect that some dark monster was responsible. The subordinate could only lower his head and admit he had no idea who the intruder really was. Yongshu shouted in anger, reminding him that the secret realm had a formation that recorded everything. So why had they not checked it immediately? The subordinate shook even harder and quietly replied that the entire secret realm had been destroyed, leaving nothing behind to inspect. Back at Ningfeng's hidden base, everything was as peaceful as if nothing had ever happened. He calmly walked around and inspected the entire area. After examining the room before him, Ningfeng was pleased with its spacious layout and decided to make it his long-term home. Without wasting time, he took out the key and unlocked the door. The system immediately displayed a confirmation window, asking whether he wanted to rebuild the Soulsen City secret realm at this location. Only then did Ningfeng realize that the reconstruction key he had obtained after defeating the demon tide was meant for exactly this purpose. Amazed by the incredible restoration system, he firmly pressed the confirm button. Even so, rescuing Cecilia had surely caught the god's attention. From now on, he would have to deal with them one by one before he could truly live in peace. The scene shifted to the vast starry sky, where the headquarters of the distant god race stood. Yongshu could no longer sit still, as countless worst-case scenarios raced through his mind. The surge of dark power had ripped apart her barrier, making her briefly wonder if a demon god had returned. But moments later, she forced herself to calm down and let out a quiet sigh. After so many years, this was the first time she had felt the same chilling fear she once experienced against the omnipotent archmage. The moment that name came to mind, every clue connected, leading her straight to the link between the omnipotent archmage and Cecilia's seal. As soon as the thought appeared, her face turned pale and cold sweat covered her skin as one terrifying question emerged. What if he had truly returned? The story then shifted to the Supreme Palace in the heart of the stars, where Guisu ruled. After hearing Yongshu's full report, Guisu merely smiled and asked if she feared the omnipotent archmage had returned to seek revenge. Yongshu quickly shook her head, admitting she was not certain. Guisu reassured her that the man had died long ago, and there was no proof he still existed. At a single glance, Guisu noticed Yongshu was under immense stress because she had unconsciously started biting her nails again. He understood that the battle long ago had left deep psychological scars on her, so he continued to dismiss the omnipotent archmage as nothing more than a lucky survivor. He had stayed hidden for countless years. If he were still alive, he would be powerless, especially since all his loyal followers had long been wiped out. Even if he wanted to rebuild his faction from scratch, he would never be strong enough to stand against the united alliance of the gods. Besides, the dark forbidden spell that shattered the seal carried the unmistakable aura of an evil deity. It could never have been divine power. Hearing that, Yongshu gradually calmed down and admitted she had probably been overthinking everything. Guisu advised her to investigate quietly for now. Losing one secret realm and a minor temple was no reason to panic. Yongshu then asked about Shen Yuan. Guisu replied that he was still in seclusion, continuing to merge with his godhead, and the process was not yet complete. The story returned to Solsen City, where the reconstruction had slowly begun. Han Yin rubbed his hands in excitement and kept marveling at the miracle of the restoration. He laughed and said Cecilia would be overjoyed when she saw her homeland rebuilt. To Cecilia, the destroyed library was the work of her entire life. That treasury of knowledge meant even more to her than her own life. Ningfeng quietly called Han Yin's name, and he immediately stepped forward to await his master's orders. Ningfeng calmly but firmly promised that he would restore Han Yin's homeland to its former glory. Hearing those words, Han Yin's eyes turned red as tears streamed down his face. The emotions he had buried for so long finally burst out, and he cried like a child. Han Yin repeatedly bowed in gratitude while apologizing for losing control because he missed his homeland so deeply. Ningfeng understood his subordinate's feelings while quietly planning his next move. To complete everything, he would need not only the world heart, but also the ancestral, secret food. Looking back on this journey, the rewards had far exceeded his expectations. He had not only saved Cecilia, but also returned with countless valuable treasures. Thinking about that, he suddenly remembered the reward from the badge he had just earned. Ningfeng smiled and told Han Yin that after clearing a single secret realm, he had jumped from level 90 all the way to level 120 and officially qualified for his 4th class advancement. Han Yin immediately agreed, saying that hunting monsters in higher-level worlds was indeed the fastest way to gain experience. Even so, Ningfeng sighed. The chaos he had caused had surely drawn the gods' attention, so future trips to other worlds would require far more caution. With that in mind, he decided to head to the Class Advancement Center and accept the 4th advancement quest. The quest window appeared with an rank mission. Enter the Linked Mind Labyrinth, collect 150 transformation stones, 150 evil thought crystals, and 150 clear mind vines within 20 days. The moment he saw the name, Linked Mind Labyrinth, Ningfeng vaguely remembered an extremely annoying monster there that loved placing curses on people. Fortunately, this mission only required defeating the hidden boss, so he would not have to waste time dealing with that irritating creature. Without another thought, Ningfeng entered the Linked Mind Labyrinth. But the moment he stepped inside, the sight before him left him frozen. Right at the entrance, a giant blue monster was already glaring straight at him. Even worse, it curled its lips into a smug, taunting grin. As if that were not enough, the monster stuck out its tongue and dragged a finger across its throat, openly challenging him. Ningfeng widened his eyes, rubbed them several times, and wondered if he was imagining things. Was this monster seriously mocking him? A few minutes earlier, inside the lair of the Linked Mind Labyrinth, the moment Ningfeng appeared, the guards rushed off in panic to report that the crazy mage who had once swept through everything had entered alone again. Hearing the name, their leader felt an eerie sense of familiarity. He grabbed his head and groaned, admitting he had no chance against a monster like that. Just then, an old voice scolded him for being a coward and declared that as long as he was here, there was nothing to fear. A rugged figure then stepped forward. The blue-skinned monster immediately changed expression, recognizing the newcomer as the hidden boss, whose combat power far surpassed his own. The hidden boss proudly showed off his signature skill, Great Mind Break, confidently claiming that no matter how high the enemy's spirit was, this technique would crush it. He ordered the blue-skinned monster to distract the target while he launched a surprise finishing blow from behind. Once the target's spirit had been completely drained, crushing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. After hearing the plan, the blue-skinned monster laughed with delight, convinced Ningfeng was doomed this time. Once Great Mind Break was fully prepared, the story returned to the present as the blue-skinned monster continued its ridiculous taunts to distract Ningfeng. At the perfect moment, the hidden boss suddenly charged out and unleashed Great Mind Break straight at Ningfeng. The attack landed, yet Ningfeng stood perfectly still like a statue, without moving an inch. Seeing that, the blue-skinned monster thought the plan had worked and burst into loud laughter. But Ningfeng remained completely calm, and his body showed no sign of being affected. He smiled to himself, impressed that the magic shield he had crafted truly excelled at resisting mental attacks. He had originally planned to save it for Zhen Yuan, the Holy Spirit, but someone else had volunteered to test it first. Its passive effect, Evil Retribution, not only granted complete immunity to mental attacks, but also reflected all damage back at hundreds of times its original power. The hidden boss took the full backlash, was blasted away by his own attack, and had his fangs shattered and scattered everywhere. Watching his leader collapse in an instant, the blue-skinned monster stood frozen, with his mouth wide open. Ningfeng's expression turned cold as he stared directly at the monster. Locked under that gaze, the monster broke into a cold sweat and no longer dared to mock him. Inside, he wanted to cry. The hidden boss had been beaten senseless before he even had a chance to show off. The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. One careless taunt had brought disaster upon himself, and tears began streaming down his face. Ningfeng showed no mercy. He took a single step forward and ended the monster on the spot. After defeating the hidden boss, a new reward was immediately added to his inventory. It was the Mind Enhancement Box, an orange-grade single-use item that permanently increased spirit by 20 points. Ningfeng quickly analyzed the situation. As players grew stronger, stat-boosting items like badges were becoming much more common. Even so, treasures like this still had an extremely low drop rate from high-level hidden bosses. That rarity also meant people would not rely entirely on him, allowing the overall balance to improve. With that in mind, he immediately contacted the trading exchange to ask whether enough transformation stones had been gathered. The person on the other end repeatedly apologized, explaining that supplies were incredibly scarce. They were buying from every possible source, and asked him to wait a little longer. Ningfeng understood. Transformation stones had always been extremely rare, and after buying huge quantities during his third-class advancement, it was no surprise they still had not collected 100. Since there was still plenty of time left for the quest, he decided not to rush and returned to the training camp first. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the Supernova training camp. As soon as Ningfeng arrived, he paused. The once quiet training ground was now packed with people and buzzing like a marketplace. The moment everyone saw him, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. "Boss Ning is here. Everyone, look." After looking around, he quickly recognized them as the elites who had fought alongside him during the Demon Tide, so he casually asked why they had all gathered here. Just then, Instructor Liu walked over and explained that the higher-ups had decided to extend the training period at the camp. The situation was changing too quickly, and everyone needed constant updates. Instead of spreading resources thin, the leadership had chosen to focus everything on training a core group of true elites. After hearing the announcement, the trainees cheered with excitement, saying they would now have many more chances to meet Boss Ning. Requests for guidance and endless questions poured in, leaving Ningfeng no choice but to stay and answer them one by one. One young man admired the two experts standing beside Ningfeng, saying they alone could dominate the world. Another immediately disagreed, insisting that Ningfeng himself was the strongest of them all. Suddenly, a figure shot through the crowd at incredible speed and rushed straight toward Ningfeng. Everyone was surprised to recognize Yu Chen, but her face was pale, as if something terrible had happened. Ignoring everyone's stares, Yu Chen hurried to Ningfeng and urgently announced that something major had happened. She tried to stay calm, but fear made her stammer as she apologized for interrupting Boss Ning. Unlike her panic, Ningfeng remained completely composed and simply asked what had happened. Yu Chen immediately explained that the trading exchange had reported the batch of transformation stones reserved for him had been stolen. Ningfeng frowned in confusion. Someone actually dared to steal goods belonging to the Yuan City Trading Exchange. Who could possibly be behind it? The scene immediately shifted to the headquarters of the Yuan City Trading Exchange. The branch manager was thrilled after finally gathering all 100 transformation stones and urged his staff to pack them immediately for delivery to Boss Ning at the training camp. The employee kept a calm expression and silently nodded. After making sure everything was in order, the manager carefully sealed the box of transformation stones. But at that exact moment, a strange wave of dark energy suddenly seeped out from beneath the box. The dark mist rapidly expanded and wrapped around the manager's neck, tightening until his eyes widened in terror. The employee panicked and rushed forward while shouting for the general manager. Just then, the floor suddenly cracked open as countless horrifying creatures crawled out. The monsters instantly swarmed and wrapped themselves around the employee. No one knew what they did, but the man collapsed to the floor within seconds. After taking down their first target, the monsters immediately turned toward the manager. One of them stretched out its claws and gripped his throat. Barely clinging to life, the trembling manager struggled to ask what those monsters really were. At that moment, an unfamiliar young man slowly walked out with a relaxed smile and mocked that the rumor about Yuan City Trading Exchange storing transformation stones had turned out to be true. Even though he could barely breathe, the manager stared at the newcomer and gasped in shock as he recognized him. The mastermind behind everything was none other than Zheng Jiacheng, the famous young master of Zhengwei Trading Exchange. Zheng Jiacheng and Yu Chen had attended the same high school, and he had once been an exceptionally gifted genius. Unfortunately, his arrogance led him to seriously injure someone, costing him his qualification to take the college entrance exam. After that incident, rumors claimed he left the country in resentment and disappeared for many years. Meanwhile, the monster tightened its grip around the manager's neck even further. Zheng Jiacheng smiled smugly and signaled his followers not to kill the old man yet, because he still wanted more information. He slowly walked over, crouched down, and demanded to know exactly why those transformation stones had been collected. The manager desperately warned him that the shipment had been prepared for someone of extremely high status. Zheng Jiacheng simply laughed and asked if he meant someone truly important. He casually replied that made things even more interesting, because Zhengwei Trading Exchange loved serving high-profile customers. After taking every transformation stone, Zheng Jiacheng calmly turned to leave, telling them that if the owner wanted the stones back, they could come to Zhengwei Trading Exchange and find him in person. The manager frantically tried to stop him, repeatedly warning him not to do something so reckless. Zheng Jiacheng ignored every word and disappeared together with the monsters. Lying on the floor, the manager clutched his throat and shouted helplessly for him to come back. After hearing the entire story, Ningfeng fell into thought. Since Zhengwei Trading Exchange and Yuan City Trading Exchange were evenly matched, it initially sounded like nothing more than a business rivalry. Yu Chen awkwardly explained that she had not wanted to involve Ningfeng, but everyone sent to negotiate had been defeated by Zheng Jiacheng. According to her, Zheng Jiacheng was now far stronger than he had ever been in school. Even more frightening, the monsters he summoned were fiercer than the creatures found inside secret realms. Just as the conversation continued, Ningfeng's phone suddenly rang. He asked Yu Chen to wait a moment while he answered, and she immediately nodded. The caller was Duan. He got straight to the point, saying Mayor Kai had already informed him about the stolen transformation stones. Ningfeng instantly realized that was exactly what the call was about. Ningfeng replied that Yu Chen had just finished explaining the entire situation. Duan said the timing was perfect because he was already on a mission near Zhengwei Trading Exchange. He told Ningfeng to stay where he was and leave everything to him. Ningfeng agreed but reminded him to be careful. Han Yin then spoke up, saying opponents like that were not worthy of Ningfeng's personal attention. He added that Duan's strength had improved tremendously lately, making him the perfect person for the job. Besides, young people could only grow stronger through real combat. With the support he had now, Duan was very likely to make another huge leap in strength. The story then shifted to Zhengwei Trading Exchange. Zheng Jiacheng's uncle looked deeply worried and asked whether openly stealing Yuan City Trading Exchange's shipment had really been a good idea. Yuan City had been suppressing Zhengwei Trading Exchange for years, so this was just a lesson in return. His uncle felt deeply uneasy. He knew Jiacheng had been spoiled since childhood, but he never expected him to cause such a huge mess right after returning from overseas. Even so, he gently reminded his nephew that the 7 great guilds had recently grown close to Yuan cities. If they stepped in, things could become troublesome. Zheng Jiacheng only sneered, saying the 7 great guilds were not worth his attention. He then asked his uncle whether he believed gods truly existed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the old man admitted he had only heard those rumors spreading recently. Zheng Jiacheng proudly declared that his master was the disciple personally protected by a true god. His uncle quietly observed the man and thought he looked nothing like a righteous cultivator, but more like a strange figure who had returned from overseas. The man's presence radiated an eerie aura instead of anything holy or noble. Zheng Jiacheng continued boasting that his master came from a higher world and was backed by a true god. That deity was so exalted that ordinary people were unworthy of speaking the name and could only address it with reverence. From that title alone, it became clear this was the very god who had fought Ning Feng in the past. Zheng Jiacheng went on to explain that his master had come here to spread the faith and recruit followers for the Lord God. Any nation that accepted the faith would receive divine protection. Anyone who refused to kneel before the Lord God would simply be erased from the map by his master. Hearing such outrageous claims, his uncle felt a chill run down his spine. Even if the man truly had an extraordinary background, his arrogance was terrifying. Zheng Jiacheng shook his head and said his uncle had never witnessed his master's power, so he could not imagine how frightening it truly was. Just as they were talking, the phone on the table suddenly rang non-stop. Zheng Jiacheng immediately picked it up. As soon as the call connected, he asked for an update. The caller reported that someone had arrived, claiming they had come to retrieve the transformation stones. Zheng Jiacheng immediately ordered them to bring the visitor inside. After hanging up, he looked at his uncle with a grin and asked where they had left off. His uncle wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied they had been discussing his master's overwhelming strength. Zheng Jiacheng nodded proudly and said the strongest adventurers in the region were only around 300 spirit, equivalent to the 10th advancement. His master, on the other hand, had already surpassed 1,000, even in a normal state. The gap between them was impossible to overcome. He excitedly declared that his master would soon welcome the descent of the Lord God, allowing divine miracles to spread across the world. When that happened, he would become the first follower to receive the God's blessing. Those words completely reassured his uncle. He believed that if the Lord God truly descended, even the 7 great guilds would be nothing more than ants. But at that very moment, the door was blasted open by a tremendous force, startling them both. Zheng Jiacheng immediately turned around and shouted to know who dared break in. Duan looked at him coldly and said he had come to take back the transformation stones. Zheng Jiacheng sneered and mocked that after spending so many years abroad, it seemed every youngster back home had become unbelievably bold. The moment he finished speaking, he stood up, released a burst of killing intent, and demanded why Duan had entered after being told to wait outside. But Duan had never been the type to back down. As one of Boss Ning's subordinates, he feared no opponent. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Jiacheng was lifted straight off the ground. His body shook violently as he completely lost control. Keeping his cold expression, Duan directly demanded to know where the transformation stones were hidden. Zheng Jiacheng's heart was in turmoil. He could not accept that, despite being personally trained by his master and equipped with top-tier gear and skills. He still could not even see Duan's movements. Only then did Duan calmly shift his gaze toward the man's master. The man remained standing in place with a strange smile on his face. Countless twisted demonic creatures, with grotesque forms, stood behind him. Meanwhile, Man had fallen asleep on Duan's shoulder, completely bored by the situation. The apostle looked at Duan, praised his skills, and asked whether he was a follower of Zhen Yuan the Holy Spirit. Duan answered with only 2 words, no. The apostle continued, saying that since Duan knew of Zhen Yuan the Holy Spirit, he must have received a rare opportunity to grow so quickly. But Duan showed no respect for the gods, and that attitude deeply offended the apostle. While his master kept talking, Zheng Jiacheng was already panicking. He wanted to warn him that he could not hold on much longer, but his throat was locked tight and no sound came out. The apostle declared that he would teach Duan a lesson on behalf of the gods and ordered his shadow guards to show him what true power looked like. But just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the room, making him stop. He immediately looked around, trying to find where it had come from. The source turned out to be Man. The little creature had just woken up and happily charged straight toward him. No one could even see it move. All they heard was a satisfied burp, as if it had just finished a big meal. The apostle's face changed instantly. He had no idea when the tiny creature had appeared, and all of his shadow guards were suddenly gone. In the blink of an eye, Man had swallowed every single shadow guard without leaving one behind. Only then did Zheng Jiacheng truly panic. His master's shadow guards were all powerful, high-level demons, yet the tiny creature had devoured them as if it were nothing. Watching the scene, Duan guessed that Man seemed to enjoy the taste of these demonic creatures. After finishing its meal, Man slowly walked over and lightly nudged the apostle with one foot. Duan spoke for it, telling the apostle to use every trick he still had. The apostle was completely stunned. As far as he knew, this was only a low-level world, so how could such a terrifying existence appear here? Although he forced himself to stay calm, his only thought was to risk everything and escape. But the moment Man lightly touched him, all the energy flowing through his body instantly disappeared. That sudden change terrified the apostle so much that his whole body jolted. Of course, Man had no intention of letting him escape so easily. The little creature rushed forward and threw a punch straight into his face. The punch looked ordinary, but it knocked out his teeth and left his face bruised with a single hit. Moments later, the apostle was kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. He desperately claimed he was only an ordinary adventurer who had been swept into this world by a chaotic spatial current while exploring a secret realm. Hearing the words chaotic spatial current, Duan suddenly remembered Han Yin mentioning it before. It was an incredibly rare phenomenon that could send people from higher worlds into lower ones. Duan continued questioning him about the true purpose of summoning a god. No longer daring to hide the truth, the apostle confessed that he planned to use the world heart to build a sacrificial altar and attract a god's attention. If chosen, he would become that god's representative in this world and receive countless rewards. The moment they heard that, both Duan and Man turned ice cold. Duan ordered him to hand over the world heart immediately. The scene then shifted to the divine realm. Zhenyuan, the Holy Spirit, was still fully focused on absorbing his newfound power. Yongshu happily congratulated him on his success. Guisu also nodded in approval, saying the godhead had fully merged, and almost no one could rival Zhenyuan anymore. Zhenyuan was extremely satisfied. After the godhead fused completely, the severe injuries inside his body had recovered significantly, and even the violent demonic nature within him had begun to settle. Suddenly, Zhenyuan looked toward the other two, making them both sense that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice that there was something extremely important they needed to know. After hearing him, Yongshu's face immediately turned pale as she stammered the name Omnipotent Archmage in shock. Guisu added that he suspected the Omnipotent Archmage had been the one who rescued his loved one before. Zhenyuan frowned, confused about what they were talking about. Guisu then explained everything that had happened while Zhenyuan was in seclusion. Yongshu was still uneasy because the Omnipotent Archmage had never been someone who attacked others without reason. At that thought, all three reached the same conclusion. Could the Omnipotent Archmage have truly fallen and become an evil god? Guisu suddenly spoke up, saying he had thought of a way to deal with him. Zhenyuan immediately became excited and asked what the plan was. Yongshu was just as eager and urged Guisu to explain at once. Guisu looked at the two anxious faces before him and fell silent for a moment in thought. Everything was still speculation. They had to verify it themselves before reaching any conclusion. Zhenyuan quietly remained suspicious. He felt Guis had already made his own plans, but was keeping the details hidden. Guisu had his own concerns. Zhenyuan was too reckless, and fighting the omnipotent god of magic, without a sure chance of winning, could ruin everything. Yangshi asked if they were supposed to sit and wait if they did not even know where the omnipotent god of magic was. Guisu sounded completely confident. No matter how powerful the omnipotent god of magic was, he stood alone. That low-level world offered too little faith, so he could not maintain enough power to fight the other gods. Without another god supporting it, Blue Planet could never advance into a higher world. In truth, this was a universal rule, designed to stop a single god from taking over an entire world and growing powerful enough to break the balance. That meant the omnipotent god of magic had turned his own hiding place into a prison. The scene then returned to the room where Zheng Jiasheng was still being restrained. Ningfeng calmly stroked Man with an amused smile. The one-eyed man was terrified. He could not understand who this young man really was. Even monsters far stronger than his master's servants acted like obedient pets around him. Ningfeng looked at Duan and asked if they had finished investigating the one-eyed man's background. Duan immediately confirmed everything had been verified. Duan explained that about a month ago, the man suddenly emerged from a secret realm in the Laduya region. Hearing that, Ningfeng recalled Laduya was a small country in Eastern Europe. Duan nodded and added that the government had honored him as a national-level powerhouse. They even used his reputation to create an adventurer alliance and pressured neighboring countries to join. However, Huaxia rejected them outright, so the one-eyed man had likely come this time to show off his strength and apply pressure. Duan looked at Ningfeng and asked if anything about the situation seemed unusual. Han Yin smiled and reminded everyone that the one-eyed man always claimed to be a loyal follower of Guisu, but the ritual he had just performed was actually meant to summon the omnipotent god of magic. Hearing that, Ningfeng was completely speechless. He stared at the one-eyed man and demanded to know how much longer he planned to hide the truth and who he had really been summoning. The one-eyed man broke into a cold sweat. He stammered and tried to mention Guisu before. He suddenly dropped to his knees and repeatedly kowtowed, admitting that the one he truly wanted to summon was an evil god known as the omnipotent god of magic. The moment Duan heard that, he glared in anger and refused to accept anyone calling the omnipotent god of magic an evil god. The one-eyed man kept begging for mercy, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He blurted out in shock that the people before him were also followers of the omnipotent god of magic. He became more excited with every word, saying the omnipotent god of magic's fame truly reached everywhere. Even this world knew his name. If this place also worshipped the omnipotent god of magic, then it could not possibly be a low-level world. Zheng Jiasheng stood beside him in total confusion, unable to understand what had gotten into his master. Ningfeng's face turned cold as he ordered the man to reveal everything. The one-eyed man hurriedly nodded again and again. He introduced himself as Kun Kaba. In his world, he had once joined a secret organization that worshipped only the omnipotent god of magic and looked down on every other god. Since that faith was strictly forbidden, its members always pretended to follow other gods whenever they went outside. Ningfeng then asked who led the organization. Kun Kaba shook his head and said no one had ever met the leader in person. Han Yin quietly whispered to Ningfeng that the mysterious leader might once have been one of his followers, though it could also be nothing more than a disguise or someone else's scheme. Ningfeng firmly declared that once he gathered enough power to open the sacrifice gate, he would personally travel to that world and uncover the truth. Kun Kaba was overwhelmed with excitement. He never imagined that after ending up here, he would meet people who also honored the omnipotent god of magic. To him, it was a blessing from the gods. Han Yin laughed and said the man was an unexpected comedian. Ningfeng and Duan could only exchange helpless looks at his blind devotion. Ningfeng quietly weighed everything in his mind. The one-eyed man had already revealed plenty of useful information. Now they only needed 2 more world heart fragments before everything was ready. Thinking they were just one step away from breaking the seal and awakening Chesida, Ningfeng could not hide his excitement. The scene immediately shifted to the city of fallen souls. The moment Chesida saw Ningfeng, tears filled her eyes. She rushed over and hugged him, overjoyed to finally reunite with her Lord God. She choked back tears, as she said not a single day had passed during her long imprisonment without thinking of him. Han Yin quickly cut in with a grin and asked if she had missed him too. Chesida instantly lost her temper and bluntly replied that Han Yin was the last person she wanted to see before telling him to get out of her secret realm. Ningfeng laughed and joked that their friendship seemed as strong as ever. Chesida hurriedly waved her hands and insisted that was absolutely not the case. She immediately started complaining about Han Yin, saying he always searched through her bookshelves, never returned books to the right place, and never gave back the ones he borrowed. That was why she had banned him from the library long ago. Han Yin quickly changed the subject with a smile, saying it was rude to leave the Lord God waiting outside, and he took everyone into the library. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure flashed past Ningfeng. Chesida angrily shouted at Han Yin for making decisions without her permission. In the blink of an eye, the group appeared inside the quiet library. The room had barely settled before Han Yin started teasing again, complaining that not even a cup of water was offered to the guests. Chesida calmly replied that food and drinks were strictly forbidden inside the library. Rules were rules, and not even the Lord God was an exception. Ningfeng smiled and told Han Yin to stop teasing Chesida, leaving him with nothing but an awkward grin. Regaining her serious expression, Chesida respectfully asked Ningfeng to explain the current situation. He nodded. Ningfeng quickly summarized everything that had happened, while Chesida listened closely to every word. After hearing the full story, Chesida concluded that relying only on this world's strength against the Divine Alliance offered almost no chance of victory. Without God supporting them, the people here could never break their power limits or become real allies for Ningfeng. She used Kun Kaba as an example. His strength alone was enough to dominate an entire continent. The gap between worlds could never be overcome by numbers alone. But if they entered a higher world first, the other gods would notice immediately. Ningfeng summed it up by saying both sides were trapped by the same restrictions. Outsiders could hardly enter, and those inside could barely leave. Chesida agreed, but warned that the greater danger was enemies, secretly sending infiltrators before they could detect them. Ningfeng continued thinking, if the gods were willing to sacrifice their followers for suicide missions like the rescue of Chesida, things would become extremely troublesome. To them, followers were nothing more than expendable pieces. Han Yin suddenly became serious and said he had an interesting theory. Ningfeng immediately told him to continue. Han Yin explained that he had been studying the special titles Ningfeng granted to others. Besides matching each person's abilities, they also resembled the divine authorities of certain gods. Two particular gods stood out. The first was Swift Shadow Commander, the god who ruled over speed. The second was Crescent Moon Sage, the god known for support and enhancement abilities. Chesida was stunned. Both Swift Shadow Commander and Crescent Moon Sage had been personally killed by Ningfeng during the War of the Gods. As far as she knew, those two gods had ceased to exist long ago. Ningfeng listened in growing confusion and finally asked Han Yin to get straight to the point. Han Yin slowly revealed that he had recently formed a theory about the godheads of those two gods. After defeating them, Ningfeng had most likely absorbed and fused both of their godheads into his own. If that theory was correct, many mysteries finally made sense. It explained how Ningfeng recovered so quickly from the Forbidden Destruction curse, and why he could grant titles carrying the exact traits of Swift Shadow Commander and Crescent Moon Sage, while being unable to use the divine powers of other gods. Ningfeng's eyes lit up as everything clicked together. This world did not contain just one god. There were already 3 gods here, or 4 if the demon god of the alien warship was included. He quickly reached a conclusion. Simply put, defeating other gods meant their godhead essence could become his own power. Han Yin simply shrugged. It was only his theory, and the truth could only be proven through testing. Ningfeng fell into deep thought. It seemed the only option was to test the theory himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the 3 gods, who were still gathered together. For some unknown reason, all 3 suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if something terrible was about to happen. They almost spoke in unison in shock. What the hell is happening? In just an instant, a powerful sense of danger overwhelmed them, leaving none of them at ease. The feeling brought them back to the legendary battle long ago, when one man stood alone against 3 gods. On that battlefield, one of the gods roared in fury. Omnipotent god of magic, if you had taken one step back, none of this would have happened. Why insist on such an extreme path? Even as the other side raged out of control, the omnipotent god of magic stood motionless, like a statue, without saying a word. Young Shi then spoke with a stern expression. Since the dawn of creation, the gods had never enjoyed fighting one another, but your actions are a direct challenge to the entire divine realm. Gui Shu coldly warned that if he refused to back down, the 11 chief gods would unite to strip away his divinity and banish him as a demon god. Hearing that, the omnipotent god of magic finally raised his head and burst into laughter. A demon god? If that is your choice, then from this moment on, I am the demon god. Only then was it revealed that the title demon god had originated from that very event. Back in the present, Chesida quietly murmured that maybe Han Yin's theory was correct. Their master might defeat every god and become the one true supreme deity, restoring the universe to its proper order. Han Yin continued his analysis. The system Ningfeng often mentioned was probably an invisible law of the universe, which was why it always appeared at the most critical moments to guide him. Ningfeng frowned as he remembered something. Speaking of universal laws, he suddenly recalled gaining a brand new power before completing his class advancement. At that time, the system had displayed a message. Congratulations, you have unlocked the divine realm. Simply put, the divine realm was a domain only gods could enter, where they established their own order. It was both an endless source of power and the ultimate fortress protecting every god. Chesida immediately became excited at the thought of finally seeing her master's divine realm with her own eyes. She eagerly recalled what she had once witnessed. From what she remembered, it looked like paradise, with endless blue seas, golden beaches, and towering spires that symbolized absolute authority. As a follower, she had once been allowed to glimpse part of it. Hearing both of them praise it non-stop, Ningfeng also grew excited. After that much hype, anyone would be looking forward to it. He closed his eyes and used the method for opening the divine realm that had been engraved into his mind. With a single thought, the gate opened. Time to see what I've got. But the sight before them left all 3 frozen, before they shouted together, "This is the divine realm?" Instead of a magnificent palace, all they saw was a land of endless ruins. Ningfeng stood there in disbelief. What kind of broken place was this? It had none of the majesty of a divine realm. The longer he looked, the harder it was to believe. Where was the blue sea? Where were the golden beaches? Or was his strength still too weak, leaving him with the worst corner no one wanted? At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the depths of the divine realm. It seems I have sensed the aura of the divine realm once again. Ningfeng immediately snapped back to his senses and shouted for the speaker to come out and explain. If these ruins really were his divine realm, he was going to lose it. The voice answered with a bitter tone. This place has decayed, because its divine power was cut off for so many years. I simply never expected you to find your way here. Ningfeng scratched his head in confusion. He had clearly opened his own divine realm, yet somehow ended up inside the territory of the evil god. Even worse, his memories had been completely erased, leaving him with no answers. For now, all he could do was explore while investigating the entire area. Ahead stood a crumbling shrine that looked like an abandoned house, left to rot for ages. As he approached, he sensed faint energy fluctuations coming from inside. Ningfeng wondered whether something was wrong with him, or if this had happened because he had once fused part of the demon god's godhead. Thick fog and towering mountains covered everything, blocking almost all visibility. Just then, a strange silhouette appeared through the mist, making Ningfeng's heart skip a beat. Han Yin and Chesida were just as stunned. Ningfeng immediately asked if they could also see the mysterious figure ahead. Chesida immediately rushed forward, shouting excitedly, "My lord." Before them appeared a scene straight out of paradise, exactly as she remembered. With a trembling voice, Chesida confirmed it was the Supreme Tower, the symbol of her master's authority. But then she froze in confusion. Why was the tower standing in the middle of these ruins? Ningfeng wasted no time and hurried over to investigate. As soon as he arrived, he gently placed his hand on the ancient remains. The system instantly displayed a warning that the Divine Realm core was damaged and could not be activated. Ningfeng fell into thought. If the Divine Realm was the embodiment of divine law, then he probably had not yet mastered all the laws needed to control it. Just then, Han Yin suddenly called out, saying he had found something else. Everyone turned and saw that there were not one, but two more towering structures nearby. As the mist slowly cleared, the two ruined towers gradually revealed themselves before the stunned group. Chesida stared in amazement. Hidden here were two more towers, exactly like those shown in the ancient murals. She guessed that each tower carried the imprint of the god who had once ruled it. It seemed that man's theory had been completely correct after all. The evidence was right in front of them. Ningfeng quietly analyzed everything, while the system also suggested that part of the structural laws was still missing. For now, the only option was to awaken the section that belonged to the evil god first. Without another word, Ningfeng walked deeper inside alone, his figure quickly disappearing into the cold darkness. This had once been the evil god's domain. After being abandoned for so long, its desolate state was hardly surprising. He gently ran his hand across a moss-covered stone wall. In an instant, brilliant blue light burst across the entire area. Empowered by Ningfeng's divine power, every ruin rapidly returned to its original form, as if brought back to life. At the top of the tower, an overwhelming pressure erupted into the sky. The system immediately announced that he had obtained the Secret Realm Enhancement ability. From now on, he could strengthen this place with dark power, while every intruder killed inside would be converted into divine power for him. Hearing that, Ningfeng finally understood. This was the true authority of the evil god, using the lives of others to replenish divine power. No wonder this secret realm constantly tried to devour entire worlds. Even so, this was the first time he had truly touched the power of a god, so he knew he had to study it carefully. The scene then shifted to Mingdu. This was the domain under the absolute rule of Gui Ke. Gui Ke silently pondered the situation. The return of the omnipotent god of magic was enough to make anyone wary. Since his enemy had stepped into the open, it was better to drag him fully into the light than let him keep hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, he looked toward the distant horizon, directly at the tower where Ningfeng stood. Gui Ke thought to himself that after the omnipotent god of magic disappeared, he had inherited some of the laws left behind. His strength had grown dramatically, and he had learned that divine laws could indeed be inherited. Unfortunately, that secret no longer belonged to him alone. Because of that, every god had become cautious, fearing that even their allies might steal the laws they possessed. The 10 chief gods had already split into multiple factions. Gathering them all to fight the omnipotent god of magic was now nearly impossible. Even so, fortune had smiled upon him by granting a new power called Godhead Fusion. Perhaps it would become the key to turning the entire game around. At that moment, the system displayed another notification. Secret Realm Enhancement had been activated. He could expand his territory with dark power, and every life lost within it would become divine power for him. Gui Ke smiled with quiet confidence. In his eyes, the omnipotent god of magic was now nothing more than a tiger without its forest. Without a divine realm, he could only wander through low-level worlds. Do not think the laws of the universe will protect you while we simply watch. Then let us see who will be the last one standing. As the thought crossed his mind, Gui Ke's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The scene then returned to Ningfeng. He stretched and let out a long yawn, feeling completely drained. It seemed divine authority could not be fully absorbed in such a short time. Just then, Duan ran over with a cheerful smile and greeted Ningfeng. As soon as they met, Ningfeng asked whether everything at the trading center had been taken care of. Duan immediately nodded and confirmed that every trace had been cleaned up. Hearing that, Ningfeng finally relaxed. He remarked that Kaba had gone too deep into playing the role of an evil god's follower, so they should keep an eye on him to avoid future trouble. Duan scratched his head and hesitated before saying Kaba was not exactly what everyone thought. Thinking back to what had happened, Duan still found it unbelievable. A famous fighter had actually knelt down and begged to become the Lord God's follower. No one would believe it without seeing it themselves. Man lazily commented that it felt like Kaba had become a completely different person. Kaba smiled awkwardly and explained that his arrogance had always been an act. After arriving in this world, he was constantly treated as a disposable pawn, so he had to appear fierce to keep others away. Duan also recalled the investigation results. After checking Kaba's background, he discovered that since arriving in this world, Kaba had never caused trouble or committed any evil acts. Even so, if he kept acting so arrogant, it would eventually damage the reputation of the omnipotent god of magic. Kaba laughed and reassured everyone. Those people still believed he was a trusted subordinate of Gue Kei, so no one suspected a thing. When the time was right, he would publicly announce that he had been enlightened by the omnipotent god of magic, abandoned the darkness, and chosen the righteous path. He would never bring trouble to the Lord God. Duan nodded in approval. It turned out Kaba was far more calculating than he looked. Ningfeng smiled. Kaba was clearly not as foolish as he appeared. For now, they would continue observing him to test his loyalty, while keeping their true identities secret. Duan added that Kaba and the trading center had prepared a grand banquet to welcome everyone. They had even invited representatives from the Yuancheng Trading Center. Ningfeng looked interested. He wanted to relax anyway, so he decided to join the fun. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion filled with a formal atmosphere. Kaba stood in the center of the hall, greeting and chatting with countless unfamiliar guests. Conversations filled the room. Some wondered why the place was so crowded, while others explained that the two trading center leaders were hosting a banquet for an extremely important guest, though no one knew who that guest was. Just then, a luxury car slowly pulled up and stopped in front of the entrance. Inside, Ningfeng leaned back comfortably with Man beside him. He smiled helplessly. Even the short trip from the front gate required a chauffeur. It was truly the extravagant style of the upper class. The moment Ningfeng stepped out of the car, Kaba hurried over with a bright smile, delighted that the guest of honor had finally arrived. Two receptionists nearby exchanged surprised looks. They never expected the distinguished guest, welcomed by both trading centers, to be so young. Suddenly, one of the women recognized his face. Her eyes widened as she stammered in disbelief. She excitedly asked if Ningfeng was the hero who had defeated the monster inside the secret realms and saved countless lives. Her own family had been trapped there, so she could never forget his face. Hearing that, the other receptionist was equally shocked. Realizing she was standing before the famous hero, she immediately asked for his autograph. Kaba could only smile bitterly. Of all people, someone had recognized Ningfeng right away. They had almost exposed his identity. Regaining his composure, Kaba respectfully invited Ningfeng inside with great courtesy. The banquet had been prepared on a grand scale. Guests kept raising their glasses in celebration, while the tables overflowed with luxurious delicacies. Meanwhile, the receptionist from earlier was happily playing with Man, amused to discover the little creature also loved ice cream. Jiacheng stood up, raised his glass before all the guests, and sincerely apologized for everything that had happened. His teacher also accepted responsibility, admitting he had failed to properly guide his student and allowed those mistakes to happen. Wu Chen watched the scene in disbelief. Someone as proud as Jiacheng had actually lowered his head to apologize. That alone showed how much respect everyone had for Ningfeng. The representative of the main trading center immediately expressed his sincerity by offering Ningfeng a 25% ownership stake, along with 3 conversion stone mines. Not wanting to fall behind, the director of the Yuancheng Trading Center offered the exact same shares and 3 similar mines, hoping Ningfeng would accept their apology. The 2 receptionists were so shocked they could barely stand. Those shares alone were enough to guarantee wealth for generations. Meanwhile, the director quietly did the math. To him, giving away 25% of the company meant little because profits had skyrocketed ever since partnering with Ningfeng. Keeping a good relationship with this powerful figure was what truly mattered. Ningfeng quietly weighed the offer. The shares were only a short-term gain, but the 3 conversion stone mines were the real prize. After completing his class advancement, his demand for resources would soar, so owning the supply was far more valuable. Just then, Kaba interrupted his thoughts and asked if he could bring up one more matter. Kaba had already reached his own conclusions. After investigating Ningfeng's background, he realized this young man was anything but ordinary. Du-An's respectful attitude alone was enough to make him suspect Ningfeng was the omnipotent god of magic's representative in this world. On top of that, the terrifying monster by Ningfeng's side behaved like a harmless pet, making Kaba even more certain. At that moment, Man glanced at him, sending a chill down Kaba's spine. Cold sweat poured out as he felt like a monster had locked onto him. Ningfeng noticed he wanted to speak and calmly told him to continue. Kaba took a deep breath and began explaining. He said that in the Li Bai region, neighboring countries were constantly calling for an alliance to fight monsters. But with too few powerful fighters and every nation using its own tactics, the results has been poor. Hearing that, Ningfeng remembered what Du-An had mentioned before. Kaba had built an organization that accepted commissions to clear dangerous secret realms for various countries, earning enormous rewards in return. The 2 world hearts he possessed had both been obtained that way. Kaba smiled sincerely and hoped Ningfeng would join forces with them to protect the region. Ningfeng thought it over. Kaba already had tremendous influence across Eastern Europe, and using that reputation to expand their own power was an opportunity worth considering. After a brief moment of thought, Ningfeng agreed. Kaba immediately bowed in gratitude, saying that gaining Ningfeng's support was the greatest blessing they could have hoped for. Ningfeng was already planning ahead. Once war spread across the world, every nation would desperately need stronger defenders. It was time to begin a brutal training program for the next generation. He casually asked Kaba how he had ended up here. Kaba sighed and explained that he had been exploring a secret realm when he was suddenly swallowed by a spatial storm. According to Kaba, such a phenomenon was incredibly rare. Even he had no idea why he encountered it. The space inside was so chaotic that time itself became unstable, making his survival nothing short of a miracle. The scene shifted to an unknown location on Blue Planet, where lush forests and peaceful surroundings stretched in every direction. The local residents all looked up in surprise, pointing at a strange object slowly appearing in the sky. What in the world is that? At the same time, every participant had gathered at Ningfeng's training base. Ningfeng quietly observed them before reaching a conclusion. After fighting side by side for so long, the leaders of the 7 great guilds had all proven themselves to be trustworthy allies. Including Professor Xie, they were the group most deserving of priority training and investment right now. Guangchen silently reminded himself that this was the same training that had made Lao Liu dramatically stronger, so he could not afford to slack off. The training session began immediately. Dark figures poured in from every direction, surrounding the entire area. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious target charged straight toward Xiao Yi and Yan Xuan. Ling Hua broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Lao Liu, we can't keep blocking attacks like this forever. This training is insane. If Xiao Feng hadn't organized it, it'd think the demon god was personally torturing us." Guangchen immediately gave the order, "Use our numbers and hold the formation." The entire team quickly formed a defensive battle line. Everyone moved at once, creating a solid defensive circle to meet the incoming assault. Watching from a distance, Ningfeng simply smiled. Yu Er's team had tried this strategy before, but the results had not been very good. However, after studying the powers of the divine realm and comparing them with their current combat style, he had gained many new insights. As expected, experienced adventurers coordinated with remarkable precision. The entire team combined Earth Shield with D-Pain to greatly strengthen their defenses. Suddenly, Professor Xie froze, as if he had just remembered something incredibly important. Across from him, Xiao Yi and Guangchen also turned toward Professor Xi and Ling Hua with shocked expressions. At that moment, the system announced that the enhancement zone had been activated. Because the defensive formation included both a scholar and a priest, the entire team's defense increased by 20%. Looking at the golden light surrounding him, Professor Xie was completely stunned and had no idea what had just happened. The same effect appeared around Teacher Lu and Yue Ning. The system announced that when 2 assassins joined the defensive formation, dodge chance increased by 8% and protective armor gained 15 extra points. Han Yin and Cheseda gasped in surprise. Simply forming the right team could activate a special field effect. Neither of them had ever heard of anything like it. Guangchen quickly regained his focus and shouted excitedly, "The battle formation really works. Everyone hold your positions." But their excitement did not last long. After maintaining the formation for too long, the team was soon hit with training far harsher than before. Han Yin curiously asked Ning Feng if those changes were another divine miracle he had created. Ning Feng simply smiled and said that after watching everyone fight together, the vague ideas in his mind had suddenly become much clearer. The moment everything clicked into place, several previously sealed domains unlocked on their own. The system immediately announced that his understanding of the laws of the universe had risen by another level. Ning Feng frowned in thought, so carefully observing and analyzing others could also deepen his grasp of universal laws. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spread across Ning Feng's base, filling it with a peaceful atmosphere. The moment Feng Yi met Guang Chen, he struggled to hold back his laughter. In the end, he burst out laughing. Guang Chen's face turned red as he complained that he looked miserable and told the old man to shut up. Laughing so hard he could barely stand, Feng Yi leaned against him and asked Guang Chen to help support him. Guang Chen snorted and asked if he had come all this way just to make fun of him. Feng Yi shook his head with a grin and said he was not that bored. In fact, Ning Feng had called everyone together because he had made an extremely important discovery. Guang Chen immediately looked pleased, thinking it was because his team had performed so well. But before he could finish speaking, another wave of pain hit him. He grimaced and complained that Feng Yi was walking too fast on purpose, just to make him suffer. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood with his arms crossed, silently watching rows of screens displaying live feeds from different locations. Feng Yi turned to Professor Xie and asked how the research was progressing. Professor Xi calmly reported that they had divided into multiple test groups and discovered many different team fields with unique effects. So far, most of the fields they could activate were related to speed, magic, and support classes. More importantly, activation did not depend on rank. It depended on the level of teamwork and mutual understanding among the members. Feng Yi nodded and concluded that with proper training, even low-level adventurers could challenge opponents much stronger than themselves. Professor Xi smiled and confirmed that was exactly what their research had shown. Ning Feng sank into thought again. He realized his progress in understanding universal laws was slowing, as though he had reached some invisible limit. Just then, Ning Feng suddenly turned toward Duan. Duan immediately reported that Kaba had just sent over a new mission. Ning Feng was slightly surprised, because Kaba had previously promised to let him choose every mission himself. Duan explained that this case was special, so Kaba had taken the initiative. Ning Feng picked up his phone and carefully examined the photo, showing the strange phenomenon. After one glance, his expression changed. Another new secret realm had appeared? Duan continued explaining that according to Kaba, this phenomenon was known as a space-time turbulence. Han Yin looked confused. It had only been a little over a month since Kaba came through a space-time turbulence. How could another one appear so soon? Ning Feng said nothing and continued studying every detail in the photo. Suddenly, he spotted a creature crawling out of the crack, leaving everyone shocked because no one knew what kind of monster it was. The scene then shifted to Kaba's room. Ning Feng had teleported there to discuss the situation in person. Kaba explained that the space-time turbulence had appeared on the plains of Austria. He had already prepared everything they needed. With a flight scroll, they could reach the site immediately. Ning Feng did not hesitate and decided to leave at once. Kaba froze in surprise. He cautiously asked if Ning Feng really planned to go alone. Ning Feng calmly replied, "Is there a problem?" Kaba quickly explained that space-time turbulence could distort both space and time. Countless unknown dangers lurked inside, and no one knew what might emerge. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kaba glanced at Man and suggested that Ning Feng should at least bring his strongest pet. Ning Feng thought for a moment and decided that, if he could not even judge the danger himself, bringing others along would probably not help anyway. So there was no need to bring a huge group. Just a few people would be enough. That was more than enough for this mission. Soon, the group arrived at a place called Winterseg. As soon as they arrived, someone was already waiting to greet them. The first thing everyone noticed was a young woman with striking long legs. Kabo quickly introduced her as Lily, one of his students. He also explained that Lily's father was the manager of this region. But at that moment, Lily's body suddenly started trembling. She clenched her fists as tears streamed down her face. Seeing his student break down, Kabo panicked and kept asking what had happened. While Lily was still sobbing, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder to comfort her. The man introduced himself as Unluo, Lily's father. He apologized for everyone seeing his daughter in such a broken state and said he would explain everything. Then he invited everyone to follow him. Luo led the group to the edge of the building and said they could clearly see the space-time turbulence from there. Looking down, they saw a massive black sphere so huge it blocked out the sun. Luo explained that the phenomenon was beyond all understanding, which was why they had asked for help. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed an entire town and turned it into a secret realm. Every resident inside became a terrifying monster. The army launched countless assaults, but despite heavy losses, they could not destroy the secret realm. Even Lily's combat squad was almost completely wiped out. She was the only survivor, and Luo believed Kabo's training was the reason she escaped alive. Lily forced herself to calm down and lowered her head in apology. Those who died had been her closest teammates, so she could not control her emotions. Jia Sheng stood there in silence. He had always known Lily as someone strong, and this was the first time he had seen her so hopeless. Unable to hide his curiosity, Kabo asked if the monsters inside the secret realm were really that terrifying. Lily shook her head and said the truth was even worse. She explained that this was a timed secret realm with 2 separate routes, and both had to be cleared to complete the challenge. The 2 paths mirrored each other, but were completely isolated. Even if one side was cleared, there would not be enough time to reach the other. Every failed attempt turned the entire interface blood red before displaying a message that the conquest mission had ended. After hearing that, Kabo immediately concluded that the best plan was to split into 2 teams, with each taking one route. Lily nodded, but warned that doing so required extremely powerful teams. They could barely form one qualified team, let alone 2. After understanding the situation, Ningfeng calmly suggested that Kabo lead one team while he handled the other route alone. Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he really planning to go in by himself? Ningfeng offered no further explanation. He had already decided that if Lily had managed to survive, then Kabo was at least strong enough to retreat safely if things went wrong. Lily frowned in doubt. Her master had promised to invite a powerful expert, but the young man before her looked completely ordinary and was even younger than she was. Letting him go alone seemed far too risky. Kabo quickly tried to stop him, but Ningfeng simply smiled and told everyone not to worry about him and focus on their own mission. After finalizing the plan, the entire group entered the massive sphere. Ningfeng reminded everyone they only had 2 hours, so every second mattered. He chose the left route, while everyone else took the right. Still doubtful, Lily quietly asked Kabo if Ningfeng could really handle such a mission. Kabo could only shake his head because even he did not know. In fact, Kabo had never personally seen Ningfeng fight. The only thing he knew was that Ningfeng's pet had swallowed his entire Shadow Guard squad. Hearing that, Lily was completely stunned. Her mind raced. Kabo's Shadow Guard was powerful enough to crush almost any expert in the world, yet a single beast had devoured them all. If the beast was that terrifying, then its master had to be even more frightening. The more Lily thought about it, the more she believed Ningfeng insisted on going alone to hide his true strength. The deeper they went, the darker and more oppressive the surroundings became. Right then, Kabo's team ran into their first wave of monsters. A pack of massive beasts with rough reddish-brown skin stood in their way. Every one of them was enormous and looked ready to crush anything ahead. Their blood-red eyes swept across the group with chilling, killing intent. Without giving anyone time to react, the monsters roared and charged at Kabo's team. Kabo instantly countered with soul-devouring snare. 2 giant serpent souls burst from his palms. In an instant, the serpents wrapped around and brought down the 2 leading monsters. Jia Sheng was amazed by the attack and immediately praised his master. Meanwhile, Kabo wondered if these creatures were mutated humans. Even though they were far stronger than ordinary secret realm monsters, Kabo believed he could handle them. As long as Mr. Ning was stronger than him, they still had hope. On Ningfeng's side, he had just finished off his first monster. Strangely, its massive body suddenly melted into liquid. Moments later, it completely evaporated without leaving a trace. The countdown showed 1 hour 51 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Thanks to soul-devouring snare, Kabo kept clearing every monster in his path. But that advantage did not last long before the group faced a serious obstacle. The monster blocking their way was completely unaffected by soul-devouring snare. Kabo quickly realized the problem. The more he repeated the same skill, the less effective it became until it was almost useless. He suspected the monsters shared a collective network that let them learn and evolve during battle. Just then, Li shouted in panic that another wave of monsters was charging in. With no other choice, Kabo unleashed his ultimate skill, Death-Shattering Mark. Death energy exploded outward and blasted the monster flying with a single strike. As he fought, Kabo realized they had to keep changing their attacks or they would only help the monsters grow stronger. Even worse, every communication method had been cut off, so he could not contact Mr. Ning. Kabo could not help worrying about the other side. He wondered if Mr. Ning was still holding out against the endless monsters. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was surrounded by an entire swarm. Even so, a few effortless sword swings cut them into pieces. The unlucky monster only managed a few painful screams before the strike landed. Then it collapsed to the ground. Its body soon faded into nothingness. Watching everything through a screen, the mysterious figure angrily admitted that Ningfeng's attack power was overwhelming, and the monsters could not evolve fast enough to keep up. He admitted there was no way to stop Ningfeng's advance. Even so, he remained confident because the other route was still under control. The countdown had now reached 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. On Kabo's side, the monster's rapid adaptation made them harder and harder to kill. Lee asked about her master's condition, and Kabo replied between heavy breaths that he was only a little tired and could still fight. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. A sharp object suddenly pierced straight through his body. Everyone froze at the sight of the devastating wound. Kabo quickly stumbled back, clutching his bleeding chest as his hand trembled in pain. Seeing Lee suddenly attack, Jiasheng turned pale and demanded to know what she was doing. Lee answered with a sinister smile, saying the reinforcements were too powerful, so she had no choice but to send them all to their deaths. Kabo declared that the woman before him could not be the real Lee, but she calmly admitted she was still Lee. She had simply found a way to evolve herself, and they had become the perfect sacrifices. In the critical moment, Jiasheng immediately raised a barrier around Kabo and shouted for his master to retreat while he held the enemy back. Two shadowy figures rushed straight toward Lee, but she remained perfectly calm. With a few swift movements, Lee tore both shadows apart without any effort. She sneered and told them to stop resisting, because the moment they entered this place, their fate had already been sealed. Only then did Kabo understand the truth. The story about Lee being the sole survivor had been nothing but bait, because she had never intended to let anyone leave this place alive. Seeing Kabo's stunned expression, Lee became even more smug. She mocked him, saying his face looked just like hers back then, except this time she had been the smarter one. The truth came out as Lee recalled her first night inside the secret realm. Back then, her entire team fell one by one beneath the claws of a monster far more terrifying than the ones they faced now. Terrified by its overwhelming power, Lee immediately dropped to her knees and begged for mercy. She even swore loyalty if it wanted to conquer the world. But one teammate immediately objected, reminding her that everyone had sacrificed their lives to give them a chance to escape. Before he could finish speaking, Lee killed him without hesitation. She coldly told him to shut up. The brutal scene left everyone else frozen in horror. At that moment, a pillar of light descended from above as a majestic voice declared that weaklings like them were unworthy of becoming servants and were only fit to be sacrifices. The mysterious being immediately ordered the monsters to capture everyone who was left. Even as her teammates screamed for help, Lee remained completely indifferent. She looked up with worship in her eyes and offered all of them as sacrifices, asking only to be granted enough power to bring even more offerings in the future. The glowing mass above suddenly fell silent. Then it declared that Lee was both cowardly and despicable, yet that was exactly what made her interesting. The entity said it would wait and see what kind of valuable sacrifices she could bring. Realizing she had been given a chance, Lee immediately knelt in gratitude and swore she would not disappoint her master. Returning to the present, she coldly looked at Kabo and Jiasheng and declared it was time for them to become sacrifices. Cornered with no escape, the master and disciple could only grit their teeth and prepare to fight. Just then, the system suddenly announced that the left route had been cleared. Kabo and Jiasheng were overjoyed because they knew Mr. Ning had succeeded. But Lee quickly crushed their excitement, saying the two routes were separated by space itself, so even if Ningfeng cleared one side, he could never instantly finish the other. The moment she finished speaking, the system announced that the right route had also been cleared. Lee froze in complete disbelief. After a long moment, she cried out in shock, unable to imagine how Ningfeng had overcome such a limit. The scene shifted to Ningfeng. After killing another monster, he quietly spoke. Ningfeng realized Lee had been right. The two tunnels really were perfect mirror images of each other, so he simply used Void Spatial Step to cross space itself and reach the final point without retracing the entire path. Moments later, Ningfeng felt himself being teleported to a completely different area. Before him appeared a strange secret realm filled with a faint pink glow. Meanwhile, Li still could not understand how Ningfeng had cleared both routes by himself, while the three of them were still confused about what was happening to Ningfeng. A strange whirlwind suddenly swept in. In an instant, everything around them became a blur. Jia Sheng looked around in confusion, unable to tell where he had been taken. Even Li had never known that clearing both routes would teleport everyone into the master's private domain. It was her first time entering this place, because every previous failure had left her, master viewing her as useless and never allowing her inside. Just then, Li noticed something unusual nearby. At the top of the cliff above her was something that caught her attention. It was a stone tablet covered with strange symbols, and Li guessed it was connected to the being she always called her master. Staring at the tablet, Jia Sheng nervously asked Kabo if this was the core of the secret realm, because the pressure it released was at least on the level of a demon lord. Hearing that, Kabo swallowed hard because a demon lord ranked only below a demon god, a terrifying existence with unmatched power. If they really had to face someone at that level, their chances of survival were slim. Unlike the tense atmosphere, Li wore a satisfied smile, thrilled that she could finally witness her master's presence with her own eyes. Just sensing that overwhelming aura from afar made her worship him even more, while she was certain Ningfeng had already been reduced to ashes. Thinking that, Li respectfully raised both hands and loudly called out to her master. She introduced herself as Li, his most loyal servant, and declared that Kabo and Jia Sheng were the sacrifices she had worked so hard to bring before him. But the giant stone suddenly spoke in an irritated voice, asking what she thought she was doing. Li froze when she realized the voice was completely different from the master she had met before. Just then, a blurry figure slowly appeared on top of the stone. As the light faded, everyone was shocked to see that the person standing there was Ningfeng. Looking down like a god, Ningfeng coldly ordered Li to explain everything. The entire group stood there with their mouths wide open. None of them expected Mr. Ning to appear. Li was completely stunned. She could not understand why Ningfeng dared to stand where her master should have been, yet the real owner showed no reaction at all. She had always thought Ningfeng was only a little stronger than an ordinary person. But at the end of the route, he decided normal attacks were too slow and simply wiped out every guardian with a forbidden spell. Then he used another forbidden spell to tear open space itself, crossed to the other route, and quickly cleared every obstacle there. Casting 3 devastating forbidden spells in such a short time was something Li believed only a demon god could do. She could not help wondering what kind of monster Ningfeng really was. Seeing backup arrive, Jia Sheng immediately regained his confidence and demanded to know why Li had betrayed Kabo and dragged everyone into this disaster. Li only gave a cold smile and said it was because they were all fools. She claimed she had repeatedly urged Kabo to use his talent and his family's influence to conquer the world, and she was willing to support him with everything she had, but he always refused. Hearing that, Ningfeng remembered how different Kabo had acted before, and finally understood why he had changed. Li continued questioning why Kabo would give up the chance to stand above everyone else when the strong ruling over the weak was the natural order. Kabo calmly replied that the reason was simple. The person he respected most hated people who were both greedy and foolish. And according to Kabo, Li and her entire family fit both descriptions perfectly. Caught off guard, Li stood there in confusion, unable to process what Kabo had just said. Ningfeng's followers immediately took the chance to flatter him, saying their divine lord's presence was so extraordinary that even Kabo had learned from him. Even so, Li clung to her last bit of hope and begged her master to act. She desperately pleaded with the mysterious being to kill everyone standing before her. The moment Li finished speaking, a gigantic hand suddenly tore through space. The sight terrified her so badly that she turned pale and did not dare say another word. The entire area echoed with deafening crashes as violent impacts shook the space around them. After it was over, Ningfeng calmly said they had already wasted enough time, and once the big monster was dealt with, everything would be finished. The monster immediately turned around and unleashed every one of its attacks. But from above, massive waves of energy poured down like a raging storm. A seal identical to the one that had appeared before suddenly emerged, causing Ningfeng to pause. When he came back to his senses, he smiled with genuine interest after discovering something unexpected. Before him was a glowing object that looked very much like a spirit stone. Just then, the system announced that it had detected a relic from the moon and asked whether it should absorb it, leaving everyone stunned. Han Yin seriously explained that space-time turbulence was normally unstable and would quickly disappear on its own, but the one here had lasted far too long, which clearly meant something was wrong. while Ningfeng was still thinking about the cause. Han Yin continued, saying that not even gods could erase this disturbance. The only option was to gather enough powerful believers and use divine power to create a temporary seal. Ceci added that leaving the rift alone was like leaving a ticking time bomb. If someone powerful enough ever broke the seal, the consequences would be catastrophic, and many worlds had already been destroyed that way. After hearing that, Ningfeng fell into deep thought. If the gods planned to use something this dangerous against him, it would become a major problem. His gaze gradually turned icy. If they truly were behind this incident, no punishment would ever be enough. Anger flashed unmistakably in his eyes. Seeing Ningfeng deep in thought, Han Yin curiously asked what he planned to do next. Ningfeng calmly replied that he might be able to seal the space-time rift himself. That answer left both Han Yin and Ceci completely speechless. Just then, the system issued a new mission: restore the space-time turbulence within 2 hours to repair the world, or the host would be erased. Ningfeng could not help wondering. Even the gods could not solve this, yet the system assigned him the task. Could the system really be above the gods? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The system had never treated his divine power as anything special, so the only option was to figure out how to complete the mission. Behind him, Jia Sheng quietly asked Kabo what they should do next. Kabo immediately told everyone to stay silent because Mr. Ning was deep in thought. Just then, the space-time rifts began showing signs of merging together. A strange power suddenly surged from the other side of the boundary of time. Ningfeng immediately used all his strength to resist it. Even as he held on, he felt the turbulent flow, tearing his body apart piece by piece. The pain was almost beyond what anyone could endure. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice echoing somewhere, endlessly whispering that the gods would eventually fall. The words repeated like a curse. The gods would fall. The gods would surely be destroyed. Only then did Ningfeng realize he had unknowingly walked into a trap. Even so, he stayed calm, because he believed that if the system had assigned the mission, there had to be a solution. Right now, the most important thing was not to panic. After only a few seconds of clearing his mind, Ningfeng carefully observed everything around him. He had already sensed a clue, even though it had only appeared for a brief moment. He realized an unusual fluctuation had just appeared at that exact spot. If he could seize that moment, everything could change. With that thought, Ningfeng closed his eyes and focused completely on every tiny disturbance. But the surrounding turbulence constantly interfered, as if it were deliberately trying to distract him. The only way forward was to push his mind to its absolute limit. After reaching the peak of his concentration, Ningfeng finally found the key. Outside, Ando anxiously paced back and forth. As he counted the time, he muttered that the group had been inside for nearly 2 watches, so List's plan had probably succeeded. Ando grinned wickedly, hoping the demon lord inside the secret realm would be pleased with the sacrifices. With that being support, his dream of ruling the world would finally be within reach. While he was still lost in thought, one of his subordinates rushed over with urgent news. He reported that the Guild Alliance had completely surrounded the area. Ando only sneered, believing they had arrived too late and deciding to eliminate them as well. By now, the Guild Alliance had sealed off the entire area without leaving a single escape route. Leading the operation was Johnny Vincent, the famous commander of Ao Kingdom. In reality, most adventurer organizations in the country had been founded by major corporations, while the Guild Alliance was the highest authority overseeing every adventurer. One subordinate asked if they should arrest Ando immediately, but Johnny signaled everyone to wait and keep watching. Moments later, 3 arrows shot down from the sky and struck the ground in front of them like a signal. The instant Johnny saw them, he smiled because he knew his friend had finally arrived. His attention quickly shifted back toward the secret realm. Meanwhile, Ningfeng continued analyzing the situation. He concluded that this was the source of the space-time flow, and sealing it with divine power would solve the problem. Once the origin was sealed, the entire flow would stabilize. Then, all that remained was closing the remaining rifts. According to Ningfeng's calculations, this plan had the highest chance of success. Watching the massive rift slowly close, Han Yin and Ceci were astonished and admired their divine lord even more. After working without pause, Ningfeng finally relaxed and let out a long breath. Everything was finally complete. The system immediately announced that his understanding of the laws of the universe had increased, and the world's recovery ability had also improved. Ningfeng asked what that recovery ability actually meant, but Han Yin and Ceci could only guess that it was the power to restore a damaged world to its original state. Ningfeng simply nodded and decided to study it later, because there was still one more important matter to deal with. What caught Ningfeng's attention the most was the strange voice he had heard while repairing the space-time flow. What did the words "the gods will surely perish" really mean? Just as he was thinking, Jia Sheng suddenly shouted for everyone to look over. As he yelled, he pointed up at the sky. Jia Sheng could not hide his excitement when he saw everything had returned to normal. It felt like witnessing a miracle. Kabo immediately hurried over to Ningfeng. He anxiously explained that he had never wanted to rule the world, like Li claimed, and begged Ningfeng to believe him. Ningfeng simply patted Kabo on the shoulder and calmly said he still had someone to find. Just then, eerie sounds echoed from the distance, sending chills through everyone. They exchanged puzzled looks, unable to figure out what the strange noise was. The story then shifted back about 20 minutes earlier. At that time, one of Johnny's subordinates curiously asked if the three people who had just descended from the sky were old friends of the commander. The newly arrived group turned out to be Wang Yu's team. Leading them was none other than Feng Mo. He immediately asked Johnny how the situation had progressed. The moment Wang Yue saw Johnny, she recognized him as the Holy Light Knight and the commander of the Ao Kingdom Guild Alliance. Both he and Feng Mo were legendary figures who rarely appeared in public except through the media. Johnny quickly explained that they had surrounded Ando, but no one could enter the secret realm, so they had no idea what was happening inside. He also apologized for unintentionally allowing adventurers from other countries to get caught in the plot. Feng Mo calmly replied that Ningfeng was inside, so there was no need to worry. The urgent priority was making Ando pay for setting a trap for Ningfeng. Johnny was left speechless. In his mind, the secret realm was the greatest threat, yet Feng Mo seemed strangely calm. At the same time, a fierce battle was unfolding in another area. Corpses were scattered across the battlefield. The humanoid monsters looked over the carnage with arrogant expressions, completely looking down on their enemies. They believed these weak humans were not even worth fighting seriously. One of them even suggested heading down the mountain to kill Johnny as well. Just then, a survivor struggled back to report that the entire squad had been ambushed. Seeing the badly wounded subordinate, Johnny immediately stepped forward to treat him and asked what had happened. Enduring the pain, the soldier reported that Ando had gathered many people who had once been listed as missing under his command. Hearing that, Feng Mo immediately asked what he meant by missing people. Johnny explained that they were individuals who had mysteriously disappeared and later suddenly returned. Although they still looked human, they possessed power comparable to demonic creatures, making them impossible for ordinary adventurers to defeat. Hearing that, Feng Mo suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Johnny also realized the connection. He recalled that the Andolale family's daughter had once captured one of the missing people, and Ando had likely been secretly building his forces ever since. While everyone was still talking, an incredibly powerful attack suddenly shot toward them. Johnny noticed it instantly and shouted a warning. But the attack was too close, leaving almost no time to react. At the most dangerous moment, another powerful force suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Johnny and his subordinates quickly turned to see who had saved them. It was Wang Yue, and everyone was amazed by the strength of her strike. Even the monsters were stunned that their attack had been neutralized so easily. Johnny himself was shocked to discover that Wang Yue was far stronger than he had imagined. Without wasting the opportunity, Wang Yue and Yan Chuan immediately launched a counterattack. Feng Mo personally led the charge. In a short time, every monster blocking their path was wiped out. Witnessing such power, Johnny could not help asking when Feng Mo had become so strong. Feng Mo smiled and said it was all thanks to Mr. Ning personally teaching and training him. Johnny was completely stunned. He finally understood why Feng Mo had been so calm after learning Ningfeng was inside the secret realm. Feng Mo's expression quickly turned serious as he asked Johnny to clear the way so the group could push deeper inside. After traveling for a while, they finally approached the secret realm. At that exact moment, Ningfeng and his companions had just finished their battle against the monsters. The monsters' corpses were piled so high, they looked like a small hill. Seeing the familiar faces, Ningfeng happily greeted Wang Yue, Feng Mo, and the guildmaster, wondering why they had come. Feng Mo immediately introduced Johnny, the highest-ranking commander of Ao Kingdom. He explained that the Holy Light Knight Johnny had noticed Ando's suspicious actions. Worried that Ningfeng might be affected, he contacted Feng Mo for support. He also introduced Johnny as an old friend, but halfway through, he realized Johnny was standing there, frozen in shock. Johnny stammered as he recalled the terrifying secret realm from earlier. That enormous secret realm had completely vanished without a trace. What shocked him even more was that everyone had walked out safely. Soon after, Ando was escorted before Johnny for judgment. Knowing there was no escape, Ando hid behind the law. He insisted that he was a provincial governor and that foreigners had no right to judge him. Doing so would be the same as declaring war on his nation. Johnny only responded with a faint smile. Seeing no reaction, Ando still clung to a sliver of hope. But Johnny shattered that hope by announcing that Ningfeng would be granted honorary citizenship of Ao Kingdom, and he sincerely invited him to accept. Ningfeng did not refuse and smiled as he accepted the honorary citizenship. Hearing that, Ando felt as if he had been struck by lightning and screamed in disbelief. Johnny immediately declared that Ningfeng now had full authority to represent Ao Kingdom in dealing with Ando and asked him to execute the criminal. Elsewhere, Ku Shu was helping the investigation team transport bodies to the collection point. As she worked, she complained that carrying corpses was hardly suitable work for a woman. Ming Baigo immediately scolded her, saying that way of thinking was completely shallow. He pointed at the guildmasters surrounding Ningfeng and Wang Yue and told Ku Shu to look carefully. The most influential people were all trying to build connections with the hero, while only low-ranking people like them were left doing the menial work. Instead, Ku Shu smiled with excitement, admitting Ningfeng was incredible. She even hoped to chat with him someday, or better yet, meet him alone. Ming Baigo nearly lost his temper and ordered her to get back to work instead of daydreaming. At that moment, Johnny sincerely invited Ningfeng to a thank you banquet so everyone could express their gratitude and respect. While thinking it over, Ningfeng realized that after sealing the space-time rift, he had reached level 150. He considered changing classes in Ao Kingdom, but doing so would register his records there, which was unnecessary. Still, attending a banquet and building connections sounded worthwhile, especially after exhausting so much energy. After making up his mind, Ningfeng smiled, shook Johnny's hand, and accepted using a traditional phrase from Luan Kingdom. Johnny laughed and said Feng Mo had taught him that expression, so he understood its meaning. Johnny then escorted everyone to the headquarters of a major corporation. The company's chairman personally hosted a lavish banquet for Ningfeng and warmly invited him to dine. Ningfeng politely thanked him. Looking at the table filled with luxurious dishes, Ningfeng's eyes lit up as he realized just how hungry he was. Sitting across from him were Kabo and Feng Mo. Even while focusing on the food, Ningfeng quietly considered future cooperation between Ao Kingdom, Luan Kingdom, and the nations of Europe, hoping a Blue Planet Defense Alliance could soon be established. Just as the atmosphere settled down, a phone suddenly rang. Johnny apologized and asked Ningfeng to excuse him while he took the call. Ningfeng simply nodded and told him to handle his business. Johnny quickly walked to a quiet place before answering. He asked what had happened, and on the other end, Ku Shu urgently reported a problem regarding Mr. Ning's honorary citizenship. Ku Shu explained that Parliament did not have complete records verifying Mr. Ning's identity, while Luan Kingdom had also refused to provide information. Because of that, they could not approve honorary citizenship for someone whose background had not been fully confirmed. Johnny's expression immediately darkened, and anger filled his eyes. He hurried back toward the reception room and instructed Ku Shu to take excellent care of Mr. Ning while he handled the matter. She immediately nodded and accepted the order. The scene then shifted to Parliament's meeting chamber. As the tense discussion continued, several lawmakers admitted they had never expected a powerhouse like Ningfeng to come from Long Kingdom. Another jealous official suggested that, if Austria offered a tempting enough deal, they might recruit Ningfeng to their side. Right in the middle of the meeting, the wall behind the chairman suddenly exploded. A massive wave of monsters rushed straight into the conference room. While some were still arguing about recruiting Ningfeng, terrified screams erupted as the monsters appeared. Even worse, a sinister smiling figure appeared behind one of the council members. One official shouted in fury, demanding to know how monsters breached the heavily guarded parliament and where the security team had gone. Even in the chaos, someone kept objecting to making someone with an unclear background, like Ningfeng, an honorary citizen. Another person immediately yelled back, saying this was no time for such nonsense. Just then, a man with a sinister grin finally spoke. He openly accused Ningfeng of plotting to rule the world and murdering Austria's top officials, calling it a declaration of war against the nation. The absurd accusation left everyone stunned, and they kept asking what he was talking about. Suddenly, the man's head began to split apart. His head opened in half, revealing the true face of a woman hidden inside. It was Lei. She gave a wicked smile and mocked everyone in the room. Spreading her arms wide, Lei released a dense aura and coldly greeted the terrified officials. At that moment, Johnny kicked the door open and rushed inside. he was greeted by total chaos as countless guards lay seriously injured across the floor, leaving Johnny completely shocked. Before he could recover, his phone started ringing nonstop. Johnny answered immediately, and the caller urgently reported that countless anonymous posts were spreading online. The caller said many websites were posting the same story, triggering a massive public uproar, with thousands joining the discussion. The rumor claimed a foreign adventurer had murdered Austrian officials while guild leaders covered it up. Parliament supposedly opposed, giving the killer honorary citizenship, and urged the public to fight back. Huge numbers of people had already joined the movement. Johnny exploded with anger and declared it had to be a scheme by Ando and his family. He also realized the attack on the parliamentary guards was likely another part of their plan. Johnny clenched his fists in rage. He knew they were using public opinion to turn Ningfeng into a target and even spark a war. If the truth was not revealed soon, everything would spiral out of control. Mr. Tang looked around the devastated scene and sighed helplessly. The damage was so severe that finding any evidence would be nearly impossible. Just then, a weak hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Zona's pant leg. He flinched and quickly looked down in shock. The man lying on the ground was pale from blood loss. Fighting through the pain, he pleaded in a hoarse voice, "Boss Zoni, please save me." The scene shifted to a peaceful morning at the corporation's modern headquarters. Ningfeng calmly ate breakfast while keeping his eyes on the person sitting across from him. Kabo jumped up in disbelief. "You mean Lu Li is still alive?" Song Qing trembled as he recalled the nightmare. He saw Lu Li release the monsters to slaughter everyone, and he only survived by activating a fake death skill. Ningfeng calmly asked, "Where did she go after that?" Song Qing scratched his head awkwardly and admitted he had stayed motionless to keep pretending to be dead, so he had no idea. Ningfeng frowned slightly. It seemed Lu Li still had plenty of hidden survival tricks and might even possess some kind of resurrection ability. Kabo immediately denied it. According to everything he knew, such an ability should not exist unless Lu Li had secretly obtained a new skill and hidden it from everyone. Song Qing dropped to his knees and begged Ningfeng to become their protector, because everyone desperately needed someone strong to rely on. Before he could finish, Johnny appeared with murderous intent and smacked the back of Song Qing's neck, angrily telling him to shut up. Ningfeng quietly considered the situation. Anyone who survived the Demon Lord's hunt was clearly no ordinary person. Lu Li would have to be watched very closely from now on. Outside the headquarters, birds continued singing and flying through the sky, completely unaware of the storm that had just unfolded. Ningfeng brought Johnny to a quiet place for a private talk. Johnny sincerely apologized for dragging him into this mess and promised to make up for it however he could. Leaning against the railing, Ningfeng calmly said he did have one request. Smiling, Ningfeng got straight to the point. What he wanted were the special magic skill books that only their country possessed. Johnny immediately agreed with relief. He would have the guilds search for suitable skill books and deliver them to Ningfeng as soon as possible. Before long, a skill book was brought over. Ningfeng examined it carefully, but his expression was hard to read. Johnny gave an awkward smile and explained that these special skill books were incredibly rare. This was all they could find on short notice. He promised to send more if they found any, and would even enter dungeons himself to search for them. Ningfeng smiled and said he appreciated the gesture, but he still had many things to handle, so he would return home first. He decided to leave Kabo behind to help finish the remaining work. Johnny was deeply grateful, thanked him sincerely, and hoped they would meet again soon. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and the scene remained at the corporation headquarters. Johnny and Kabo had been waiting since early morning. Seeing Ningfeng arrive, Johnny laughed. "I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." Ningfeng scratched his head with a smile. "I didn't expect things to work out like this either." Deep down, Ningfeng could only sigh. Who would have guessed that the 5th dungeon quest chain would send him right back to this country? After hearing Johnny's explanation, Ningfeng pictured a barren desert. The dungeon he needed was hidden far in the remote west, and no one there had ever explored it, so there was almost no useful information. The scene shifted to a mine, where a demon rat was scraping the last bits of food from its bowl. Suddenly, a blade aura descended from the sky and shattered the bowl into pieces. The demon rat froze in place, still holding the broken bowl and staring in complete confusion. Meanwhile, inside a speeding vehicle, Kabo spoke in surprise. "What was that item? We've never even heard of it before." Johnny calmly explained that after changing classes, people there only knew about transformation stones. As for something called transformation essence, it had never appeared in this region. Kabo immediately understood. In his opinion, transformation essence was simply a higher-grade version of the transformation stone. It had been common in the old world, but since arriving in this one, he had never seen it again. After hearing that, Ningfeng silently groaned. His 5th-class advancement required nothing but extremely rare materials, and all the resources he had saved were already spent repairing the space rift. He no longer had the means to travel to another world for supplies. The system displayed the Wind Mage, God's 5th-class advancement quest. The requirements were to enter the Molten Rift Valley dungeon and obtain the Abyss Seal, collect 10 transformation essences, gather 200 blue-black face stones, and 200 infernal lava fragments. The deadline was 30 days, with an S6 difficulty rating. Sitting in the vehicle, Ningfeng could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had only 1 month to finish everything. If he failed, he might have to make all his subordinates work around the clock just to recover. The scene shifted to the Molten Rift Valley dungeon, where blazing lava flowed through rocky cracks and scorching heat filled the entire area. Whips cracked through the air again and again before slamming into a demon rat lying helplessly on the ground. A flame demon wielding a scythe shouted in fury. It cursed the demon rat for working too slowly, barely mining any ore and still daring to rest. The demon rat hurriedly got up and begged for mercy. It explained that the workload had increased drastically, while food rations had been cut, leaving everyone too exhausted to keep mining. Before it could finish pleading, the scythe came down and split the demon rat in half. The flame demon grew even angrier. In its eyes, the demon rats were only alive because they still had value as miners, yet they still dared to argue back. It then turned to all the slaves and declared that starting today, the mining quota would double. Anyone who failed would be executed and hung up as a warning. A rat slave trembled, as it reported that such a quota was impossible. If this continued, many would die for failing to meet the target. Tiameng, despite lying beaten on the ground, spoke up to comfort everyone. If one life was needed to calm them down, they could take his. Elder Gao Ke immediately shouted for him to stop. He refused to sacrifice one companion just to keep the others alive. Tiameng choked back his tears. Even if he did not want this, the situation was hopeless. They were far too weak to fight their oppressors. The rat slaves looked at one another in silence, their faces filled with despair, and not a word left to say. The elder could only sigh helplessly. He told Tiameng to rest a little longer and return to work once he recovered. As soon as he finished speaking, the rat slaves split up and went back to their assigned tasks. After everyone left, Tiameng could no longer hold on. He collapsed from exhaustion and passed out on the rocky ground. Just then, footsteps drew closer. Someone walked over in surprise, saying they never expected to find a living monster in this mine. It looked like another adventurer team had arrived first. Inside the dungeon, rivers of blazing lava poured down like gigantic waterfalls of fire. At the center, the priest stood with folded arms before a massive stone statue used to receive tribute ore. Sensing someone approaching, he immediately demanded to know why no shipment of ore had arrived yet. The flame demon lowered its head and apologized, explaining that the rat slaves had been forced to work day and night, and the ore would arrive with a little more time. The priest snorted coldly, saying he would have slaughtered them all long ago if they were no longer useful for mining quality ore. At that moment, the ritual statue suddenly began shaking violently. The priest shouted with joy. The ritual had received a response, and the demon god had finally answered his summons. The flame demon quietly asked if the demon god wanted more ore, but the priest immediately ordered it to stay silent so he could focus on receiving the divine message. Broken words slowly appeared from the cracks in the statue, leaving only a few clear phrases like sacrifice and flesh and blood. The moment he understood the message, the priest urged his followers to prepare offerings for the demon god. The flame demon was still stunned by the sudden request. The priest roared in anger and ordered every rat's slave in the mine to be brought over. The summoning ritual was complete, so they were no longer useful. He even laughed, claiming that being sacrificed to the demon god was the greatest honor they could receive. At the same time, the scene shifted to the divine realm under Gui Shi's rule. Gui Shi stood before a sealed stone pillar with a puzzled expression. Every attempt to contact the dungeons below was interrupted by a mysterious force. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. A powerful force was clearly interfering and blocking his authority. Just then, the energy vortex above the stone pillar finally stabilized. Gui Shi smiled with delight as the connection to a new dungeon was established. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the stone and began channeling his power. In an instant, Gui Shi cast an ancient divine language to create a bridge to the space beyond. Back in Molten Rift Valley, the sky suddenly fell into chaos as countless firebirds scattered in panic. Beside the giant statue, the priest respectfully clasped his hands while listening to the deafening roar, as if the demon god was demanding sacrifices and tribute. Soon after, a group of skinny rat slaves, bound with ropes, was dragged before the statue. A flame demon grinned and respectfully reported that all the requested offerings had been prepared. The priest raised both hands high and excitedly invited the demon god to enjoy the sacrifices as an appetizer. As the statue began to move, every rat slave started trembling in terror. In the blink of an eye, the elder was pulled straight toward the statue by an overwhelming force. The remaining rat slaves cried out in despair as they called the elder's name. The elder screamed in agony as his body was slowly dragged into the statue's giant mouth like a bottomless black hole. But at the critical moment, he quickly used his shrinking ability in a desperate attempt to survive. Thanks to that, he fell only into a pool of green slime inside the statue. Unexpectedly, the statue suddenly lost all its power and stopped moving. The elder was instantly spat back out and crashed hard onto the ground. Lying flat on the ground, the elder gasped for air, unable to understand how he had escaped death. Seeing the ritual fail, the priest glared in fury and shouted in frustration. He could not understand why the connection to the demon god had suddenly been cut off. After thinking for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and concluded that the demon god had rejected the offering because the sacrifices were too weak. The priest pointed at the rat slaves and declared that he would drain all their life force before finding better sacrifices for the demon god. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands and began activating the demonic abyss devour all technique. A massive surge of magic power gathered at once and turned into a stream of black energy rushing forward. The rat slaves shut their eyes in despair, waiting for death to claim them. But after a gust of wind swept by, no attack came. The priest simply stood there frozen. Behind them, Ning Feng had appeared without anyone noticing, standing beside Ti Meng. Without hesitation, he immediately cast a spell. Every rope snapped apart at once. The rat slaves cheered in shock and relief as they saw Ti Meng return with a savior. Everyone rushed over and asked who the newcomer was. Ti Meng proudly declared that this was the demon god he had personally invited to save their entire race. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, convinced he had lost his mind. Ti Meng only smiled and said it was a long story, but he had already sworn loyalty to this demon god. Someone quietly wondered why a demon god would even care about weaklings like them. Ti Meng raised a finger and told everyone to stay quiet and watch. On the other side, the priest continued screaming as he unleashed demonic abyss devour all again. Suddenly, a purple ring of light wrapped tightly around his body, leaving even the priest completely confused. In the blink of an eye, his body twisted out of shape and vanished without a trace, leaving everyone speechless. Ning Feng calmly lowered his hand while the shattered pieces of the priest's armor scattered across the ground. The flame demons cried out in terror. They had never seen a skill that could seal and erase the priest so completely. After that, Ning Feng created a communication screen to contact the outside world. Johnny answered immediately and said he would have the guilds deliver the required skill books as fast as possible. Before long, a skill book appeared in Ning Feng's hand. The system displayed its details. 9 Spirit Seal Shift was an awakened active skill, a forbidden dark art capable of bending and manipulating space. Using the skill consumed faith points, based on the level of the world being affected. After reading the description, Ning Feng smiled slightly, sensing that this skill had enormous potential. Just then, an object suddenly fell from the sky at incredible speed. It slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. As the dust settled, a shining golden badge floated in the air. At its center was a blazing flame emblem. The system confirmed it was the Abyss Emblem, an orange-grade piece of equipment that permanently granted 10 spirit and 50 critical damage. Ning Feng picked up the badge and thought to himself that he had secured the first item. Now he only needed to gather the rest. But a moment later, his eyes widened as he looked down. The elder and every rat's slave had dropped to their knees, bowing over and over before him. Ning Feng turned to Ti Meng in confusion. Ti Meng quickly explained that everyone wanted to follow the demon god, and also wished to know what kind of tribute he preferred. After saying that, Ti Meng turned back to the tribe and announced that from now on, every mineral they mined would be offered to the demon god. Ning Feng casually replied that he currently needed about 10 transformation essences. Hearing that, the elder confidently patted his chest and promised that with around 100 transformation stones, they could refine all 10 transformation essences in no time. Ning Feng laughed. 100 transformation stones were nothing. He had brought even more than that. The elder respectfully accepted the stones and explained that the refining process would take a little time. If Ningfeng needed ore, Tiemeng could guide him to the dungeon's treasure vault. Tiemeng immediately volunteered to lead the way, confidently telling everyone to follow him. Before long, the two arrived at a gigantic gate leading into the treasure vault. Tiemeng stepped forward, unlocked the massive door, and slowly pushed it open. As the doors swung apart, a mountain of treasure filled their view. Tiemeng proudly explained that all the wealth collected by the powerful demon beasts was stored here. Ningfeng picked up 2 gemstones, one blue and one red, and silently compared them. Their quality far surpassed the minerals found on Blue Star. At that moment, Han Yin emerged from the hidden space, repeatedly pointing ahead and urging Ningfeng not to miss the most valuable treasure. Floating in midair was a dazzling relic that outshone every other treasure in the vault. Ningfeng reached out and claimed it, wondering what it really was. Han Yin immediately explained that it was the mystic ice flame seed, an extremely important material used to restore and upgrade his divine weapon. Tiemeng jumped in shock when Han Yin suddenly appeared before him. Ningfeng laughed, patted Tiemeng on the shoulder, and reassured him that Han Yin was one of their own, so there was nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Tiemeng finally let out a sigh of relief, and all his initial suspicion disappeared. Ningfeng looked around the treasure vault and rubbed his hands with satisfaction. Every supporting material he needed was already here, saving him the trouble of searching everywhere. At that moment, streams of mysterious energy began gathering from all directions in front of Han Yin. Han Yin immediately reached out and absorbed the power with an excited look in his eyes. Tiemeng quickly stepped back after sensing the overwhelming pressure spreading through the area. He was overjoyed, convinced that the demon god was pleased with the tribute he had offered. Ningfeng did not hold back and stored the entire treasure vault in his inventory. Standing behind him, Tiemeng also absorbed the remaining dark energy lingering in the air. He immediately dropped to his knees and sincerely thanked the demon god for granting him such a great opportunity. After realizing he had also gained plenty of benefits, Ningfeng seriously ordered Tiemeng to check on the progress of refining the transformation essence. Tiemeng accepted the order at once and ran off without the slightest hesitation. As he ran, he happily noticed that his body felt far stronger and more agile than before. Meanwhile, a shadow filled with dark energy suddenly appeared where the priest had once stood. The rat slaves turned pale the moment they saw it, trembling so badly they could barely speak. A flame demon grabbed the elder by the collar and demanded answers. It wanted to know why all the slaves had disappeared and suspected they were hiding something. The rat slaves immediately formed a wall in front of the stone statue, determined to protect the transformation essence prepared for the demon god and never let anyone steal it. Tiemeng instantly flew into a rage, his killing intent erupting. Without another word, he charged forward and threw a devastating punch straight at the enemy's face. The target was a flame demon. Tiemeng clenched his fist and sneered, declaring that today he would wipe them all out in the demon god's name. A strange sight followed as every rat slave wagged their tails wildly in excitement. Then they all knelt together to express their gratitude to the one who had saved their lives. As Han Yin returned, Ningfeng laughed and remarked that somehow the rat slaves' tails looked much stronger and more flexible than before. Tiemeng was moved to tears and bowed deeply, thanking the demon god for granting him the strength to free his entire race from oppression. Ningfeng carefully examined the crystal in his hand. This was the transformation essence he needed, and its structure was far purer and more advanced than an ordinary transformation stone. Han Yin explained that materials from higher-level worlds were fundamentally different. If these rat slaves were properly trained, they could produce countless rare treasures in the future. Ningfeng nodded in agreement. Watching them process the materials made him realize he had just secured an incredibly valuable source of resources. Just then, the system displayed the information for a new piece of equipment called the Han Yin necklace. It was a red mythic-grade item that could be upgraded further. It greatly boosted spirit, skill casting speed, mana recovery, magic resistance, and magic critical rate. It also granted passives such as indestructibility, bonus ice damage on attacks, a chance to freeze enemies, unrestricted movement underwater, and a constant slowing effect on nearby foes. Completing the full set would further increase every attribute and unlock several powerful ice abilities. Protected by divine power, Han Yin's soul fragment had also fully merged with the necklace. Seeing the equipment reach red quality, Ningfeng could not hide his excitement. Han Yin put his hands on his hips and proudly declared that his treasure was truly top tier. It had only just been restored and had already reached such an incredible grade. Ning Feng simply gave him a look that told him to stop bragging. Just then, a brilliant beam of light suddenly appeared before everyone. The light shot straight into Ning Feng's body and disappeared into his chest. Ning Feng froze in surprise. It felt as though someone had quietly taken away a portion of his divine power. Looking down to check, he quickly realized the amount of mana lost was small, but it had been drained at such an incredible speed that it left no trace behind. After calming himself down, Ning Feng turned around and left the area. Every rat slave knelt together, crying as they respectfully saw the demon god off. Along the way, Ning Feng remained bothered by the mysterious loss of his divine power. Setsuna lowered his head and apologized, explaining that even his subordinates had never witnessed anything like this and could not offer an explanation. Ning Feng waved it off. His priority now was returning to complete his class advancement. Everything else could wait. With that in mind, he immediately walked toward the teleportation array. The moment he stepped in, the system announced that his universal wisdom had leveled up. As he descended, Ning Feng quietly calculated that this trip had increased his compatibility with his godhood by another 20%. The memories of the previous battle kept replaying in his mind, making him let out a quiet sigh. Only now did he understand why the team's coordination had improved so much lately. He had also gained many new insights into speed, magic, and support skills. Looking up at the sky, Ning Feng realized that besides absorbing the demon's power, he had also inherited countless fragments of their memories. Digesting such an enormous amount of information would take a long time. A while later, the scene returned to Ning Feng's divine territory. Ning Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. But the divine power inside his body quietly began leaking away once again. He suddenly opened his eyes in shock after discovering that another portion of his mana had been drained. This time, he managed to catch the trail left behind. Following the flow of energy, Ning Feng determined that the source was not nearby, but somewhere deep in the southern hemisphere. In the middle of a vast African desert, a spatial gate floated in the sky with a countdown showing just over 3 hours remaining. Han Yin cried out in surprise the moment he saw it. So it was that thing. Ning Feng did not understand and immediately asked what it was. Behind the gate stood the gigantic skeleton radiating a terrifying aura. It was Ming Duan Shi. Kui Shi looked at his creation with burning excitement and burst into laughter after finally completing his plan. Above him was a spatial rift connected to the dungeon. Han Yin explained that it was the domain-devouring black hole, a forbidden place once used by the demon god to hunt countless powerful beings. Gui Shi recalled the sight of endless living creatures being dragged into the abyss while screaming in despair. He went on to explain that once the countdown reached 0, the black hole would automatically pull a massive number of adventurers inside. Anyone dragged in, whether willingly or by accident, would not die easily if they failed the mission. Instead, they would suffer until every price had been paid. On top of that, all the life force from the surrounding region would be drained by the black hole and transferred to the demon god controlling the dungeon. But even that was not the most terrifying ability of this forbidden place. Back in the desert, Ning Feng stood before the spatial gate with just over 3 hours left on the countdown. He reached out and touched the barrier. Instantly, Ning Feng was blocked outside and could not move forward another step. The system quickly displayed a notice that all magic-oriented classes were forbidden from entering this dungeon. Ning Feng could only smile helplessly, feeling that such a rule was unbelievably unreasonable. Setsuna quickly explained that dungeons like this usually appeared in worlds influenced by evil gods. They were meant as provocations toward the gods, so they always came with bizarre rules. One of those rules was banning certain classes outright to increase the difficulty, though even he did not fully understand how the system worked. After hearing that, Ning Feng quietly analyzed the situation. Either an evil god had already interfered with this area, or absorbing the powers of darkness and the abyss had caused the gate to reject him automatically. Ning Feng's theory left both the young woman and Han Yin stunned, but after thinking it over, they both agreed it made perfect sense. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes and thought. The more he observed the black hole, the more he realized it was far from ordinary. Dealing with it had become the top priority. His mind quickly ran through familiar faces, including Kabo, Han Yin, Xu Shidi, and Peng Ake. Unfortunately, most of his strongest allies specialized in magic. If their abilities were restricted, the entire lineup would be in serious trouble. A calculating smile appeared on Ning Feng's lips. He snapped his fingers and decided to try another approach. The list of chosen candidates immediately appeared in his mind. The first was Ang Chen, followed by Ling Hua and Xiao Yang. Then came Duan and Wang Yue. Looking over their current strength, Ningfeng realized everyone had improved rapidly. Wang Yue and Xiao Yang were close to reaching 4th advancement, while Lu had already reached 6th advancement. Excluding the magic users, this was undoubtedly the strongest melee team on Blue Star. He encouraged the entire team to fight with everything they had. Even if they failed, they would not lose their lives, so there was no reason to hold back. As soon as their names were called, the group gathered immediately and accepted the order in unison. Wang Yue was the first to step through the barrier, with the others following close behind. Beyond the barrier lay a land blanketed in thick fog, where jagged stone mountains pierced into the sky. Ong Chen immediately assigned everyone's roles, ordering them to spread out in battle, while always keeping each other within sight for support. Du An and Wang Yue took the lead and immediately followed the plan. The team quickly split up to cover a wider search area. Just then, an assassin suddenly lunged from behind, aiming straight for Ong Chen's back. He reacted instantly and raised his weapon to block the ambush. But the attacker vanished the moment their weapons collided. The assassin kept blinking in and out around Ong Chen, making it impossible to pin down his location. On the other side, Duan was also being forced back by a series of strange attacks. He gritted his teeth as pieces of his defensive armor were shattered. While fighting, Linghua complained that the narrow terrain kept her from using her full strength. At that exact moment, the assassin's blade silently appeared behind her neck. The enemy was certain this prey had nowhere left to escape. Outside, Ningfeng could only sigh as his energy continued draining away. In less than 10 minutes, the entire team had already been pushed to their limits. Before long, each member was sent back outside by the barrier. Everyone returned to their starting point, looking completely exhausted. Wang Yue apologized for the team's defeat, but Ningfeng only asked whether anyone had suffered real injuries. Ong Chen was surprised to discover that all of his wounds had completely disappeared after leaving the dungeon. Hearing that, Ningfeng finally relaxed. He told everyone to rest, eat something, and prepare for another attempt. The young woman curiously asked if he had figured out how to clear the dungeon. Ningfeng calmly replied that he still needed more research. Ong Chen immediately agreed, saying the team would follow whatever plan Xiao Feng came up with. A while later, Ningfeng sat down once again at the entrance of the black hole to continue studying it. Seeing how pale he looked, Wang Yue asked if he was all right. Even though he was drenched in sweat, Ningfeng insisted he could handle it. Deep down, he was actually pleased, because all the energy he had spent was finally producing worthwhile results. After that, Ningfeng asked Wang Yue to help him move to the nearby area. Wang Yue immediately supported him step by step, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Standing before the entrance, Ningfeng told everyone to step back while he modified the barrier. The 5 of them quietly waited for him to finish the changes. Wang Yue kept asking impatiently whether he was done yet. Ningfeng smiled and confirmed everything was ready, then told the team to enter for a second attempt. Ong Chen stared at the entrance, but could not see any difference, leaving him completely puzzled about what Ningfeng had changed. The group cautiously approached the edge of the black hole. The young woman carefully examined the interface that had just appeared before her. The panel displayed multiple challenge modes with different difficulty levels and rewards, ranging from beginner stages to the highest tier, with extremely valuable prizes. Wang Yue was unsure which difficulty to choose, while Duan suggested starting with the easiest level to stay safe. Deep inside the black hole, the scene shifted to a forest. A squad of assassins was calmly patrolling the area. Suddenly, an energy arrow shot in from behind at incredible speed, piercing through every obstacle in its path. In an instant, the entire assassin squad was wiped out. Wang Yue happily commented that the beginner difficulty was pretty easy, about the same as ordinary farming zones on Blue Star. Anyone at 3rd advancement should have no trouble clearing it. Ong Chen agreed that the difficulty was low, though the rewards were disappointing. He planned to report everything to Xiao Feng later. Outside the rift, Ningfeng, Han Yin, and Xu Xiedi waited anxiously for the results. The disciple curiously asked what Ningfeng had done, while the young woman was amazed that the team had lasted so long. Ningfeng calmly explained that he had intentionally sent them in multiple times to locate where the black hole was gathering dark energy. After remapping the area, he used a forbidden spell to divide it into 5 separate chambers. Looking at the display, Ningfeng quietly calculated that creating just 5 small zones had nearly exhausted him. Now all he could do was wait and see what the team gained inside. Just then, Wang Yue stumbled out through the barrier. Ningfeng immediately asked how things had gone inside. She clenched her fist excitedly and reported that the team had defeated the final boss. Ningfeng walked over and reached out to touch the invisible barrier. After sensing it carefully, he realized the dark aura had indeed weakened slightly. This would not erase the black hole, but it could at least slow its expansion. Du-an asked if they should go in again, while Wang Yue eagerly wanted to try the normal and expert difficulties. But as soon as she selected another mode, the panel displayed a 7-day participation lock and told her to come back later. Wang Yue complained about the time limit, while Ningfeng simply smiled and suggested letting others test the remaining mechanics instead. After putting away the small flag, Ningfeng fell into deep thought. As long as he could cut off this dungeon's energy source, he would have enough time to find a permanent solution. Ningfeng glanced at Wang Yue and thought the team needed a serious power boost first. Wang Yue blushed and shyly asked why he was staring at her. Ningfeng quickly looked away and pretended nothing had happened. He suddenly remembered the hunt for the alien race inside the spatial rift when he accidentally absorbed a demon's memories and uncovered an incredibly important clue. In Ningfeng's memories, the brilliant crystal from that day appeared once again, revealing a vast blue ocean within. Deep beneath the sea, schools of fish swam peacefully through the water. Among the coral reefs, a strange bow was lodged in place, and it immediately felt strangely familiar. At the same time, a lone figure was facing 4 terrifying enemies. The swift shadow commander bit her lip as her breathing became uneven. Her expression turned grim as she looked at the scorched lightning wrapped around her hand. She raised her sword high and locked her eyes onto the mana devourer before her. Night fell over the lair of Mingduan-shi. Guishi tapped the stone pillar and impatiently asked Pan An why the connection kept failing. He looked toward the black hole in the desert, unable to understand why the world-devouring intelligence on Blue Star still had a signal, but was not drawing in any mana. Guishi clicked his tongue in frustration, regretting that he had no way to directly observe that area. The scene shifted to a wide grassy field where crowds of people had gathered. Standing outside a tent, Du-an loudly reminded everyone that third advancement players could only challenge the beginner stage, while anyone attempting normal difficulty needed at least 4 fifth advancement members in the team. A middle-aged man walked up to Ong Chen and repeatedly thanked the Dragon Nation for opening this place. The old General Chi Te from the Star Alliance said emotionally that this area had become the hottest leveling spot in the world, allowing them to gather huge amounts of resources to train the younger generation. Not only were they obtaining equipment from the dungeon, but everyone's meals had improved as well. Even the grilled meat on the fire smelled irresistible. Sitting on a rock, Ningfeng grilled meat while calculating the situation. As more adventurers took turns defeating monsters, the dark energy would gradually weaken, slowing the black hole's expansion for the time being. Taking another bite, he realized the main problem was that most people entering were too weak. At best, they could only clear normal difficulty, so he still needed to find a way to strengthen Wang Yu's team. While eating, Ningfeng pieced together the scattered memories of the bow beneath the sea and quietly murmured to himself. He concluded that the Demon King's memories had hidden an enormous secret. That lost bow was the legendary Flash Scar Divine Bow. Imagining the divine bow in his hands, Ningfeng smiled. Flash Scar had once belonged to the Swift Shadow Commander, one of the 12 God-Eater bosses. Recalling the Swift Shadow Commander using that bow, he guessed that after being defeated by him countless times, the divine weapon had fallen into the lower world. The Demon King had probably tried to recover it, but failed, carrying that regret until his death. While enjoying the barbecue, Ningfeng made up his mind. Once he recovered enough mana, he would travel to that world and bring back the bow as a birthday gift for Wang Yue. With a divine weapon in hand, even nightmare difficulty would no longer be a threat. Just then, Ong Chen and Chi Te walked over to call him, and Ningfeng immediately stood up to greet them. Chi Te carefully took out an ancient manual and solemnly said it was one of their national treasures, and he wished to give it to Ningfeng. Holding the thin book, Ningfeng had not even asked about it before Chi Te awkwardly admitted that its effect was so weak that no one had used it for years. Ningfeng opened the manual, noticed its unusual name, and curiously asked what it actually did. Chi Te explained that the skill could make an opponent speak incoherently for a short time, making it perfect for interrupting a mage's spellcasting. Aside from that, it was almost useless and had long since been abandoned. After hearing the explanation, Ningfeng happily hugged Chi Te and thanked him, saying he truly loved the gift. The old general was deeply moved by his response. Slipping the manual into his bag, Ningfeng smiled to himself. It might be worthless to everyone else, but in his hands, it could become another forbidden spell. After the gift exchange, the 3 of them sat around the campfire, eating and chatting, while Chi Te even had more fruit brought over for the guests. Before long, only bones and scraps of leftover meat remained on the table. Patting his full stomach, Ningfeng declared with satisfaction that he had fully recharged his energy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, asking whether a sixth saint had just fallen, demon god. The moment he heard it, Ningfeng recognized the voice as Harper, the Beastmen chief. His consciousness immediately shifted to the Beastmen village. Laughter and excitement filled every corner of the settlement. Ningfeng walked over and asked why everyone had gathered there. The crowd immediately cheered to welcome the demon god and eagerly began reporting the situation. They proudly announced that the village blacksmiths had officially become blood enchanters. Ningfeng looked surprised. Harper smiled and explained that once their weapons killed enough creatures as sacrifices to the gods, the blacksmiths would rank up automatically. Harper added that blood enchanters leveled up fast and gained powerful stats as long as the gods approved. Ningfeng immediately pictured Wang Yue and Ying Chen farming monsters non-stop with the orc weapons. He wondered if the system counted those kills as sacrifices to the gods through the weapons. Whatever the reason, Ningfeng saw it as great news, since it would help him gather mana faster to open the gate to another world. A few days later, in the deadly desert, Ningfeng tightened his clothes and confirmed the divine power was fully charged, enough to open the spatial gate. He reached out and touched the invisible barrier ahead. His body slowly slipped through the gap and entered another world. An endless blue ocean stretched before Ningfeng, while flocks of seagulls circled overhead. Without hesitation, he dove straight into the deep sea. Soon, the bow trapped inside the coral reef appeared before him, and he quietly celebrated finding his target at last. Ningfeng easily pulled out the bow, but the system instantly congratulated him for obtaining a special item. It was only a replica of the Flash Scar divine artifact. Ningfeng let out a frustrated scream across the ocean, after learning all his effort had only earned him a fake. Han Yin hesitated and asked if the system meant the bow was just a counterfeit. Ningfeng frowned and carefully inspected the bow. It was real, but it did not feel like the original divine artifact. He searched the demon lord's memories. That very bow had once unleashed terrifying holy attacks, so why would a fake leave such a deep impression? Xu Xiede suspected someone had swapped the real divine artifact and left the replica behind. Ningfeng nodded slightly, finding the theory quite reasonable. His gaze shifted toward a magnificent structure deep beneath the sea. It looked just like a temple of the merfolk. Thankfully, magic allowed him to breathe underwater. Ningfeng decided to head back to the surface and find someone to ask for clues. Han Yin asked in surprise if he planned to use the forbidden transformation spell again. At that moment, a young mermaid gently placed her pale hand on a rocky wall. Her face was filled with sorrow as she silently gazed into the distance. A guard carefully asked if the queen needed an escort. She simply shook her head and told everyone to leave because she wanted to be alone. The massive doors of the divine temple slowly opened. The mermaid queen quickly swam inside. Her reddened eyes brought back countless painful memories. Back then, she sat coldly on the throne and asked what the envoy meant by mentioning marriage. The envoy smiled and confirmed he had come to propose. He said that if the queen married his kingdom's prince, the war between the two kingdoms would end immediately. The merfolk guards shouted in anger, accusing the enemy of starting the war and having no right to force their queen to marry an invader. The envoy sneered and mocked them for only knowing how to shout. If they had courage, they should meet them on the battlefield. One guard could not hold back and tried to attack, but the queen immediately ordered him to stop. The envoy calmly said that if the queen cared about the bigger picture, this marriage would benefit both kingdoms. The queen gritted her teeth and replied with contempt that their hands were stained with innocent blood, so she would rather die than marry that prince. The envoy only smiled and said he would deliver her exact answer to his master. Before leaving, he laughed and hoped the prince would not lose his temper after hearing the result. Every merfolk soldier clenched their fists in fury at his arrogant attitude. The envoy turned and walked away with a look of pure contempt. His figure slowly disappeared beyond the temple doors. The queen clenched her fists so tightly that the veins bulged as she fought back her anger. She silently kept staring toward the place where the envoy had vanished. Back in the present, she painfully wondered if defying the gods long ago had led to Today's tragedy. Right then, Ningfeng suddenly appeared before her in his original form, startling her badly. The mermaid queen immediately demanded to know who he was and how he had managed to enter this place. Then she remembered the heavy defenses outside the divine temple and could not understand how he had slipped in without alerting a single guard. Ningfeng quickly raised both hands to show he meant no harm and smiled. saying he had wandered in by accident and only wanted to ask a few questions. But the queen did not believe him and immediately aimed her bow at him. Her icy gaze locked onto Ningfeng's every move. Arrow after arrow shot toward him, but Ningfeng reacted instantly and raised a shield that blocked every attack. The queen gasped in shock, never expecting her assault to be stopped so easily. Ningfeng dropped the playful look and seriously asked if they could finally have a calm conversation. By then, the queen's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Even her teeth were chattering from the overwhelming tension. Glancing at the purple rift floating in the distance, she assumed the stranger had come through that mysterious passage. In Ming's eyes, Ningfeng was an extremely dangerous being. Her attack had not even shaken his shield filled with dark energy, and he was clearly after the kingdom's precious divine artifact. To her, Ningfeng looked like a great demon wrapped in black mist, making her fear her kingdom had reached its final day. But instead, Ningfeng simply raised the bow and asked if anyone knew where the real divine artifact was, because this one was only a fake. Mingjie froze in surprise, then honestly admitted she did not know where the real bow was. Xu Xiede quietly whispered that she was lying, while Han Yin bluntly said she obviously thought they were robbers. Ningfeng kept his gentle smile, raised both hands again, and explained that he only wanted to borrow the divine artifact for a while, not steal it. Hearing that, Mingjie was even more stunned. To her, it sounded like robbery disguised as borrowing. As the tension grew, Xu Xiede quietly remarked that she looked even more nervous than before. Taking a deep breath, Mingjie gathered her courage and declared that the divine artifact was the kingdom's last hope, so she would never hand it over, even if it cost her life. But the moment she finished speaking, that courage quickly faded, leaving only fear that she had angered someone far too powerful. Ningfeng showed no anger at all. Instead, he calmly asked if her kingdom was already under enemy attack and wanted to hear the full story. Just then, a panicked voice interrupted the conversation, urgently calling for the queen. A soldier rushed in and reported that the enemy vanguard had broken through the defenses and was advancing toward the heart of the capital. The soldier said with a trembling voice that the entire army was ready and only waiting for the queen's order to fight. The sudden news left Mingjie frozen, unable to decide what to do. She let her arms fall, sank to her knees, and painfully wondered if she would become the last ruler of her kingdom. At that moment, Ningfeng slowly walked over. He reached out his hand and suggested they go outside together to see the real situation. The unexpected gesture left her speechless as she wondered what he was planning. After a few seconds of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and refused. Hugging the bow tightly, Mingjie firmly declared that no matter what happened, she would never make a deal with a demon god or bow in submission. Even though she tried to appear fearless, Ningfeng's calm yet icy gaze still sent chills down her spine. Ningfeng only shrugged, saying he understood, and promised to stand back and not interfere. At that very moment, another soldier rushed inside in a panic. The soldier suddenly stopped after spotting Ningfeng inside the divine temple. She looked him over from head to toe and stammered as she asked the queen who this mysterious man really was. Ningfeng remained perfectly calm, while Mingjie awkwardly replied that this was not the time to explain, and the battle came first. After saying that, she rushed away, leaving the soldier staring blankly at Ningfeng. On the way, a group of heretic followers stepped forward together, blocking her path and respectfully greeting the queen. Mingjie asked in surprise why everyone had gathered there. An elder spoke on their behalf with emotion, saying that the late king and the queen had once protected those branded as heretics, so now they would fight for the kingdom until their last breath. The heretic followers behind him shouted in unison, their determination unwavering. They declared that even if they were no longer as strong as before, they could still take up weapons and risk their lives against the enemy. Seeing such loyalty, Mingjie could not hold back her tears. She bowed deeply and thanked everyone with a trembling voice. The scene made Xu Xiede lean over and whisper to Ningfeng, while Han Yin and Ningfeng simply watched as if it were a play. Looking at the determined faces before them, Xu Xiede spoke softly. She believed these people were all loyal followers of Ningfeng. On the other side, an envoy bowed and reported to the prince that all of Queen Ming's elite forces had gathered here. Sitting atop a massive sea monster, the prince laughed at their desperate resistance. He mocked them, saying such a tiny force could never stop his army. Behind him, wave after wave of warriors stood ready to charge into battle. A royal guard cautiously reminded the prince to watch out for a diversion, since the queen still possessed the Swift Shadow Commander divine artifact. But the prince ignored the warning, as a massive shadow quietly formed behind him. With complete arrogance, he declared that artifact belonged to a fallen god and was unworthy of standing beside the god lord he worshipped. Dark energy poured from his palm. Feeling his power grow rapidly in recent days, he believed it was the god lord's blessing and planned to crush Ming-ji with it. The prince waved his hand and gave the order to attack. The sea monster led the charge while the army behind it roared forward. A wooden staff suddenly slammed into the ground. A protective barrier quickly spread out, surrounding the silver-haired elder of the heretic group. Seeing everyone busy inside the formation, Ningfeng curiously asked what they were doing. Xu Shide explained it was a mana enhancement formation, though its effect was limited. Ming-ji looked ahead and turned pale with fear. The giant sea monster and the overwhelming army were rushing toward them like a tidal wave. The heretic elder raised his staff and shouted for the attack to begin. Countless spells instantly rained toward the enemy, but every spell was blocked by the sea monster's steel-like hide without leaving a single mark. Everyone was horrified to see their attacks were completely useless, and no one knew what kind of monster it was. Standing on the monster's head, the prince began casting dark magic and unleashed wave after wave of black energy. He burst into mocking laughter, saying Ming-ge was sending a bunch of old heretics to die. With a cruel grin, he ordered his forces to teach those heretics what true power looked like. The sea monster opened its mouth and fired a massive beam of dark energy. The attack shattered the elder's barrier with ease. Watching their last defense collapse in an instant, everyone behind it panicked. Just then, a firm voice shouted, "Counterattack," leaving the old elder completely stunned. Ning Feng had already rushed forward and stood in front of him, telling him to use his counter skill immediately. The elder nervously replied that he had not even touched the monster, so there was nothing to counter. In the distance, Ming Ge suddenly realized Ning Feng had somehow joined the heretic group. A soldier shouted in panic that the monster was preparing another attack. Hearing that, Ming-ji urgently ordered everyone to retreat, knowing they could never stop that attack with their bare hands. Before anyone could fall back, the giant sea monster was struck hard in the side by a devastating blow. The impact hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving its massive body completely frozen. Ming-ji and every guard stared in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened. Ningfeng smiled, patted the heretic elder on the shoulder, and praised the attack. Even the old man could not believe he had unleashed such power. Xu Xiede proudly declared that this was only natural with the God Lord personally controlling the formation, while Han Yin shot her an annoyed glance. Seeing the scene, the prince nearly went mad with rage and clutched his head in disbelief. He roared that such cheap tricks would never be enough to defeat him. The sea monster's eyes turned icy as its magic power surged once again. The prince laughed proudly and declared that he had summoned the sea monster himself. As long as their link remained intact, it would revive forever. Ningfeng turned to the others and asked if they had all heard what the prince just said. The heretic elder simply nodded, since the prince had shouted it so loudly. Another follower asked in shock why anyone would reveal their greatest weakness right in front of the enemy. Ningfeng laughed, realizing his new forbidden spell was even more useful than expected. A system notification appeared, introducing a new active skill called Forbidden Spell, Dark Mind Manipulation. Any target within the spell's range would be constantly affected, allowing Ningfeng to read and directly influence their thoughts. The sea monster charged again, opening its jaws with a deafening roar and exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Just as it gathered power to attack, a sudden explosion erupted behind it. Focused entirely on the front, it left its back unguarded. A huge section of its body was torn apart, blood sprayed everywhere, and its agonized roar echoed across the battlefield. The massive creature collapsed, crushing many nearby monsters. As the remaining sea beasts froze in shock, a loud voice immediately ordered everyone to get back. The prince turned pale after seeing the sea monster destroy itself by taking a direct hit to its core. He could not understand how they had discovered such a closely guarded weakness. Ningfeng only smirked, while the heretic followers cheered after bringing down another monster. A young heretic realized the formation did more than boost power. It also made piercing spells far more effective. The girl beside him proudly said she could clearly see the monster's magic core. The elderly leader was moved to tears. Fighting like this reminded him of the glorious days when the God Lord still existed. After witnessing Ningfeng save everyone, Mingge hurried over and asked who he really was. Ningfeng smiled and said he was not their enemy, and everything could be explained later. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled with hunger. Ningfeng awkwardly asked for some food first, leaving Ming-jae speechless, before she quickly ordered a meal to be prepared. After finishing his meal, Ningfeng finally asked Ming Ge about the group of heretic followers. Ming Je's expression darkened. She explained they had come from many different kingdoms, and the god they worshipped was the almighty magic god. She continued with the story. The almighty magic god had once been one of this world's chief gods, but after the great war among the gods, a divine decree declared that he had become an evil god. From that day on, anyone who still believed in the almighty magic god was forced to abandon their faith. Those who refused were branded as heretics and executed. Only her ancestors believed they were innocent and risked everything to shelter them in the kingdom. Sadly, the kingdom's guardian god and all its greatest warriors had fallen in that same war. Without their protection, the kingdom rapidly declined, and neighboring nations used the heretics as an excuse to wage endless wars. Fortunately, Ming Ge's ancestors discovered the Swift Shadow Commander divine artifact. Thanks to its power, the kingdom survived repeated invasions by monsters and enemy armies until today. After hearing everything, Ningfeng finally connected all the pieces. He realized this matched the memories once seen by the Demon Lord, and confirmed that the divine artifact truly existed. After thinking for a few moments, Ningfeng was about to ask where the artifact was, but a panicked shout interrupted him. The cry came from the heretic followers. Everyone turned pale and stared ahead in horror. An even larger monster slowly emerged from the depths. It had revived, but now only a single eye remained on its face. Its crimson eye burned with killing intent as it roared again and revealed its deadly fangs. The heretic girl with enhanced vision immediately found its magic core. As she prepared a spell, she said with a trembling voice that the monster had been created from the corpses of fallen civilians and soldiers. She never imagined the enemy would use such a cruel, dark ritual. Hearing that, the entire heretic group fell into despair. Someone shouted that their magic could not harm the creature at all. Standing atop the sea monster, the prince raised his arm and coldly declared that he would crush everyone. Every corpse that fell would become fuel to make the monster even stronger. His eyes had become completely crazed. He roared that this was the true power of the gods, the kind of strength that could force the entire world to kneel. Laughing like a madman, he spread his arms wide while standing on the monster's head. The sea monsters behind him quietly whispered among themselves, feeling the prince was acting strangely after saying so many bizarre things. At that moment, the one-eyed sea monster let out another deafening roar and lunged forward. Even the prince was stunned by the sudden actions of the creature he controlled. He thought it would charge the enemy, but it suddenly changed direction at the last second. The monster spun around and unleashed a devastating attack straight at the prince, forcing him to raise a barrier in panic. As he struggled to hold it back, he could not understand why the sea monster had turned against its own master. From the city walls, Ningfeng, Ming Ge, and everyone else watched the entire scene in speechless shock. The system then displayed a new skill called Forbidden Spell, Soul Ceases, allowing Ningfeng to consume mental power to control targets and turn them into his clones. Meanwhile, the prince's army was being hunted down by the very sea monster that had served him. Cries for help echoed across the battlefield as soldiers screamed and begged for mercy. The prince stood frozen, while the troops behind him desperately cried out for help after being abandoned. Countless souls drifted across the sky. Even then, the prince roared that he would never submit, even in death, and cursed his enemies instead. From the distance, Ming Jie and the heretic followers watched everything unfold with pale faces. The prince lay sprawled across the ground, covered in wounds, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth hanging open in a pitiful sight. After a long while, his followers finally dared to approach. One of them cautiously poked him and called out with a trembling voice, "Your Highness." Suddenly, the prince opened his eyes and muttered that there was no need to panic. The god he served was the Lord of Returning Souls, who would never let a faithful follower die so easily. In an instant, all his injuries vanished, and his aura became even stronger. He proudly revealed that the God Lord had blessed him with immunity to 10 fatal blows, and the last attack had only used up 1. After listening to his speech, Ningfeng calmly replied that he still had 9 lives left. But before the words had even settled, an even more terrifying sea monster appeared, its body covered in sharp spikes. The prince's face immediately changed. Without warning, the giant octopus wrapped its tentacles around the prince and violently shook him. It then began slaughtering the remaining sea monster troops. They fled while crying in terror, blaming the prince's arrogance for bringing disaster upon them. Before long, the prince's army was almost completely wiped out, and the battle had completely turned around. Even so, the surviving remnants still refused to give up. Hiding among the seaweed, A few sea monsters still dreamed of revenge. One clenched its fists and insisted the defeat had only been bad luck, while another suggested praying for more divine power to avenge the prince. At that moment, Ming Ge's guards and the heretic followers quietly discovered their hiding place and surrounded them. The sea monsters kept boasting, without realizing danger had already closed in, arrogantly claiming that no one could stand against their god's blessing. A female warrior from Ming Ge's side immediately drew her bow and fired at the one speaking, then coldly asked, "You mean this blessing?" The instant the arrow struck, the sea monster exploded into pieces, scattering flesh everywhere. Its companions froze in complete disbelief, staring with their mouths wide open. One of them screamed that it was impossible, because the enemy's god should have disappeared long ago. The female warrior simply smiled and replied that they were now protected by a new god who possessed overwhelming power and great compassion. Meanwhile, inside the palace hall, Ningfeng was leisurely enjoying a feast. Seeing Ming Jie and the elderly heretic still standing, he invited them to join him. They quickly refused, saying they only needed to follow his orders. The old man burst into tears and said he had only read about the God Lord in ancient scriptures. He never imagined he would witness the God Lord appear in person to save them. Hearing that, Mingge quietly looked at Ningfeng and thought the almighty magic god's power far exceeded every historical record. Later, atop the city tower, Mingge directly asked whether Ningfeng was truly the almighty magic god. He replied that he had only come to retrieve the divine artifact accidentally left behind by the swift shadow commander. Mingji awkwardly explained that the artifact's divine power had nearly run out, so her mother secretly took the real one away to restore it. The one Ningfeng found was only a replacement to reassure everyone. After hearing that, Ningfeng immediately asked where the real artifact was. Sadly, Mingge could only say that her mother had left without a single clue, so she had no idea where it was. That before leaving, her mother often visited the Swift Shadow Commander's trial realm. There might still be clues about the divine artifact there. Hearing that, Ningfeng let out a quiet sigh. He recalled accidentally entering the True Essence Holy Spirit trial realm before, and running into plenty of trouble, so he stayed cautious this time. The two soon arrived before the ancient tower's gate. Ningfeng reached out to open it, but hesitated, while Mingge could only watch in confusion from outside. The moment his finger touched the door, the system displayed a notification saying it had detected an abandoned trial realm and asked whether he wanted to reactivate it. Ningfeng rested his chin in thought as Han Yin and Shi Shi leaned over to peek at the notification, both marveling at how incredible the system was. Shi Shi immediately told him that restoring this place would expand the God Lord's territory and bring many benefits to its followers. Hearing that, Ningfeng stopped hesitating and confirmed the choice, even though he still sounded a little doubtful. The instant the selection was complete, the tower door swung open and a brilliant blue light burst out. Mingji quickly stepped back in shock, unable to understand what had happened. Moments later, the entire tower was enveloped in a dazzling blue radiance, filled with overwhelming pressure. Mingji gasped in disbelief. The abandoned trial realm had truly been restored after so many years. Overcome with emotion, she clenched her fists. Ever since the gods had fallen, the divine artifact had been their last hope. Now that the trial realm had awakened again, it felt as though the gods had returned with new hope. As soon as the door opened, Ningfeng calmly walked inside. He quietly observed his surroundings, sensing the place was not yet fully stable, and hoping to uncover more clues about the divine artifact. After going deeper, Ningfeng spotted two blurry figures and smiled, saying he had finally found a preserved memory. Han Yin and Shi Shi immediately floated over to take a closer look. After one glance, Shi Shi recognized the figure at once. Before them stood a man handing a bow to a woman kneeling below him. As he passed her the bow, the man told her to take the treasure back, continue leading his followers, and never abandon kindness. After watching the memory, Ningfeng finally understood that the bow had been a trophy he himself left to Queen Mingge's ancestors. After defeating the Swift Shadow Commander, Han Yin nodded, saying that explained everything, since they had not simply stumbled across the treasure. Ningfeng added that the connection between the divine artifact and its divine power had become too weak, which was why it had taken him so long to trace it. Now that he had found its location, he only needed to recover his strength before retrieving it. After leaving the trial realm, Mingji immediately approached and quietly asked whether the God Lord needed any assistance. Before she could finish, Ningfeng smiled and waved his hand, saying there was no need to be so formal because her kingdom still had many issues to handle, and he could manage on his own. With that, Ningfeng turned around and left. His next destination was a pitch-black trench beneath the sea. Ningfeng looked around and confirmed it was the place he had been searching for, but nothing seemed unusual. He casually reached out and touched the space ahead, only for it to light up, as though an invisible barrier had been activated. The dark vortex suddenly shone brightly as an enormous surge of energy erupted. Shishi cried out in surprise, realizing it was actually a hidden cave. Han Yin examined it carefully and confirmed that the patterns on the seabed were the unmistakable marks of the swift Shadow Commander. Before long, a slowly rotating whirlpool symbol appeared on the cave entrance. Suddenly, Han Yin pointed deep into the vortex and shouted in alarm, saying a mysterious shadow seemed to be moving inside. Without warning, a mermaid with an orange tail slowly emerged from a crack within the vortex, startling everyone. She was still fast asleep, unaware of everything around her. Ningfeng immediately supported her shoulder, gently shook her, and told her to wake up. The mermaid slowly opened her eyes. Seeing a strange man, she cautiously asked who he was. Ningfeng calmly introduced himself as a friend of Queen Mingji and asked if she was Mingge's mother. The moment she heard that name, the woman froze. Just hearing Mingge's name made her eyes widen in shock. Still overwhelmed, the mother kept asking why she had appeared here. Ningfeng could only helplessly explain that he had found her unconscious while passing by. As if remembering something, Mingge's mother suddenly cried out that her seal had been broken, and the artifact was about to spiral completely out of control. The vortex ahead shook violently, drawing everyone's attention. Then a mysterious voice echoed from within. Her face turned pale as she explained that the artifact was preparing to revive a god, but the price would be the destruction of the entire world. Han Yin was stunned with curiosity, while Shishi asked in shock if the Shadow Commander could really return to life. Ningfeng frowned and wondered how a fallen god could still have a way to be revived. Without waiting any longer, he dove straight into the vortex to see the truth for himself. Seeing that, Mingge's mother went pale and stammered that this time a real disaster had begun. She then revealed the past. After finding a secret ritual in an ancient book, she believed she had discovered a way to restore the divine artifact's power, but it turned out to be a terrible mistake. The ritual would drain the life force of every believer to gather enough energy to revive a god, but this world could never withstand that power and would eventually collapse. By the time she learned the truth, the formation had already activated. With no way to stop it, she sacrificed all her strength just to seal the artifact one more time. Remembering the past, she could not hide her pain. Through tears, she admitted that every believer had only been a sacrifice, and every promise of divine blessing had been a lie. Memories of Mingji as a child filled her mind, and she broke down crying as she apologized to her daughter for everything. What hurt her most was knowing she might never see Mingge again before disaster arrived. Meanwhile, Ningfeng reached the heart of the vortex. After observing it, he realized divine power had warped space itself, and if it kept growing, it could tear open the space-time passage. At the center of the storm, a strange symbol floated into view and pulsed with light. From the darkness inside the vortex, an armored woman slowly emerged. It was the Shadow Commander, gradually coming back to life. The moment she saw Ningfeng, she smiled and said she could sense her divine power within him. She then asked if he wanted to become her loyal servant. Ningfeng stayed calm and simply asked what the Restoration Clan she mentioned really was. The Shadow Commander patiently explained that it was the highest rank among believers, personally protected by the gods, and free to enter the divine realm. If he helped complete the ritual, he would receive an incredible blessing. After hearing her offer, Ningfeng coldly replied that he had no interest at all. She burst into mocking laughter and said he was no different from the woman years ago, who gave up divine privilege just to protect weak mortals. Those words made Ningfeng's expression sink, as if they had touched something deep inside him. The moment she mentioned that woman, Ningfeng realized she was talking about Queen Mingji's mother, who had once rejected the Shadow Commander's invitation, without hesitation. After being rejected again, her face twisted with rage. She declared that humanity had forgotten the dignity of the gods, and today she would make them remember. As soon as she finished speaking, divine power erupted. She arrogantly ordered Ningfeng to kneel before the might of a god. But instead of obeying, Ningfeng stood firm like a mountain and looked at her without the slightest fear. He said nothing and answered only, with a terrifying gaze filled with overwhelming pressure. That single glance forced the Shadow Commander to her knees, leaving even her unable to understand what had just happened. Her face froze in horror, and her eyes widened in complete disbelief. In despair, she screamed that she was a god, yet she had been forced to kneel before a mere mortal. Even in humiliation, she gritted her teeth and swore Ningfeng would pay the price. She gathered every bit of strength and struggled to stand while roaring in fury. But her legs felt heavier than iron and refused to move. Watching her pathetic struggle, Ningfeng could only see it as a bad joke. At that moment, a faint beam of light quietly crept across the ground behind Ningfeng. In the next instant, it exploded forward, launching a sneak attack from behind. Thanks to his sharp instincts, Ningfeng sensed the danger immediately and turned his eyes toward it. In an instant, the attacker split into countless afterimages that surrounded Ningfeng from every direction, yet he remained perfectly calm. Seeing this, the Shadow Commander rejoiced, convinced Ningfeng was about to suffer her strongest forbidden technique for daring to disrespect a god. But the moment she finished speaking, Ningfeng casually waved his hand and shattered every afterimage. She was left speechless in disbelief. Watching the scattered energy fade away, Ningfeng calmly said the trap had been well hidden, but he had never let his guard down. The aura radiating from Ningfeng sent chills down the Shadow Commander's spine. After a brief daze, she concluded that his strength came from inheriting the power of the Almighty Law God. When the Almighty Law God was mentioned, Ningfeng neither denied nor explained anything. He simply watched her in silence. The Shadow Commander sank into old memories, cursing the traitor who had passed divine power to humanity, despite the objections of the other gods. She recalled the warnings from the chief gods. They had repeatedly told the Almighty Law God to turn back or lose his divine status for defying the will of the divine realm. Thinking of the past, she insisted once again that humans were never worthy of wielding such overwhelming power. In her eyes, once humanity gained the power to destroy, they would inevitably dream of challenging the gods themselves. She loudly declared that only the gods were the foundation of the world's existence, and humanity could never replace them. If every god disappeared, the order of the universe would collapse, all creation would fall apart, and the end of the world would arrive. No matter how long she spoke, Ningfeng remained expressionless and showed no interest in arguing. Mistaking his silence for agreement, she immediately tempted him. If he helped complete the resurrection ritual, she would make him the new god to replace the Almighty Law God. Ningfeng stared at her coldly and asked why the gods had joined forces to kill the Almighty Law God, if gods were truly the pillars of the universe. As he spoke, a sphere of lightning formed in his hand, and he smiled as he asked if that god had been more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Feeling the killing intent from the lightning sphere, the Shadow Commander panicked and raised her hands, shouting that if she disappeared, the balance of the universe would completely collapse. Ningfeng answered with a confident look and said there was no need to worry. Even if the heavens fell, he would hold them up himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the glowing sphere exploded in his hand, filling the area with thick smoke. At that very moment, Mingge's mother rushed over. The shock wave was so powerful that she had to shield her face, fearing the god had truly returned. As the smoke cleared, Ningfeng was already standing beside her and calmly asked if she had been hurt. His sudden appearance, along with the divine bow in his hand, left Mingge's mother completely stunned. She stared at the bow and asked with trembling disbelief how he could use it. She explained that after the ritual failed, the divine weapon had developed its own consciousness and rejected anyone who tried to touch it. Ningfeng only smiled and said that consciousness had already been erased, so there was nothing left to worry about. Gathering her courage, she asked to examine the divine weapon. Ningfeng handed the bow to her without the slightest hesitation. After carefully inspecting every detail, she suddenly gasped as she noticed something unusual. New inscriptions had appeared on the bow, including the title Godslayer, leaving her wondering what it meant. The weapon's attributes had also changed dramatically. It granted 1,500 agility, 120 attack speed, 50 armor penetration damage, 30 movement speed, and physical critical rate. It would never wear out, could create afterimages while moving at high speed, and could mark targets for tracking. When facing divine power, all of its attributes gained another 20% boost. It also still had several locked skills, including Divine Shadow Barrage, Hidden Pursuit, Skyfall Arrow Rain, and Foresight Strike. After examining it a little longer, Mingge's mother concluded that all divine power surrounding the weapon had vanished, proving the resurrection ritual had been completely severed. Ningfeng then asked her to explain everything from the beginning. She honestly admitted that she had only wanted to restore the divine power of the weapon. But because she lacked the necessary strength, she accidentally activated the wrong ritual, causing everything to spiral beyond control. She never imagined anyone could actually defeat a god. Deeply moved, she bowed and declared that she would abandon her old faith forever. She also asked for her savior's name, so his feat could be passed down through history. Ningfeng simply smiled and said that the world knew him as the Almighty Law God. The moment she heard that title, the woman froze, and her expression changed completely. Her eyes were filled with nothing but shock and fear. Without hesitation, she immediately bowed in respect, trembling as she apologized, and begged the god before her for forgiveness. Standing nearby, Shishi quietly remarked that the woman had clearly been frightened, out of her senses. Han Yin agreed, saying it was understandable, after learning that the god she worshipped had deceived her. Ningfeng took back the divine bow and said he would keep the weapon for now. He also reminded her that there was still much to handle after the battle, and Ming Ji was surely waiting for her mother's help. The woman quickly acknowledged his order, though her face remained heavy with worry and deep thought. The scene then shifted to the Supernova team's training camp. After returning to the base, Ningfeng handed the divine weapon directly to Wang Yue in front of everyone. She accepted it with both hands and asked in disbelief if it was really meant for her. Gently stroking the glowing bow, Wang Yue was so overwhelmed that she could barely speak. She never imagined she would own such a priceless divine weapon. Everyone around her could not hide their envy. Their eyes stayed fixed on the divine weapon with obvious admiration. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ningfeng smiled and said Wang Yu's reward was not over yet. The moment he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, making everyone think an earthquake had just struck. They all looked up at once and froze at the unbelievable sight before them. A massive glowing entrance slowly appeared in the sky. Ningfeng explained that it was a trial realm created specifically for Wang Yue, operating much like the one Duanji had once cleared. Faced with one surprise after another, Wang Yue could only stand there in complete silence. Watching everything unfold as planned, Ningfeng thought to himself that opening the trial realm also opened the gateway to the world under his control. Since everyone needed to grow stronger quickly, letting Wang Yue enter first was the best choice. The scene shifted inside the trial realm. Wang Yue walked forward slowly before stopping to examine the path beneath her feet, which looked like the skeleton of an enormous creature. Before she could investigate further, a pack of monsters suddenly rushed out, forcing her into battle. Without hesitation, Wang Yue drew her bow and fired arrow after arrow at the charging monsters. In the blink of an eye, all three monsters fell before her flawless shots. In the observation room, everyone at the training camp watched through the screen in amazement. They commented that her current attack power alone was enough to overwhelm even sixth-turn experts. Standing in a corner, Ningfeng simultaneously sensed energy fluctuations from both Wang Yue and Ming Ge. He smiled slightly after realizing that Ming Jie had also entered a trial realm. It was quite a coincidence. The scene shifted to Ming Jie. Before entering, she noticed her mother looked deeply troubled and turned back to ask if something was wrong. Her mother forced a smile and shook her head. In truth, her heart was in complete turmoil. After everything that had happened, she no longer knew whether she should continue believing in the gods. Yet she also dared not stop her daughter for fear of offending the new god. In the end, she could only watch silently as Ming Ji entered the trial realm, praying that her daughter would return safely. The moment Ming Ji stepped into the trial world, she was surrounded by a pack of wolf-headed skeletal monsters. She remained completely calm, immediately raised her bow, locked onto her targets, and prepared to strike back. Outside, Ningfeng continued watching Ming Ge's progress closely. He noted that although the two trial realms looked similar, they belonged to different worlds, making the difficulty vastly different. The monsters facing Ming Ge were far stronger than those confronting Wang Yue. While analyzing the situation, Ningfeng suddenly noticed something unusual. Several strange lock-shaped symbols appeared within Ming Ge's vision, immediately catching her attention. After watching them for a moment, Ming Ge asked what those strange symbols actually were. Ningfeng immediately closed his eyes and used his divine sense to investigate more carefully. After observing closely, he discovered that whenever monsters approached, the lock symbols formed an invisible barrier. He concluded that this was a restriction left behind by the Shadow Commander to limit the knowledge mortals could obtain. Ningfeng quickly realized that Ming Ge could not perceive those seals at all. Only gods could see them. He considered breaking them, but worried it might trigger unpredictable consequences. At that moment, Ningfeng's voice echoed inside Ming Ge's mind. The familiar voice instantly filled her with joy. Ningfeng told Ming Ge not to rush through the trial yet, and to slow down while he confirmed a few things. Ming Ji immediately held her battle stance, and obediently agreed. The scene shifted back to the area outside the tower, leading into the trial realm. Ming Ge's mother was still standing there with her hands tightly clasped, praying anxiously without stopping. Inside the trial realm, Ming-ge calmly remained on the defensive, waiting for Ning-feng's next instruction. Meanwhile, Ning-feng continued using his divine sense to observe both Ming-ge and Wang Yue at the same time. After watching long enough, he finally figured out how the trial realm worked and happily said he had solved its mechanism. Outside the tower, Ming-ge's mother grew more anxious. Seeing her daughter inside for so long with such slow progress, she could not help worrying that something had gone wrong. Just then, the screen displayed a gigantic razor-sharp arm engulfed in eerie blue flames. A massive monster soon revealed its full body, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. But before it could attack, a streak of blue energy pierced straight through its body, leaving behind a huge hole. That attack came from an arrow fired by Ming-ge. At the same time, Ning-feng's voice asked her how the divine weapon felt to use. Ming-ge gripped the bow tightly and honestly admitted that she had not fully mastered its new power and still needed time to adapt. Ning-feng simply encouraged her to keep practicing without rushing. In the other trial realm, Ning-feng continued studying the sealed lock symbols. He gradually realized they had been placed at key points to seal away part of the universe's laws. Anyone wishing to use that power had no choice but to pray to the gods for permission. This method created an invisible wall between believers and true divine power, ensuring they could never reach the real source of the universe's laws. As time passed, they were left believing only one thing: that anyone seeking great power must rely on the blessings of the gods. It seemed the gods had set this trap from the very beginning to keep humanity under control. While Ning-feng remained focused on his analysis, Ming-ge continued battling the monsters ahead. Suddenly, a massive boulder crashed down from above, landing right beside her. Then countless rocks rained down as the entire area began shaking violently. Ming-ge's arm was already bleeding, but she paid it no attention. Thinking she had made a mistake, she blamed herself and quietly asked if she was simply too clumsy, addressing Ning-feng as her divine lord. Sensing her hesitation, Ning-feng immediately replied that she should stop asking him and instead calmly feel every change within her own body. Following his guidance, Ming-ge repeated his words in her mind and wondered what had truly changed inside her. She immediately closed her eyes and focused all her senses on the unfamiliar rhythm echoing deep within her consciousness. At that exact moment, two winged monsters silently approached from above. But the instant they attacked, Ming-ge vanished from her original position, leaving both creatures frozen in confusion. Before they could react, she had already appeared behind them. As they turned around, the first thing they saw was an arrow locked onto its target. With a powerful shout, Ming-ge released the bowstring and launched her counterattack. Her arrows pierced through the monsters' soft bodies while unleashing powerful lightning that left them convulsing without end. Even Ming-ge was surprised by the result. She happily realized she had never imagined her skills could be used so flexibly, and her combat instincts had improved dramatically. While her attention remained on those two monsters, a man in a black cloak with three strange eyes growing from his hand quietly crept up beside her. Thanks to her greatly sharpened senses, Ming-ge detected him instantly and defeated him in a single moment. Back in the real world, the tower's enormous metal gate finally began to open. Ming-ge stepped outside and immediately met the eyes of her mother, who had been waiting the entire time. Even though she was covered in wounds, she smiled, waved to show she was fine, and cheerfully asked if her mother had been waiting long. Seeing her daughter return safely, her mother rushed forward to hug her and happily asked what had happened inside the trial realm. Hearing the question, Ming-ge smiled brightly and calmly replied, "Mom, Seeing her daughter's cheerful expression, her mother misunderstood and smiled, saying that as long as she cleared the trial, everything was fine. A few seconds later, she finally realized the truth and turned pale as she asked if her daughter had failed. Ming-ge calmly nodded with a smile and admitted that she had been defeated. But she clenched her fist with determination and confidently said it did not matter. With the Divine Lord's guidance, she would do even better next time. Filled with admiration for Ning-feng, Ming-ge blushed and praised the Divine Lord for being both kind and wise, wishing the next trial would begin as soon as possible. Seeing her daughter completely absorbed in her own thoughts, her mother grew even more confused and asked what had actually happened inside. Back with Ning-feng, he continued thinking. Believers had relied on divine power for too long, so removing every restriction at once could cause massive chaos. It would be better to change things step by step. Fortunately, no such barriers existed in Blue Star. At that moment, Wang Yue was fighting a giant beast that constantly breathed fire. Ning-feng finally understood why this world had survived without the protection of any gods. The giant beast opened its blazing mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames at Wang Yue, forcing her to roll aside to evade the attack. The moment she landed, she quickly drew her bow into a battle stance and fired a rapid volley of arrows with complete focus. The arrows tore through the air, carrying powerful lightning that struck the target and left the massive beast completely paralyzed. Lowering her bow, Wang Yue landed gracefully and smiled with satisfaction as she looked at the defeated monster. Just then, the teleportation gate behind her suddenly began to tremble. Ningfeng casually stepped out of the portal and walked toward Wang Yue with a smile. The moment she saw him, Wang Yue rushed over without the slightest hesitation. The two embraced warmly, their joy clearly reflected in their eyes. Still hugging Ningfeng tightly, Wang Yue excitedly shouted that she had succeeded. Her enthusiasm even made Ningfeng blush in embarrassment. Right after that, the system interface suddenly appeared before Wang Yue. She curiously read the notification and learned that she had received a special reward for being the first person to complete the trial under a god's blessing. The scene shifted to a quiet study where Ningfeng, Chisida, and Han Yin were discussing magic. Chisida explained that forbidden spells were incredibly terrifying, required extremely harsh conditions to cast, and were beyond what ordinary people could endure. Resting his chin on one hand, Ningfeng asked if the forbidden spell reward from the trial realm was only symbolic. Chisida immediately denied it and confirmed it was completely real. Unfortunately, because of the laws of the universe, anyone who reached that level had to ascend to the divine realm and serve the gods. Han Yin, who had been silent until now, sighed with regret. If Nanshi Ta and Chisida had been able to learn forbidden spells, they would already be fighting alongside the Divine Lord. Back with Wang Yue, the system announced that her current class did not meet the requirements to learn a forbidden spell, so the reward would automatically become a class upgrade to Scout. The scene changed again, this time to a massive research center. Qiang Wei was already waiting there and happily waved the moment he saw Ningfeng. Ningfeng strolled in with his hands in his pockets and immediately asked if he had successfully developed a new medicine. Qiang Wei nodded proudly. The researcher enthusiastically introduced 3 newly completed potions, all created from formulas left behind by the AI: Advanced Healing Potion, Advanced Defense Potion, and Advanced Counterattack Potion. These potions could allow users to unleash power beyond their normal limits during battle. Hearing that, Ningfeng remembered that those formulas originally required a huge amount of extremely rare materials. Qiang Wei proudly explained that Kabo had discovered a new overseas trial realm where they found large quantities of the rare herbs required by the formulas. The scene quickly shifted to a lush forest known as the Azure Forest Trial Realm. One Eye was already there, constantly using his ability to control a mysterious source of power. The subordinates behind him could not stop praising Kabo, saying that with him around, clearing monsters had become unbelievably fast. But suddenly, an invisible attack struck without warning and blasted One Eye off his feet, leaving everyone frozen in shock. 2 subordinates rushed over to help. The man with glasses frantically called for Kabo while running, and One Eye clutched the wound on his chest as blood poured out non-stop. As soon as the man with glasses reached him, One Eye grabbed his arm with all his strength. The painful grip made the subordinate turn pale with fear. Enduring his severe injuries, One Eye gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Seeing his condition, both subordinates were covered in goosebumps, while the one behind them trembled and pointed toward the darkness ahead. As they struggled to help One Eye to his feet, a pair of eerie red eyes watched the group coldly from deep within the forest. Back at headquarters, Zheng Jiasheng came running in, drenched in sweat, desperately begging Ningfeng to save his master. At the medical ward, the emergency room doors finally opened. One Eye lay barely conscious on the hospital bed, while Siting and Chang Muqiu did everything they could to treat him. Ningfeng and Zheng Jiasheng stood nearby. After hearing the full story, Ningfeng learned that One Eye had been ambushed inside the trial realm, and no one had identified the attacker. After listening, Ningfeng fell into thought. Although One Eye had grown much weaker after losing his shadow guard, anyone capable of injuring him this badly had to be far stronger than the ordinary monsters of Blue Star. Beside the hospital bed, the pet man quietly walked over and carefully sniffed the blood on One Eye's wound. Chisida and Han Yin floated overhead. Chisida asked if Han Yin recognized the lingering scent. Han Yin immediately nodded and said it felt extremely familiar. The scene quickly shifted back to the dense forest, inside the Azure Forest Trial Realm. A heated confrontation was underway. Someone angrily scolded a mushroom creature for letting the intruders escape. Panicking, The mushroom frantically waved its hands and insisted it had only gone soft for a moment. The one shouting was a tree spirit. He glared at the mushroom and said he had given it a chance to prove itself, only to be completely disappointed. Thinking about one eye and the others escaping, the tree spirit ground his teeth and declared that the outsiders were plotting to invade their territory. If those people returned, they would not only slaughter everyone living there, but also bring an army to wipe out the entire trial realm. The tree spirit pointed at the mushroom and coldly declared that this single mistake could doom the entire realm. Frightened out of its wits, the mushroom trembled uncontrollably. It lowered its head, apologized again, and begged for forgiveness, promising it would never disappoint the tree spirit again. Looking at the tiny mushroom, the tree spirit quietly reflected. This was Chang Yin, a creature he had recruited not long ago. It possessed astonishing power, but its mind was unstable, and its stubborn personality made it difficult to control. After thinking it over, the tree spirit smiled cunningly. He decided to exploit Chang Yin's flawed awareness and turn it into a loyal pawn to gradually achieve his dream of ruling the world. Back with Ning Feng, Han Yin immediately reported that the poison inside one eye carried traces of the power of one of the Divine Lord's former subordinates. Hearing that, Ning Feng looked toward the patient on the bed. Han Yin continued by explaining that the person's name was Maka, an incredibly powerful wood mage. In terms of combat ability alone, Maka had been among the strongest of their group. Hearing the words among the strongest, Ning Feng looked surprised. Cecita immediately reminded him that she had once mentioned the rare group of geniuses who cleared the final trial and obtained forbidden spells. Maka was one of those exceptional individuals. Han Yin wiped the sweat from her forehead and added in a serious voice that if Maka had also lost his memories like the others, he would become an incredibly dangerous enemy. The scene shifted once again to the deepest part of the Azure Forest trial realm. Deep within the forest, an enormous mass of magic power continued to gather. It laughed loudly and informed the tree spirit that the time to open the passage was approaching. The tree spirit immediately declared that he would devour the outside world and make it part of his domain. Every word was secretly overheard by the mushroom. Sensing someone watching, the tree spirit turned toward the mushroom and asked what was wrong. Startled at being discovered, the mushroom turned pale and hurriedly shook its head, insisting that nothing was wrong. As it quietly turned away, the name Don Khan suddenly awakened a faint memory of someone who had once lovingly called it by that name and cared deeply for it. It secretly looked back at the tree spirit and the enormous mass of magic power, its thoughts still in turmoil. At times, it even mistook the tree spirit for its old benefactor, yet something never felt quite right, especially whenever it attacked the outsiders who entered the trial realm. Every time it did, a strange sense of familiarity welled up inside, making it impossible for it to strike without hesitation. In despair, the little mushroom tried to recover its lost memories, but nothing came back. It knew it had forgotten something important, yet it simply could not remember. Right then, dark clouds covered the sky. A massive vortex formed overhead as lightning struck down again and again. Hiding behind a tree, the mushroom whispered that the entrance had opened. The tree spirit laughed and told it to get ready, because even more prey would soon arrive. The scene shifted to Ning Feng and his two companions as they rushed toward another location. The moment they arrived, Zheng Jiasheng grabbed a staff member and demanded answers. The man admitted he did not know much, making Jiasheng even more anxious. The staff member pointed toward a distant area covered by thick mist and explained that the secret realm was slowly swallowing it. Even with such a huge area affected, very few monsters had appeared. All nearby residents had already been evacuated, so there were almost no casualties. The biggest concern was that the enemy had remained completely silent. After hearing the report, Zheng Jiasheng turned to Ning Feng and guessed the monsters were secretly building up their strength for one decisive attack. Ning Feng stayed silent while Han Yin nodded and suggested they might be carrying out another plan instead. Deep inside the secret realm, a massive army of humanoid plant warriors stood in perfect formation, each one filled with killing intent. The tree spirit stood before them and shouted for his troops to stop standing around and march out to battle at once. Behind him, the little mushroom trembled as it followed and quietly begged the tree spirit to stay because it was scared. The tree spirit glared back and yelled at it to move immediately and stop acting like a coward. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze as if he had received a signal. He quietly muttered that the trees had sent word. After confirming the situation, the tree spirit shouted that the enemy was heading straight toward them. Sweat covered his forehead as he quickly weighed his options. The enemy had arrived too fast, and staying behind would be difficult. Was he really going to get trapped with that mushroom? The tree spirit immediately rushed toward the teleport gate. The frightened mushroom asked where he was going, but he coldly ordered it to stay behind and wipe out the enemy. If it failed, it should never return. Hearing those words, the mushroom burst into tears and desperately grabbed at the tree spirit, begging him not to leave it behind. It frantically chased after him and rushed toward the teleport gate. But the moment it reached the gate, the tree spirit grabbed its leg, lifted it into the air, and threw it back. Crashing onto the ground, the mushroom could only watch helplessly as the teleport gate closed before its eyes. It struggled to its feet with tears streaming down its face, still reaching forward and begging not to be abandoned. That scene suddenly awakened a memory of someone who had once walked away. Back then, it had also reached out in despair and begged not to be left behind. The painful memory made the mushroom cry even harder. The one who had left it long ago was the Almighty Lord. The memory carried it back to the past, when it cowered beneath the ground, trembling before the man standing in front of it. Wearing majestic armor and long flowing hair, the Almighty Lord coldly asked why it had attacked him. The trembling mushroom replied that it thought he had come to capture it too. With tearful eyes, it choked out that everyone it met seemed to want to take it away. The Almighty Lord calmly explained that its species was an incredibly rare resource and valuable material. Hearing that, the mushroom let out a terrified scream. Then he gently reached out his hand and smiled, saying its magical talent was impressive. If it agreed, it could follow him and learn. The scene shifted to a study. Han Yin looked curiously at the mushroom and asked if this was the child the Almighty Lord had once brought home. Standing beside them, Chesida could not hide her delight because it was simply too adorable. At that moment, the Almighty Lord sat calmly in his chair. The little mushroom hid behind his leg and only dared to peek at everyone. The Almighty Lord smiled with satisfaction and praised the child for being hard-working and talented. In such a short time, it had cleared every trial and climbed from the weakest world all the way here. Chesida kept watching the mushroom and commented that it seemed very afraid of strangers. The Almighty Lord explained that whenever he was not around, others constantly targeted the mushroom, so it had learned to stay on guard at all times. The little mushroom looked delicious. The moment it heard that, its face turned pale as cold sweat poured down and it screamed in terror. The tiny creature froze in fear. Seeing this, Chesida rushed over and kicked Han Yin flying across the room. She then smiled warmly, reached out her hand, and gently told the mushroom to ignore that scary blue guy and live with them from now on. Before long, the mushroom became close friends with Chesida. They often sat together in the library, happily chatting for hours. Suddenly, the mushroom slowly floated into the air as its entire body glowed with brilliant light. Chesida clapped excitedly and praised its incredible growth after it advanced another rank. Han Yin quietly muttered that he suddenly felt inferior. Hearing that, Chesida teased him that he had always been the weaker one anyway. The Almighty Lord, who had been quietly watching, finally asked the mushroom if there was anything it wanted to talk about. The mushroom shyly stepped forward and carefully asked if becoming a resident of the divine realm meant it would never have to fight again. It admitted that it had always feared bloodshed and had only grown stronger to survive. Deep down, it hoped life in the divine realm would free it from endless battles. Understanding its feelings, the Almighty Lord smiled and promised that once it entered the divine realm, it could choose whatever life it wanted without anyone forcing it. Sometime later, the Almighty Lord happily announced that the mushroom had passed the final trial and was officially welcomed into the divine realm. Overjoyed, the mushroom rushed over to hug him and shouted that it had finally made it. From then on, its days in the divine realm were filled with happiness as it wandered peacefully among the clouds, flowers, and nature. Until one day, the Almighty Lord asked it to travel to another world and retrieve a precious treasure. The mushroom immediately panicked, thinking it was being sent away. Seeing its reaction, the Almighty Lord laughed and explained that he was simply too busy to go himself and needed its help. Although still worried, the mushroom obediently accepted the task and promised to finish quickly so it could return home. The scene shifted to a mountain covered in endless snow and bitter cold. The mushroom struggled up a steep cliff to pick a snow flower, happily telling itself that once it found the flower, it could finally go home. But the instant it touched the flower, it sensed something was terribly wrong and cried out in shock. Still gripping the flower, the mushroom turned pale as it realized its connection to the divine realm had disappeared. Lost in the raging snowstorm, it desperately cried out, begging the Almighty Lord not to abandon it in that unfamiliar world. At the same time, elsewhere, a powerful figure declared before a crowd that the almighty magic god was an evil deity and had been destroyed by the alliance of 11 chief gods. From that day on, anyone who still worshipped him would be branded a heretic and stripped of all rights. In a silent forest, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black cloak quietly appeared. The figure pulled the collar higher and sprinted through the forest toward deep water without daring to look back. It was the little mushroom. It had no idea what had happened and could only wonder why the world had fallen into such chaos. While lost in thought, a burst of killing intent suddenly struck, forcing it on full alert. With no path left to escape, the mushroom had no choice but to unleash everything it had to block the deadly attack. The two forces collided violently, creating an explosion that shook the entire area. Before the mushroom could understand what was happening, a cruel voice sneered that one follower of the evil god had still survived. A massive warrior carrying a giant axe slowly approached, his overwhelming presence crushing everything around him. The mushroom recognized him as a subordinate of the Blood War Lord and asked why he had attacked without reason. The warrior laughed with contempt and told it to stop pretending. The evil god it worshipped had been defeated long ago, and now it was nothing more than a fugitive. The mushroom stood frozen and asked with a trembling voice if the rumors were really true. Had the almighty Lord truly been attacked by the other gods? How had everything come to this? The warrior ignored the questions and swung his giant axe straight at the mushroom. As he attacked, he laughed and said the evil god had excellent taste, because a rare creature like this would make a perfect meal once roasted. But the moment he finished speaking, his expression changed as his eyes widened in shock. The little mushroom did not hesitate and unleashed its full power. Lightning crashed down one after another as its eyes blazed with light. It coldly demanded that the warrior reveal everything about the almighty Lord. As soon as it spoke, it shot forward like a bullet and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The warrior immediately raised his axe to fight back, but in an instant, the mushroom's power locked the giant axe in place. The warrior struggled with all his strength, yet he could not pull it free. In the end, a powerful blow sent him flying far into the distance. Struggling back to his feet, the warrior gritted his teeth as veins bulged across his forehead. He was horrified that the evil god had trained such a powerful follower. If the mushroom had remained in the divine realm, it would have been even more terrifying. What confused him most was that he had never seen the mushroom during the battle against the evil god. While he was distracted, countless vines burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around him. In the blink of an eye, the warrior was completely bound and unable to move, leaving him roaring in fury. The mushroom stared at him with icy eyes and demanded to know where the almighty Lord was. The warrior laughed mockingly and replied that after being badly wounded by the united gods, the evil god had probably died in some forgotten corner, if it wanted to know more. Suddenly, his eyes glowed crimson, and his face twisted into a savage grin. He laughed madly and said he had already sent a signal to his own lord, who would gladly answer every question. Hearing that, the mushroom turned pale. It knew it had no chance against even an avatar of a god. At that moment, every vine binding the warrior exploded at once. He broke free with killing intent burning in his eyes. All his rage poured into the giant axe, as its blade erupted with crimson energy wrapped in crackling lightning. Without another moment of hesitation, he unleashed a devastating strike that landed directly on the mushroom. With a single blow, the tiny mushroom was launched high into the air before crashing hard onto the frozen ground. Lying motionless with blood trickling from its mouth, the mushroom whispered in pain. Had the almighty Lord truly abandoned it? Just then, a brilliant golden light suddenly tore through the darkness. Ningfeng slowly stepped out from the center of the radiant light. His two companions followed behind him. Ningfeng calmly stood before the badly injured mushroom and looked down at the tiny creature. Those two companions were Han Yin and Chesida. The mushroom lay on the ground, with tears streaming down its face. Seeing Ningfeng, it thought it was dying and mistook him for an unbelievably real illusion. Han Yin walked over with a smile, gently patted the mushroom's head, and joked that they had finally met again. Still unable to believe its eyes, the mushroom tearfully called out the names Ningfeng, Chesida, and Han Yin, asking if they were truly standing before it. Chesida immediately peeked out from behind Ningfeng with a bright smile and replied that who else could it be? Ningfeng stepped closer, looked at the battered mushroom, and gave it a warm smile. Filled with courage, the mushroom burst into tears and ran straight toward him with its arms wide open. It hugged Ningfeng's leg tightly and cried harder and harder. Han Yin folded his arms as he watched the reunion and laughed. He said he had known all along that the mushroom was timid, and even after disguising itself to enter the secret realm, its personality had never changed. Sasita simply smiled without saying a word. After calming down, the mushroom looked up at Ningfeng with a pitiful expression and asked if the Almighty Lord had stopped caring because it was too weak and cowardly. Hearing that, Ningfeng laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? If we really disliked you, we would never have traveled all this way to find you. At last, all four were reunited. Sasita gently rubbed the mushroom's soft head, making it beam with joy as it nodded excitedly again and again. At the same time, deep within the ancient forest, right beside the teleport gate, a pair of watchful eyes secretly observed everything happening outside. The tree spirit took in the strange scene before him, but still could not understand what was happening. After learning that the person it had beaten so badly was Du Yan, the little mushroom immediately apologized in embarrassment, realizing he also served the Almighty Lord. It even offered to remove the poison so he could recover quickly. Seeing that, Ningfeng signaled to everyone, "Finish dealing with the aftermath of the secret realm invasion. Then we will head back." The little mushroom immediately withdrew its magic and respectfully replied that such a small task could be left entirely to it. After saying that, the little mushroom quickly cast a spell and opened a massive teleport gate for everyone. It then happily followed close behind Ningfeng into the spatial portal. But the moment they arrived on the other side, the sight before them left both of them stunned. Every tree spirit and the entire leaf legion knelt before the little mushroom and shouted in unison, welcoming their victorious leader home. Even though he hated every second of it, the tree spirit swallowed his pride and obediently bowed. Seeing those once hostile warriors suddenly acting so loyal, Ningfeng pointed at them and asked in confusion, "Mushroom, what is going on here?" The little mushroom had no idea when the tree spirit's attitude had changed so completely, so it could only stand there in awkward silence. With his head lowered and sweat pouring down, the tree spirit hurriedly admitted his mistakes. He begged for forgiveness and swore that he and all his followers would remain absolutely loyal from now on. Hearing that, the little mushroom could only look helplessly at Ningfeng and call out, "Lord." Understanding how it felt, Ningfeng simply smiled and encouraged it to make the choice it truly wanted. As it hesitated, the mushroom remembered asking the Almighty Lord long ago if it could avoid fighting, and the gentle reply had been that all that mattered was its happiness. The memory touched its heart, filling its eyes with tears as it realized its Lord had never changed. But the mushroom knew it was no longer the same as before. It quietly made up its mind and slowly closed its eyes. In an instant, it cast a spell, and emerald flames erupted to engulf the tree spirit. Caught in the sudden blaze, the tree spirit screamed in agony and desperately begged for mercy. The mushroom answered, only with a cold stare. It declared that it hated traitors above all else and would now fight bravely to protect those it treasured. The scene then returned to the familiar research base. As soon as they arrived, the mushroom immediately went back to its timid self and hid behind Ningfeng's leg. He looked down with a smile and said it had become much braver than before. Seeing that Du Yan had partly recovered and was resting against the bed, the mushroom shyly apologized for accidentally injuring him. Du Yan smiled and said he held no grudge because the mushroom had done everything it could to remove the poison, and he was no longer in any real danger. Even after Du Yan reassured it several times, the mushroom still clung tightly to Ningfeng's pant leg with a guilty expression. Ningfeng turned to Du Yan and gently told him that he had worked hard recently and should take a few days to recover. Grateful for the concern, Du Yan happily replied that it was nothing. As long as he could fight alongside everyone, he was already satisfied. Hearing that, Ningfeng thoughtfully stroked his chin. He felt Kabo had proven himself extremely reliable and decided to reward him when the opportunity came. Just then, the little mushroom suddenly felt an intense wave of dizziness. Unable to hold on any longer, it collapsed onto the floor, leaving everyone rushing over in panic and calling its name. The mushroom's body gradually turned dark black, yet it still struggled to lift its head and weakly assured Ningfeng that it was only exhausted. Han Yin immediately rushed over like a flash and gently lifted the tiny mushroom into his hands. Looking at the unconscious mushroom, Ningfeng quickly understood the cause. It had used the last fragment of the world heart to save the mushroom spirit, then exhausted even more power to cure Kabo's poison, so collapsing from complete exhaustion was only natural. After confirming the problem, Ningfeng immediately poured his spiritual energy into the mushroom. He planned to temporarily release its physical form before gathering more resources to restore its lost energy. With a single spell from Ning Feng, the mushroom instantly shrank before disappearing from Han Yin's hands. The scene shifted once again to the deep underwater area where the gate was guarded. As soon as Ming Ge appeared, Ning Feng asked what had happened. She happily held up a glowing stone and announced that she had found another fragment of the world heart he had been searching for. The news delighted Ning Feng. He realized that connecting the two worlds had greatly expanded the range for gathering resources. Taking the opportunity, Ning Feng invited Ming Ge to explore a secret realm connected to the world heart. She immediately agreed, unable to hide her excitement. Soon after, the group entered a completely unfamiliar and mysterious secret realm. Their team, consisting of Ming Ge, a veteran cultist, and a guard, was finally assembled. Faced with the strange new surroundings, all three stared in amazement. Ning Feng soon appeared as well, spreading his arms wide and releasing a vast wave of life energy that restored the vitality of everything around him. Witnessing that enormous flow of spiritual power, the old cultist could not hide his admiration. He sighed that only the Almighty Lord could possess such pure strength. Meanwhile, Ning Feng calmly maintained the spell as if nothing unusual had happened. Before long, he obtained a pair of extremely high-grade boots. The system immediately displayed the item's details. Tranquil Invasion Boots, Orange Divine Artifact, grants 1/200 Spirit, 100 Movement Speed, Health Regeneration, 50 Physical Damage Resistance, 20 Magic Damage, and Permanent Durability. Basic attacks gain the Nature attribute with a 20 chance to inflict paralysis. The boots also improve mobility in forests and mountains, contain a locked special skill, and preserve the natural aura and soul essence of the little mushroom sealed inside them, so they will never fade away. Not far away, someone was secretly watching Ning Feng's every move. He judged that Ning Feng was a powerful mage who had somehow taken a support role. A cruel grin spread across his face. In his eyes, leaving such a fragile mage exposed was the same as offering up a free kill. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he turned into a shadow and charged at Ning Feng at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Ning Feng with bloodthirsty eyes, ready to launch a surprise attack. But Ning Feng had already sensed his presence. The attacker opened his mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs as he lunged to bite Ning Feng, laughing as though victory was already his. Before those fangs could reach him, Ning Feng spun around and drove a crushing punch into his face, while instantly triggering 3 effects at once: freeze, weaken, and paralysis. The attacker was blasted away like a falling leaf and slammed headfirst into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, he lay frozen at the bottom of a crater, unable to believe he had been defeated so easily. The only thing left in his glowing red eyes was overwhelming fear. Just then, Ning Feng walked over. Ming Ge and the other two followed, surrounding the enemy and studying him with curiosity, as if he were some strange creature. Realizing resistance was hopeless, the man immediately dropped to his knees, raised both hands in surrender, and began speaking in a strange language that no one could understand. Ning Feng turned to the queen and asked what he was saying. She simply shook her head and admitted she had no idea what language he was mumbling. The three beside them curiously tapped the layer of ice, covering his mouth, wondering how anyone could possibly speak with their lips frozen shut. Seeing that words would not work, the captive switched to gestures instead. He repeatedly pointed toward the road ahead, before bowing over and over before Ning Feng, as if begging for something. The old cultist thought for a moment before saying that the man was probably offering to guide them in exchange for his life. Ning Feng looked coldly at the kneeling vampire and replied, "Fine, stay behind us. If you try anything, you know what will happen." The group then entered a dark forest filled with withered trees. Thick black clouds covered the sky, giving the entire place a gloomy atmosphere. Suddenly, a swarm of vicious vampires with glowing red eyes swooped down from above and launched an ambush. Ming Ge's soldiers immediately rushed to the front line, while the forces behind them unleashed supporting fire. Ming Ji drew her bow and fired an arrow high into the sky, aiming straight at one target. The vampire easily dodged the first shot, and even turned back with a mocking grin to taunt the queen. But before he could celebrate, a second arrow pierced his body, igniting flames that reduced him to ashes before the eyes of his companions. The longer Ming Ji fought, the more excited she became. She thought to herself that the techniques taught by the Almighty Lord were becoming second nature, and she would soon be ready for the next stage of training. As Ning Feng observed the surroundings, he remarked that this place seemed to be inhabited entirely by vampires. Hearing that, the vampire guide looked at him in surprise. He quickly replied, "That's right." Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, so you can speak our language now?" The man awkwardly nodded and admitted he had only learned a little. After that, Mo Da began telling his story. Many years ago, his world had been invaded by vampires. The gap in strength was overwhelming, and his homeland quickly fell into ruin. The ruler of the dark castle ahead was Count Mat Gu. He had originally been a human from this world, but out of fear of death, he sold his soul to demons, became a vampire, and helped the invaders conquer countless lands. Once the campaign ended, the outsiders withdrew and left this territory under his rule. Ning Feng looked straight at Mo Da and asked, "So what exactly is your relationship with Count Mat Gu?" Mo Da honestly admitted that he was the Count's illegitimate son. In other words, Mat Gu was his half-brother. The scene shifted to a gloomy black castle standing atop a snowy mountain. A burly man slowly walked out of the castle, surrounded by a blazing crimson killing aura. He glared at Mo Da and shouted, "So it's you. Are you trying to use outsiders to steal my position?" Mo Da immediately shook his head and denied it, insisting that he had never wanted power. He also begged Ning Feng not to believe the Count's lies. Without wasting another word, Ming Ji immediately fired a magic arrow at the Count. The Count reacted instantly, swinging his sword to shatter the arrow and releasing a crimson sword aura. He sneered, saying that such a petty trick could never hurt him. But his smile quickly vanished when something completely unexpected left him frozen in shock. While everyone was focused on the battle, Ning Feng had somehow taken the Count's throne. He even adjusted his sitting position and commented that the chair was surprisingly comfortable. It only needed some snacks to be perfect. Furious at the sight, the Count charged straight at Ning Feng with his sword, while roaring for his subordinates to kill every last one of them. However, before he could reach Ning Feng, another sudden turn of events forced him to stop. Ming Ge's entire team, including her soldiers and the old cultist, launched a coordinated assault against the Count. Ning Feng remained seated on the throne, calmly watching the battle. He remarked with satisfaction that Ming Ji possessed exceptional combat talent. The fiercer the battle became, the stronger she performed. As long as her teammates created opportunities, her full potential would emerge. Ming Ji continued firing arrows. This time they struck their target, immobilizing the Count for nearly 10 seconds. The agonizing wounds made the Count scream in pain. He glared at Ning Feng's group with burning hatred. Crimson blood energy erupted from his battered body as he gritted his teeth and cursed them, swearing they would never know peace. Before the red light completely swallowed him, the Count wore a chilling smile and declared that they would all eventually share the same fate as him. According to him, they would all become loyal servants of the Vampire King. Ming Ji and the old cultist were shocked to see a dark crimson mark appear on the backs of their hands. Even Ning Feng was no exception. The mark on his hand also began glowing brightly. He frowned and carefully examined the strange symbol that had appeared on his skin. Standing nearby, Mo Da burst into laughter and congratulated them. He said the Count had sacrificed his own life to cast this curse, and now they were all doomed. Just then, the system announced the unlock of the passive skill Wasteland Guardian. Whenever attacked, a shield would automatically activate and completely absorb physical damage within its limit, then gradually recover after each battle. Ning Feng immediately realized he was now almost immune to physical attacks. Next came the passive skill Evil Retribution, which completely nullified all mental attacks and reflected 100 times the damage back to the attacker. That meant he no longer had to fear attacks on his mind. Even so, Ning Feng kept staring at the mark on his hand, because this curse belonged to neither category. That meant he had truly encountered an ability that would be extremely difficult to deal with. Mo Da pointed at Ning Feng and laughed loudly. In his eyes, from this moment on, they had all inherited the Count's fate. The instant he finished speaking, every mark flared with dazzling crimson light. Above the grand hall, a blood-red vortex suddenly tore open the space overhead. An elderly vampire with silver hair slowly stepped out of it. The moment he appeared, he swept his gaze across Ning Feng's entire group. He laughed and declared that another batch of fresh blood slaves had arrived. He assured them they did not need to fear because he would not kill them right away. Instead, from this day forward, they would become the lowest class of slaves and spend the rest of their lives serving him. But before he could finish speaking, his right arm suddenly lifted on its own. A loud slap echoed through the hall as that very hand struck him square across the face. Ming Ge stood there in complete confusion, unable to understand why the old vampire had slapped himself. The Vampire King clutched his cheek and stared at his right arm in horror, realizing he had completely lost control of it. Before he could recover, the arm swung again, delivering another brutal slap that sent blood flying. All he could do was scream helplessly, as his own body repeatedly beat him without mercy. Ming Jie, the soldiers, and even the old cultist stood frozen in shock. completely speechless at the unbelievable scene. Only Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction. He had used the curse itself as a link to forcibly control the Vampire King and make him attack himself. The system immediately introduced the active skill Will Domination, a forbidden dark spell that could place a curse, directly control a target's mind, and twist their thoughts to match the user's will. On the other side, the Vampire King became even more terrified as his own hand drew its sword and pressed it against his neck. Panicking, he begged the unseen controller to spare his life and promised to become a loyal subordinate. Ningfeng smirked and calmly repeated almost the exact words the Vampire King had spoken earlier. "Relax. I would never let you die that easily." Only then did the Vampire King realize that Ningfeng was the one behind everything. Ningfeng got straight to the point and said that if the Vampire King wanted to live, he would have to accept one condition. The old vampire could only tremble and glare at him with hatred. The scene then shifted to a peaceful wooden cabin in the middle of a lush green valley. Ningfeng turned to Kabo and said, "Your turn." Kabo immediately bowed and accepted the Almighty Lord's command. Kabo placed his hand on the crimson mark on the back of his hand and began chanting to activate its power. The moment it activated, the mark burst into dazzling red light, leaving even Kabo stunned by its effect. The next moment, the Vampire King appeared before everyone, knelt on one knee, placed a hand over his chest, and solemnly swore absolute loyalty to his master until his final breath. Kabo stared in disbelief. A being countless times stronger than himself was now calling him master. Even all of his previous summoned beasts combined probably could not survive a single strike from the Vampire King. Outwardly, the Vampire King appeared completely obedient, but inside he wanted to cry. The curse he had created had become the chains that now bound him. No matter how furious he was, he did not dare resist. Even one member of Ningfeng's group could easily crush him, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Ningfeng rubbed his chin with a grin. He planned to let that little girl absorb all of Kabo's old summons before replacing them with a new servant who was even stronger. The only drawback was that the Vampire King's summon duration was limited, making him suitable only for decisive battles. Deeply moved, Kabo quickly bowed in gratitude and swore to repay Ningfeng with everything he had. Standing beside him, the Vampire King could only reluctantly echo the promise and declare that he too would serve loyally. Ningfeng quietly reviewed the results of the expedition. This raid on the vampire secret realm had been an incredible success. Not only had he obtained another fragment of the world heart, but he had also fully replenished his energy and acquired an extremely rare reconstruction key. As long as he could locate Han Yin's original homeland, he would have the ability to restore Han Yin to the original state. On top of that, Ningfeng had reached level 180, meeting the requirements for his next ascension. The scene shifted to the Ascension Hall, where Ningfeng stood in a space filled with emerald light. He checked the Ascension quest chain for the Magic God class. The destination was the Dao Ying mountain range. To begin, he had to enter a secret realm and collect the Battle Magic Emblem, then gather 20 transformation crystals, 300 Ghost Fury armor fragments, and 300 Battle Beast fangs within 50 days. After reading the requirements, Ningfeng could only sigh because he did not even know where the secret realm was. The system immediately began searching and identified a location that matched the quest requirements. Before long, the image of a vast plain and a mysterious purple vortex appeared. The moment Ningfeng saw it, he was stunned because the place looked extremely familiar. He immediately questioned the system, because that secret realm had long been under the control of the gods. On top of that, it was located within the time-devouring abyss, making it almost impossible to enter by ordinary means. A short while later, Ningfeng stood before the entrance to the secret realm. The young woman beside him explained that there was still a way to break the seal. Someone only had to clear the highest difficulty, life and death trial, to unlock the entrance. Hearing that, Ningfeng quickly calculated the situation and concluded that his team had no choice but to conquer the highest difficulty within 50 days. Yu Linghua turned to him and asked if he truly intended to clear that challenge as soon as possible. Ningfeng nodded without hesitation. After hearing his answer, the guild leader rested her chin on her hand and came up with a new idea, though she was still not completely certain. She reminded everyone that their previous 5-person team had been stopped at the 3rd difficulty level. However, everyone had become much stronger since then, especially guild leader Wang, who had obtained a divine artifact. Trying that level again would no longer be so difficult. Even so, Yu Linghua remained extremely cautious. The memory of their previous expedition still haunted her, and attempting the highest difficulty with their current lineup carried an enormous risk of death. Ningfeng agreed with that assessment. Even a quick calculation showed that the chance of failure was extremely high. Yu Linghua then suggested another possibility. Adding one special member to the team might completely change the outcome. Curious, Ningfeng immediately asked who she was talking about. The answer caught him completely by surprise. It was Chang Muqiu. Even Chang Muqiu looked stunned, pointing at herself with an expression of complete disbelief. She repeatedly waved her hands and refused, insisting that she was still too weak and could not even keep up with her master yet. Yu Linghua smiled and interrupted her. She explained that Xiao Qiu possessed a unique ability that increased her teammates' luck. That hidden talent was exactly why she had taken her as a disciple and spent so much time training her. Hearing Chang Muqiu's name, Ningfeng laughed as he remembered taking her on many difficult hunts in the past. She had suddenly disappeared for quite a while, and now he realized she had been training under Yu Linghua the whole time. Yu Linghua smiled confidently and said that luck could never be explained by common sense. She believed Xiao Qiu would create miracles no one could imagine. Ningfeng immediately agreed, while Chang Muqiu could only wipe the sweat from her forehead and sigh helplessly. Seeing the nervous girl step back, Ningfeng gently reassured her and said she should simply treat this as valuable experience. Yu Linghua also smiled and revealed that Xiao Qiu trained with incredible dedication every single day. Wang Mi quietly glanced at Ningfeng and thought to herself that the biggest reason Xiao Qiu worked so hard was him. Yu Linghua excitedly ordered everyone to move out. The team prepared to enter the secret realm while Chang Muqiu quietly answered, unable to hide her nervousness. The system displayed the challenge levels. The lowest difficulty offered only modest experience and rewards, while higher difficulties granted increasingly valuable loot. The final difficulty promised extraordinary treasures. A new notification then appeared before Chang Muqiu. She received the effect Survive the Brink, allowing her teammates to withstand 10 fatal attacks. Even more importantly, when the entire team's health dropped below 20, the luck effect doubled. At that very moment, Duan's health stopped exactly at 20. Just then, a gigantic monster charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him whole. Du and dodged with agile movements again and again, though he was still struck several times. Suddenly, he clenched his fist as brilliant golden light rapidly gathered around it. The punch slammed directly into the monster's face, knocking the giant creature flat onto the ground. Duan quietly calculated that deliberately keeping his health low was incredibly dangerous, but the greatly amplified luck effect made the strategy far too rewarding to ignore. Elsewhere, Wang Mi fired a magic arrow glowing with blue light. The instant it struck, the target burst into brilliant blue flames. Watching Chang Muqiu fight, Wang Mi could not help admiring her progress. After receiving personal guidance from Yu Linghua, the young girl had improved dramatically. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Ningfeng and Yu Linghua patiently waited at the entrance. Ningfeng suddenly noticed that the divine power inside his body was steadily draining away, making him realize the battle inside was still extremely fierce. Sometime later, Wang Mi's team finally emerged, looking utterly exhausted. Yu Linghua immediately asked how it had gone. Wang Mi clutched her chest as she caught her breath and admitted it had been the most dangerous battle she had ever experienced. She then turned to Ningfeng and said that if luck continued to favor them the way it had this time, they would have an excellent chance of succeeding on the next attempt. She also reviewed the battle with the others, pointing out that their teamwork still had plenty of flaws, especially since several important skills had been used far too early. The scene shifted to the City of Eternal Rest, a place filled with darkness and icy silence. The moment Jisoo appeared, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Frowning, he announced that the black hole placed on Blue Star could no longer absorb divine power, as it had before. In his opinion, the almighty magic god, on the other side, still had not found a permanent solution to the problem. Jisoo suggested that his two companions continue with the original plan by sending more time-devouring pits to Blue Star to slowly wear down the magic god's power. After saying that, he burst into smug laughter, as though everything was already under his control. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan stood beside Yang Xiao with his arms folded, silently observing the situation. But Jisoo's laughter suddenly stopped. He clutched his head and screamed in agony, leaving Chen Yuan and Yang Xiao completely stunned, as they had no idea what had just happened. Back on the battlefield, Wang Mi immediately crouched behind a massive boulder for cover. She watched her opponent closely and realized he was chanting a spell before casting magic. The enemy raised his staff, and dozens of spears of light appeared in the sky. They rained down on Wang Mi's hiding spot, forcing her to dodge at once. Wang Mi sprinted away and kept changing direction to avoid the spears crashing into the ground. Breathing hard from exhaustion, she found another boulder and hid again. Wang Mi clenched her teeth. Her teammates had fallen one by one, protecting her, and her own health bar was almost empty. The team had sacrificed so much just to push the enemy to the brink of death. If he escaped now, they might never get another chance. Determined to finish it, Wang Mi pulled herself together and bet everything on one final attack. She burst from cover, accelerated to full speed, and charged straight at her opponent. At that moment, a yellow target mark appeared above the enemy's head. The system displayed Silver Flash Godslayer, an orange-gray divine weapon that could lock onto a target and track every movement. Without hesitation, Wang Mi drew her glowing bow to full draw. As the enemy prepared to strike back, she dashed sideways and slipped behind a nearby boulder. Leaning against the rock, Wang Mi aimed her bow at the sky and shouted, "You think hiding means I cannot see you?" 3 arrows shot through the air, curved around the terrain, and struck the target from an unexpected angle. After taking the full barrage, the enemy's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Moments later, streams of pink light flew from his body and rushed toward Ningfeng. Seeing the familiar energy return, Ningfeng widened his eyes. He felt his divine power recover at an incredible speed, restoring everything he had lost and giving him even more. The scene shifted to a gloomy fortress wrapped in darkness. Yang Xiao hurriedly asked what had happened. Jisoo trembled as he cried that all the divine power he had gathered was being drained away. He threw back his head and cursed the almighty god of magic for destroying the secret realm he had worked so hard to build. Zhen Yuan and Yang Xiao could only stand there in stunned silence. Jisoo clutched his chest and gasped that he had to cut off the connection to that pit immediately. But he panicked after discovering the link could not be broken, as if someone had completely locked it in place. Back inside the secret realm, Ningfeng floated in a strange space. Before him was a purple box sealing a mass of black energy. It struggled to escape but remained tightly imprisoned. Ningfeng smiled and said, "You have been draining my divine power all this time. Now it is your turn to pay back every last bit with interest." Right then, 2 shadowy figures suddenly appeared behind him to launch a sneak attack. With a casual wave of his hand, he instantly activated the forbidden spell Frozen Storm Burst. Han Yin clicked his tongue and praised the power of a mythical weapon, while Shida smiled and said it was all thanks to the Lord God, bringing out its true strength. The enemy Wang Mi had defeated, struggled back to his feet, and tried to summon another wave of spears. But before they could reach Ningfeng, the aura surrounding him crushed them into pieces. After a brief thought, Ningfeng decided not to keep relying on forbidden spells because it would be too wasteful. Instead, he unleashed a sky full of razor-sharp ice before sending it crashing onto his enemy. The enemy only had time to scream before disappearing completely. After he vanished, a brilliant golden metal dropped onto the ground. It was the combat certification, an orange-grade consumable that permanently increased strength by 5, speed by 5, and spirit by 8. As soon as he picked it up, Ningfeng felt another surge of divine power flowing into his body. He laughed. They had once drained all of his strength, but now the tables had turned, and they were the ones being emptied instead. It was an unexpected bonus. Back at the enemy base, Yang Xiao anxiously asked Jisoo if he could still hold on. Jisoo collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, and said he was not dead yet. This mechanism was like a gamble where victory and defeat both had a price. If their side gained the advantage, they could absorb the enemy's power. But once they lost, they had to return many times more. He never expected a low-level world like Blue Star to break his high-level secret realm. What drove Jisoo into even deeper despair was that even after paying the full price, the connection still remained and continued draining his energy. The moment he finished speaking, another stream of pink light flew out of his body. Zhen Yuan and Yang Xiao quietly wiped away their cold sweat, grateful they had never dropped their secret realm onto Blue Star. Otherwise, they would be suffering just like Jisoo. Jisoo clasped his hands together and begged the 2 of them to help him escape this nightmare. Meanwhile, Ningfeng stood before the secret realm gate and nodded in satisfaction. After his 6th reincarnation, his understanding of divine power had grown tremendously. He knew the god on the other side was still trapped by the forbidden spell and could not escape the secret realm. As long as his teammates kept clearing it, he would continue draining divine power from the enemy. Ningfeng simply smiled and shrugged. The only downside was having to wait a few days before another run. Otherwise, he would have cleared everything by himself already. He swiped across the control panel, set the matter aside for now, and checked the other areas for anything important. In an instant, he froze with his eyes wide open in shock. the scene shifted to a breathtaking and radiant deep sea. Ming-ge stood before countless furious citizens and loudly announced that the mastermind behind all the chaos would be put on public trial today. The crowd gritted their teeth in anger as chained warriors were escorted before them. Watching through the screen, Ningfeng realized these prisoners were the subordinates of the prince from before. The scene returned to the plaza beneath the sea. Everyone under Ming-ge's rule viewed the captured warriors as unforgivable criminals. The heretic priest pointed at the leader and demanded to know if he was the army's supreme commander who had ordered the invasion. The commander only smirked and pretended he had no idea what they were talking about. He argued that they were simply carrying out the will of their god to eliminate heretics, and the invasion charges were nothing but false accusations. Ming-ge was stunned because they had admitted every crime after being captured. The heretic priest shouted in fury and demanded to know whether they had ordered the massacre of civilians in Huangxiao town. Another soldier calmly replied that in battle, no one could tell soldiers from civilians. Anyone who picked up a weapon was eliminated. That answer sent the crowd into an uproar, with everyone demanding immediate execution. One warrior even laughed proudly and said they could cut off his head because anyone who died for their god would still enter heaven. Ming-ge clenched her teeth in rage, and the heretic priest beside her looked just as furious. Meanwhile, the prisoners kept laughing and provoking everyone without the slightest fear. Ming-ge turned and walked away, saying the evidence was enough for a conviction, but something about the whole situation felt suspicious. The heretic priest agreed. Their complete lack of fear suggested they were hiding another scheme. Ming-ge rubbed her head in frustration. Passing judgment now might play right into their trap, but delaying it would only make the people even angrier. Just then, a young girl ran over and urged Ming-ge to follow her immediately. Though confused, Ming-ge and the heretic priest quickly followed. When they arrived, both were shocked to see Ningfeng calmly enjoying a meal, and they immediately bowed together. Lord God. The scene shifted again to a dark prison beneath the sea. One warrior laughed loudly and asked if everyone had seen Queen Ming-ge's pale face during the trial. Another mocked her, saying someone that flustered was unfit to rule, and anyone serving her should be ashamed. The prison guard outside the cell shouted angrily and ordered them to stop insulting the queen. But the prisoner only mocked him even more, saying all he could do was yell from outside, while everyone in this kingdom was nothing but cowards. The guard gripped his spear so tightly that his teeth ground together in rage. Just then, footsteps echoed through the dark hallway. Ningfeng and Ming-ge walked side by side toward the prison cells. The guard immediately bowed to Lord God and Her Majesty the Queen. Ningfeng stared coldly at the soldier behind the bars. The prisoner immediately shouted, demanding to know who Ningfeng was and why Ming-ge addressed him with that title. Ningfeng ignored the question and directly cast the forbidden spell, Dark Mind Control, forcing the target to reveal every hidden thought to its master. A stream of pitch-black energy shot straight into the soldier's body. His body went stiff, and the light quickly faded from his eyes. Ningfeng calmly ordered him to reveal every secret plan they had been hiding. The controlled soldier calmly revealed that after they were captured, their followers held a grand prayer ritual, and their Lord God truly answered. He continued, saying their Lord God was furious that this place had accepted followers of the almighty God of magic. He supported the war and even declared them heroes chosen by the gods. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He insisted their God would protect them. Anyone who killed them would be punished, and if they died, they would ascend to heaven and continue serving him. Ningfeng frowned slightly and asked how exactly they became servants of their Lord God. The moment he finished speaking, the warrior's body suddenly erupted with a blazing red light. A strange energy quickly engulfed him, and his body began to mutate. Ming-ge was startled and immediately asked Ningfeng what was happening. Ningfeng calmly explained that each of them had been implanted with a seed containing the power of an evil god. It simply had not awakened until now. Once they were killed, their corpses would instantly transform into monsters, leaving Ming-ge chilled to the bone. Ningfeng added that those monsters were extremely powerful. Without preparation, Ming-ge's forces would suffer devastating losses. Deep down, he felt relieved. After his 6th class advancement, his fusion with the evil god had reached 30%, just enough to detect and temporarily suppress this power. Ming-ge was still confused. She could not understand why Jisoo dared to borrow the evil god's power. Was he not afraid of losing his followers' faith? Ningfeng calmly explained that the enemy planned to blame everything on Ming-ge by spreading rumors that she had used dark arts to turn the prisoners into monsters, causing the people to abandon their queen. Seeing Ming's concern, he gently patted her shoulder and assured her everything was still under control. Ningfeng declared that their scheme would never succeed. He announced that those who had slaughtered innocent people and committed countless crimes would face true justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfeng snapped his fingers and said their wish would be granted. The mutating warriors instantly froze. Then every one of them vanished from the prison. One of them stared blankly at his hands and realized his body had returned to normal. But moments later, he trembled in panic after discovering the surroundings were completely unfamiliar. All he could see was a vast empty world filled with eerie silence. In the dark sky above, blazing red flames rained down without end. The flames slowly gathered together and formed the shape of a human. The warrior looked on in horror as a young man appeared, already holding a knife. Realizing it was only an ordinary civilian, he immediately looked down on him. Before he could react, the young man charged forward at incredible speed. He tried to dodge, yet somehow the blade had already pierced his body. Blood burst from the wound, and panic consumed him. He could not understand why he had failed to evade, while countless unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. In those memories, a man shielded a young woman with his own body. He vaguely remembered ordering that man's death in some village, though he had never given it another thought. He clenched his fists and cast a spell, believing an ordinary civilian posed no threat. The instant he launched his attack, the young man swung his blade across the warrior's body. After the clash, they immediately separated and faced each other. The young man raised his blade and activated the forbidden dark spell, World of Torment, dragging his enemy into an illusion that exposed every weakness and delivered the punishment each sins deserved. One by one, the people who had died by the warrior's hand appeared before him. Every one of them carried a weapon, burning with killing intent, as they surrounded him from every direction. Ningfeng coldly declared that the real trial had only just begun. At his command, the vengeful spirits charged together to punish the guilty. Before long, the warrior collapsed, his body covered in countless wounds. In despair, he could only whisper that their Lord God had promised to protect them. Standing beside him, Mingji wondered what these prisoners were actually experiencing. Ningfeng silently watched the trembling warrior curled up behind the bars. He calmly replied that this was only a small punishment. With that, Ningfeng turned and walked away, hoping they would be far more honest when the real trial began. Minga sighed that the gifts Jisoo had granted his followers had gone far beyond the limits of humanity. Ningfeng told her to quickly find the remaining followers of Jisoo still hiding among the people. If she ran into trouble, she only had to come to him, and Minga immediately agreed. Just then, Haluo and Tiemeng contacted him at almost the exact same time, both asking if Lord God was available. Ningfeng was surprised that they had chosen to call at the very same moment. The scene shifted to Haluo's secret realm, a place personally named by Lord God. Haluo respectfully brought an axe before Ningfeng and invited him to take a look. A burst of crimson magic flared up, quickly forming a suit of armor around his arm. Ningfeng was surprised to see Haluo transform the gauntlet back into a scythe and asked how he had done it. Haluo pointed to the shaman beside him and explained that he had recently awakened a new skill that randomly generated 3 special keywords whenever equipment was enhanced. The shaman raised the weapon and explained that the highest keyword rank was purple. One example was instant form swap, which allowed equipment to change forms in a split second. Ningfeng nodded with approval and said it was an extremely useful ability, especially for battles that relied on strategy. Halua smiled with satisfaction, knowing Lord God would definitely be interested in this discovery. Everyone in the tribe excitedly said that ever since they began worshipping Lord God, their strength had grown every day, and earning his recognition was their greatest honor. Ningfeng smiled in response and guessed that Tiemeng was probably about to report similar news. The scene shifted to Iron Cave, Tiemeng's secret realm, which had also been named by Lord God. Tiemeng personally welcomed Ningfeng and reported that the tribe had awakened a new skill called Earth Vein Blessing, greatly increasing their chances of finding rare minerals. He pointed at a towering pile of gemstones and said they had gathered them recently, hoping Lord God would be pleased. Zizaya, Han Yin, and Mushroom were all stunned because every single mineral was a precious material used to upgrade divine weapons. Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction. It looked like his remaining 2 divine weapons could soon be upgraded as well. The scene then shifted to an area with a purple vortex inside the secret realm. This was a high-difficulty zone, but it offered massive experience and valuable rewards. The boss broke into a cold sweat as it faced the group, sensing this battle would be incredibly difficult. Professor Xie gathered blazing fire magic in her hand while wielding the equipment called Blazing Flame Guardian. The equipment increased area of effect, boosted the chance to inflict burn, enhanced burn damage, extended the burning duration, and raised overall damage. Only seconds later, a fierce wave of flames crashed toward the boss, forcing it to dodge by the narrowest margin. It stared in horror at its burning left shoulder. Even a slight graze had instantly ignited it. Before the enemy could recover, Teacher Lu rushed in with a slash and activated a skill. The skill Muddy Waters took effect, greatly increasing damage against burning targets. The boss watched in terror as blood continued pouring from the wound on its shoulder. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Ningfeng calmly sat there, eating an apple. He felt another surge of divine power within his body and immediately realized Professor Xi's team had completed their objective. Although the equipment keyword system had only appeared recently, many people had already mastered it and kept creating new combat strategies, allowing even ordinary adventurers to improve dramatically. Ningfeng smiled, because there was something even more interesting. Anyone who died inside the secret realm could revive without consuming his divine power. Instead, the revival used their own power of faith, making it the perfect place for real combat training. He quickly calculated that with two worlds constantly supplying faith power, proper management would be enough to offset all the consumption. The scene shifted to Jisoo, whose condition had become dangerously unstable. Even though Yang Xiao and Zhen Yuan continuously poured divine power into him, his strength kept draining away at an alarming rate. Zhen Yuan gritted his teeth as he realized Jisoo's condition was worsening by the minute. Watching his divine power disappear without end, both of them knew the situation was completely out of control. Yang Xiao also noticed something was wrong, because ordinary divine power loss should not produce such bizarre symptoms. Suddenly, Yang Xiao froze after hearing a strange laugh, while Jisoo collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, his body began mutating and rapidly swelled in size. Cold sweat poured down Zhen Yuan's face as he immediately realized that Mai Shang, one of the 7 great evil gods, had officially descended. Yang Xiao watched in horror as the wall of light behind Jisoo shattered completely. Jisoo slowly raised his hand, and a mass of deep purple magic gathered in his palm. He immediately launched an attack at Yang Xiao, forcing her to raise a shield. Seeing his ally cornered, Shen Yuan clenched his fist and prepared to strike back. He threw a powerful punch, and a golden beam pierced straight through Jisoo's body. But Shen Yuan quickly realized the target he had hit was only a clone. He instantly turned around after sensing a shadow soaring behind him. The figure shot high into the sky before everyone's shocked eyes. Both Yang Xiao and Zhen Yuan's expressions changed at once. Jisoo flung his cloak aside and unleashed 2 devastating attacks from above. Shen Yuan and Yang Xiao turned pale as they hurriedly raised their shields to block the assault. While resisting the attack, Zhen Yuan asked if Jisoo had already fused with Mi Shang's godhead. Yang Xiao confirmed it. Meanwhile, Jisoo looked at his new body and muttered that he still had not fully mastered its power. On top of that, this was not his own divine realm, so fighting both of them at once was too risky. With that, his body dissolved into countless specks of light and vanished without a trace. Zhen Yuan's face darkened as he realized the enemy was escaping. Yang Xiao frantically searched the area, but Jisoo was already gone. Zhen Yuan roared in anger, saying they had not even dealt with one evil god before another one appeared. Yang Xiao guessed Jisoo's divine power had been completely drained, giving Mai Shang the chance to seize control. The more Zhen Yuan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If a fused godhead could still backfire like this, what would happen when it was his turn? The scene shifted to vast starry sky, a territory of the divine realm ruled by the eternal divine court. Zhen Yuan slammed his fist down in frustration and said letting Jisoo escape was a massive threat, whether he returned to his own divine realm or hid in the lower worlds. Yang Xiao worried that besides the almighty god of magic, they now also had to face another evil god. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and realized a terrifying possibility. They were also absorbing evil godheads, so if something went wrong, they could become vessels under the evil god's control. Furious, Zhen Yuan demanded to know why the research reports had claimed everything was safe. Yang Xiao could only awkwardly admit she never expected this to happen. His rage ignited a blazing surge of divine power that engulfed his entire body. He turned around and walked away, leaving Yang Xiao standing there alone. Yang Xiao quietly admitted that Jisoo had been right. Zhen Yuan was far too hot-headed and stubborn, yet without his help, she had no idea what to do next. She gritted her teeth and spent a long time deep in thought. In the end, a bold idea came to her mind. What if they formed an alliance with the almighty god of magic? The story returned to the deep-sea world, inside the queen's palace. After hearing the report, Ming-ji cried out in shock. The soldier quickly explained that Jisoo had suddenly abandoned this world. Every one of his temples and secret realms had collapsed overnight, while all of his followers had transformed into monsters. Every nation that once worshipped Jisoo had fallen into complete chaos. Countless refugees arrived seeking protection, and the blonde girl asked Ming-ji how she planned to handle the crisis. Ming-ji firmly declared that innocent people would be accepted and protected, while anyone who had supported the invasion would stand trial. The scene shifted to the prison beneath the sea. The once arrogant warrior now lay collapsed on the floor, foam at his mouth, and his body completely drained. Hearing a series of approaching footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him were his former comrades, being escorted into the prison by Ming-ge's soldiers. One of them looked over with relief, while he asked in disbelief why they had not escaped, and instead walked right into captivity. The other man spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted that Jisoo was actually an evil god, who had turned every follower into a monster before abandoning them all. Several guards wondered if they should take the prisoners away immediately, but another said to let them talk a little longer. After learning the full truth, the imprisoned warrior completely broke down, realizing he and his comrades had been abandoned. Clinging to the prison bars, he desperately begged to see Ming-ge, promising to repent and pleading for the queen's mercy. But no one answered or paid any attention to his desperate cries. In the end, only one guard coldly said, "It is too late." His legs gave out, and the warrior collapsed onto the cold stone floor. Watching everything through the screen, Ningfeng figured he had already sealed the dark power inside those people. They would never become monsters again, and now only had to wait for trial. But a moment later, he frowned after sensing something unusual. Ningfeng immediately turned his gaze to the right. He realized the exposed portion of the Divine Fallen World Tower seemed larger than before. Ningfeng instantly became alert because an eerie presence was calling him from the distant mist. He slowly raised his hand as purple magic spread across his body. Behind Ningfeng's hand, a strange vision gradually took shape. Ningfeng froze when he realized it was Jisoo's castle. He carefully observed the gloomy fortress, almost completely hidden beneath thick fog. Yet in the next instant, the castle became perfectly clear, as if the mist had never existed. Moments later, the fog swallowed the fortress again. Ningfeng quietly muttered that it appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The scene shifted to Jisoo, who hurriedly shouted for the other side to wait. By now, Mi-shang had taken control of half of Jisoo's body. He sneered and said resistance was pointless. Jisoo gritted his teeth and explained that his constant loss of divine power had exposed a weakness that Mi-shang exploited. He warned that stealing this body was useless because it carried a devastating curse. Unless it was broken, both of them would eventually perish together. Mi-shang only smirked, refusing to believe any curse could suppress Jisoo. Jisoo laughed bitterly and replied that the one who created the curse was the almighty god of magic. The moment he heard that name, Mi-shang suddenly seized almost complete control of the body. But Jisoo quickly reclaimed half of it. Mi-shang then demanded to know more about this rising figure. The two souls stared at each other as silence filled the air. After a long pause, Mi-shang finally admitted that if it was that person, then such a feat was possible. Still, he could not understand how an ally had become an enemy. Jisoo simply replied that it was a long story. All Mi-shang needed to know was that the almighty god of magic was now the enemy they both had to destroy. Deep down, Jisoo stayed on guard, determined not to reveal too many secrets. For now, he only wanted to lure Mi-shang into working together. The scene shifted to Yongxiao's territory. Zhen Yuan and Yongxiao immediately became cautious when Jisoo appeared before them. The half of the body controlled by Mi-shang burst into laughter and warned that he and Jisoo now shared one body. If anyone tried anything, both souls would explode together. Jisoo quickly eased the tension, saying no one would act recklessly. According to him, their top priority was finding a way to overthrow the almighty god of magic. Mi-shang turned to Yongxiao and asked if the almighty god of magic was hiding in a low-level world. She quietly nodded. Hearing that, Mi-shang smiled with a calculating look and said he had already come up with a plan. Jisoo suspiciously asked what the plan was, but Mi-shang only said they would find out soon enough. A sphere of purple light immediately formed in Mi-shang's palm. Jisoo stared at the strange power, and its familiar aura sent a chill down his spine. Mi-shang laughed and declared that all he had to do was throw the orb of devouring time into that low-level world. He reminded them that the people here had suffered greatly because of it in the past. Just then, a gigantic bear-like figure suddenly appeared behind him. Zhen Yuan immediately rushed forward to stop him, shouting in anger that the orb of devouring time had already caused them endless misery, yet Mai Xiang wanted to use it again. At the same time, Yang Xiao quickly cast a spell to restrain Mai Xiang's arm. Jisoo clenched his teeth in hatred and silently swore that every disaster today had been caused by the almighty god of magic, and he would eliminate that thorn in his side no matter what. Back with Ningfeng, he frowned in confusion, because the castle had completely vanished without a trace. While he was still thinking, someone called out, "Lord God." He turned around and saw Ming Ge. Looking deeply worried, the queen reported that Jisoo's divine power had suddenly returned, and he had descended upon his followers once again. Jisoo shamelessly blamed everything on Ningfeng, claiming Ningfeng had sealed the world and turned his followers into monsters, while he portrayed himself as the hero who had saved everyone. Mingji sighed and said that half of the followers still blindly believed those lies, while the rest were confused and uncertain. After so many years of Jisoo's rule, his influence could not disappear overnight. Ningfeng could only shake his head in disbelief. These gods were truly shameless. Sooner or later, he would teach them a lesson. The scene shifted back to Blue Star, inside a secret facility. Feng Yi suddenly widened his eyes in shock, making Yu Ling he immediately ask what had happened. Feng Yi blinked and said he had just obtained a strange magic manual, unlike anything they had ever seen before. Deep beneath the sea, a group of citizens gathered outside the city gates. Every face was filled with anxiety and fear. The heretic priest quietly explained to Ningfeng that these people had never joined the war. The queen wanted to take them in and asked him to persuade them, but Jisoo's sudden return had thrown them into confusion. Ningfeng recalled what Cecilia had once told him. The gods bound their followers with ruthless chains, and anyone who betrayed them would suffer a fate worse than death. No wonder everyone looked so hopeless. Looking at the pitiful crowd, Ningfeng wondered if the only way to free followers from another god was to wipe out Jisoo's entire faction. The scene shifted to a small house in a peaceful valley, where someone asked if Feng Yi had really never seen this kind of magic before. Sitting across from Feng Yi, Ningfeng nodded and said that rewards from secret realms had become increasingly diverse lately, with even extremely rare items appearing from time to time. He was quite pleased, guessing the improved rewards were due to his higher divine rank. Feng Yi handed the magic manual to Ningfeng and says it was a recent drop, asking whether Ningfeng could make use of it. Just then, Ningfeng sensed an unusual presence approaching. The scene returned to the underwater kingdom. The sea folk were still gathered together, their faces filled with unease. A trembling young woman asked Mingji whether her god would truly protect ordinary people like them. Mingji firmly assured everyone that it was true and told them not to worry. But another person immediately spoke up, saying they could not stay calm because Jisoo's bond still held them. Even knowing he was a liar, they feared an even worse punishment if they changed their faith. Mingja sighed softly, remembering her mother's words that followers could only change gods after their former deity had completely disappeared. She never expected Jisoo to return. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby, and she quickly turned around. Ningfeng walked over with a friendly wave and calmly stopped beside Mingge. Mingji immediately bowed to Lord God, surprised that he had returned so quickly. Ningfeng smiled warmly and introduced himself as the almighty god of magic before asking if they truly wished to abandon their old god. The crowd immediately began whispering, torn between fear and hesitation. At last, one young woman gathered her courage and answered yes. They had completely lost faith in Jisoo and only wanted to escape their current fate. The moment she finished speaking, a faint purple mist suddenly flowed from her body, leaving even her stunned. Ningfeng smiled and told her she had become the first follower of his faith. The young woman cried out with joy after feeling Jisoo's chains disappear completely. She could not understand what miracle had just happened. Ningfeng explained that once her bond with the old god had been severed, she no longer had to fear his punishment. Hearing that, everyone dropped to their knees in gratitude. The entire crowd knelt before Ningfeng and sincerely begged to become followers of the almighty god of magic. Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction. His newly acquired ability was even more useful than expected. The system immediately announced, passive skill unlocked, Steal Faith, a forbidden dark spell. This skill automatically absorbed part of an enemy god's divine power whenever one of their followers was converted. The stronger the follower, the more divine power it stole. Ningfeng clenched his fist, realizing this was the perfect strategy. He could expand his influence while steadily weakening his enemies. His eyes turned cold, Since Jisoo enjoyed playing dirty, he would become the first test subject for this new ability. The scene shifted to vast starry sky, where Yang Xiao was staying. The purple aura surrounding Jisoo suddenly weakened, as though something was constantly draining it away. Yang Xiao looked at him in confusion and asked what had gone wrong this time. Jisoo reluctantly admitted that his divine power was draining even faster than before. Yang Xiao frowned, suspecting everything was somehow connected to Blue Star. Jisoo immediately shook his head. The disturbance was not coming from Blue Star, but from another world. He could clearly feel his followers abandoning their faith, and every defection drained another portion of his divine power. Zhen Yuan rubbed his head in confusion and asked what was happening. Jisoo could only sigh, admitting that his connection to that world was growing as thin as a thread. Jisoo urgently told Yang Xiao to inform Tianqiong Jizan at once. That god also had followers in the same region, and any unusual sign had to be dealt with immediately. Narrowing his eyes with murderous intent, he coldly declared that if necessary, he would wipe that entire world off the map. Just then, a blue system window suddenly appeared before him. It asked whether he wished to initiate a divine war against the selected target, with the options accept or decline. Jisoo stared at the notification. Under the laws of the universe, gods could not casually invade a world, especially one already protected by another deity. To compete for control, both sides had to settle it through a divine war. During that war, a god could descend personally, or send their strongest followers and subordinates into battle. However, once they entered a lower-level world, their power would be restricted by the amount of faith they received there. Simply put, the more followers a god had, the more power they could unleash. Fewer followers meant weaker strength. Jisoo slammed his fist onto the table, cursing non-stop at the miserable situation. Zhen Yuan quickly urged him to calm down and asked who he was planning to wage war against. Holding his head in frustration, Jisoo admitted that even he had no idea who the enemy was. Yang Xiao was left speechless. Jisoo explained that his subordinates had once reported an unknown figure secretly stealing his followers in the lower world, but he had dismissed it as the work of an insignificant nobody. Looking at the other two, he said the appearance of the Divine War notification proved something was seriously wrong. Yang Xiao immediately understood. That meant the hidden figure was a legitimate god. Jisoo pointed at the system window and said that once he pressed accept, the declaration of war would be sent, and from that moment on, they would officially become enemies. The scene shifted back to Ning Feng, who had just let out a long yawn. Ning Feng stretched and cracked his knuckles. He thought quietly that stealing Jisoo's followers had been surprisingly easy. Jisoo probably had so many followers that losing a few had gone unnoticed. Just then, Kabo came running over while repeatedly calling out, "Lord God." Ning Feng turned toward him and asked what he needed. Kabo anxiously explained that his homeland had once been Jisoo's strongest stronghold, and now that he had heard all the followers there had turned into monsters, he could not stop worrying. Ning Feng nodded and replied that the solution was simple. If Kabo was worried, they could just go back and see for themselves. Kabo sighed helplessly and said that ever since he had been swept away by the spatial storm, he no longer knew how to return home. Seeing his disappointed expression, Ning smiled, patted his shoulder, and said he would personally take him back. A surge of purple magic immediately burst from Ning Feng's palm. Before Kabo's astonished eyes, the light rapidly expanded into a brilliant spatial portal. The moment Kabo stepped through the portal, he looked around excitedly. A second later, he jumped for joy and declared that this was truly his hometown. Ning Feng simply smiled. After his latest class advancement, his mastery over divine authority had reached a whole new level. The system also announced that players could now use a follower's secret realm as a transit point to connect to other worlds. Opening a portal consumed dark power gathered through sacrifices and could also transport people across worlds. Watching Kabo excitedly admire everything around him, Ning Feng thought bringing along a local guide might help him recruit plenty of new followers. Smiling, he asked Kabo where they should go first. Kabo immediately pointed in one direction and excitedly said he wanted to visit the Scarlet Scale Tavern first. It was where his friends usually gathered, and the owner was also a loyal follower of Lord God. If she saw him appear in person, she would probably faint from excitement. Inside the Scarlet Scale Tavern, everything was as peaceful as usual. An elf girl, with razor-sharp hands, hummed cheerfully while cleaning the tables. The door suddenly opened, and she immediately turned around with a warm smile to greet the new customer. But the ones who showed up were 4 ruthless men in black, who kicked the door open and stormed inside. On the surface, Yun Na stayed professional, greeting them and taking orders, but inside she panicked after recognizing them as hunters from the undead rest. Without a word, one man in black rushed over and grabbed her by the throat. Yun Na was lifted off the ground as her face quickly turned pale from lack of air. As her vision faded, she vaguely felt the attacker's face looked strangely familiar. Even so, he showed no mercy and tightened his grip even harder. The leader coldly demanded to know where those traitors were hiding. Fighting through the pain, Yun Na insisted she had no idea what they were talking about. Her answer earned her a brutal slap that knocked her head to one side. The man holding her squeezed even harder, forcing Yun Na to endure the agony. Hansen crossed his arms and warned that if she kept protecting the traitors, the church would make her pay with her life. Biting her lip until it bled, Yun Na still refused to change her answer. The man in black instantly lost his temper and activated his magic. Violent energy tore through Yun Na's body, making her scream in pain. One subordinate urged Hansen to search somewhere else, but he calmly signaled everyone to wait. Hansen slowly scanned the tiny shop and judged that it could never hide so many people. A sinister smile spread across his face as he came up with a way to force them out. To expose the secret, he chose the cruelest method while Yun Na was dragged across the floor by her hair. Hansen gathered magic into his palm and formed a blazing fireball. He hurled it onto the roof, and a fiery explosion swept across the entire area. Moments later, a hidden magic formation was forced into view. Seeing the disguise exposed, Yun Na could only think they were truly finished. At that critical moment, a throwing knife suddenly shot in at incredible speed. The blade sliced through Yun Na's sleeve before burying itself in the curtain behind her. Hansen laughed, recognizing it as a formation created by the almighty magic god, and suspected Yun Na was that person's trusted subordinate. He mocked her, saying an ordinary civilian could never create such an advanced disguise to hide traitors. Hansen proudly introduced himself as one of the 5 azure seats of the cult, and declared that such tricks could never fool him. Crimson-purple magic surged around him as he threatened to shatter the barrier and kill everyone inside if they still refused to appear. But before he finished speaking, a dark crimson wave of magic flashed past Hansen and froze him in place. In the next instant, the Vampire King drew his sword and struck once, killing Hansen on the spot. The 3 remaining men in black looked around in shock because the attacker had already vanished. When they turned back, they saw Ningfeng had already pulled Yun Na into his arms to protect her. Kabo hurried over as well and loudly assured her they had come to save her. He glanced at the assassins and quietly judged their strength before realizing charging in would only get him killed. Kabo then looked at the majestic Vampire King and figured his only hope was the summoning power. The men in black remembered Hansen's final words, that the summoned creature came from an extremely high-rank Death Kingdom, and they could not understand why it served a mage from this low-level world. The Vampire King offered no explanation and respectfully asked Kabo whether they should be captured alive, only to receive a firm no. After receiving the order, he decided to wipe them all out because they had discovered the Lord God's magic formation, and letting them live would alert the undead rest. The 2 remaining men in black desperately unleashed spell after spell at the Vampire King, but none of them could even shake him. In the blink of an eye, the Vampire King closed the distance and cut both of them down with a single clean strike. Yun Na stared in stunned silence, wondering how the once timid Kabo now possessed such terrifying power. She then looked at Ningfeng, her mind overflowing with unanswered questions. More than anything, she wanted to know the true identity of the man who had just saved her life. She remembered that Ningfeng had once asked Kabo about his world, and after thinking for a while, Kabo finally began to explain. In a solemn voice, he said his homeland had once been ruled by 3 supreme beings, the Lord God, the Undead Rest, and the Mad Blood Warlord. The world had once been peaceful and orderly, but everything fell into chaos after the Lord God disappeared. Every old rule had collapsed. The strong ruled by force, while the weak barely survived. Kabo forced a smile and repeated that he had never planned to conquer Earth, and he meant every word. Lowering his head, he quietly hoped this world would never fall into ruin like his own. Back at the Scarlet Scale Tavern, the bodies of the 2 cult members lay motionless on the floor. Kabo awkwardly apologized for destroying Yun Na's shop during the fight. Yun Na quickly shook her head, saying she should be the one thanking them for saving her from the cult. She urged Kabo to take his friends and leave at once, promising to keep their visit a secret. Ningfeng looked at the corpse and calmly asked if the dead man had an important status. Yun Na stared at him in shock, and explained that it was Hansen, one of the 5 Azure seats of the Undead Rest cult and one of the greatest young geniuses. She worried that once news of Hansen's death reached the cult, they would launch a massive manhunt. Kabo motioned for everyone to calm down and asked her to explain everything from the beginning. Yun-Na said that a few days earlier, the power of the Undead Rest had suddenly vanished. Its followers turned into monsters before recovering, and the cult immediately blamed the almighty magic god. Ningfeng simply nodded. It seemed the Undead Rest used the same smear tactics in every world. Holding back tears, Yun-Na explained that the cult had joined forces with the Mad Blood War Lord faction to hunt down followers of the almighty magic god, and anyone who refused to obey was branded a heretic and executed. She said countless innocent people had died simply for daring to question the Undead Rest. Only then did Kabo realize Yun-Na had opened the shop to shelter refugees, and she confirmed that was true, but too many people had gathered, and they were eventually discovered. Clenching her fists in anger, Yun-Na said that if the almighty magic god were still here, those people would never have dared to act so boldly. Hearing that, Ningfeng and Kabo could only exchange awkward looks. After a brief hesitation, Kabo cleared his throat and admitted that the person standing before her was the almighty magic god, while Ningfeng smiled and greeted her. Yun-Na froze in place with her eyes wide in complete disbelief. Ningfeng calmly started to explain, but she immediately interrupted and declared that she believed him completely. In her eyes, only a true god could return after being swept away by the space-time storm for so many years. No ordinary person could ever do that. Tears streamed down her face as Yun-Na asked if their long nightmare was finally about to end. Ningfeng confidently told her to explain every problem, and he would handle them all. Meanwhile, at the Undead Rest stronghold, Hansen's failure to return began raising suspicions. One man in black muttered that Hansen had only gone to capture a few fugitives, so why was he still missing? While another suggested sending more people to investigate. The leader stayed silent for a moment before making his decision. He sternly ordered that no mistakes could be allowed at such a critical time, and the group immediately set out to find Hansen. After a single teleport, the entire team arrived at the Scarlet Scale Tavern. But the sight before them left everyone completely stunned. The tavern that once stood there had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, inside the Crimson Blood Contract secret realm, an ancient castle covered in the marks of time came into view. Vladimir stepped through the teleportation gate and landed in the castle's grand hall. The old man still looked annoyed after being sent to clean up bodies, and even having to tidy a tiny tavern. Even he had never expected that such an ordinary place would hide such an incredible secret. The next day, the Scarlet Dragon spread its wings and carried everyone across endless mountain ranges. The small house on its back was protected by a powerful barrier to keep everyone safe. Kabo looked out the window in amazement, never expecting the wooden floor beneath the tavern to actually be a real red dragon. Yun-Na brought out a table full of hot food and happily invited the Lord God to enjoy her cooking. Ningfeng picked up a bite and slowly tasted it. The moment he finished, he gave her a thumbs up and praised the food as outstanding. Afterward, Ningfeng curiously asked about the origin of this unusual tavern. Yun-Na shyly replied that it had been left to her by her master. Everything here was part of his legacy. She admitted she had never known her master's real name. She only called him that because he taught her so much, even though he had never officially accepted hers as his disciple. The design style clearly belonged to Jing Yuan. Han Yin explained that Jing Yuan had once served under the Lord God. After his family was wiped out, he nearly fell into abyss magic because of his thirst for revenge. He sank so deeply into dark magic that he almost lost his mind, but the Lord God appeared just in time to save him. Thanks to his incredible talent, Jing Yuan quickly mastered abyss magic. After taking his revenge, he abandoned the path of battle and devoted himself to magical research. Ningfeng was surprised to learn that Jing Yuan was actually a native of this world, and Han Yin admitted that even they rarely heard him talk about his past. Ningfeng turned to Yun-Na and asked where her master was now, but she could only shake her head helplessly. Yun-Na said that one day she woke up to find him gone, and he had never been seen again or left behind a single message. After hearing that, Ningfeng fell into deep thought. A moment later, he changed the subject and asked where they were heading next. Yun-Na smiled and replied that they were on their way to everyone's secret base. The Scarlet Dragon flew into a mountain range filled with violent space-time currents. Ningfeng was amazed by the sight, while the others explained that the area was always full of space-time storms, and they had once been swept into them as well. He wondered why anyone would build a base in such a dangerous place. Kabo explained that after the world was consumed by secret realms, monsters occupied more than half the land, while the few safe regions were controlled by powerful forces. Yun-na added that her master had no choice but to build the base in this dangerous place, to hide it from the major factions, because everyone living here was a homeless refugee. Just then, a series of strange sounds echoed through the air, putting everyone on alert. Ning Feng instantly prepared for battle, while Yun-na turned pale and warned that it meant a monster tide was about to erupt from the space-time rifts. Within moments, countless monsters surrounded the barrier from every direction. Looking at the flying beasts circling above, Yun-na worried they would be much harder to deal with than ground monsters. Ning Feng smiled and reassured her that everything would be fine because he was here. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Dragon calmly maintained its speed. When the monsters blocked its path, it raised its head and unleashed a majestic roar. The overwhelming dragon pressure instantly left the entire swarm frozen in fear. They immediately scattered to both sides, opening a wide path for the Scarlet Dragon. Inside the cabin, Yun-na and Kabo cheered as the monsters retreated on their own. To those creatures, a red dragon was an absolute apex predator. Ning Feng patted the Scarlet Dragon on the head and praised its impressive performance. Delighted by the compliment, the Scarlet Dragon let out several soft growls, as if trying to please its master. Before long, the group arrived at the secret base. The moment the Scarlet Dragon appeared in the sky, blazing red magic spread across the entire area. Everyone below looked up in astonishment. The whole settlement fell into chaos, as people believed a monster attack had begun and rushed to escape. Yun-na quickly opened the door, leaned out, and waved her hands, while shouting that she had returned, and everyone should stay calm. The Scarlet Dragon circled once, found an open space, and landed gently. Even after landing, the powerful dragon pressure showed no sign of fading. At that moment, a crimson gem suddenly lit up after sensing its master's aura. That energy burst out from inside the tavern and shot straight outside. The gem immediately merged into the mark on the back of Yun-na's hand. Seeing her stunned expression, Ning Feng smiled and explained that her master had officially entrusted the Scarlet Dragon to her. Yun-na jumped with excitement and repeatedly thanked the Lord God for such an incredible gift. Kabo stepped down to greet everyone. The people at the base were stunned because they could hardly believe it was really Kabo. Kabo stepped aside with a smile and said the story was long, but everything was thanks to the special guest beside him, drawing every eye toward Ning Feng. At the same time, inside the cult headquarters, one of the holy seats slammed the table and angrily demanded to know how Hansen could have disappeared without a trace. The trembling subordinates reported that when they arrived, the Scarlet Scale Tavern had completely vanished, and Hansen and his team had left behind no clues at all. Finch sneered and rejected the explanation, saying Hansen was one of the 5 holy seats with overwhelming strength, so he could not have simply vanished into thin air. He immediately ordered every person connected to the Scarlet Scale Tavern to be arrested for questioning. If necessary, even anyone who had ever visited the place would be interrogated. Anyone who resisted would instantly be branded a heretic, accused of worshipping an evil god, and punished under the cult's laws. Hearing the order, the subordinates hesitated, feeling it had gone too far. But Fink's killing intent silenced the entire room as he coldly asked if anyone still had objections. One man nervously warned that such a brutal crackdown might drive the terrified citizens into rebellion. Fink's icy aura only grew even colder. With a sneer, he said those commoners had survived this long only because the strong protected them, not because of their own strength. The subordinate immediately nodded. Finch ruthlessly concluded that if they wanted to keep living, they had to obey the strong and never go against those above them. Back at Ning Feng's base, the entire place looked poor and badly worn down. Yun-na apologized awkwardly for only being able to welcome the Lord God to such a humble place. Ning Feng waved it off and told her to stop worrying about that and explain how serious the current situation really was. Yun-na sighed and explained that everyone living here was a refugee driven from their homes after accidentally breaking rules imposed by the major factions. Beyond the safe zones controlled by powerful experts, the rest of the world was overrun with monsters. Ordinary people who stepped outside were almost certain to die. She said that without her master's help in creating this shelter, none of them would have had a place to survive. Remembering the endless monsters outside, Ning Feng curiously asked how they avoided them. Yun-na simply smiled and told everyone to follow her. She led the group to a glowing space-time rift. Yun-na explained that a crack connecting to the chaotic space-time currents existed at the heart of the shelter. Whenever monsters attacked, everyone hid inside it. Surprisingly, beyond the rift was another space identical to this one, like a perfect reflection in a mirror. Unfortunately, the crack was slowly shrinking. If it completely closed in a few days, everyone would lose their final refuge. Ningfeng carefully studied the strange rift with a thoughtful expression. At that moment, a familiar name suddenly came to mind. Facing the rift, he called out and asked whether Jing Yuan was inside. From the depths of the dark void, a familiar voice immediately answered, confirming it was him and expressing his joy at finally seeing the Lord God again. Ningfeng immediately asked why he could only hear Jing Yuan's voice, but could not sense his presence at all. Jing Yuan awkwardly prepared to explain the reason. After returning to the dinner table, Ningfeng remained deep in thought, making Yuna increasingly worried. She nervously asked if the food did not suit his taste, but Ningfeng smiled and said he was thinking about something else. Yuna remembered how long he had stood before the rift and guessed something important must have happened. Ningfeng quietly pieced together every clue and finally understood why traces of time magic had always surrounded Yuna. He continued reflecting on the strange conversation that had just taken place. Jing Yuan finally confessed that Yuna had once been his wife, and the elves who had lived in the base all belonged to the same clan as him. The moment Ningfeng heard the word once, he realized something was wrong and asked what it meant. Jing Yuan scratched his head and explained that the timeline had changed, sending him back into the past. Since he was forbidden from interfering too much, he could only watch from the sidelines, or the entire timeline would collapse. He also asked Ningfeng to apologize to Yuna, because all memories of her previous life had been erased, so explaining everything would be pointless. Jing Yuan forced a smile and said he still existed, only because his consciousness clung to the edge of the space-time rift, so he had not completely disappeared yet. That was why he asked the Lord God to uncover the truth and hoped Yuna would be protected by him. Ningfeng quietly considered everything. Even Han Yin knew nothing about the reverse timeline, let alone the current Yuna, who did not even know her true identity or that she would one day become Jing Yuan's wife. He turned to Yuna and asked if she knew why her body carried such strange time magic fluctuations, but she honestly shook her head because she had no idea. Ningfeng decided to leave the matter for now, because time magic belonged to one of the universe's highest laws, far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. With that in mind, Ningfeng walked toward the mysterious space-time rift once again. The moment Jing Yuan sensed his presence, he happily greeted the Lord God. Without wasting time, Ningfeng said that, after carefully examining the magic fluctuations inside Yuna, he had uncovered a shocking secret. Yuna no longer had a heart. The only thing keeping her alive was time magic acting as a replacement, leaving Jing Yuan completely speechless. His voice trembled with shock and grief. He never imagined Yuna had suffered such a fate, and he had no idea when her heart had disappeared. Ningfeng explained that the time magic within Yuna was dangerously unstable. If anything went wrong, her life would be at risk. Fortunately, he believed he could stabilize it with his knowledge of time magic. Hearing that, Jing Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked the Lord God. After finishing the conversation, Ningfeng returned to the tavern. Yuna was already waiting for him, eager to hear how the problem could be solved. Ningfeng explained that the first step in mastering time magic was learning to sense the flow of time with one's own spiritual power. Han Yin added that even the gods struggled to control the laws of time. If Yuna truly mastered that power, she would one day surpass even Mosa. Just then, the sound of a rapidly beating heart suddenly echoed through the air. At the same time, countless streams of energy began gathering around that strange heartbeat. Within the vision, a pitch-black hand overflowing with evil power was tightly crushing a small heart. The owner of that hand was Finch. He coldly told Yuna that he had long known she was a follower of the almighty magic god. Finch revealed that he had kept her alive only because she was still useful. As long as she remained under his control, he was willing to ignore her secret efforts to protect those branded as heretics. But now that Yuna had escaped, Finch swore he would drag her back no matter the cost. The vision then shifted to another scene. At the cult headquarters, Finch successfully summoned two figures of extremely high rank. The first to appear was Luke, the famous commander of the Mad Blood Warlord cult. He was followed by Yan, the vice commander of the same cult. Finch patted both of them on the shoulder and confidently assured them that with him backing them, they had nothing to fear. Finch claimed that even if the almighty magic god really appeared, victory was far from guaranteed. Luke silently judged that Finch was not merely boasting. Although they all held the rank of Holy Seat, Finch's strength had already surpassed theirs and seemed to have reached a level beyond this world's understanding. Finch cared about only one thing: obtaining the secret of that extraordinary heart so he could ascend beyond even the gods. If Yuna died first, every one of his plans would fall apart. That was why he would never allow the secret of the heart to fall into another god's hands. Finch made it clear that he had called them here to capture Yuna as quickly as possible, and both of them immediately agreed. With the support of the Mad Blood Warlord cult, Finch became even more confident. Two powerful cults and one holy seat joining forces convinced him Yuna had nowhere left to run. The story then returned to the space-time rift. From within the distorted space, wave after wave of monsters poured out. They quickly surrounded Yuna from every direction, like hungry predators. Yuna calmly raised her hand and instantly formed a blue barrier around herself. The moment the barrier expanded, every monster nearby froze as if time itself had stopped. However, only a few seconds later, they broke free from the time lock and charged forward once again. At that very moment, countless beams of light tore across the battlefield, slicing the entire swarm into pieces. Everyone was amazed by Yuna's time-freezing ability. Even though it lasted only an instant, it was enough to decide the outcome of a battle. No one expected that after relentless training and the support of abyss magic, Yuna had reached a level comparable to a holy seat. Ningfeng explained that Yuna's time magic was not suppressed by divine power, allowing her to endure the brutal training. Anyone else would first have to break free from the restraints of divine power before reaching the same level. Hearing that, everyone eagerly asked whether they still had a chance as well. Ningfeng nodded, and they immediately thanked him with great excitement. Yuna ran over to report that every monster that had appeared had already been eliminated. The next step was to completely seal the space-time rift. He raised his right hand toward the raging currents ahead. The space-time rift immediately began shrinking under his power. Ningfeng realized that teaching Yuna was also helping him master time magic, and this power might prove useful in the future. Bolts of lightning burst from his palm and merged into the sealing process. Just then, someone rushed over with a terrified look and delivered an urgent report. The messenger said the armies of the two great cults were approaching in massive numbers, and even the holy seats had joined the assault. Yuna and Kabo were both stunned by the news. Seeing Ningfeng fully focused on the seal, Kabo volunteered to hold the enemy back with Yuna, and she immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Finch forces launched a ruthless attack on the settlement, leaving countless civilians lying on the ground with their fate unknown. As they searched the area, Finch followers mocked the hideout as nothing more than a filthy slum. They soon realized the space-time currents had concealed every trace, making all tracking magic useless. Finch smirked and said they should thank those ordinary people for accidentally leading them here. Thick clouds of dust rose and covered the battlefield. At that moment, Yuna and the others rushed onto the scene. They all understood this battle would be a direct clash against Finch and the powerful forces behind him. Meanwhile, Ningfeng remained completely focused on sealing the space-time rift. Suddenly, the same eerie voice echoed in his ears again, repeating that even gods would eventually die, making Ningfeng frown as he recognized it. On the other side, Yuna finally faced Finch's army head-on. Finch mocked her, saying he thought they had escaped far away, only to end up hiding in this miserable place. Behind him, his followers continued slaughtering innocent civilians without hesitation. Finch ordered them to capture Yuna alive and kill everyone else without mercy. The moment the order was given, the cult members charged like a pack of hunting beasts. Yuna did not hesitate and immediately unleashed her full power. One enemy charged forward with a powerful strike, laughing that she was too scared to even dodge. But in the next instant, he was the one left frozen by Yuna's overwhelming strength. Bands of energy instantly bound his body, leaving him unable to move. Yuna stared at him with icy eyes and asked if he had taken part in slaughtering her people. The energy tightened around him until it crushed his throat and left him gasping for air. The others watched in horror. To them, Yuna had always been a helpless girl, yet now she had effortlessly overpowered a holy seat. Even so, another enemy tried to calm everyone, insisting they still had the numbers and nothing to fear. Yuna clenched her fist, and a blinding light erupted across the battlefield. At the same time, the Scarlet Dragon let out a mighty roar and charged into battle. Kabo sneered and reminded them they had far more than just two fighters. Only then did the enemy realize the battle had slipped completely beyond their expectations. A massive sphere of energy rapidly formed inside the Scarlet Dragon's mouth. It unleashed a devastating blast that incinerated countless enemies in its path. Vladimir also entered the fight, tearing an enemy apart with a single swing of his hand. Cold sweat covered Luke's face as he realized they were all high-level magical beasts. He could not understand why they obeyed the enemies so completely and began suspecting the almighty magic god was involved. Finch remained dismissive, saying they were nothing more than a few stronger-than-average magical beasts. Luke turned to Finch and asked whether he already had a plan. Only then did Finch finally make his move, unleashing an immense surge of power around his body. Seeing that display, even Luke could not help admiring Finch's strength. Finch gave a quiet snort and calmly assessed the entire battlefield. But the next moment, Luke suddenly shouted after noticing something was terribly wrong. Finch had secretly struck from behind, stealing the power of both allies, before casually saying he was only borrowing a little of their strength. Luke gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Drained of all his energy, he collapsed to his knees and realized the power Finch was using did not belong to the undead rest at all. Finch looked at the stolen power with a satisfied smile and declared that this was a force beyond even the gods, before which divinity itself was nothing. At that moment, Vladimir suddenly appeared behind Finch and launched a surprise attack. His razor-sharp claws tore straight toward Finch's abdomen with a deadly strike. Seeing this, Cabo immediately shouted a warning to Vladimir. Finch's actions also enraged the Scarlet Dragon, whose furious roar shook the entire battlefield. But the Scarlet Dragon's powerful bite snapped shut on nothing but empty air. Finch had used time-shift magic to appear directly in front of Yun Na. Wearing a sinister smile, he declared that his current power was the precious gift Yun Na had given him. Finch vowed that from this moment on, he would never let her escape his grasp again. In the blink of an eye, Yun Na was pushed into extreme danger. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Cabo cried out Yun Na's name. But he was no better off, as he had fallen into a deadly situation himself. A layer of green light silently enveloped Cabo's body, sealing off every escape route. The one behind it was none other than Finch. Finch coldly mocked Cabo, telling him to shut up and calling him nothing more than a worthless insect. As for Yun Na, she was trapped inside a sinister cage of bone mist. Her face turned pale and terror filled her eyes. Finch slowly approached and mocked her, saying he had never expected a girl like Yun Na to master the power of time. In his view, sparing her life back then had been the best decision he had ever made. Yun Na cut him off and demanded to know what nonsense he was talking about. But Finch sneered and said she should have died long ago. He then began recounting the past, back when he was still a new member of the cult, who had received a special secret mission. According to the divine oracle, a hidden elven village contained a cursed treasure powerful enough to destroy the entire world. The cult immediately slaughtered the village, but no matter how thoroughly they searched, they could not find the treasure. Finch paused before saying that he alone was the exception, because everything changed the moment he pierced Yun Na's chest with his own hand. At that time, Finch was so shocked that he could not believe what he was seeing. Inside his own chest, a second heart had appeared, still beating without pause. Finch continued that after casually killing the elven girl who owned the tavern, he discovered that mysterious extra heart growing inside him. While the rest of the cult returned empty-handed, Finch secretly hid the truth and studied the heart. He discovered it contained a power unlike any divine system and could even conceal its existence from the gods themselves. Unfortunately, before he could unlock its full power, Yun Na's husband became a follower of the almighty magic god and came seeking revenge. Finch was killed, while the god he once served abandoned everything and compromised with the almighty magic god. But then, something impossible happened. He did not truly die. Instead, he was sent back into the past. Finch immediately realized that the heart surpassed even the gods. So during his next loop, he killed Yun Na before everyone else and claimed her heart for himself. The only strange part was that the guard who should have appeared never showed up. However, after some time, the heart slowly withered and its power gradually faded away. So Finch took the risk of killing himself, and just as he expected, he returned to the past once again. That meant he had endless chances to experiment with the heart's power. After countless repeated loops, Finch finally discovered that even without her heart, Yuna did not die immediately. As long as she stayed alive, the heart would never wither. That was why Finch claimed Yun Na was still alive today, only because he had deliberately spared her, and she should be grateful to him. Yun Na stood frozen after realizing Finch had stolen her life again and again. He merely brushed it aside, saying it was a necessary price as long as she was still alive now. Refusing to accept that truth, Yun Na unleashed her full power and shattered the terrifying cage. In the very next moment, Jing Yuan appeared behind her. The moment Finch saw him, he froze in disbelief, unable to believe Jing Yuan was still alive. Not only that, Ningfeng and Kabo also slowly stepped forward. Finch was horrified as if he had seen a ghost because the one-eyed man should have been eliminated long ago. The man calmly replied that the god they served was not that traitorous deity. The Lord God had never abandoned his followers, and everything Finch had just witnessed was nothing but an illusion. Finch burst into mad laughter, saying the others were far too confident if they believed they had already won. He declared that he would simply turn back time once again and start everything over. Finch even laughed as he wondered what new way he should torment Yun Na in the next timeline. He had completely lost his mind, laughing like a twisted clown. Finch instantly destroyed himself to trigger his power, but panicked when time refused to rewind. Right then, Ningfeng waved his hand, and a space-time vortex opened at once. In a flash, the treasured heart was ripped away from Finch. He screamed in despair and begged for Vanna's heart back. Jing Yuan calmly stepped forward and declared it was time to settle their debt, and the Lord God would not let Finch die so easily. The moment Finch heard the Lord God's name, he backed away in terror, as if he had finally realized the truth. Before he could finish his last words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Finch finally understood everything and sneered that the almighty God of Law had only imagined he saved his follower. He even cursed that one day Vanna might personally kill the almighty God of Law. At the same time, Finch's body suffered unbearable pain, as if it were being torn apart. The chaos of space and time twisted his body and face into something grotesque. Moments later, Finch's aged face became younger, as though time itself had reversed. Even he stood there in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Looking around, Finch was stunned to find himself back in the old village and believed he had returned to the past again. He laughed proudly, convinced the heart had surpassed even the gods, since not even the almighty God of Law could stop his escape. Finch immediately headed for Vanna, thinking he would give her a special gift to repay her for sending him back in time. Before long, he arrived at the familiar tavern from years ago. Finch pushed the door open and walked inside without hesitation. But in that instant, countless iron chains burst from the ground. They wrapped around Finch's limbs and left him completely unable to move. Finch struggled wildly and screamed like a madman. Then Vanna slowly appeared with a cold expression and calmly welcomed the honored guest, Bishop Finch. Finch stared in horror, unable to understand how Vanna recognized him, and even suspected she had traveled back in time as well. Vanna smiled and shook her head. She explained she was still in the present timeline, while Finch was the one trapped in this single day, and she had only been watching everything unfold. She coldly reminded Finch that he had taken her life countless times for that heart, and now he would suffer the same fate over and over again. Realizing he had no way out, Finch quickly asked to negotiate and claimed he knew a huge secret about the heart's true power. Vanna studied him carefully and told him to explain. Finch asked if she knew what he heard every time he used the heart to cultivate. He claimed a mysterious voice always whispered that the gods would all die and every deity would eventually be destroyed. Finch continued tempting Vanna, saying the heart was even stronger than the gods because it could hide from their senses. With such a treasure, there was no reason for her to keep serving them. After hearing everything, Vanna immediately reported it to the Lord God. Ningfeng simply nodded and said those words were likely true. The moment Finch saw Ningfeng, he froze in shock. He never expected the almighty God of Law had been there the whole time without him noticing. Ningfeng calmly replied that the power inside the heart did surpass every other god, except for him. So Vanna had no reason to worry about it, and only needed to focus on her cultivation. Vanna happily bowed and respectfully accepted the Lord God's order. Just then, the gears of space and time began turning once again. Han Yin and the others immediately congratulated the Lord God on gaining another follower. Jing Yuan shyly asked for permission to stay there with Vanna. Ningfeng smiled and agreed without the slightest hesitation. Watching the scene, everyone still single could only stay silent. After that, Ningfeng assigned another mission and told everyone to recruit more followers. He explained that divine power was weakening, but the space-time turbulence here could hide them from the gods, so converting followers would go unnoticed. Suddenly remembering something, Ningfeng asked Jing Yuan if he still had any divine artifact to hand over. Jing Yuan hesitated before answering. He apologized, saying the bracelet had already been badly damaged when he regained his consciousness. The divine artifact was now nothing but scrap. It had once been powerful, but it no longer had any use. Han Yin suddenly suggested killing Jing Yuan to see if that would solve the problem, leaving him pale with shock. Ningfeng immediately rejected the idea, explaining that Jing Yuan's condition was completely different, so they needed another solution. Just then, a notification panel appeared before Ningfeng. It announced that the gods were preparing to launch a divine war in a designated world, and asked whether he would accept. Ningfeng instantly realized it was the same mysterious world that had appeared before. Elsewhere, two gods sharing a single body discussed their plan, with one questioning whether it could really work. The other insisted it would. Since they shared one body, that world contained followers of both gods. Descending under his name alone would be enough to face the enemy. The two figures slowly merged into one, and one of them smiled, saying it had been a long time since a true divine war. Hearing that, Ningfeng immediately asked what conditions the other side had proposed. The system explained that the other side wanted 5 followers from Mingge's world to compete anonymously. The matches would begin in 1 month, and the first side to win 3 battles would claim victory. Vanna curiously asked Jing Yuan what anonymous meant. He patiently explained that neither the gods nor the followers from either side would know their opponents' true identities. Ningfeng thought it over. If only followers could participate, then aside from Mingge, who stood out in strength, everyone else was still fairly weak, so winning 3 matches would not be easy. Even so, elsewhere, Mai Kang was secretly watching everything unfold. He calmly said his disciples had quietly built up their strength during the world's chaos, and this divine war was the perfect chance to test the results. Wang Hun Guishi quietly regretted that no one could know Mi Kang had returned, forcing them to hide their identities. Otherwise, he could have learned who had replaced the former commander. Mi Kang was also frustrated about sharing a body, while his divine power kept fading. He planned to use the divine war to turn things around, while Wang Hun Guishi secretly wondered if he could use the battle to suppress Mi Kang instead. Luo Shi curiously asked if the Lord God planned to train everyone personally. Soaking in the water, Ningfeng pointed toward the tower behind him and said they would find out by going inside. She was shocked to recognize it as the secret realm for speed training. Normally, it could not hold 2 people at once, but since it was the Lord God's order, she asked no more questions. Luo Shi and Shang Yao immediately entered the secret realm without hesitation. The moment she stepped inside, Luo Shi looked around and found everything almost unchanged, except the great mage Shang Yao was nowhere beside her. Meanwhile, Shang Yao was equally stunned by the completely different scene before him. He looked up at the vast sky and wondered if this was an entirely new secret realm. Ningfeng recalled wanting to train Shang Yao before, but there had never been a suitable secret realm in this world. He never expected the trip to Kabos world would bring back such a valuable reward. Above Jing Yuan, ripples of space and time appeared once again. He held Vanna's hand and smiled. At last they had left the space-time turbulence behind. Their next task was to completely seal the entrance, just as the Lord God had ordered. As soon as Ningfeng acted, the space-time gate closed and vanished. Right after that, the system reported discovering a special secret realm that could be upgraded into a trial realm and asked for confirmation. Ningfeng agreed without hesitation. The system then announced that since the host already possessed a trial realm, the two would be merged. Before long, the fusion was confirmed complete. The disturbances quickly faded, and the sky became clear again, as if nothing had happened. Ningfeng then shifted his attention to the followers in the remaining area. They were already prepared to charge at Shang Yao. The old man calmly slammed his staff against the ground. Instantly, countless massive water whirlpools formed across the sky. Ningfeng nodded in satisfaction, saying Shang Yao was free from divine interference and would surely master the forbidden spell training quickly. Then his gaze shifted to another area to observe the situation. Luo Shi asked in confusion what was happening over there. As night fell inside the dark abyss secret realm, a large group of followers quietly gathered together. CZU looked at them with satisfaction, recognizing them as longtime loyal followers of Wang Hun Guishi, who had indeed kept their promise. One follower could not help asking why they had received such a strange divine order. The order commanded everyone to gather in the dark abyss secret realm and support the leader there at all costs. One of them stepped forward and asked what exactly they were supposed to do. CZU smiled and said the task was actually very simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a scythe radiating an extremely terrifying aura. He calmly explained that the weapon needed to absorb a huge amount of life force to restore its power. Hearing that, the followers immediately backed away in alarm. They had come to help under the divine order, not to become sacrifices. CZU glanced at the people who had walked right into his trap and sneered that none of them would leave alive. Realizing his true intention, every follower attacked at once, determined to kill him. but they were all stunned when their spells failed, because their magic had been sealed by the Lord God. Ciziu casually swung his scythe and mocked them as a bunch of fools. In an instant, countless pools of blood spread behind him. He calmly declared that their lives were the price that had to be paid. At the same time, a space-time gate suddenly appeared beneath the tower, on the ocean floor. Luoxi was startled and wondered what had just happened. The system immediately warned that an enormous hidden dark power existed inside the target's body. Seeing the change in her condition, Ningfeng immediately asked what was wrong. Luoxi bit her lip and admitted it was the curse she had carried for years. She explained that several years ago she had been seriously wounded while conquering a secret realm. Although she survived, she had been corrupted by dark power ever since. Luoxi could not hide her worry. She had kept this secret from the Lord God, fearing he would abandon her after learning the truth. Ningfeng gently reassured her, telling her not to worry and simply follow his instructions to control the dark power within her. Ningfeng quietly sighed in relief. After helping Vanna before, he had gained some experience with situations like this. Even so, it looked like he would have to adjust his lineup for the divine war. Seeing Ningfeng lost in thought, Han Yin softly called out to the Lord God. Luoxi slowly closed her eyes and began calming the surging power inside her. Han Yin observed her and reported that the dark power inside her body was gradually stabilizing. Ningfeng nodded with satisfaction. She truly was a rare genius. In such a short time, Luoxi had already mastered the method he taught her. A brilliant light burst from her chest and swept away every trace of dark energy. Ningfeng realized the divine seal suppressing the dark power was being released. A violent explosion erupted the next moment. Ningfeng was slightly surprised. He had not expected her to break through right then. Countless fragments of energy exploded and floated through the air. Luoxi's body was slowly rebuilt and perfected piece by piece. The system confirmed her successful breakthrough and announced she had unlocked the advanced class, Soul Hunter. Before long, the day of the Divine War finally arrived. Once the battle began, each contestant would be sent into a sealed arena, where even the gods could not observe the fight. Each side could summon divine assistance only once during the entire battle. The two gods sharing one body looked over the roster in surprise. The other side had sent only 3 fighters, so they guessed there had not been enough time to train more followers. Ningfeng understood the real reason. Anyone who died in the Divine War would truly die, so he refused to send weaker followers to their deaths. Luoxi appeared on the battlefield with the presence of a true warrior. She floated in midair with a calm but razor-sharp gaze. Right in front of her, a gate leading into the arena slowly opened. Across from her stood Ciziu, smiling and waving, as he expressed surprise that Luoxi was his opponent. He deliberately mocked her, asking whether the wound he gave her last time had fully healed. He went on to remind her how the dark power had once gone out of control, nearly causing her to harm her own daughter before fleeing in disgrace. Faced with his taunts, Luoxi remained completely silent. Her calm reaction made Ciziu begin to sense something was wrong. The next moment, Luoxi equipped her full battle armor and coldly thanked the Lord God for giving her the chance to end this grudge with her own hands. The instant she finished speaking, she vanished from Ciziu's sight. In the blink of an eye, Luoxi appeared behind Ciziu and slashed straight at his vital point. Startled, he spun around and desperately raised his scythe to block. The overwhelming force of Luoxi's strike instantly blasted Ciziu backward. His face turned pale when he realized Luoxi was controlling the very same dark power. The impact kept driving Ciziu farther across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Luoxi gave him no chance to recover and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Every sword strike was sharp and fierce like a raging storm. Ciziu could only keep swinging his scythe, sending out blade waves to defend himself. The longer they fought, the less he understood. Luoxi's fighting style had completely changed. Before he could recover, Luoxi soared into the air and effortlessly dodged his counterattack. Furious at being forced onto the defensive, Ciziu fired an extremely sharp spike straight at Luoxi. The spike tore through the air as it shot directly toward her. With a single swing of her sword, Luoxi shattered the attack into countless fragments. Ciziu found himself pushed back harder and harder, completely losing the upper hand. Taking advantage of the opening, Luoxi rushed forward and swept her sword cleanly across his body. Gritting his teeth, Ciziu could not understand how she was able to use magic as well. Luoxi coldly cut him off, telling him to stop talking and prepare to die. Just then, a notification appeared. The second battlefield had a winner. The third was still locked in fierce combat. The fourth remained deadlocked, and the fifth had yet to end. After reading it, Mai Kang confidently declared that the first battlefield was still under control. Two of his disciples were all but guaranteed to win, and one more victory would end the entire divine war. Wang Hunguishi calmly reminded him not to celebrate too early since everything depended on the final results. Moments later, the system reported that the third battlefield had requested divine reinforcement. Hearing that, Mai Kang's side immediately cheered because their follower had used the summon at the perfect moment. He became even more certain that victory would be his, no matter who the opponent was. Inside Luoxi's battlefield, a crack in space suddenly opened. Driven into a corner, Ciziu desperately begged his god for more power. A majestic voice echoed from the void, assuring him that divine power would lead him to victory. Only then did Ciziu regain some of his composure. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of power erupted behind Luoxi. Empowered by divine energy, Ciziu charged forward like a hurricane, boasting that he would show Luoxi the gap between gods. The battle quickly entered an even fiercer stage. Luoxi remained calm on the defensive, ready to face every attack. With one powerful counterattack, she sent Ciziu flying once again. His confidence began to crumble. Even as he charged again, he could not believe he still could not win after receiving divine power. Luoxi swung her sword with tremendous force, sending a freezing slash across the sky. A mocking smile appeared on her lips as she declared that the god Ciziu worshipped was nothing compared to her own Lord God. Ciziu gritted his teeth and frantically begged for even more divine power because he had to kill Luoxi. Memories from years ago returned when Ciziu slaughtered countless members of Luoxi's people. Back then, a loyal female guard gave her life to buy Luoxi time to escape. After examining the injuries, the healer could only shake his head. The wounds were far too severe, and only a divine artifact could suppress them for a while. Luoxi's mother broke down in tears, saying she had never meant to do those terrible things. Luoxi turned away in pain and apologized to Minka again and again. Her mother continued, explaining that the divine artifact's energy was running out and could not suppress the wounds much longer, so the kingdom's future would have to rest on Minka's shoulders. She also warned that if she ever lost her mind and became a monster, Minka must not hesitate to kill her with her own hands. Back in the present, it was Ningfeng who had changed Luoxi's fate. Luoxi declared that the Lord God had given her a brand new life, completely different from those corrupt gods. She charged forward and drove her sword through Ciziu's chest, reclaiming every bit of suffering he had caused her. She also avenged all the years of pain and torment Minka had endured. Luoxi declared that today he would repay every one of his sins 100-fold. Just then, the notification panel lit up before Ningfeng. The third battlefield requested divine reinforcement, surprising him because both sides had activated the privilege at the same time. Han Yin immediately noticed something was off. By the rules, each side could summon divine power only once. Yet this situation was completely different. Before anyone could react, the system reported that the first battlefield had also requested divine reinforcement. Even Mai Kang was caught off guard when the same thing happened on the first battlefield. After thinking it through, they realized it was not entirely a disadvantage. Since one body carried two divine authorities, each could be summoned separately during the divine war, effectively granting an extra use of divine power. The two souls complained in frustration that they had already lost the third battlefield. Even so, they believed their enemy had exhausted every summon, so victory on the first battlefield had to be theirs. The scene quickly shifted to the first battlefield. Xiang Yao's opponent loudly taunted him, telling him to attack and prove how powerful the god behind him really was. In response, an immense surge of power erupted behind Xiang Yao. Divine power thundered down from above and enveloped his entire body. The two opposing gods froze in shock, unable to believe their enemy could summon divine power as well. They even suspected Ningfeng also possessed two divine authorities within one body. In contrast, Ningfeng's side simply folded their arms and calmly watched the battle. Just then, a notification announced that the fourth battlefield had ended, causing the balance to shift decisively. Mi Kang's expression changed as he realized they had lost the fourth battlefield, leaving all their hopes on the first. On that battlefield, Xiang Yao unleashed an overwhelming attack straight at his opponent. The result was a complete and decisive victory. Ning Feng smiled with satisfaction, while Han Yin and the others erupted in cheers after winning 3 out of 5 battles. Immediately afterward, the system delivered a message from the opposing side, telling them not to celebrate too soon just because they had won this round. They wanted another showdown to decide who was truly stronger. At the same time, Mai Kang's side fell into a heated argument. Mai Kang angrily shouted at his companion for provoking a direct battle between gods without permission. Wang Hun Guishi immediately fired back, asking if they were supposed to accept defeat so easily. The two argued fiercely and blamed each other for the outcome. Wang Hun Guishi then declared that he had to uncover the enemy's true identity. If the other side also possessed multiple divine authorities, perhaps they could negotiate an alliance. Hearing that, Mi Kang calmed down and admitted the theory made sense. If the opponent truly carried two divine authorities within one body while keeping separate consciousnesses, negotiations might still be possible. Meanwhile, Ningfeng quietly considered the reward. The original wager had been 10% of divine power and one divine artifact, but it had now increased to 30% of divine power, plus 2 additional divine artifacts. Standing nearby, Han Yin could only marvel that battles between gods were beyond imagination, leaving mortals with nothing to do but watch. Ningfeng accepted the challenge without hesitation. Since he had the chance to face another god, there was no reason to refuse. In the middle of the arena, 2 terrifying waves of pressure descended at the same time. Mai Kang instantly recognized that one of those auras belonged to the almighty god of law. Ningfeng pointed at his opponent with a grin and asked who he was, adding that his face looked strangely bizarre. The other side immediately denied having anything like a split face. Wang Hun Guishi suppressed his anger and explained it was simply the result of multiple divine authorities existing within one body. He then asked whether the swift shadow commander on Ningfeng's side was not the same. Before he could finish speaking, a massive bolt of lightning roared toward them. The system announced that Ningfeng had activated the active skill Thunder Peril Path, combining it with a forbidden dark spell to create a colossal lightning storm that weakened the heavenly tribulation. Ningfeng coldly asked whether they had come to fight or just stand there talking. Mi Kang was stunned because that dark power was nothing like the abilities of the almighty god of law, making him suspect Ningfeng had already advanced to another divine level. Without hesitation, Mai Kang slammed his hand toward the ground and unleashed his ultimate technique, Cruel World Destroying Aurora. A blazing aurora carrying unimaginable heat instantly swept across the battlefield. Ningfeng quickly raised the Earth Slayer barrier to block the attack. Although only a few small cracks appeared on the barrier, he still had to admit that a god's power truly lived up to its reputation. Mai Kang looked confused because the other divine authority inside Ningfeng had remained completely silent. He called out to the swift shadow commander. In response, countless massive boulders wrapped in lightning appeared around Ningfeng and unleashed the forbidden spell, Heavenly Meteor Rain together. The enemy immediately retreated behind a massive skull-shaped barrier to withstand the attack. Mai Kang was even more shocked. Despite Ningfeng repeatedly casting extremely costly forbidden spells, the other divine authority inside him remained completely unaffected. Ningfeng simply snapped his fingers, preparing his next killing move. Countless razor-sharp ice pillars burst from the ground, surrounding the enemy from every direction. As the situation became increasingly dangerous, Mi Kang urgently demanded that Wang Hun Guishi transfer all of his life force to him, leaving the other god stunned by the outrageous request. Mai Kang hurriedly explained that Ningfeng had clearly mastered every bit of divine power within his body, which was why he was so overwhelming. If they hesitated any longer, they would both be finished. Wang Hun Guishi stayed silent for a long time, lost in thought without saying a word. In the end, he hurriedly waved the white flag, asking to stop the fight and admitting defeat. Mi Kang stood there in disbelief, never expecting his ally to surrender so quickly. Even after the enemy conceded, Ningfeng remained on guard, carefully watching to see if they had any hidden tricks left. The two immediately started arguing again, each insisting he had surrendered first, while blaming the other for everything. Ningfeng casually waved his hand and coldly asked if they really thought he would fall for such an obvious trick. The forbidden spell Devouring Shadow Wind activated, and a massive howling tornado swallowed both of them whole. Only after the victory notification appeared did Ningfeng finally smile with satisfaction. After absorbing the 2 portions of divine power he had won, he admitted that 30% divine power was far stronger than he had expected. However, his satisfaction quickly faded into deep thought. Seeing that, Han Yin gently asked why. Ningfeng sighed and said he had just realized a serious weakness. He admitted that most of his current strength came from the enormous number of followers in this world. If he had to fight in other worlds, his followers would be at a major disadvantage. If an enemy initiated a divine war in those worlds, his chances of losing would be extremely high. Han Yin reassured him, explaining that wars between gods were actually very rare because they could sense the size of each other's followers. Once a god realized they were at a disadvantage, they would usually avoid battle instead of challenging the stronger side. CG guessed that Wang Hun Guixi and Mi Chang had simply underestimated Ningfeng's true strength, which was why they dared to start the war. Hearing that, Ningfeng finally understood how everything had happened. In any case, there was no reason to refuse divine artifacts that had practically been delivered into his hands. The system then displayed the details of the first divine artifact, called language. It was an upgradable orange-grade divine artifact that greatly boosted spirit, reduced casting time, increased magic damage, critical chance, and mana recovery, while never losing durability. It also granted abilities such as Word Domain, Direct Soul Devour, the Underworld King effect that increased resistance to death energy and prevented attacks from underworld creatures, along with spells including Summon the Dead, Soul Seize, False Life, and White Mist Prison. After reading the description, Ningfeng could not hide his surprise. It was a divine artifact that could be used forever without breaking. Han Yin examined it for a moment and remarked that the item carried an incredibly sinister aura, almost identical to the Tai Shen skull. The system then introduced the second divine artifact, Destroyer of Ruin. It greatly increased strength, attack speed, armor penetration, physical critical rate, and life steal. It also never lost durability, and guaranteed that the first attack would always land as a critical hit, along with many other supporting effects. Ningfeng laughed. He had never expected to gain another priceless divine artifact. He gripped the handle of the scythe tightly, and remarked that it had been a long time since he last used this treasured weapon. Just then, the system suddenly detected a special toxin and asked whether he wished to absorb it. Streams of energy immediately flowed into Ningfeng's body after he accepted. At the same moment, the faint image of a shield suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ningfeng tried to remember whether any of his followers fought with both a sword and a shield. CG immediately confirmed that one female warrior specialized in closer-range mage combat while wielding exactly those two weapons. Ningfeng guessed that the girl was most likely trapped in another dimension. Whether she was alive or dead, he was determined to find her. Meanwhile, in the place where Eternal Divine Star resided, Wang Hun Guixi had also returned. Eternal Divine Star immediately asked about the outcome, wanting to know why they had lost and who their opponent really was. Wang Hun Guixi hesitated for a long time before answering. According to him, the enemy was simply an unfamiliar god they had never encountered before. Just then, Shengling Chenyuan also arrived. After hearing the whole story, Eternal Divine Star could not hide his surprise. He clicked his tongue and remarked that he never expected the enemy's followers to be so useless. The other two immediately became furious, blaming their subordinates for failing to uncover the enemy's identity before returning with their report. Shengling Chenyuan angrily shouted for everyone to stop arguing, because the noise was unbearable. After saying that, he waved his hand in annoyance, ignored the rest, and told them to deal with it themselves. Eternal Divine Star quietly realized the situation had slipped beyond control, so he decided to personally visit the Almighty God of Law and beg for forgiveness. Before leaving, she simply smiled and told the other two to keep arguing if they wanted. Only then did the tension between Mi Kong and Wang Hun Guixi ease a little. Wang Hun Guixi secretly breathed a sigh of relief because the other side had not yet noticed anything unusual. He knew very well that he had just lost 30% of his divine power, and his life force was steadily draining away. If this continued, death would only be a matter of time. Mai Chang was horrified when he saw Wang Hun Guixi preparing to attack. When he demanded an explanation, he received the cold reply that Wang Hun Guixi intended to drain his life force to make up for the loss, because if they had both fallen into this situation, only one of them should not bear the cost. Immediately afterward, the violent energy inside Wang Hun Guixi erupted with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Mai Kong secretly planned to keep pretending to cooperate with Wang Hun Guixi to fool everyone while looking for a chance to meet the Almighty God of Law and beg for his life. The story then shifted to Vladimir's estate. At that moment, he was quietly standing by the window, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, the door behind him was kicked open with a loud crash. The White Wolf King boldly walked in with a group of followers. Vladimir's men immediately shouted, demanding to know why the White Wolf King dared to bring an army there. The White Wolf King sneered, mocking their leader for becoming nothing more than a human's pet. He declared that from this day on, he would take over this secret realm and ordered everyone to submit at once. One of Vladimir's followers angrily stepped forward, saying the White Wolf King had no right to speak that way. Hearing that, the White Wolf King instantly unleashed his terrifying aura. Everyone nearby turned pale as they felt his sudden surge of power. He proudly declared that he had just received the Lord God's blessing, and his current strength was the gift bestowed upon him. Vladimir narrowed his eyes and stared at the White Wolf King in surprise. He recalled his last meeting with Ningfeng, when Ningfeng had asked one final time whether he truly wished to serve him. Vladimir had respectfully knelt down, declaring that no one could rival Ningfeng's power, and asking to become his follower. Ningfeng thought it over and decided that since Vladimir had performed well recently, accepting him as a follower would bring no disadvantage. Back in the present, the White Wolf King continued shouting for Vladimir to face him, declaring that everything here now belonged to him. Vladimir coldly replied that he could not understand what kind of blind god would choose someone as useless as the White Wolf King as a follower. Hearing Mikang insulted, the White Wolf King gritted his teeth in rage. He immediately charged forward, aiming a direct strike at Vladimir. Vladimir remained perfectly calm and casually raised his sword to block the attack. The next instant, crimson flames burst forth and counterattacked the White Wolf King. At the same time, an incredibly powerful force rapidly gathered in Vladimir's palm. He thrust his palm forward and struck the White Wolf King square in the chest. The White Wolf King's followers watched in horror as their leader was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Vladimir casually waved his hand and ordered his men to clear the troublemakers out at once. Despite his injuries, the White Wolf King struggled back to his feet and loudly called for Vladimir to stop. He said he had just received direct orders from above. According to the message, Mikang declared that Vladimir's time had come. Even after hearing the threat, Vladimir remained calm and completely unfazed. Using the White Wolf King's body, Mikang asked Vladimir, through voice transmission, whether the magical aura surrounding him felt strangely familiar, and if he was a follower of the almighty god of law. The White Wolf King watched closely, waiting for Vladimir's answer. Vladimir admitted it without hesitation, but inside he was scrambling for a plan. He had only used one skill, yet it dragged him into a conflict between gods. With his current strength, sticking close to the Lord God was his only hope of survival. After hearing the confirmation, Mikang was overjoyed as if he had found a lifeline. He quickly asked Vladimir to arrange a meeting with the almighty god of law, promising he came in peace and had no intention of starting another fight. Vladimir then brought the White Wolf King directly to Ningfeng's residence. Seeing the unexpected visitor at his door, Ningfeng could not hide his surprise. The White Wolf King stood awkwardly in the hall, his usual arrogance completely gone. Vladimir secretly smiled to himself. Even Mikang had lowered himself before the Lord God, proving once again that choosing the right side early had been the smartest decision. Ningfeng raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you want to discuss an alliance with me?" The White Wolf King nodded repeatedly, promising to act as Ningfeng's eyes and ears, gather intelligence, and eliminate any gods who refused to submit. Ningfeng gave a faint smile. "Plenty of others want to join my side. What makes you worthy of my trust?" Hearing that, the White Wolf King frowned, wondering if another god had already taken his chance. Ningfeng calmly replied, "I have many things to deal with. Come back after you have proven your sincerity." The White Wolf King lowered his head and respectfully agreed. Inside, however, he was grinding his teeth in anger, wondering who had beaten him to the opportunity. As expected, no god truly trusted another. After leaving, Ningfeng went to see Wang Yue and casually asked how her training had been going lately. Wang Yue pouted and complained that ever since reaching 4th advancement, leveling had become painfully slow because the monsters in the secret realm gave too little experience. Ningfeng smiled and said he would take her somewhere better for leveling, but first she should accept this gift. Wang Yue looked curiously at the item in his hand and asked what it was. It was the Gale Necklace, an upgradable orange-grade divine artifact. It greatly increased agility, granted 1200 agility, 140 attack speed, 20 armor penetrations, 20 physical critical rate, and 40 movement speed. Its eternal effect prevented durability loss. It also included Gale Strike for splash attacks, Swift Assault that increased damage against the same target with consecutive hits, plus the skills Piercing Shot, Meteor Arrow, Fatal Aim, and Star Chain Volley. One additional effect remained locked. Wang Yue was stunned that he had found yet another divine artifact. Ningfeng casually replied that someone had voluntarily offered it to him, leaving her amazed that anyone would willingly give away such a priceless treasure. Suddenly, Ningfeng recalled Eternal Divine Star, reporting that another divine artifact had been obtained from the Swift Shadow Commander and sent directly to him as a gesture of goodwill, hoping he would accept the sincerity behind it. Thinking back on that, Ningfeng fell into quiet thought. After making all the necessary preparations and recovering fully, he announced it was time to leave. Wang Yue immediately nodded in agreement. The moment they arrived in the new land, she could not help admiring the breathtaking scenery beyond Earth. Ningfeng remembered seeing Yan here before, though he had no idea how she was doing now. At that moment, the two of them stood in the middle of a village, buried beneath a raging snowstorm. The villagers panicked and scattered the instant they saw Xue Qin appear. In the distance, a gigantic creature with glowing red eyes slowly crawled toward them. Xue Qin immediately ordered the children to evacuate, while the guards kept watch on the creature. But as soon as she got a clear look at it, she froze in shock. The enormous monster was actually Tuan Tuan, raising its huge head to look at everyone. The entire village fell silent in an instant. Xue Qin asked in confusion, "Lord Tuan Tuan, what exactly happened?" The others whispered nervously. Tuan Tuan only ever appeared when disaster was about to strike. Was it happening again? Just then, a gentle voice greeted everyone and apologized for the interruption. The moment Tuan Tuan heard that voice, its expression instantly turned joyful. The people watching from afar shouted warnings in panic, but Tuan Tuan's massive body rapidly shrank. A moment later, it happily rushed over and hugged Ning Feng's leg. Wang Yue's eyes widened in complete surprise. Even Xue Qin stood frozen in place. She murmured in confusion that Tuan Tuan had always been her clan's guardian mount, yet it was acting incredibly close to a complete stranger. Han Yin quietly told Ning Feng that Tuan Tuan had once been Sheng Yin's mount, so it probably still remembered his aura. However, the Snow Spirit people bore no follower mark from Sheng Yin, proving that their origins were still shrouded in mystery. Xue Qin explained that the Snow Spirit tribe had long been abandoned by the gods and had lived here for countless generations. Duan Duan protected them from endless massacres, so the entire tribe revered and worshipped it. Ning Feng and Wang Yue accepted the bowl of water from the villagers and nodded with thanks. Ning Feng quickly realized the villagers hated the gods and had no idea who Duan Duan really was. For now, hiding their identities was the safest choice. Remembering their mission, Ningfeng said they were looking for a nearby dungeon to level up. Xue Qin eagerly pointed them toward one on the western slope, but warned that it was extremely dangerous. The villagers gladly took the lead and guided Ningfeng's group forward. Wang Yue looked back and saw Duan Duan happily following close behind, refusing to leave his side. Along the way, the villagers stayed alert and warned them that this was the territory of the snow giants. They had always served the Holy Spirit and had been enemies of the tribe for generations. Someone quietly worried that if the snow giants found Duan Duan here, things would get very messy. Right then, a group of snow giants surrounded them from every direction. The guide turned pale and stammered that they had walked straight into a trap. The snow giant leader grinned greedily. Since the prey had come to them, there was no reason to let it escape. He immediately ordered his men to capture that one alive, because everything he wore looked valuable. One snow giant charged first but was instantly met with a lightning-fast punch. The blast of energy exploded against its chest and shook its entire body. It was knocked backward, clutching its chest and screaming in pain. Wang Yue kept firing support arrows, but sighed that her damage barely scratched them. Ningfeng explained that this world far surpassed Blue Star, so the monsters were far stronger too. He smiled and said they should treat this as real combat training. Understanding the situation, Wang Yue switched to a support role instead of forcing damage. Another snow giant roared and rushed at the guide with its weapon raised. At that moment, an arrow sliced through the air and pierced its temple. Right after the shot, the guide swung his blade and cleanly beheaded the monster. Seeing the danger gone, Wang Yue finally let out a sigh of relief and lowered her bow. She had just activated her special skill. The skill reduced all defense by 10% against targets stronger than herself. Ningfeng was secretly delighted that Wang Yue had gained such a useful ability. Elsewhere, a snow giant kept smashing its fists onto Duan Duan's head. Duan Duan slammed back with incredible force and shattered the giant's chest instantly. The massive snow giant was sent flying into the distance. Everyone watching gasped because Duan Duan had become far stronger than before. After the fight, Duan Duan happily ran back and celebrated with a high five from Ningfeng. The remaining leader panicked and tried to call for reinforcements. But before he could finish speaking, his life was over. A figure flashed past and delivered a swift killing blow. The warrior then moved like the wind and wiped out every remaining enemy in moments. Ningfeng calmly watched the entire battle unfold. Fresh blood still dripped from the tip of the stranger's spear. The two rescuers turned and looked toward Ningfeng's group. One of them nodded at Ningfeng and said he was not bad, and that he even gave off the aura of one of their allies. He asked if Ningfeng wanted to join the Godslayer organization. Wang Yue looked at Ningfeng awkwardly, hoping he would handle the situation. She politely asked what the title Godslayer actually meant. The man proudly explained that Godslayers were people capable of fighting the gods, and anyone recognized as one was incredibly rare. Ningfeng pretended to be surprised and asked if they were the famous Godslayers. Both smiled modestly and said they only operated in the outer region and had not yet earned the highest title. The woman then invited Wang Yue and the others to join, but Wang Yue politely declined. After being rejected, the woman simply let out a displeased snort. The other man changed the subject and guessed they were heading for the secret realm ahead. Wang Yu nodded. Hearing that, he advised them to give up because the place was extremely dangerous. Even their own leader had failed against the final boss. They were going in to scout the area and warned Ningfeng not to follow because they would not be able to protect him if anything happened. After the two left, Ningfeng gave a faint smile. His instincts told him they were just looking for extra cannon fodder. A villager revealed that the pair came from their tribe but had been taken away for training because of their exceptional talent. Since then, they had become proud and rarely respected others. Ningfeng asked more about the Godslayer organization. The villager shook his head and said they were legendary heroes to ordinary people, far beyond anyone they could ever meet. Ningfeng gently patted Duan Duan on the head and smiled. Then he said it was time to take a look inside that secret realm. On the way in, he found monster corpses scattered everywhere. Every gatekeeper monster had been wiped out. It seemed the two Godslayers were quite capable. Duan Duan sniffed the air and told its master this place felt just like Sheng Yin's old nest, but the entire area had been heavily corrupted by evil energy. Loud crashes suddenly echoed from the courtyard ahead as massive rocks flew in every direction. Even the two Godslayers they had just met were blasted backward by that force. Moments later, a gigantic monster slowly crawled out of the cave entrance. The two shouted for everyone to retreat at once. The boss had appeared, and staying meant certain death. Duan Duan's fur stood on end as it roared and locked onto the giant monster. Wang Yue quickly retreated and raised her bow to provide support, but her arrows only scraped across the stone-like armor and dealt almost no damage. The monster's blood-red eyes flashed with savage fury. The two Godslayers turned pale, believing the monster had used a secret technique to grow even stronger. The evil energy around its body erupted with even greater intensity. Just then, a wave of sword energy sliced across the battlefield, severing the monster's weapon arm. Ningfeng instantly rushed in with a relentless combo. For the first time, the monster's twisted face showed fear. The two Godslayers could only stare in complete shock. With one glance, Ningfeng recognized the bracelet on the monster's arm as Sheng Yin's artifact, though it had been twisted by evil energy. It seemed that bracelet was the true source of the monster's power. Without hesitation, he cut off the arm wearing the artifact. Ningfeng laughed. So this was what they had been looking for all along. Now that they had it, Wang Yue could keep farming the boss for experience. Wang Yue happily agreed. That sounded perfect. The two Godslayers trembled beside them, feeling Ningfeng was even more terrifying than the boss. Wang Yue smiled and asked if the two of them wanted to join the fight. They nodded repeatedly, without hesitation. Deep inside the cave, many more snow giants were waiting. The two Godslayers charged ahead to lure the monsters toward Wang Yue and warned her to get ready. Wang Yue picked the perfect position and drew her bowstring, waiting for the right moment. A volley of arrows whistled through the air and struck the monsters directly in the head. When the level-up notification appeared, she cheered because she had finally gained enough experience to advance her class. After the battle, Wang Yue politely thanked the two Godslayers for helping her level up. They quickly waved it off, saying they would never have cleared the secret realm without Ningfeng's group. Taking the opportunity, Ningfeng asked more about their organization. The woman immediately agreed, saying it was no secret. She explained that the organization had existed for a very long time and used the golden eye as its symbol. According to legend, the founder once possessed a secret tome that recorded methods for fighting the gods. To earn the title of Godslayer, one had to pass countless strict trials. From the leader down to every member, they all trained endlessly to achieve that honor. She suddenly remembered her earlier question and had planned to ask which god Ningfeng served, but he firmly said he worshipped no god at all. She thought to herself that someone this powerful without serving any god would be a perfect recruit. Sadly, she lacked the authority to make that decision and could only report it to her superiors. At the same time, inside Sheng Yin's Golden Eye headquarters, A young woman worried that fewer and fewer talented juniors were appearing. If this continued, the organization would eventually be wiped out by the god's followers. Someone reassured her that the younger generation only needed more time to grow, and they would become stronger. The Grand Elder shook his head, saying the current generation was nowhere near as talented as the legends before them. He proposed activating the top-secret plan that had been sealed away for years. The young woman immediately objected, reminding him that the previous leader had ordered the plan to remain sealed forever because it was far too deadly. The Grand Elder could only leave, saying he would continue watching over the younger generation's training. The two Godslayers quickly returned to headquarters and reported that they had completed their mission. Sheng Yin gave a slight nod and immediately asked about the results of the secret realm investigation. The woman replied that a powerful expert had already cleared the entire realm. Sheng Yin was visibly shocked. She continued that the one who conquered the realm did not worship any god. In her opinion, if the leader met him personally, there was a good chance he would join them. Sheng Yin thought for a moment before agreeing to give it a try. She then asked where he was now. As soon as she arrived, countless people turned to look and whispered that the leader of the Golden Eye had appeared. Many were thrilled because it was their first time seeing the famous leader in person. After a quick glance around, Sheng Yin immediately spotted Duan Duan. She called out in surprise, "Duan Duan, why are you here?" At that moment, Ning Feng calmly walked toward her. The instant she saw him, Sheng Yin cried out, "Lord God!" That single title left everyone present completely stunned. Sheng Yin then calmly removed her mask and introduced herself as Sheng Yin. The two Godslayers quietly whispered to each other, shocked that their leader knew Ning Feng and even addressed him with such a strange title. Sheng Yin quickly apologized for losing her composure. She explained that neither the Snow Spirit tribe nor the Golden Eye knew her true identity or her past. Everything about her background had always been kept secret. After the Golden Eye was attacked, the previous leader was gravely wounded and had no choice but to pass the position to her. Out of gratitude for saving her life, she reluctantly accepted. Now that she had reunited with the Lord God, her faith had returned. She no longer had any reason to remain as leader and planned to explain everything before leaving the organization. Han Yin nodded and told everyone to wait while Sheng Yin settled her affairs. Sheng Yin's heart was overflowing with joy. The two Godslayers kept whispering that ever since meeting Ning Feng, their leader had completely changed. They could not stop wondering about the relationship between them. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the Golden Eye headquarters. One of the Grand Elder's subordinates reminded him that the leader had forbidden that plan. Judging by his attitude, he suspected the Grand Elder had secretly carried it out behind everyone's back. The Grand Elder merely smiled and said there was no need to be so rigid as long as they achieved the desired result. In his eyes, the project before them was the organization's only hope for survival. The plan was to use the flesh and blood of a god as the foundation for creating a true Godslayer. During the council meeting, Sheng Yin suddenly announced that she was stepping down as leader, leaving everyone speechless. She openly admitted that she had always been a follower of the almighty magic god and had recently regained her faith. One elder angrily demanded to know why such an important secret had been hidden. To them, followers of the gods were enemies of the Golden Eye, so they suspected Sheng Yin had ulterior motives all along. Another elder immediately explained that the former leader had forbidden anyone from revealing the secret to prevent division. At the time, no one but Sheng Yin was capable of leading the organization. The angry elder slammed the table, furious that everyone had known Sheng Yin's identity except him. Someone fired back that if he had not been so extreme, the leader would never have needed to hide the truth for so long. The elder pointed at Sheng Yin and warned that she knew every secret of the organization. If she left alive and later sided with the gods, the Golden Eye would pay a terrible price. After hearing those arguments, many people in the room fell silent as the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. At last, the elder coldly declared that he agreed to Sheng Yin's resignation, but he would never allow her to leave this place alive. Another elder turned pale and asked the Grand Elder if he had really decided to carry out that insane plan. The Grand Elder raised his head and declared that only by walking that path could one become a true Godslayer. Without a special method to awaken that power, no amount of talent would ever reach the realm of the gods. A figure shot toward Sheng Yin, shouting for her to drop her weapon and surrender. Sheng Yin did not dodge and blocked the attack head-on with one hand. A terrifying pillar of energy suddenly crashed down from the sky toward the Grand Elder. His eyes widened in disbelief that she had neutralized his attack so effortlessly. Sheng Yin unleashed her aura as the power inside her surged like it was about to erupt. In that instant, the space around her seemed to twist, pulling her memories back to a lonely cave from long ago. As her awareness returned, she heard a voice beside her saying she was finally awake and that there was no turning back now. She opened her eyes and immediately recognized the person who had saved her. He casually said he had only helped because he happened to pass by. He also advised her to stay there for the time being, since the cave was well hidden and nearly impossible to find. He remarked that she was unlike other fanatical believers because she still had her own convictions instead of being completely controlled by the gods, and he mentioned the almighty magic god as a unique existence. Sometime later, a disaster left that man gravely wounded. Before losing consciousness, he told Sheng Yin to hold on because a healer was on the way. With his final breaths, he entrusted the entire organization to her. He admitted that the decision would weigh heavily on her faith, but there was no one else he could trust to inherit everything. Back in the present, the Grand Elder growled that Sheng Yin was only trying to stop him because she feared his plan would spiral out of control. Sheng Yin coldly replied that the plan itself was filled with fatal flaws. The Grand Elder fiercely argued that every experiment was progressing well and only needed a few more adjustments to succeed. The other elders demanded that he stop using human lives as test subjects. Sheng Yin angrily shouted that he had completely lost his mind. The Grand Elder instantly hurled his weapon straight at her. A burst of divine light erupted from Sheng Yin's body and blasted him away. The Grand Elder twisted through the air and leaped to higher ground to keep his distance. Sheng Yin immediately gave chase, refusing to let him escape. But just as she closed in, he vanished into thin air, leaving her to stop in frustration. The other elders worried that the Grand Elder had uncovered the secret behind a god's death. If he escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sheng Yin reassured everyone that she would handle the situation and suggested relocating the headquarters for now. Once everything was settled, she would pass the leadership to her successor. The scene shifted to the White Wolf King's territory. He stared at the Grand Elder and asked if everything he had said was really true. The Grand Elder insisted that he had once belonged to that organization, so he had no reason to lie. The White Wolf King fell into thought. He was interested in the information about the god's corpse, but believed his current strength was not enough to claim it. The Grand Elder hurriedly tried to explain further. The White Wolf King raised a hand to stop him and decided to report everything to the Lord God, letting the Lord make the final decision.